Those who have raised snakes know that a snake becomes a python after 10 years, a serpent after 100 years, a dragon after 1,000 years, and transforms into a dragon after 10,000 years. However, I only need 1 second to turn a snake into a dragon, just because I unexpectedly awakened the divine level talent sequence extraction. All organisms' genes can be extracted by me to evolve my own divine beast. It is well known that dragons are composed of 10 biological features: lion, tiger, deer, shrimp, crocodile, snake, turtle, fish, eagle, and hawk. Therefore, I just need to extract the genes of these creatures to create a dragon. And the reason why I want to create a creature like a dragon, not only because the dragon is a symbol of Chinese civilization, but also because there is a white snake that has traveled with me to this world. At this moment, I am gently stroking the body of the white snake and murmuring to myself, "Don't worry, I will definitely awaken my beast taming talent and won't let you become snake soup." The white snake, upon hearing those words, unexpectedly spat out snake venom at me with great agility. And the reason why I say this is because even though the white snake gained some spiritual wisdom after coming to this world and being baptized by spiritual energy, but its strength and talent are really too rubbish. The most important thing is that ordinary people in this world are not allowed to keep ferocious beasts. If I cannot awaken my beast talent at the age of 18, the ultimate fate of that little white snake is very likely to be captured and turned into a bowl of snake soup. Seeing this, I earnestly touched the head of the white snake. "After all, you are the only proof of my previous world." Then he continued to say, "Of course, even if it's not for you, I must awaken my talent." And the originally touched Xiaobai suddenly rolled his eyes, as if he was very dissatisfied with my words. At this moment, a mechanical sound suddenly rang in my mind, detected that the host has reached the required age. The mythological gene system is activated after awakening the divine beast talent. Upon hearing this, I was not surprised but rather delighted. It's been over a decade, and the system is finally going to be credited. I am increasingly looking forward to today's awakening ceremony in my heart. At this moment, on the playground of Yangchang Noble Middle School, with the sound of the homeroom teacher, "Let's begin." The awakening ceremony of my class has officially begun. As time passes, most people have quickly completed their awakening. Apart from a few individuals who failed to awaken their beast spirits, the rest of the students in the special class at school were successful. Other people have awakened decent C-level and D-level talents. Just at that moment, the homeroom teacher shouted, "Lin Sheng, it's your turn." I immediately stepped forward and placed my hand on the awakening prop, the turtle shell. Soon, a voice echoed in my mind, "B-level talent, bloodline enhancement." I couldn't help but nod when I heard the words, "B-level talent." It seems pretty good, but the most crucial thing is my system. And at this moment, another sound echoed in my mind, "Drip, drip, drip." The host has awakened their talent. Mythical gene system activated. B-level bloodline amplification evolves into extracting talent sequences beyond SSS level. The system, you finally came. However, isn't the highest talent level in this world SSS grade? How strong should one's talent be to surpass SSS level? Thinking about this, my gaze fell on the introduction of talents. Sequence extraction, able to extract the genes of all organisms and infuse them into the imperial beast. In the instant that my gaze fell upon it, I instantly understood everything. In the process of evolution in the natural world, all organisms will evolve abilities that are advantageous to themselves, and I can extract and store all these abilities, then inject it into your own beast's body to make it evolve and gain various powerful abilities. The next second, a creature that only exists in myth and legend appeared in my mind. That is a dragon located at the top of the food chain with a formidable power ceiling. There are also mythical creatures from previous lives such as the phoenix, Qilin, Xuanwu, and Tao Tai, and so on. Even the legendary goddess Nuwa. Can she be brought into this world? As soon as I think of this, I get excited and can't wait to give it a try immediately. Just at that moment, the homeroom teacher interrupted my imagination. "Lin Sheng, how are you doing?" After a brief moment of reflection, I responded, "Teacher, I have awakened my S-level talent and strengthened my bloodline." The old saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. It's best not to easily reveal one's own talent that surpasses SSS level, but it is also impossible to say what you want too low, because afterwards, there will be instrument testing for each student's talent. However, the highest level of detection for that instrument is only S-level, so it is most appropriate to declare oneself as having an S-level talent. S-level talent? The class teacher exclaimed in surprise at the words, even on his face, revealing a hint of disbelief. The group of students below also displayed shocked expressions. It turns out to be an S-level talent. You know, the entire Dragon Kingdom has billions of people, but every year, no more than 100 people can awaken S-level talent. At this moment, the principal quickly ran over from a distance upon hearing the commotion. The wrinkles on the face of the middle-aged principal, who is over 50 years old, are now so excited that they are wrinkled like chrysanthemums. S-level talent. This has already reached the highest level of scholarship qualification in the school. By the way, what is your name, classmate? I responded calmly. Lin Sheng. Okay. Afterward, we will have a scholarship support of 5 million, plus a specially bound king-level cub for you to choose. And upon hearing these rewards, the students below are already drooling with envy. The beast hierarchy in this world is divided into 7 levels: awakening, warlord, lord, king, disaster, emperor, and myth. The upper limit of the beast tamer is determined by the aptitude of the beasts. In other words, even if you have an SSS level beast talent, if your beast is at the lord level, then the highest level you can upgrade to is also the lord level. Of course, when the rank reaches lord or disaster, you can contract a new spirit beast again, and the royal level beast tamer is qualified to directly become the lord of a city. Being able to directly obtain a king level cub is already a boundless future. Forget it, principal. I already have a desired spirit beast. However, I just briefly pondered and declined. After all, I have already made an agreement with Xiaobai to enter into a contract, and Xiaobai is a creature brought from the blue star. Who knows? Maybe it can evolve into a real dragon with the help of the system's abilities. That is a formidable existence stronger than any beast. The principal was stunned when he heard my words. But if the talent of the beast is not enough, and they cannot pass the subsequent exams, they will not be able to become a beast master. The homeroom teacher and classmates were completely confused. This is royal level. What creature can be more talented than a royal level cub? They know that Lin Sheng's family has some money, but it is simply impossible to buy a king level cub, let alone one that is better than this. Under helplessness, the principal could only speak up. Okay then, we won't insist. The money will be transferred to the card you have at school later. Thank you, Principal Wang. After saying goodbye to everyone, I turned around excitedly and hurried home. I can't wait to try out my system and see if it can really create a real dragon. At this moment, inside the villa, as I cut my finger and a drop of blood comes out, the little white snake opened its mouth and sucked a few drops of blood into its mouth. Then a strange sensation arose in its mind. Contract successful. White snake. Level, early awakening. Skill, entanglement. Evolutionary path, none. Introduction, the weak beast that has been waiting for 1,000 years and still hasn't arrived. After seeing the attributes of the white snake, I couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Is it really too low level? After all, they are creatures brought from the blue star. Although awakened with some intelligence, it is still not strong enough to compare with those fierce beasts in the wilderness. Fortunately, I still have a system, and there happens to be several million inheritances at home, which can be used to buy some remains of ferocious beasts online for extraction. I immediately went online and bought a complete awakened late-stage silver-scaled fish. Soon, there was a knocking sound at the door. Your package has arrived. I'm here. Excitedly, I brought the silver-scaled fish, which is about the same size as my body, into the room. Dong! After throwing the silver-scaled fish on the floor, I reached out and wiped the sweat off my hand. It's truly a ferocious beast, unexpectedly so heavy. This silver-scaled fish is covered in silver-colored scales all over its body. The sharp teeth in its mouth can bite through a steel plate that is 20 centimeters thick. Looks very scary. This one costs 100,000. It's too expensive. I placed my hand on the silver-scaled fish with a heart full of pain, hoping you won't disappoint me. Extract. As my words fell, the skin of the silver-scaled fish in my hands unexpectedly began to dry and peel off. Just a few seconds later, it completely turned into a skeleton. Immediately after, I heard the sound of the system prompt. Obtain the bloodline of the silver-scaled fish. Obtain silver scales, spout water, sharp teeth. After the successful extraction, I looked back at Xiaobai again, and there appeared the words that were bestowed upon it. So I immediately and without hesitation put my hand up and said, give silver-scaled fish bloodline silver-scaled spewing water benefit teeth. In the next instant, the white snake that was originally coiled around my arm suddenly revealed a look of pain. And then, the originally inconspicuous scales on its body gradually began to grow. The silver scales of the silver-scaled fish then covered the body of the white snake, and its body shape has also undergone some slight changes. Hiss! Xiaobai showed a painful expression and curled up on the ground. This pain lasted for several minutes before finally ending. At this moment, Xiaobai's appearance has completely changed. The scales on its body have become tougher and more delicate, and its snake eyes have transformed into the eyes between fish eyes and snake eyes. Such a strong force. At this moment, under the nourishment of the divine beast, I can feel a continuous surge of power flowing into my body. I clenched my fist and felt like I could punch through a solid wooden board right now. However, I don't have the leisure time now, so I quickly looked at Xiaobai's panel. White snake. Level, mid-awakening. Talent, awakening phase. Skills, wrapping. Spraying water. Evolutionary path, silver-scaled piranha. Silver python water monster. Introduction. The very peculiar royal beast is actually a snake that can spew water. This is the mid-awakening stage. I opened my mouth and felt somewhat incredible. A beast in the mid-awakening stage needs to eat exclusive food for at least a month. For example, the iron bear needs to eat iron bamboo, while the flame bird needs to eat fish with extremely high heat content. In this process, a professional training manual is also needed, so that there is a slight possibility of breaking through to the mid-awakening stage of one's beast control within a month. Not to mention the energy spent. Even the money spent is definitely more than 100,000. But now I have only bought a silver-scaled fish and injected its bloodline into Xiaobai's body, which raised its level to mid-awakening stage, talent to late awakening stage, and even obtained a new evolutionary path and skills. I made a huge profit. Snake becomes python. Python becomes rat snake. Rat snake becomes water dragon. Water dragon becomes dragon. If it continues to evolve, it is not impossible to become a dragon. However, I currently do not have enough money to buy the top-tier bloodlines and skill parts. Just like the scales of a silver-scaled fish can only withstand knives and guns, the scales of stronger fish can withstand firearms. Even some creatures' scales have even more magical effects. Now you must allocate and purchase the most suitable organisms. Just at that moment, my phone suddenly emitted a sound. Ding dong! The last 4 digits of your bank card, 9,527, have received a deposit of 5 million yuan. Please check it carefully. The school scholarship has been credited. With this money, plus my own savings, it should be enough to make the purchase. Thinking about it, I quickly opened the shopping platform and bought the creature that could potentially allow Little White to evolve into a dragon. Within just 20 minutes after buying them, all the corpses of the ferocious beasts were piled up in the courtyard of my villa. Hiss! In the courtyard, Xiaobai sniffed around the corpses of these ferocious beasts, seemingly very interested. I smiled and said, "These are not for you to eat, Xiaobai." At this moment, Xiaobai's intelligence was clearly much higher than before, and upon hearing these words, it obediently stepped aside. Extract. I reach out my palm and extract all the ferocious beasts in front of me. Obtain the bloodline of the red-feathered bird. Obtain the bloodline of the clawed serpent. Obtain ironclad tiger blood. Acquire the eagle eye skill. Acquire hardening skills. Acquire the skill of extreme speed. Dozens of ferocious beasts turned into a pile of bones in a matter of seconds. These fierce beasts are all late-stage awakened beasts, and their prices are extremely expensive. I feel very heartbroken when everything disappears in an instant. But fortunately, all of this is worth it. Come here, Xiaobai. I called Xiaobai to come in front of me. Hiss. At this moment, Xiaobai seems to also know what is about to happen and appears very excited. Inject some bloodlines first. If there is too much, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. I extended my hand and placed it on its head, infusing it with bloodline. In the next second, Xiaobai curled up again. The cells throughout the body are being greatly stimulated and are rapidly functioning. Even for awakened beings, it is difficult to withstand such a large amount of biological genes all at once. However, the changes are also evident. The scales on its body became more distinct and angular. Its body also became thicker, and its eyes appeared sharper. At the same time, as I receive reciprocation, I also feel that everything around me has become clearer. And then I tried to transfer the acquired skills to Xiaobai, but most of the skills failed. Finally, only obtained 3 skills: water spraying, entanglement, and hardening. However, I am not too disappointed. Typical divine beasts can only possess 1 skill at the awakening level, at most 2. But Xiaobai already has 3 skills at the awakening level. Now, passing the test to become a beast tamer should be a sure thing. Seems like digestion is complete. Looking at Xiaobai lying limp on the ground, a string of information appeared before my eyes. White snake. Level, mid-awakening. Talent, late-game warrior. Skills, entangling, spraying water, hardening. Evolutionary line, python. silver python water monster, unicorn snake, rainbow electric eel, scale snake. Introduction, rare genes and their powerful organisms. It is difficult to imagine how other lifeforms survived countless years ago. Talent has unexpectedly reached the late stage of the warlord. And finally the options have appeared. I am overwhelmed with joy at this moment. Although this kind of garbage evolution path has long been eliminated on this planet. But in order to transform into a purebred dragon, one must change from a snake to a python. As for other silver water monsters and unicorns, I have no intention of evolving. Because evolving according to the genes of other organisms may make us stronger. But it is also very likely to interfere with Xiaobai's path to evolve into a dragon. And although it is only the weakest evolutionary path, with Xiaobai's current physical hardness and the skills it possesses, it is completely on par with awakened creatures in the later stages or even the early stages of warlords. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During this time, I injected the stored genes and essence of bloodline into Xiaobai's body every day. At this time, Xiaobai's level has already reached the late awakening stage. This progress speed can be described as extremely terrifying. To know that according to common sense, even with the best conditions, it would take at least 6 months. However, I managed to do it in just 3 days. The injection of the gene into the corner is indeed effective, and there are actually some small protrusions. At this moment, I couldn't contain my joy as I gently touched the 2 small protruding horns on Little White's head, and Xiaobai curled around my arm, enjoying it, but still not strong enough. From what I know, there are indeed some creatures in this world that are extremely powerful, capable of unleashing thunder and killing everything. However, with my current abilities, I definitely won't be able to obtain it. Xiaobai is going to school tomorrow, so you must behave well, okay? Hiss. Xiaobai nodded very seriously. I touched Xiaobai's head again and said, when I open the beast space tomorrow, you will have a place to go. After awakening their beast talent and forming a contract with their own beast, individuals in this world can open their own beast space at school and officially become a beast tamer. As long as one can awaken the talent of controlling beasts and form a contract with a pet, there is almost no situation where the beast space cannot be opened. However, the potential of the beast space is closely related to the talent of the pet and its owner. The higher the level, the more benefits there are for pets to stay in it. Not only can it accelerate the growth of pets, but it can also restore the injuries and hidden ailments that pets suffered during battles. Of course, in most cases it is used as a storage space. The next day, early in the morning, I arrived at the school playground. After a long speech consisting of 3 major points and 5 minor points, the principal's speech finally came to an end. Alright, students, there are less than 100 days left until the college entrance examination. I won't waste any more of your time. Speaking, the principal made way for the position on the stage, and then brought out a sparkling and translucent raw gemstone, the Spirit Stone. Chapter 89, 2 months later, something lighter. More than 2 months had passed. The competition between the 2 great universities was being prepared in full swing. In a wilderness area, Little Spirit, pester him. Receiving Lin Sheng's order, countless large hands composed of black slime stretched out from Little Spirit's body. It locked the skeletal giant wolf, which had a huge figure, firmly in front of its eyes. However, that skeleton giant wolf nearly broke free with just a slight force. However, a building beside it was violently pierced through. A purple deathlight shot straight into the skull of the skeleton giant wolf before piercing out. Skeleton giant wolf, late king stage ferocious beast, dead. Phew, extract the genes. Lin Sheng placed his hand on the skeleton giant wolf's bones. Skeleton wolf bloodline gene obtained. Gained the skeleton wolf bone gene. Gained the skill tear bite, perfect. Gained the skill bone armor, perfect. Gained the skill punch, perfect. Finally dead. Lin Sheng let out a long breath. For the past 2 months, Lin Sheng had been hunting ferocious beasts in the junction forest between Everest Base City and magic capital Base City. And this skeleton giant wolf had been the strongest ferocious beast in this forest junction. Due to its hard bones and ability to summon bone armor to protect itself, it was difficult to kill it. In the end, it allowed Lin Sheng and the 2 favored beasts to find an opportunity. Good cooperation. Lin Sheng touched the foreheads of the 2 favored beasts, and then the bone armor skill of the skeleton giant wolf was instantly injected into Little White's body. Acquires the skill bone armor, perfect level, and it was an exclusive skill for this creature. It would be much easier for Xiaobai to kill late-stage monarchs with this skill. Now that Xiaobai's level had reached mid-monarch, close to the late stage, his true battle power was at the late monarch stage or even the peak. Relying on this huge amount of skill, even if he encountered a pre-disaster ferocious beast, it could run even if it couldn't be beaten. Little Spirit, on the other hand, was still at the Lord level. but its true battle power had already reached pre-monarch. Lin Sheng was now considered the top of the line amongst the monarch-level imperial beast masters. After all, there were no more than 30 imperial beast masters who had both of their favored beasts at the monarch level that had reached the monarch level. Brother Lin Sheng, are you still in the wilderness area? Suddenly, a message popped up in Lin Sheng's cell phone. Yeah, what's up girl? Lin Sheng smiled. Sent the message back. In less than 2 seconds, the other party sent it back. Isn't that close to the Sacred Snow Academy? Why don't you come find me? Below that paragraph, there was also a cute emoticon attached. Fine. Lin Sheng shook his head. Close by? Relying on the teleportation array, it would take less than 10 minutes to get there. This girl by he was really getting better at lying. But in his heart, Lin Sheng had long treated by he as his own sister. It was only natural for a brother to indulge his sister, right? A few tens of minutes later, Lin Sheng arrived in front of the famous Sacred Snow Academy in Everest Base City. The Sacred Snow Schoolhouse was built on the edge of Everest Base City, and was originally a fortress used to defend against the peripheral ferocious beasts. It was called the wall that could never be breached. At this time, however, with the military's heritage and the special nature of the academy, it was ranked as one of the 5 major academies alongside the magic capital Imperial Capital. A glance at the academy gave an extremely clean feeling. There were still quite a few teenagers hovering outside the main gate. Lin Sheng had a clean look, and as soon as he passed, someone came up to strike up a conversation. Brother, you're also here to watch the waves, right? Watching waves? Lin Sheng was a bit puzzled. That's black talk. The boy came up to Lin Sheng's ear. White flowery thighs, one layer stacked on top of the other can't be seen. The boy hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. Seeing as you're also quite handsome, I'd advise you not to hit on the students here. Although the students inside are all white and clean looking, making people itch to look at them. But, if you really hit on them, you'll die a horrible death. The boy said it with great care, and at the same time, there was a car pulling up in front of Sacred Snow Academy's gate. See that? The brand new Black Gold series. The full price is $70 million. TSK. You have to spend so much money to find a good wife these days. There was envy and emotion in the boy's eyes. Why bother with that? What belongs to you is the best. Lin Sheng opened his mouth to persuade. I'll just ask if you have a girlfriend, right? Lin Sheng instantly felt that he was being a bit talkative. Just should have let this brat fend for himself. Who wouldn't say the big lie about not having a girlfriend? Quick look, school's out. The boy tugged on Lin Sheng's arm and shook it. Lin Sheng didn't mind so much. It's just that if you shake it like that, it's just that you're shaking it so much that people are looking at you. It's like I'm in the same boat as you. That's true, but it's really quite white. The students of St. Snow's Academy all look like princesses. Not only are they clean and beautiful, but even their dusty temperament gives people the feeling that they can only be viewed from afar. And at the same time, the rich young man who drove a $10 million sports car also received the person he wanted to pick up. The two of them were quite a pair. However, that girl glanced towards the two, but realized that the guy beside Lin Sheng was staring at her legs and sweeping them around, and immediately frowned. After whispering a few words to the young man, the two of them walked over towards here. Not good to be discovered. Let's run slowly. You don't go too fast. The boy standing beside Lin Sheng instantly panicked. If he was caught, he would still have his legs broken. Run what? Lin Sheng gave him a look. The boy was instantly dumbfounded. Go! What are you waiting for? Do you think you're some kind of big shot with background power? If you upset those top Imperial Beast Masters, killing you wouldn't be a matter of words. The two of you are quite courageous. Much more powerful than those petty thieves I've seen before. The youth laughed slightly. However, when he looked at Lin Sheng, he gave him an extra glance. The little thieves are next to me? I just came to pick up my sister. Lin Sheng silently spoke. The trouble the others had caused had nothing to do with him, and there was no need for him to help this kid. Oh, I know almost all of the 270 people in this Sacred Snow Academy. I wonder which student's family you are. The girl, who was quite pretty looking, raised her chin and inquired to Lin Sheng. The two of them were quite polite in their speech. There was the demeanor of a large family. Unfortunately, the Mordor Academy didn't teach etiquette like the Sacred Snow Academy, and as Lin Sheng was one of the best, and had spent years in the wild hunting ferocious beasts, his temper would naturally be affected by it. If not for the fact that he was in a good mood today, the word roll would have already been thrown in the faces of the two. Do I still need to report to you? Lin Sheng's gaze was directed straight towards the girl. A light golden shimmering light overflowed from his pupils. You. The girl couldn't stop a cold shiver when she violently met her eyes. Chapter 90. How about I turn around? Sorry, it's my girlfriend who doesn't know any better. The youth's face changed, hurriedly pulled the young girl behind him, and looked at Lin Sheng with a smile on his face. What are you doing? The young girl braced herself. but was yanked back again. The boy beside her was shocked. Crap, are you some kind of big shot? Why don't they clean you up? Lin Sheng, on the other hand, changed back to his amiable demeanor. That's appreciation on my part. Appreciation, do you understand? I look at what suits me. Have you forgotten what I said before? What suits you is good, yeah. The boy blinked. Yet the other two didn't pay any attention to him either. Why did you just pull me? The girl looked angry in the car. He wasn't a thief who came to the academy to take pictures. It was only when I got closer that I realized I knew that guy. The youth tensed for a moment and slammed his foot on the gas. Who? Lin Sheng. It's the one from Magic City. The girl covered her mouth. She had also heard that the special enrollment students of the Mordor Academy hunted hundreds of ferocious beasts every day in the wilderness between the two base cities, but she had never expected to see it in front of the Sacred Snow Academy today. No wonder even meeting with those eyes made one's heart palpitate a little. I just don't know. Who is the sister of this god of killers? How come I've never heard of it in the Sacred Snow Academy before? And at this moment, Bai He, who was wearing white stockings and a casual outfit, saw Lin Sheng's figure from afar. Brother Lin Sheng, it's been a long time. I've heard about your honorable deeds in the Magic Capital Scholarship Academy. You girl, still dare to flirt with me? Lin Sheng laughed and reached out to press Bai He's head. Bai He wasn't very tall and needed to raise her head to see Lin Sheng. There was a sense of youthful immaturity and cuteness. You're really her brother? The boy man was dumbfounded. It couldn't be. The two didn't look anything alike. This was adoption? Regardless of him, let's walk and talk. Lin Sheng smiled faintly. A few tens of minutes later, the two sat on the back of the Berserk Thunder Stallion and strolled through the wilderness. The Mad Thunder Stallion walked slowly, but now that it was about to break through into the monarch level, it wasn't something that ordinary ferocious beasts would dare to mess with. Lin Sheng and Bai He both sat on the body of the Wild Thunder male lion one after the other, chatting about everything as they walked. Yangcheng Noble High School, chatting about the training camp, and the two of them unknowingly stuck close together. Bai He even deliberately pulled her hair in front of her body, and that white neck was on display. Lin Sheng was taller than Bai He, and could clearly see the perfect lines of the back from the neck to the bottom. She had just reached adulthood, but already had a feminine charm. Lin Sheng had some fire rising for a moment, and then both of them froze violently. This is all normal physiological phenomenon. Don't you mind? Lin Sheng smiled awkwardly. White Lotus pressed her hands on the body of the Mad Thunder male lion and turned her head to tilt her face to look at Lin Sheng. This perspective. Lin Sheng forced down the fire in his heart. Want me to turn around? Bai He suddenly said. You dead girl. How dare you molest me? Lin Sheng rolled his eyes. Bai He, on the other hand, snickered. The two of them laughed along the way, strolling through the dangerous wilderness as if they were brother and sister. A sentence of rhubarb a moment later, exasperating the light bulb in his crotch and almost giving up. The time of parting also came quickly. After all, it was still possible to see each other anytime if you wanted to. At the same time, in the octagon building of the Lighthouse Nation, it had long been a mess inside. That black dragon, where has it gone now? It has now urgently summoned all the Imperial Beast Masters as well as Catastrophe Imperial Beast Masters in the country to the border cities to stand by. What's the point of having a disaster-grade Imperial Beast Master? One sneeze can kill dozens of you. We have to invite Zeus. I've already invited them. But Lord Zeus, he said that the black dragon had been severely injured by them last time, and won't be able to recover its peak for at least 30 years. And it's also true that in that battle back then, an Emperor-level Imperial Beast died. That black dragon is gone. What explanation do you have? Are you putting the lives of our Lighthouse Nation people at risk? A middle-aged man in a suit had veins popping out on his forehead. The surrounding crowd was also busy. Emperor-class ferocious beasts. Any Emperor-level ferocious beast only needed to make one small action and behavior. It could cause their octagonal building to instantly become a mess. An Imperial beast represented endless disasters and scourges. It was so hard to kill that black dragon's cub in the cradle back then. Could it be that the cub has been discovered again? The crowd of the Lighthouse Kingdom was tense. Not good. That ferocious beast is heading towards the southeast. I don't know who said it. The man in the suit hurriedly ran over to look at the surveillance screen. In the satellite image, a huge red dot was surrounded by endless small red dots, and those small red dots represented the ferocious beasts in the wild. However, there were also two red dots of the same size around the huge red dot. That large red dot was extremely conspicuous, and it was constantly heading towards the southeast. This direction is the direction of Kyushu, and the entire three Emperor-level ferocious beasts all moved. Cold sweat continued to seep from the foreheads of the crowd. A battle force of this scale, if the defense wasn't in time, at any time, an entire base could be destroyed by a large portion. Tell the Dragon Kingdom about this. But isn't it a good thing for the three emperors to leave the surroundings of my lighthouse kingdom? If you don't tell. With the Dragon Kingdom's strength it can be detected in advance. That's right. I see. A few days later, in a virtual space, several Imperial Beastmasters from the Dragon Kingdom arrived in this space. The director behind the Dragon Beheading Bureau, the General President and Vice President of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, and the leader of the Disaster Breaking Organization. Each and every one of them was a familiar big shot, an entire 5 people. Yet they were gathered here at this moment for a meeting of the highest rank in the Dragon Kingdom. That cub is now in the possession of a child named Lin Sheng. The leader of the Broken Disaster Organization spoke first. It's a good seedling. I've been following him for a long time in the Dragon Cutting Organization. To be able to contract an Emperor-class cub, the youngster does have a promising future, huh? It's a pity that it was taken away by your Dragon Beheading Bureau. It's really letting you get lucky. That's not the point. No matter what, it's my Dragon Kingdoms. But what should we do with that Emperor? Ha ha ha. A crawling little worm dares to be arrogant even when it comes to our territory? The eyes of the crowd blazed. If the ferocious beast dared to come and seek death, then there was only one way to go. Kill. And they had never come here to discuss a better countermeasure. The best countermeasure was already in front of them. If the fierce beasts dared to come and offend, there would only be a path of death to greet them. Chapter 91 Monarch Level Black Dragon King. Almost on the textbook. Lin Sheng returned to the Magic Capital Academy, and the materials for Little Spirit's advancement had finally gotten their hands on them. Red Bloodstone, 10,000 Year Soul, Dark Origin, 1 by 1. Items whose names he hadn't even heard of were placed in the middle of a small box. Tion Xin, on the other hand, delivered the box to Lin Sheng. The moment he got the box, Lin Sheng couldn't wait to return to the basement. Opening the box up, a rushing aura of resentment and darkness came over him. However, Little Spirit seemed to be intoxicated. A few long tentacles stretched out from its spine and rolled the thing directly into its mouth. Little Spirit's strength had long since reached the conditions for advancement. After taking these things again, it was as if the shackles in his body had been opened, and a burst of energy rushed in. Mao! As the energy rushed into the body, Little Spirit's body gradually began to evolve towards a spinal reptilian species, and the camouflage skill disappeared. Those 4 hooves gradually transformed into huge, 4-fingered sharp claws, and the pitch black behind it. Its wings opened violently, scraping out violent winds. Its pupils were scarlet. At this moment, its figure had almost completely transformed into a dragon-like form, and this enormous power fed back into Lin Sheng's body. As if he had dragon blood, his bones and muscles became more resilient. The heart rate became slower than before, but the amount each time became greater. Lifespan has increased. This was Lin Sheng's most intuitive feeling. Generally, the higher the rank of the Imperial Beastmaster, the longer they could live through as well. Roar! The Little Spirit was exceptionally excited. Looking at the black scales all over his body, he just wanted to vent. Black Dragon King. Rank, Pre-Junior King. Talent, Imperial. Skills, Deadly Fire, Proficient. Undead Trample, Proficient. Poison Mist, Proficient. Death Chain, Proficient. Body Shift, Death Domain. Dissipation, Death Song. Soulmark, 7,300 years. Evolutionary Path, Black Dragon Emperor. Introduction, Adult Black Dragon. The top of the food chain in the same class. 2 more skills, and they're directly at the proficient level. Lin Sheng silently lamented. This talent is good and it was at this time. A phone call came over. Lin Sheng, come over here now. Du Qianqiu's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Good. Lin Sheng nodded. He then left the basement with the 2 favored beasts. In these 2 months, apart from hunting ferocious beasts, he had also often practiced against each other with Du Qianqiu. That was why the cooperation between the 2 favored beasts had progressed so quickly. Soon Lin Sheng arrived in Hukun's villa, and at that moment, those 4 people were already inside. Both of your pet beasts have reached the monarch level? Du Qianqiu was slightly surprised. Several people around them also looked over. How did you know? Lin Sheng was surprised, and this was equivalent to acknowledging what Du Qianqiu had said. The few people on the side immediately glared. To have 2 monarch-level favored beasts so quickly, you're considered to be at the top amongst the monarch-level royal beast masters. Indeed, with your strength you could totally go to a small base city and become a lord of one side as well. Listening to the crowd's complimentary words, Lin Sheng smiled awkwardly. Each and every one of these guys was probably a snake-like figure in their hometowns. Not to say that they were number 1, they could also be called the top 3. I'm afraid that as long as they went back once, all sorts of flattery would come to their doorsteps. Compared to these people, Lin Sheng's achievements today were nothing. Alright, I'm going to increase the intensity of my training for the next month. Lin Sheng, your 2 favored beasts are both attack-type favored beasts. so go head-to-head with Hu-kun between them. The other two. One of me against the two of you. Hearing Du Qianqiu's words, the two of them immediately looked bitter like Hu-kun and Lin Sheng. On the other hand, hemmed and hawed. After training with Du Qianqiu and being abused for over a month, it was finally their turn. A whole month followed. Apart from strengthening himself, Lin Sheng fought each other in the training hall with Hu-kun. Of course, Hu-kun naturally couldn't use his full strength, only using that disaster-level favored beast to spar with Lin Sheng, and without using his full strength. 3 days passed. Kid, your two favored beasts work well together. Under my bursting hurricane's attack, it actually managed to last for a minute. 10 days passed. Your strength has progressed quite quickly. With just my monarch-class pet beasts, they're definitely not a match for you, kid. Hu-kun was a little surprised at Lin Sheng's rate of progress, and so far, after more than 30 matches against each other, Lin Sheng hadn't won a single one. 20 days passed. Holy shit, I actually forced my explosive hurricane to use its skills. After the sparring match ended, Hu-kun was a bit confused. His explosive hurricane, being a catastrophe-class favored beast, had nearly fallen into a disadvantage when he fought against it with just his physical body. Even if both of Lin Sheng's favored beasts were able to use skills, this was a bit too outrageous, right? Especially that pet beast that looked like a small dragon. Every time it attacked, it hit the vitals, and it was able to keenly perceive the trajectory of his burst hurricane attack. It could be said that it was sharper and more cunning than any of the ferocious beasts in the wild that Hu-kun had encountered so far. Although its rank was only in the middle of the Monarch King stage, its combat power was already somewhat close to the disaster level. One must realize that there was a difference of 2 whole levels in between. The shock in Hu-kun's heart could be imagined. This kid, how come both of his favored beasts are just like the legendary dragons? Hu-kun couldn't help but shudder. No way. Can't fight this kid any longer. If a catastrophe-level favored beast couldn't even defeat 2 monarchs, at that time, wouldn't he, Hu-kun, be nailed to the pillar of shame of the Magic Capital Academy? In the future, when the students attended class, it would be the following situation. Teacher, do you mean that crossing the ranks is truly impossible? Of course it is possible. I knew there was a special case and then gotcha. Adding fuel to his fire, he said, I've had some urgent matters recently, so you'd better go and practice with Du Qianqiu. Hu-kun waved his hand, and then pulled his leg and ran. Looking at Hu-kun's distant figure, Lin Sheng scratched his head awkwardly, and at that moment, Du Qianqiu and the other 2 members were rushing towards this place. I wonder how Hu-kun and the 2 of them are doing with their training. I hope Hu-kun doesn't abuse them too hard. After all, there's a difference of 2 levels between the 2 of them. A few people talked as they walked. Du Qianqiu, on the other hand, was looking straight ahead, and at that moment, Hu-kun, coincidentally, slipped out of the grounds of the tournament. Isn't that brother Hu? The 2 men's eyes lit up. They directly called Hu-kun out. How's it going? Hu-kun, how's the training going for the 2 of you with Lin Sheng? Did you abuse people too hard and don't want to train with you? After all, Hu-kun was the #1 attacker in the Magic Capital Academy. It was only natural that a monarch level couldn't withstand it. Chapter 92, The Ancient City of Kirin, the competition field. Hu-kun, why don't you look good? The 2 looked at Hu-kun's face, which was suffocated like a pig's liver. Hearing the words of the crowd, Hu-kun hurriedly waved his hand. It's not bad. It's a good seedling. You still need to say that? That's right. Who doesn't know that Lin Sheng is a good seedling in our Magic Capital Academy now? The 2 blinked their eyes. With Lin Sheng's talent, but he had the hope of becoming an emperor-level Imperial Beastmaster. There was nothing to say about that aspect of talent. Alright, I'm asking about the training process. How is his battle sense? These words were asked by Du Qianqiu. Hu-kun only had to be honest. Very strong like a monster. Hearing these words, the duo behind Du Qianqiu looked at each other. Strong like a monster? The fact that these words could come out of Hu-kun's mouth already proved the gold content of Lin Sheng. After all, Hu-kun was considered a top genius in the Magic Capital Academy. Yet to be praised so much by such a genius, it was enough to speak volumes. You didn't come out because you couldn't beat him, did you? Who? Nonsense what? I haven't lost yet, okay? What are you panicking about if you haven't lost? You get the hell out of here. Hu-kun waved his hand. The 2 of them, however, were getting more and more curious. Was Lin Sheng's strength really that outrageous? Had Hu-kun, who was known as the #1 attacker in the Magic Capital Academy, been dumbfounded by the training? Soon, the 4 of them arrived in front of Lin Sheng. When they saw Lin Sheng's 2 favored beasts, they couldn't help but hold their breath. Antlers and eagle eyes. Why does this favored beast look so much like a dragon? There's also the one next to it that resembles the reptilian species of dragons from Western legends. It seems like the bloodline is even purer than Naiad's. The duo's hearts grew hairier and hairier. Dragons were legendary beings. No matter what, they were at the top of the food chain in the legends. After all, it was a creature that had accumulated the strongest abilities of all creatures. What other beasts could do, dragons could do. What other beasts can't do, dragons can do. But what did not exist in the world could not come to reality. However, the two still somewhat couldn't help but ask, Lin Sheng, are you sure this favored beast of yours isn't a dragon? Hearing this, Lin Sheng looked towards Little White and then touched Little White's forehead. Being touched by the dragon's horn in public, Little White was immediately a bit shy. It was fine to touch it in private. Touching it outside was also too much of a disgrace to the dragon. Right? Barely, right? But soon it will be, Lin Sheng said with a smile. The two of them then looked at the figures of Lin Sheng and Little White and nodded silently. I think so. Even if it's not a dragon, it's probably almost like a dragon. What's similar to a dragon? Legendary creatures can never be just this strong. Du Qianqiu suddenly spoke. But this favored beast of Lin Sheng is indeed strong enough. And I'm only talking about comparing it to legendary creatures. And the large space we went to this time. The people there have an extremely strong belief in legendary creatures. The people there? Lin Sheng was a little confused. And naturally, Du Qianqiu could see it. She had come here to explain these things to Lin Sheng. Large secret spaces appeared all over the world all of a sudden. And in those ancient times, there were some humans who then settled among those large spaces and rarely came to the main world, Blue Star. It was like this, Lin Sheng suddenly realized. And the large secret space we're going to this time has already been determined. It's the result obtained by the Global Imperial Beast Association. After discussing with the owner of that secret space, the Kirin space world, the people of that space believe in an imaginary divine beast that is rumored to be able to bring auspicious omens with its feet on auspicious clouds. I've heard of it. It's a faith that's no weaker than a divine dragon. It's just that compared to dragons, those who believe in the Kirin are ultimately a minority. Hu Kun had obviously heard of this matter as well. And hearing this, Lin Sheng's heart snapped. Wasn't the divine beast of the Kirin the very beast he wanted to evolve? Unexpectedly, this world even had records of such a divine beast like the Kirin, and had a clear belief in it. Perhaps Lin Sheng would be able to find a favored beast in this world that was suitable to evolve into a Kirin divine beast. In 10 days we will enter that world, and the rules will be revealed at that time. Prepare yourself for the rest of the time. I'm afraid we'll have to stay in that large space for a long time. Du Qianqiu gazed at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng then nodded in response. He naturally knew all of this. The last time the two great academies fought, there was no telling how many monarch-level ferocious beasts had died. Even though it was a fight between the academies, the volume of each of them was no weaker than some great decisions. It was even possible to end a disaster-level beast nest that was about to destroy a small base city in a single fight. This was also why the country didn't put a stop to it. Being able to hunt ferocious beasts was good no matter what. And at this moment, the 5 major academies were all making moves. In the Imperial Capital Academy. Well, do you have confidence? I heard that the newborn chief of the Magic Capital Academy's strength can't be underestimated. A bald scholar-like person opened his mouth to the somewhat stinging-looking teenager sitting on the ground. And that teenager is just a thought movement. An invisible black gas will spread towards the surrounding. Its shoulders were even crawling with countless poisonous insects. Is that so? I've heard that his favored beast has a dragon stance. And as a dragon slayer, I wish that he really does have a dragon stance. The poisonous insects on that teenager's body were collected back again. The bald scholar smiled. Quite confident. That chief student of the Devil's Capital Academy was in full swing nowadays. If they could really slaughter that giant dragon, their Imperial Capital Academy would always hold down the Devil's Capital. It would even truly become the #1 academy in the Dragon Kingdom. How are you prepared? Lin Ning suddenly spoke out and said to Du Ning, who was at the side. Hearing this, Du Ning instantly nodded honestly. Ready. To be honest, her feelings towards this senior of hers were still quite complicated. On one hand, it was because Lin Ning was Lin Sheng's sister. On the other hand, it was because the personality gap between the two was also too great. These 4 words should have been the first words Lin Ning said to Du Ning this week. That's good. Your strength is good. You might be able to get a lot of resources. Of course, my brother's strength is also good as all. Lin Sheng is indeed quite strong. Du Ning opened her mouth to concur. On the other hand, the corner of Lin Ming's mouth was slightly hooked up. For Lin Ming, this tournament was a tournament to take her brother back. When the time came, Lin Sheng would be firmly bound to herself, and would definitely not let him take half a step away from her again. Just thinking about it made me happy. Soon, the final time passed. It came to the 6-month deadline. Chapter 93, Cruel Small World, Rules of the Competition. And at the same time, On the day the competition started, the Devil Capital Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy, Imperial Beast Masters who possess 2 favored beasts at the Monarch level or above were given the qualifications to compete. 29 people from the Magic Capital versus 33 people from the Imperial Capital. This match actually started the moment the schools opened. The process in between was nothing more than preparation for the match, and this match had gotten the attention of the entire nation. After all, it was a big thing that had never been seen before within the Dragon Kingdom. I remember more than 10 years ago the match between the 2 academies was still held outside our Pine City, killing all the surrounding ferocious beasts. And now the city is much less threatening and better developed than before. That was before. Nowadays the Magic Capital and Imperial Capital Academies are aiming for a bigger target than before. This time it's a large secret space. It's a pity that this match won't be broadcast live to the public. After engaging in it, look at the official clip video that came out. Definitely can't be broadcast to the public. In the future, these people are the pillars of my Dragon Kingdom. How can the information of the Imperial beasts be freely known to outsiders? Indeed, it's important to know that some of the ferocious beasts also have a high level of intelligence. Maybe there are ferocious beasts lurking amongst humans disguised as ordinary people? The discussion on the internet was very intense. After the list of participants was released, it stirred up a furor. My goodness, this Lin Sheng is just a freshman from the Magic City Academy, right? There's Du Ning, and this person called Pu Chang. It seems like they're all freshmen from the 2 universities. To be able to raise both of your favorite beasts to the Monarch level all in less than a year. This upgrading speed is a bit too outrageous. I know. Lin Sheng is the genius of our Yang City, #1 in the training program back then, but his opponent hasn't heard much about his name. The crowd's expectations for Lin Sheng were high. After all, Lin Sheng's popularity was much higher than the rest of the contestants, and his support would naturally rise with it. Similarly, a few of the veteran trainees, too, drew heated comments, especially the siblings Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. Even the internet had written novels for the duo. It was called Love for Each Other, and there were countless blades. There were still those that couldn't be posted online. The principals of the other academies, the people from the military, the director of the Dragon Beheading Bureau, and even a few Emperor-level Imperial Beastmasters were all gathered in the virtual conference room. What was playing on there was the image in another secret space. There is still a long time until that black dragon arrives here. These are the seedlings of our Dragon Kingdom. When we grow old and can't walk in the future, we'll rely on these little ones to protect the safety of my human race. Ha ha ha, you old immortal. You're over 700 years old this year, aren't you? The gazes of the crowd eagerly stared at the faces of one teenager after another in that image, thinking about when they were young. How could it be that they weren't just like these teenage girls, fighting with each other for their own academies? But this also prompted them, the geniuses, to have their own goals and directions of struggle. At the same time, on a large teleportation array in the center building of the Magic Capital, the 29 Royal Beast Masters of the Magic Capital Academy were all standing on that large teleportation array, looking around at some familiar and unfamiliar faces. Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel a little excited. These people around him, at least 9 of them were all catastrophe-level Royal Beast Masters, and Du Qianxiu, Hu Kun and the others beside Lin Sheng accounted for 4 of those spots. It was also one of the strongest groups in their Magic Capital Academy. The rules of this competition are simple. We'll count on points. Killing a Lord-class beast, 1 point. Killing a Monarch-class ferocious beast, 5 points. Killing a Catastrophe-class ferocious beast, according to level, 10, 20, and 30 points respectively. Killing an Emperor class, one can get 100 points. Hearing Tian Xian's words, the crowd on the high platform couldn't stop laughing. Killing an Emperor class? What kind of joke is this? If they encountered it, they should burn incense to their ancestors every day if they didn't get wiped out completely. Or not to mention them, everyone in that Qilin's secret realm space would have to play through. Of course, there is a more important rule. Tian Xian looked up at the crowd in front of him. Every day, you all must send out one person to fight a one-on-one battle with a student from the Imperial Capital Academy. If that person loses, then the points will go to the other person. This rule was extremely dangerous. It meant that one student would be eliminated every day. The details are explained in the embassy we set up in the secret realm. As Tian Xian opened the teleportation spell formation, a misty white fog emanated from the formation. In an instant of time, all the people present disappeared, and at the same time, it was the exact same scene in the Imperial Capital Academy. As soon as the crowd teleported over, a man dressed in strange clothes walked up to them. He looked at the crowd with a smile on his face. Welcome, honored guests of the main world, to Kirin City. This should be the natives of this space, right? Lin Sheng silently surveyed. Although the clothes on their bodies were a bit special, they weren't too far from reality. and the common language was also the same as theirs. After all, if they stayed in this space, even if they were able to be self-sufficient, it was impossible for them to not deal with the outside world at all. The city lord of Kirin City has reached an agreement with the owner of this secret space, a ferocious beast of the late disaster stage. The two sides do not fight each other, yet they also disregard the fights between their offspring. Hukun opened his mouth to explain. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, nodded silently, and without waiting for the crowd to speak, behind the man in the strange clothing, exactly 33 beautiful-looking local women walked out in style. They were dressed in flashy and strange clothes that were exceptionally attractive. Placed anywhere, they were considered to be the prettiest of the bunch. These are the maids of honor that I have prepared for all of you. You may make them as you wish, and will follow whatever orders you are given. The oddly dressed man smiled. Or of course they can be replaced with men. For the 33 people in front of him, he would have to serve them well. After all, their Kirin city lord was only a disaster-grade imperial beastmaster. And there were 9 disaster-grade imperial beastmasters in the crowd in front of him. The imperial beastmasters of the main world were completely incomparable to these small spaces of theirs. I'll leave first. Du Qianqiu's eyes leaked in undetectable disgust, and then she took up her white tender legs and left the place straight away. Hukun then smiled awkwardly. This space is not regulated by law, and you shouldn't look at the people here with the eyes of the main world, said Hukun, then continued. Lin Sheng, I don't care about others, but you mustn't fall for the trap, unless you want to be beaten the shit out of by Qianqiu. Chapter 94, Crisis Approaching. 2 monarchs dare to come and arrest me? I know. Do I look like that kind of person to you? Lin Sheng silently spoke. Soon, a Kirin city woman, who was around 1.70 meters in height, came to Lin Sheng's side. These girls had a white ribbon wrapped around their arms. Mr. Lin, I have been ordered by the city lord to serve you in all the daily routines of your visit here, so feel free to use me as you wish. You can just call me Xiaoyan. The girl bowed slightly. A hint of excitement was revealed on her face, assigning her to such a handsome-looking boy who also revealed stability. Such a boy was already rare. I remembered that not long ago there was a sister who was taken away by a main-worlder who came here. From then on, she was freed from her status as an inferior and removed the ribbon from her arm. Being able to serve people who came from the Lord's world was an opportunity for them as well, and it was heard that these people's status in the main world was also very honorable. Even the city lord had to take the initiative to receive them. It was even more so that the girls had some spring in their step and thought of many things for a while. I must serve well and not make a single mistake. Lin Sheng nodded. Please follow me. Xiaoyan led the way ahead and soon led the crowd to the middle of a palace. And in that palace, there was a middle-aged or elderly man with white hair sitting, his body revealing a hidden might. Some of the attendants below didn't dare to raise their heads to look. Ha ha ha, welcome all of you to our Kirin city. I've been waiting for you for a long time. When that middle-aged man saw the crowd in the academy, he immediately lost his previous aura. After all, he and the main world were kind of utilizing each other, letting the main world get a portion of the resources of this space, while the main world helped them clean up the ferocious beasts. With so many catastrophe-level imperial beast masters, the cleanup could be much faster. In this space, the area where the ferocious beasts live is directly north of the city. The strongest of them is an old wolf in the late disaster stage. It won't necessarily strike out at you guys, but you should be extremely careful. And the ring used by both of you to fight is constructed in the center of the main city. The middle-aged man kept on introducing. As he was leaving, he even complimented Lin Sheng and the others for staying. If you can stay in this space, I'll recognize you as my godson in the future and give you a vice city lord to do. It could be said that they had exhausted their methods in order to leave them behind. After all, they all had countless people pulling for them in the main world. However, the crowd did not pay any attention. Instead, they headed to the residential area that had been specially prepared for their magic capital academy, storing their belongings first. On the way back, Xiaoyan looked at the teenager beside her with a curious expression. Even the high and mighty city lord had to be retained like this. One must know that the deputy city lord is already equivalent to the same position as a prime minister in ancient times here. Don't covet this place too much. Some very talented disaster-grade imperial beastmasters ended up staying in the small space because they coveted the power here, and could hardly advance an inch in their lives. The catastrophe-grade imperial beastmasters who stayed here are nothing but cowardly people. Du Qianqiu's words were cold. Only these people of the small space would think of living in harmony with the ferocious beasts. The main world was never immortal. There was no second way to go. They also wouldn't trust their lives to the mercy of their enemies. Listening to Du Qianqiu's words, the few maids beside them suddenly shuddered. Goodness, was the city lord nothing more than a coward in the eyes of these people of the main world? But in their small space it was already an extremely powerful existence. It was simply greater than an emperor who could decide the life and death of the weak at will. For a while, a few people became more and more eager for the main world. It should be much safer than this space, right? After all, there was a legendary emperor-level imperial beast master. At the same time, in a barren land, Great Emperor, that aura is gone. It seems to have entered the middle of the rift. A strange bird with 9 different heads quaked strangely as it waved its wings. A rift? Yes, it's a catastrophe-level rift. The 9-headed strange bird continued. Then find a way to enter that rift. The Black Dragon King's scarlet pupils revealed a hint of coldness and tyranny. But with your body, if you forcefully enter the rift, it's very likely that you'll destroy it to the ground. The monster whose figure could not be seen from the side continued. 9 vultures, you go? You're at the emperor level now. How many heads will I chop off before you fall to the disaster level? Those scarlet pupils looked towards the 9-headed monster bird on the side. The monstrous bird was immediately covered in cold sweat. Gah, Great Emperor, I can enter it, but it will take some time. Very well, I'll wait for you for 2 months at most. If you haven't entered in 2 months, I'll chop off your head. Gah, I understand. The 9-headed strange bird was in a state of shock. When really, accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger. The Black Dragon King was considered a top-notch existence amongst their emperor class, and it had only just entered the emperor level. It was simply no match for the Black Dragon King. As the 9-headed monstrous bird's diamond-like head closed its eyes, it opened them again after a few seconds. The entrance is in that direction, and at the same time, in the large secret space, Devil Dew and the others had also set a goal to hunt the ferocious beast. On the first day, Hu Kun was sent out to fight the other side in single combat. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, went with the team to hunt ferocious beasts in the wild. With the previous experience, in just one day, Lin Sheng had hunted over 20 Lord class, 1 Monarch class. In total, he had gotten 25 points. It was even more points than some catastrophe class Imperial Beast Masters had hunted. Good fellow. No wonder people say you're a god of killing. No one is as good as you at hunting ferocious beasts. I reckon those ferocious beasts' legs and stomachs are trembling when they see you. Hu Kun silently lamented. That's not as strong as you. Didn't you eliminate the other party's disaster-level Imperial Beast Master today? Ha ha ha, each other. The two complimented each other. Time passed quickly. The first few days were fine. The Magic Capital and Imperial Capital did not interfere with each other. Later on, both sides started attacking each other while hunting ferocious beasts. There were even people who intentionally lurked in the grass in the wilderness, squatting on rival Imperial Beast Masters. The smell of gunpowder grew stronger and the battle became more and more intense. A wilderness. Snow Pale Wolf, catch him for me. Lin Sheng, hand over all the points you have in your hand and we'll spare you once more. The 2 Monarch-level Royal Beast Masters were in hot pursuit of Lin Sheng. However, they couldn't catch up no matter what. Shit, how did that black lizard run so fast? It was several times faster than his Snoatsong Wolf, which was known for its speed. Could it be that the Snoatsong Wolf couldn't even outrun a lizard with wings? Ha! Lin Sheng laughed on Little Spirit's back. The points he was holding in his hand right now were in the top 3 in this side of the Magic Capital, even more than some of the disaster-level Imperial Beast Masters. Getting those guys from the Imperial Capital to let themselves go was simply impossible. Alright, he was now a thorn in the other side's side, a thorn in the flesh. That was why he was ambushed in the wilderness. 2 monarchs dare to come and arrest me? It's too much to put me in your eyes. Lin Sheng's gaze was fixed. A lesson must be taught to this group of guys from the Imperial Capital. Chapter 95, Difference in Points. Chief of the Imperial Capital. Damn it, I really let him get away. The two of them were instantly a little sullen. In order to carry out this ambush plan, they had been guarding Lin Sheng's path of movement in the city for more than half a month. Right now, Lin Sheng had over 300 points in his hand. The two of them, on the other hand, had about 50 each. If they could snatch all of those 300 points, Magic City would be completely hopeless. The total score now. Imperial Capital 7130 points, Magic City 6200 points. Being able to get such a high number of points was also thanks to the singles match. In that single match, Lin Ming had eliminated 2 disaster-level Imperial Beastmasters one after the other. However, since then no one had been willing to accept Lin Ming's challenges. Yet just as the two were wondering where Lin Sheng had run off to, wow! A wave of clear water violently swept over from the side. A wave? How could there be waves on this shore? It made people violently startled. Not good. This is a skill. However, just as the two were planning to flee, in the midst of those rushing waves, a white dragon with snow-white scales fiercely sprang out. Roar! Little White fiercely roared at the two. The two were first stunned. Then they became enraged. A Monarch-class favored beast dared to deal with 2 of their Monarch-class Royal Beast Masters? One must know that the 2 of them had not just entered the Monarch rank. Rather, they each had 2 Monarch-level favored beasts. This behavior was simply defying them. Snow Pale Wolf. The two instantly summoned their other favored beast. In an instant, 4 monarch-favored beasts rose from the ground. That wave was as insignificant as a small stream in front of these 4 monarch-favored beasts. Roar! The 4 creatures attacked fiercely towards that white snake at the same time, and all of them used hardening skills and enhanced attack type skills. This time, no monarch-level creature could catch it. At this moment, the duo's faces were already showing a look of delight. As long as they could eliminate Lin Sheng, it would be a great achievement. They could share more resources after it was over. However, the next instant, rumble! Little White's body was violently covered with a thick layer of white skeletal armor. And on top of that white skeletal armor, an additional layer of extremely tyrannical and terrifying berserk thunder was added. Skeletal armor plus thunder dragon armor. These two thickened layers directly hardened the attacks of the 4 monarch-class creatures. Impossible! The two were instantly dumbfounded. The two of them's limbs endured an average combat power that was around pre-King, but when all of them were stacked up, the attacks they struck were already equivalent to late Monarch King or even peak Monarch King. How was it possible that they couldn't even leave a single bit of damage on him? It wasn't like this snake was a real dragon. However, they didn't wait for the two to continue to be surprised. Little White's dorsal fin gradually began to emerge with a purple light, and that purple light coalesced towards Little White's mouth. Whoosh! The black and dead purple light instantly jetted out. The ability of a catastrophe-level ferocious beast instantly shot off the arms of 3 monarchs, and then it even pierced a huge hole through the leg of another monarch. The 4 monarch-ranked creatures lost their fighting power in an instant. The 2 royal beast masters were also pale. A mouthful of blood spurted out violently. Cough. We lost. Although they still had some disbelief, the duo honestly handed over their points with pale faces. 4 monarch-level creatures. Together, they were almost equivalent to a peak monarch-level existence. Even if a real peak monarch king came, it wasn't like they couldn't fight. Yet in front of that white snake, it seemed so unbeatable. The eyes of the duo looking at that little white one grew more and more fearful. Not bad. Getting the points from these two. We've caught up a bit. There was a whole 1,000 plus points difference between the points with the Imperial Capital Academy. These two together had only made up a gap of just over 100 points. But there should still be plenty of opportunities after that. Because tomorrow morning, the crowd was planning to go to the mountains and forests to hunt disaster-level beasts. After all, a catastrophe-class beast was accompanied by a large number of monarch classes and countless lord classes. Soon, the news that Lin Sheng had eliminated 2 monarch-class imperial beasts from the imperial capital reached the imperial capital. The manpower was getting tighter and tighter now. Now 2 people had been eliminated at once, and both of them were monarchs amongst extremely strong players. In an instant, it caught the attention of the students in the Imperial Capital Academy. We have to make sure that we take this tournament 100% without any damage. Why don't we send someone to have a one-on-one duel with Lin Sheng tomorrow? A one-on-one duel? Who else in the Monarch class do you think can beat him? The crowd fell silent. It seemed like it was indeed the truth. Now both sides were down to just over 20 people. The 400 or so points in Lin Sheng's hand became precious. But there weren't any opponents in the Monarch level. Didn't that mean he was already invincible in the Monarch level? And I'm afraid that the other party wouldn't agree if they sent a disaster-level Royal Beastmaster to challenge him. After all, people weren't stupid. I'm afraid it's not realistic to want to go for another ambush. So I guess the other party will send disaster-level Imperial Beastmasters to follow him after noticing that they will be ambushed. Following beside him, the crowd did not panic. It was just that they were afraid that the strongest battle force amongst the Imperial capital wouldn't be willing to make a move. They had thought that Lin Ming's regard for the bond between siblings was definitely less important than honor and profit. But it was only now that they realized. In Lin Ming's heart, competition came second and friendship third. There was no need to say who came first, right? Yet just as the crowd was at a loss, I'll go. Suddenly there was a voice that came out from behind the crowd. Some people turned their heads. A bald youth was followed by a man covered in gloom. Lu Qing. The crowd was shocked in their hearts. That bald head was also one of the top 3 ranked powerhouses in their imperial capital. It was just that he didn't put up much of a fight. As for the gloomy man beside him, he was the new freshman chief of their Imperial Capital Academy. It was just that Lin Sheng's light was just too dazzling. The crowd nearly forgot about him. Are you really okay? The students of the Imperial Capital were still a bit uneasy. After all, Lin Sheng was in the limelight right now. No problem. Trust him. Lu Qing smiled faintly, and the crowd looked at each other and agreed with the decision. There was no harm in trying. What's more, Lu Qing was the top 3 in Imperial Capital points for several months in a row. There shouldn't be any problems if he believed in it. Soon after, they sent the invitation to the Mordor party for the sparring match. And when the people from the Magic Capital Academy saw that the other party was also a monarch-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, they were almost overjoyed. For a monarch rank to come and challenge Lin Sheng, isn't that giving away their heads? Don't say that either. Since he dares to come and challenge, he must have his own backbone. Even though they said that on their lips, they still had uncontrollable smiles on their faces. Wasn't this a delivery? And listening to the crowd's poisonous milk, Lin Sheng was also slightly embarrassed. After Little White had finished digesting all that energy, his rank had officially arrived at the intermediate level of a monarch king. It was no longer afraid of late monarch king imperial beasts, but I'm afraid that the people of the imperial capital weren't fools and were bound to have their own plans. The next day came quickly. This single match, which was Lin Sheng's turn, also arrived as promised. Chapter 96, Poisonous Insects. Intense poison has no effect? The ring in the center of Kirin City. At its highest, it could carry the attacks of a late catastrophe stage fierce beast. Today, the ring was pitted with a few sword marks. Those who could leave marks on it were the strongest in the two academies. And Kirin City secretly even opened a bet for this. Every time two people came here to duel, it would attract countless people to stop and watch. But today, surprisingly, aside from the people in Kirin City, even the academies had quite a few people come here. Mr. Lin, go for it. The maid at the side held her hands and said to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, smiled politely. This maiden inexplicably reminded him of Bai He. Every time before his own matches, there would always be such a voice. Is it about to start again? These people from the main world are really strong. Yeah, it feels like they can clear out all the ferocious beasts in that Coyote Mountain range anytime they want. Compared to the young generation of our Kirin City, they're simply more incompetent than the Kirin. The eyes of the men, women, and children below stared tightly at Lin Sheng, who was about to walk onto the stage. His looks and temperament were out of this world. Compared to their Kirin City peers, he really was a Kirin. And the young man who walked onto the stage from the opposite side of Lin Sheng was also good looking. He just looked a bit gloomy. Generally, strong imperial beast masters were not as bad looking as they could be. After all, the genes in his body had been altered, and Lin Sheng was even more durable the longer he grew. From being simply handsome in the past, to nowadays being easygoing with a hint of imperceptible sharpness. This was the temperament cultivated from years of killing. Lin Ming in the crowd looked at Lin Sheng's appearance. The corners of his mouth hooked up in relief. Pu Chang, I have the same amount of points as you in my hand right now. 419 points. The teenager smiled and spoke. Lin Sheng, I'm the same. As long as he won this one, he would be able to catch up with that big score. Looking at Lin Sheng in front of him, there was a hint of jealousy in Pu Chang's heart. Jealous of him, being able to have such a good sister. Even if he had fought 100 times to get to this position today, he could only look at that senior from afar. And now that senior, even after coming to the scene, his gaze had remained on Lin Sheng's face. But after this match is over, everything will change. The corner of Pu Chang's mouth hooked up slightly. He thought that it must be because of Lin Sheng's strength that Lin Ming was so valued. But now that his poisonous insect had evolved, it was impossible for any creature to carry his attacks. This was a match he was sure to win. If Lin Sheng knew, someone had finally recognized that he had earned everything by strength, there would probably be that much joy. As for being recognized by his sister, I can go to hell, as far away as possible. And at this moment, a large number of poisonous insects violently emerged from that Pu Chang's body. Each of my poisonous insects carries toxins that can harm different creatures. At the same monarch level, it's absolutely impossible for anyone to stop me. The poisonous insects rushed towards Lin Sheng in an overwhelming manner. The crowd below was dumbfounded. What kind of favored beast is this? It's a little too terrifying, isn't it? Feeding insects with one's body. If you want to contract this kind of imperial beast, you must cultivate it from a young age. The people in the two academies all changed their faces. The bald head of the imperial capital even had the corners of his mouth hooked up. Winning. The best way to defeat a poisonous insect imperial beast master was to launch an attack when he or she hadn't fully unleashed the poisonous insects. Concentrate these poisonous insects at one point and destroy them together. However now, look at this overwhelming number of poisonous insects. What are you going to destroy them with? After all, you are young. So what if your rank is inferior to yours? The important thing in a battle between imperial beastmasters is information. The two were confident. Lost? Du Qianqiu and the crowd silently spoke. Hu Kun also nodded. Of course it wasn't Lin Sheng who had lost. Rather, the other party had lost. After training with Lin Sheng for the past half a year or so, they had long known that Lin Sheng's favored beasts were not at all afraid of virulent poisons. Not to mention poison, even paralyzing attacks, mental attacks, and a series of other abnormal attacks were nearly ineffective. To use poisonous insects to deal with Lin Sheng's favored beasts, wasn't this sending them to their deaths? Let's go. Prepare to go to the Wild Wolf Mountain Range. Du Qianqiu closed his eyes and turned around. There was no suspense in this match, and the corner of that bald man's mouth hooked up when he saw Duchencio was leaving. In his opinion, what else could he do if he didn't leave in this desperate situation? And at this time, Lin Sheng's favored beast was also summoned. It wasn't that Lin Sheng didn't want to summon it was just that it was too early to be of much use. Roar! With a roar, a creature with a snow-white body that looked like a dragon appeared on the ground. The surrounding populace instantly covered their mouths and stared over with wide, unbelieving eyes. Is this a dragon? The shock in their hearts at this moment was beyond words. Even though it was Qilin City, they had heard of creatures like dragons. It was a legendary creature that was nearly the opposite of the Qilin in their hearts. Yet at this moment, such a creature had actually appeared in front of them? And it seems to be this youngster's imperial beast. It should be. It's just a resemblance, isn't it? This is too incredible. Not waiting for the crowd to be shocked down, Little White charged directly towards Pu Chang. Although Pu Chang froze for a moment, he moved quickly. The poisonous insects in the air had long since spread around and immediately began to block up Little White. Buzz buzz buzz. Countless poisonous insects vibrated their wings, shaking the surrounding air constantly. Pu Chang even summoned a second group of centipede-like favored beasts that appeared from the ground and began to stop it. Mao! But the next moment, a crawling giant dragon rushed up into the sky and violently fell downwards. The huge concussion generated directly shook all the centipedes on the ground. And at that moment, countless poisonous insects were already hanging from Little White's body. However, the poisonous insects spewed out such intense poison that they couldn't even penetrate the scales. How is it possible? These virulent poisons have no effect? Pu Chang's mind was shaken. However, it was already too late. Little White extended his claws and lifted him out of the air with one hand. Then he stretched out his right hand and went up with a big ear scratch. Splat! A crisp ringing sound resounded all around. Roar! I'm sorry for my quick hands. I wanted to choke. Xiao Bai was instantly a little embarrassed. Pu Chang was even more dumbfounded by the whip. The bald head below was also no longer as calm as before. With his mouth open, he looked at everything on the stage with some shock. It ended just like that? And it was killed in seconds. The key was why that poisonous insect had no effect. Even if it could carry 90% of the toxin, there was still 10% that could take effect. Is it possible that he could block 100% of the toxins? The bald guy didn't understand what was happening at all. Lu Qing, it's better to forget about it. The person you taught is no match for my brother. Lin Ning laughed as he passed by the bald man's side. Ha ha ha, good fight. The little spirit behind him laughed and clapped his hands. Previously, it had thought that Little White was obstinate, but now it did seem to have a few moments of its demeanor. Anyone who dared to go against them would just go straight for the kill. There was no need for mercy. Chapter 97, Fawn of the Coyote Mountains, Deep Valley Wall, TSK. The complicated patterns on these scales are exactly like the legendary Qilin Divine Beast. The crowd under the stage came forward, their gazes curiously looking over Little White's body. Little White immediately became a little unable to stand it and wanted to go to Lin Sheng's Imperial Beast Space. What are you afraid of? It's not like there's going to be a piece of meat missing if you take a look. Roar, roar. Listening to Little White's protests, Lin Sheng did not care about him at all. Instead, he was somewhat curious. If one wanted to believe in a certain divine beast, then it must have an archetype. Perhaps there was a creature similar to the Qilin Divine Beast in that Coyote Mountain range. Lin Sheng. Victory. Pu Chang is eliminated. A total of 419 points have been transferred, for a total of 838 points. Hearing this, Lin Sheng immediately felt joy in his heart. The point gap between the two sides had been drawn to around 900 in the past few days, plus his own 838 points from this coming and going. The situation on the Magic City side was now not as tense as before. Hearing this news, the faces of the students from the Magic Capital Academy below eased a bit, but the other side was obviously not as good looking. Let's go to the Wild Wolf Mountain Range. Suddenly Lin Ming, who hadn't said anything, silently spoke. The cadets of the academy immediately felt joy in their hearts. Finally, they were planning to make a move. No wonder they had been raising their spirits for the past few days. The people were also enthusiastic. The deaths of the ferocious beasts were certainly beneficial to them. Of course, the cadets of the Magic Capital Academy saw the Imperial Capital Academy, so naturally, they wouldn't miss it. Following closely, they left the city and arrived in that Coyote Mountain range. Remember not to separate too far in a while. Once you are attacked by the other party, immediately press the hand ring, Duchencio explained to the crowd. The dozen or so people left in the Magic Capital Academy also nodded. Every time they hunted and killed ferocious beasts in the wild, they needed to return to the city and confirm the number in points within the embassy. Only after killing enough ferocious beasts would they have a chance to surpass the Imperial Capital Academy. The Coyote Mountain Range covered an extremely wide area. Traveling through the mountains and forests, it was estimated that it would be difficult to stumble upon them for months. After Lin Sheng hunted and killed those beasts, he only left behind some specific parts to claim points. The rest were all absorbed and transformed into genes. Acquired Bloodtooth Wolf genetic lineage. Acquired the Jungle Tree Spirit gene lineage. Obtained the Bullhorn Rabbit gene bloodline. Lord-class beasts were rare in the jungle. Since there were no points for being below the Lord level, Lin Sheng quickly went deeper into the mountains. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to catch up in points at this rate of hunting. There were simply too few Lord-level ferocious beasts inside this mountain range, compared to the ones in the main world. They were simply a drop in the bucket. The ones at the monarch level and above had sniffed and hid. Even if one wanted to go hunting, it would be hard to find them. Just as Lin Sheng was at a loss while riding on Little Spirit. Yo dash. Suddenly a long deer sound came out. Little Spirit reacted quickly and immediately dashed wildly towards that hill. And just as it was about to approach, a white figure flashed away. It was a deer. It was about a meter tall. However, its body was white and translucent, emitting an incredible shimmering light. In an instant, it jumped into the canyon between the two mountain ranges. Run! The Little Spirit immediately chased after it. It was disturbed by the sight of such holy creatures. It was uncomfortable not to pollute and contaminate it. And as Lin Sheng and the others stepped into the middle of that canyon, the white deer seemed to look back at them and proceeded to run wildly towards the depths. Ha ha! You don't want to be chased by me, little guy. The Little Spirit laughed out loud. Lin Sheng tugged on its two dragon horns. Hurry up and chase it. Don't get weird here. Lin Sheng was slightly excited in his heart. The little Qilin was just something that should be nurtured from a young age. This creature looked very extraordinary. How could it be worse if it could survive in such a dangerous place? As Lin Sheng went deeper and deeper, the gap in that canyon grew larger and larger. It's foggy. A misty fog filled the surroundings. A huge beast claw suddenly stretched out from that mist. The Little Spirit was extremely fast and violently dodged. A wing sliced through, directly slicing off its head. Unicorn bloodline gene obtained. Unicorn gene acquired. Scared me. This kind of place would actually have Lord-level ferocious beasts. And as he went deeper and deeper, Lin Sheng became more and more alarmed, because there were more and more Lord-level ferocious beasts along the way. And these ferocious beasts were obviously harder to deal with than the ones outside. And their IQ was also a bit higher. They even encountered 3 monarch-level ferocious beasts in the middle of the journey, all of which were killed by Little White. The number of ferocious beasts in here is surprisingly much higher than outside. Lin Sheng was slightly pleased in his heart. It was in that case, it might really be possible to overtake the Imperial Capital Academy. But at the same time, it also aroused Lin Sheng's curiosity even more. That fawn had managed to enter such a dangerous place without dying. It was truly transcendent. Maybe this little deer, seeing that Lin Sheng had good talent, wanted to be his imperial beast? Be good and let your master ride it. Lin Sheng was inexplicably narcissistic, following Lin Sheng into it. The ferocious beasts within grew more and more ferocious, until finally, Lin Sheng encountered 3 monarch-class ferocious beasts on the path of death. The Tower Monster, the Crypt Worm, and the Icy Crow. The 3 monarch-level ferocious beasts were all in the late monarch stage. Even Little White and Little Spirit were only able to completely kill the 3 beasts after some desperate fighting. Gained the Tower's Monster bloodline gene. Acquired the Crypt Worm bloodline gene. Acquired the Cold Crow bloodline gene. The Creeping Skill gene. Acquired Ice Miles skill gene. At this time, Lin Sheng's points from killing the ferocious beasts had already reached several times the average value that the 2 academies could get each day. For this to go back to the base city, it should be able to easily surpass the Imperial Capital School. Lin Sheng extracted the corpses of the 3 massive ferocious beasts and gradually dissipated. Black flames ignited on the bodies of both favored beasts, quickly mending their injuries. Roar! Little White came to Lin Sheng's side and rubbed his forehead against Lin Sheng's body. Grabbing one of the dragon horns, Lin Sheng pressed Little White's head to the side and stared unseeingly at the wall in front of him. The picture on the wall was relatively simple and easy to understand. In a blood basin, the blood of countless creatures of different races from the blue planet were sacrificed, and then the gods descended the rewards. Sacrifices of different races of beings? This is a real-life secret treasure. Lin Sheng immediately understood in seconds. Back then, he had seen many such plots in books. The blood of countless creatures. Is there enough in Little White's body? After all, Little White's bloodline had accumulated the essence of countless lives. Lin Sheng took out a drop of blood from Little White, and then applied it on top of that wall. In an instant, that blood was absorbed by the wall in its entirety. And after that, rumble! The stone wall in front of him slowly cracked open a dark hole. Chapter 98, Colored Lindeer, the mysterious item in the hole. That cracked hole was very small. Lin Sheng could reach in with one arm. After confirming that there was no danger, Lin Sheng went deeper and took out the item inside. A piece of grass that was roughly a meter or so, with a white orb hanging from it. What is this thing? Lin Sheng couldn't recognize it. But to think that something that had to be obtained with the blood sacrifices of tens of thousands of creatures was bound to be no worse. More. Lin Sheng took another drop of blood from Little White, and then smeared it on that wall. Rumble. As expected, another hole opened up. This time, Lin Sheng did not hesitate to stick his hand into it, and in the time that followed, rumble, rumble, rumble. As Lin Sheng continued to sacrifice blood upwards, the hole opened up one after another. This one's not bad. There's actually something like a necklace. Why is this hole full of ash? How come the stuff inside is gone? It was unknown how many years this wall had stood here. Some of the items in the cave entrance had disappeared over the years. In just a few short minutes, Lin Sheng took out about 5 or so items in a common. 2 grasses that grew like lanterns. A clean white necklace that could be wrapped around his neck. A very sturdy iron box was taken out from each of the other 2 holes. But in actuality the box was very hard and it was unknown what material it was made of. And the rest of the holes were all covered in accumulated dust. How come there's no response even after smearing blood a few more times? Could it be that it's not enough? Lin Sheng's gaze went to the aggrieved Little White on the side. Looking at his master's gaze, Little White bit his lip. Roar. Master, come on. Little White is not afraid of pain. Hearing this, Lin Sheng's eyebrows twitched slightly. For this amount of blood, even if it was drawn from Lin Sheng's body, there wouldn't be any problems. Not to mention that Little White's body was so large that it could be compared to a dozen Lin Shengs put together. This really caused Lin Sheng some heartache. A few seconds passed. Splat! Lin Sheng slapped a bloody palm print on the wall. Whoosh! That blood was instantly absorbed cleanly. However, this time, it wasn't one of those small holes that opened, but a large hole in the center. The hole was large enough to accommodate several people to enter it. Woo-woo! On the side, Little White had an aggrieved look on his face. Little Spirit, on the other hand, was snickering there. Serves you right, let you be pampered. Yo yo yo! Suddenly a deer sound came out from that cave entrance. Lin Sheng and the 2 imperial beasts rushed in. A small deer with a shimmering body and white fur was pacing from side to side in the depths of the cave. Its eyes looked towards the cave entrance here from time to time. A little startled. Is it actually this deer that I got from sacrificing so much blood? Lin Sheng's eyes moved slightly, and then he was shocked by the stones and weeds underneath the feet of that little deer. Life stone. Dragon's beard grass. There are actually life stones in dragon's beard grass here. Lin Sheng was completely shocked. He had seen these 2 things before when he searched the internet. Both were items that were rare in the world. The preciousness of that life stone was many times higher than the thunderbolt stone. A life stone had once fetched a high price of $300 million in the outside world. And a single dragon's beard grass was also worth as much as 30 million. Now, what was piled up underneath the deer's feet was more than a life stone and a dragon's beard grass? Even Lin Sheng couldn't even hold it. Even the world's top tycoons weren't qualified to hold one. Wouldn't have the qualifications to hold a bundle of dragon's whiskers. The amount of life stones would be enough to pile up a toilet. But who would dare to build a toilet with life stones? These were all items that could raise the level of bearing life and provide life energy. Lin Sheng couldn't help but breathe heavily. Even a place to live is so extravagant. With his gaze, Lin Sheng looked towards the little deer in that corner. That little deer's gaze merely stared at Lin Sheng, and it did not panic or hide. It was because someone had informed it. When you open your eyes and see the first person, follow him. Instead, the little deer woke up early, left this stone cave, and saw many people. Now it didn't know what to do. And the human in front of it looked as if it was coming from a bad place, always smiling and staring at it. Colorful Lin Deer. Level, Pre-Lord. Talent, Skills, Hidden Shape. Life Growth. Open Cloud Field. Evolutionary Root, Light Lin Deer. Introduction, a being left in this space with extreme knowledge. Talent unknown? It was the first time Lin Sheng had seen a creature with unknown talent. Even at the Emperor level, this had never occurred. Extremely knowledgeable, it might be able to recognize those things I obtained. Lin Sheng said in his heart, come on, little deer, it's dangerous here, so it's better to follow me. Lin Sheng wore a smile on his face as he approached towards that colorful forest deer. And that colorful forest road did not resist. It actually really obediently walked to Lin Sheng's body. It seemed to be a bit more affectionate towards Little White. It's over. Another ancestor. Little Spirit rolled her eyes. While Little White was curiously looking at the little guy in front of him, Lin Sheng took this opportunity to collect those life stones on the ground along with the dragon beard grass. Why does it feel like this little deer kind of dislikes me? Lin Sheng suddenly felt that he was a little disgraced. Don't worry. Follow me and I'll let you eat and drink. Lin Sheng touched the colorful Lin Deer's forehead. The deer still didn't pay attention to him, but it didn't resist. It was reasonable to say that a living creature of this level should be able to speak on its own. It's probably because this little guy recognizes life and isn't too willing to talk. Lin Sheng didn't think much about it. His current level was not enough for him to contract a third pet beast. Might as well just bring it with him. Moreover, the priority right now was to return to the city and turn in the corpses of those ferocious beasts. He had been here for more than half a day. I'm afraid that the other people in the academy had already returned to Qilin City. At this time, within the Qilin City, in an embassy. Wow! The items in the bag were poured out. There were fierce beasts' linchpins, teeth, sharp horns, hides, and so on. In total, there are 2 monarch class, 1 mid-catastrophe class, and 32 lord class. Total points, 62 points. The total points for your Imperial Capital Academy is now 10. 700, 10. 200 for the Magic Capital Academy. Looking at the remains of so many powerful creatures, the staff was also inwardly shocked. The people of the main world were indeed exceedingly strong. In the past, if a monarch could be killed in a month, Kirin City would have to publicize it greatly. After getting this message, the crowd below was also excited. Boss's strike is just extraordinary. All of us combined have earned a total of over 200 points this time. If we hadn't been robbed of 400 points directly before, it would have been stabilized long ago. It's also fortunate that the boss has a keen sense of smell and found the lair of a catastrophe-class fierce beast. Ha ha ha. This time the group from the Magic Capital School will probably be burned out. Subsequently, as long as we hold steady, it'll be hard for them to turn the tables even if they find a disaster level. The crowd was excited. 500 points wasn't something you could catch up with just by thinking about it. Chapter 99, Crisis Approaching. Forced entry into space. I still have 133 points on hand, and with some of your scattered ones, the total is only 300 points. There's still more than 200 points to go before the gap of 500 points. Du Qianqiu bit his lips. Hu Kun and the others also stopped speaking. The atmosphere became a bit gloomy all of a sudden. Those 200 points seemed like a mountain pressing down on their spines. This was more than just a win or loss. Behind it were the 2 academies involved and who would be the number 1 academy in the Dragon Kingdom. The Mordor Academy had already failed in the last match. If it fails again, the entire academy would be knocked into a bottomless abyss, and it would be difficult to turn around again. Where's Lin Sheng? Why isn't he back yet? Du Qianqiu looked at the crowd. There was no sign of Lin Sheng. I don't know. His signal was cut off in the middle of the journey, and after searching for half a day I couldn't find anyone. The crowd shook their heads. There wasn't much worry about Lin Sheng's safety. The 2 monarch-favored beasts were enough to defend themselves in that jungle. It was just that trying to catch up on the points Lin Sheng had gotten was obviously unlikely. After all, even if you added the points in the hands of the crowd, there was still a difference of more than 200 points. What was the concept of over 200 points? One needed to hunt and kill 200 lord levels. 40 monarch class. This was simply impossible. 200 lord class creatures. In the main world, it was true that one could hunt enough in a day, but it wasn't that simple. And in the Coyote Mountain Range, there weren't that many lord classes for you to kill. And in the mountain ranges of the main world, there were often dozens of disaster levels entrenched. One day there would top out at over 100 kills. In the secret space, killing 30 or 40 heads a day was already quite a lot. The crowd still didn't know. Lin Sheng had encountered more lord levels in that canyon. It was more than what he usually bumped into in the main world for a few days. At this moment, in the middle of a wasteland area, a monstrous bird with a huge body, covered in hair with 9 different heads was using its body to prop open a space. The original ferocious beasts in this mountain range with a dozen or so disaster level lords had long since fled to who knows where. I've already sealed 5 heads, and I can't actually enter that lord's space. The 9-headed monstrous bird became a little anxious. The deadline of 2 months was about to arrive. It could only enter that space with the energy of the last 3 heads. That was also completely enough. Even if the power was suppressed at the peak of the catastrophe class, it was still far from being able to deal with those catastrophe-class ferocious beasts. In the next instant, the energy of that strange bird's 6th head continuously decayed, and at this moment, in the Qilin space, the depths of the Coyote Mountain Range, a huge mass of snowball-like monster-like creatures was prostrate next to a small mountain. If you look carefully, you can see that this is a wolf-like creature. Only the hair on its body, the eyes, limbs and eyes are covered up. It looks like a white mass. Around this ball, there were several pre-disaster level ferocious beasts surrounding it. They were looking at the white mass in the center with fear and trepidation. However, as if the white mass had encountered a great fear, its body couldn't stop trembling. In its thick hair, 2 turbid and old eyes were revealed, staring tightly at a certain place in the sky. Fear, a feeling of impending catastrophe. Even when he had faced the siege of several catastrophe-level ferocious beasts back then, He had never had this feeling. It was a fear that bordered on despair, an arm's length away from death. But the ferocious beasts around it that were merely in the pre-catastrophe stage obviously couldn't feel this fear, because this invasion was aimed at the owner of this space. That white mass. Lin Sheng is back. Hu Kun's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Sheng's figure. When Du Qianqiu heard this, he couldn't help but relax a little inside as well. Relying on Lin Sheng's speed in hunting ferocious beasts, he might be able to catch up a bit. After all, amongst all of them, it was Lin Sheng's favored beast that had the keenest sense of the scent of ferocious beasts. What is this? Where did you find a deer? Preparing to treat us to a venison feast? The grade isn't low. It doesn't look like a meat deer. It's quite watery looking. Such appearance is considered superior among those deer. The crowd stared somewhat doubtfully at the milky white deer beside Lin Sheng. I caught it from the wild, and I plan to contract it as my third pet beast, Lin Sheng explained to the crowd. A third one? That's right. With your strength it's only a matter of time before you enter the catastrophe level. Cultivating it in advance is the right choice. Then it can't be so hasty, finding a random one in the wild and planning to contract it? And this pet beast doesn't look like a breed on my blue star. It's probably in this secret space. But the highest talent in the secret space is just at the disaster level. The mother talent of a ferocious beast had reached the disaster level. It didn't mean that its offspring could also reach the disaster level. After all, its mother also evolved by devouring the flesh and blood of other fierce beasts. But the point was with Lin Sheng's talent today. Why would it be so As long as he said something, I'm afraid that there would be countless people who would send him gifted cubs at the peak of the catastrophe level. Who wouldn't covet a cub of this caliber? The seniors of the Devil's Capital Academy continued to give Lin Sheng advice. Lin Sheng had no choice but to oblige for the time being. However, the concern of these seniors still gave Lin Sheng some warmth in his heart. Alright Lin Sheng, you've been out the longest. You should have gotten a lot of points on you, right? Du Qianqiu stared at Lin Sheng's face with both eyes glowing. The crowd also looked over expectantly. As long as Lin Sheng could get enough points, it wasn't as if they were completely without a chance of surpassing the Imperial Capital Academy. I found a canyon that's overflowing with life energy, and the number of ferocious beasts staying there is very high, Lin Sheng said honestly. And this very large number was already a very conservative description. It was literally one lord at 10 steps. In the end, he even encountered 3 fierce beasts in the late monarch stage. The points obtained from these 3 late-stage monarch beasts alone amounted to 15 points, not to mention the rest of the pre-master king and a large number of lords in the middle of the journey. Hearing this, the crowd all looked at each other. So the chances were much better. It wasn't completely out of the question to follow up with some luck. Lin Sheng, you usually get 30 to 40 points a day going out. How can you say 70 to 80 this time? The crowd boldly guessed. 70 or 80? I don't think you should harbor such illusions. 70 to 80 points. But you have to hunt 70 to 80 lord-class ones. Hu Kun shook his head. One should not be too greedy. I'll just say a number. 50 or not. Hu Kun stretched out 5 fingers. The remaining few people on the side were instantly confused. You're laughing at 50 steps. Luckily, they had just thought that Hu Kun was somewhat pragmatic. Actually, Lin Sheng was not too clear in his mind. But what is certain is that it's definitely more than 70 or 80. After all, a monarch-level ferocious beast led 1030 lords under it. Wow! Lin Sheng poured out those remains from the Imperial Beast space. Chapter 100 Points Rebound. An Imperial-level fierce beast attacking? Piece after piece of fierce beast remains dumped onto the ground with a crisp ringing sound, like large pearls falling from a jade disc. It was continuous. It wasn't until they were piled up on the ground as high as a small mountain that they stopped. The students of the Magic City Academy, who had originally looked at Lin Sheng with a calm and expectant gaze, the anticipation in their eyes gradually transformed into shock. So many. Hu Kun was startled. It doesn't look like it was taken from a ferocious beast. The corner of Du Qianqiu's mouth was also slightly hooked. It always felt that Lin Sheng must have gotten a lot of benefits from not returning for such a long time. Otherwise, how could he have gotten him to take the risk? But he didn't expect that the hunt had obtained the remains of so many ferocious beasts. From the aura emanating from those remains, one could sense that there were quite a few that were at the monarch level. A single monarch level remains would earn 5 points. So many piled up together. Thinking about this, the crowd couldn't help but feel slightly excited in their hearts. And the person in charge of acceptance was stunned. It was the first time someone had sent so many at once. A few minutes later, there are a total of 23 monarchs and 190 lord classes, a total of 305 points. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air when these words came out. My goodness, 23 monarch class. This was enough to match the amount they had gone out to hunt for several days. It was normal for Lin Sheng to be able to kill so many monarchs. After all, an ordinary monarch king wouldn't be able to block a single attack from that white snake. A mid-monarch king was just barely enough. But where did he find so many monarch-level ferocious beasts? Ha ha ha, you really gave us a surprise. I think the faces of those people in the imperial capital are going to turn white with fear. The newcomers are still looking at their faces. The old men went to look at their lips a long time ago. We were only 200 points short, but now we've gotten 305. And we've pressed the other team by more than 100 points. It won't take more than a few days for this competition to come to an end. Leading this 100 points won't be so good to surpass. The people from the Magic Capital Academy looked at each other and laughed. Lin Sheng definitely took a lot of credit for this. The earlier you're eliminated, the fewer points you get, then the fewer rewards you get to share afterward. Lin Sheng, you grabbed so many points. If you can hold out until the end, you'll definitely be able to share a large amount of resources. Hukun laughed and patted Lin Sheng's shoulder. It was truly coveted. Maybe Lin Sheng would even be able to obtain certain single secret spaces. If it was unexplored, the rewards in it would be even more generous, because no one knew what was left inside that secret space. But the crowd was not jealous. This was all what Lin Sheng deserved. At this moment, in the direction of the Imperial Capital Academy, there were two people staring intently at that points screen. Ha. A whole 200 points. The group from the Magic Capital is probably busy right now, right? That's true. As long as we carry on for the last few days and hold on, it'll be our turn to soar. How many resources do you think Senior Lin Ming will get? She's the one who made the most effort this time. A person turned his head towards the trainee on the side and inquired. However, at this moment, the other person did not respond to him. Instead, his entire body froze in place, staring intently at the points comparison screen in front of him. Crap! This person was instantly somewhat puzzled and also turned his head to look over. And in an instant, a shocked look emerged in his eyes, and then wiped his eyes with both hands. He was immediately stunned. Imperial Capital Academy 10700, Magic Capital Academy 10805, being overtaken, and it had been surpassed by a full 100 plus points. Crap, didn't the Mordor group all go back? At most, they only missed that one or two people. No good, we have to hurry and tell them about this. The duo's lips turned pale as they rolled and crawled away from the embassy. 10 minutes later. What did you say? Really? It can't be. The crowd from the Imperial Capital Academy gathered together with some disbelief in their eyes. It was reasonable to say that only Lin Sheng hadn't returned to the city with those people. But how could Lin Sheng, he alone, hunt the ferocious beasts and get so many points? There was panic in the hearts of the crowd. It was also at this moment, a violent vibration violently emanated from the sky above the space. Feeling this vibration, the crowd in the two academies were stunned before they quickly rushed out of the room and looked towards the sky. Not only the crowds in the two academies, the people in the cities, the ferocious beasts lurking in the forests, and the city lord of Kirin City all looked towards the sky. This vibration represented that this space had suffered an attack from an external object. There were creatures far above the carrying limit of this space that wanted to enter the space, but the owner of this space was a ferocious beast at the top of the catastrophe level. Could it be the Emperor class? The Kirin City lord's face was covered in disbelief. Why would an Emperor-class creature come to this small space of his? There wasn't anything here that an Emperor-level creature would want to roar. In the mountain forest, the Wolf King, whose body was covered in thick white fur, roared and roared towards the sky. It seemed to be venting its heart's dissatisfaction and anger towards the intruder. However, the other party ignored it and was still shaking this space. The impacts were repeated over and over again. It caused a glass-like crack to appear in the sky. Finally, after a few seconds had passed, boom! A violent tremor spread out. The huge nine-headed monster bird that was so large that it was almost probing into the clouds, fell down from that mid-air. The 9 heads of that monstrous bird were all different, but 6 of them were unable to move. Gah! The monstrous bird let out a delighted and pleasurable cry. The eyes immediately locked onto the owner of this space, and while the old wolf with snow-white fur was about to resist, one of the strange bird's heads instantly scurried down. Pooh! This heavy blow directly pecked out a large hole in its body. It was trying to snatch its Space Lord status, and only then could it restore its strength to the Emperor level. But this white wolf with thick fur was clearly not one to be messed with either. Several pre-disaster ferocious beasts beside it joined forces and attacked together towards the 9-headed strange bird. The roars and terrifying aura of the ferocious beasts constantly emanated from the mountains. The people in the city were all scared pale. Even that 9-headed monster bird had a crystal-like head that looked towards the town as it dueled. Gah! Found it! In that instant, Lin Sheng was in great trouble. It was as if he felt like he had locked gazes with the other party. Even the little spirit in the Imperial Beast space felt a shudder from the depths of its soul. This was the uncontrollable reaction of being stared at by a creature of a level far higher than one's own. The entire city was suddenly in chaos. A few minutes later, The people in the space all gathered at the city lord. Everyone, if you can't stop that ferocious beast, it's better to run. Once it gets the status of a lord, then this space will also naturally rise to the imperial level, and no one will be able to leave at that time. The Kirin city lord's face paled. After all, this Qilin city was his ancestors' heart and soul for many years. Giving it up just like that was hard on his heart. Can't leave. A cold voice came out from beside Lin Sheng. Chapter 101 Crisis, Targeted Spatial Lock. Lin Sheng, come here. Lin Ming, who was standing in the crowd, frowned slightly. A voice as beautiful as a silver bell was spat out from her mouth. However, at this moment, Lin Sheng was staring at the fawn beside him. I only follow my brother. Not to mention, why do you need to deal with it? As long as you give the order, everyone in Qilin City will be teleported out, right? Lin Ming calmly looked at the Kirin City Lord. Du Qianqiu did the same. Mid-catastrophe and peak catastrophe. That was a difference of 2 whole major levels in between. To kill such a creature, the 7 of them alone were definitely not enough. Lin Ming also didn't want Lin Sheng to lose his sister at a young age. Cold sweat ran down the Qilin City Lord's head. Obviously the little scheme he was playing in his mind had been discovered. It was also at this moment that a silhouette ran to the side of the Qilin City Lord. Lord City Lord, the highest decision-making level of the Dragon Kingdom Imperial Beastmaster Association requests that you immediately open the channel now and teleport all the students in the 2 academies. Once any student has an accident. This silhouette was somewhat anxious to speak. The Qilin City Lord was even more startled. The highest decision-making level of the Imperial Beastmaster Association. That was a meeting that could only be composed of Imperial Beastmasters. How could he dare to disobey an order given to him by such a high level? Everyone, you'd better leave this space first. With that, the Qilin City Lord did not hesitate to open a portal beside the crowd. He had signed a contract with the ferocious beasts in this space and had certain rights. Although the crowd from the Imperial Capital Academy was a bit unwilling, they still entered that portal one by one. Compared to points, it was still their own lives that were more important. What's more, even if they stayed here, the gap of 100 points would never be made up, and along with one silhouette after another leaving, it was finally Lin Sheng's turn. Let's go. Lin Sheng shook his head inside. It was just pitiful for this Qilin city. One did not have much to lose. However, the moment Lin Sheng took a step into it, a fluctuation in the space door suddenly bounced him back. What's going on? Lin Sheng looked at the space for a moment in dismay. After a few more attempts, he was still unable to enter. Even the Qilin City Master was dumbfounded. Wait, I'll open another one for you. However, no matter if it was round, square, flat, or any shape of teleportation port, Lin Sheng was unable to pass through any of them. As time passed, the Kirin City Lord looked more and more anxious. The sense of crisis in Lin Sheng's heart also grew heavier. From time to time, violent beast roars came from outside the city behind him. If this continued, once that ferocious beast grew to the emperor level, it would be over. Master, you'd better hand me over. The little spirit in the imperial beast space suddenly spoke quietly. It could sense that the ferocious beast was rushing towards it. No way. Lin Sheng spoke decisively. Don't mention such things again in the future. Hearing its master's words, the little spirit immediately felt a surge of emotion in its heart. Damn it! Why are you so good to me? I'll be dead even if I hand you over. Do you think your parents will let me go? Xiao Ling's heart was instantly broken, and Lin Sheng is more directly looked at the side of the deer. Why didn't you say earlier that it was me who couldn't get out alone? Hearing Lin Sheng's words, little deer blinked. After all, by common sense, Lin Sheng should be considered the first person he saw with his eyes open. Not helping was indeed a bit. If you had said that earlier, wouldn't I have been able to leave the others behind a piece to save me? Lin Sheng was speechless. Wouldn't relying on him as a monarch-level beastmaster now just be waiting to die? By then, the entire city would have run out. Hearing this, Fawn froze. It's not a matter of not having enough, is it? You can hide in my house first. Fawn opened her mouth. That voice was ethereal and elegant, unable to hear a man or woman. Go! Lin Sheng's eyes lit up as he got up and walked directly towards the outside of the city. The Qilin City Lord who had been listening from the side was confused. Leaving just like that? Outside the city. Summon the parasitic spirit. That can isolate perception. Fawn spoke again. Even the parasitic spirit knew that. Lin Sheng was taken aback. The breath is gone. The 9-headed strange bird stopped moving. The 3 heads looked desperately towards the surroundings. How could it? At this point in time, space had long since been locked up by it, and there was no way that kid could have gotten out. Once a disaster-level skill locked onto someone, it could never be eliminated without it sensing it. But now that human's aura had really disappeared all of a sudden. For a moment the 9-headed monster bird became berserk. This space that was seized was still a secondary task. The primary mission was to retrieve the Black Dragon King's heir. However, with its suppressed strength, it was difficult to separate the winners from the losers in a short period of time. Damn it, this old wolf is hiding its strength. While the nine-headed monster bird was being pinned down by several catastrophe-level ferocious beasts, the old wolf with white fur all over its body also developed greed in its heart. Emperor-level blood. If he could take this opportunity to kill it, he himself would be able to step into the emperor level as well. And at the same time, outside the door of that stone cave, with the arrival of Little Deer, that stone cave slowly caved in. Don't worry, even the Black Dragon King can't penetrate here, Little Deer said slowly. Still know about the Black Dragon King? Lin Sheng was surprised at the defense power of this stone cave, but at the same time, he was also a little curious that Little Deer knew quite a lot. Of course, the Black Dragon obtained an ancient relic to evolve to the top of the creature. Fawn's words were calm. Ancient relics? What could make a creature evolve to the top of the food chain? Didn't you get it there? Fawn gave him a look. You mean the ones in those stone caves? Lin Sheng's heart was pounding. He didn't realize that those things were the cause of the Black Dragon King's birth. The Black Dragon King was already strong to such an extent that it had few rivals amongst the Emperor class, but it was so powerful that it was only because of those few plants? And now Lin Sheng had such a thing on his body. And there was more than one plant. Don't be too happy. That's not one thing, there are higher and lower values, the deer said as it burrowed into the cave. Lin Sheng was like being poured cold water. It was also, but it wasn't bad. After all, it was taken for nothing. Rumble. As the crowd entered, the door to the stone cave closed in response. Chapter 102 Supreme Association's Reaction. The Emperor Hunting Plan. Little Deer. Where are you, dear? Lin Sheng was in the stone cave, striking a glowing stone for illumination. He had once not believed in aliens. However, he had also heard that some classified documents had leaked out the existence of aliens. In ancient times, there had also been people who had photographed huge remains in the deep space of the universe, but it was all dismissed as hype during that period. Thinking about it, the universe was so big, who could be sure that they were the only life in this world? I am the blue star, dear. The deer directly shattered Lin Sheng's fantasies. Then let me take a look at this hole of yours and see if there are any treasures left for you. Lin Sheng's two favored beasts rummaged around in the fawn's hole. The white fawn looked at the one man and two dragons, and was once again silent. And at this time in the outside world, in a supreme conference hall, a silhouette was being projected, standing straight and reporting information to the crowd in front of him. This was caused by nervousness. Right now he was facing several imperial beast masters with the highest strength in the Dragon Kingdom. The people in Kirin City have now moved to the base city we recaptured earlier. The trainees in the two university campuses have all been transferred back as well, and no one has suffered any casualties yet. Hearing this news, the crowd sighed in relief. To be honest, they were really startled when they saw that nine-headed strange bird in the surveillance. Nine-headed blazing sun bird. It had just become an emperor for less than 100 years. It was considered to be in the younger generation amongst the emperor-level ferocious beasts, but its strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Especially his 9 heads, each with their own different strange functions and realizations, were particularly difficult to deal with. I didn't expect that the Black Dragon didn't come and encountered the 9-headed blazing sunbird first. This is an opportunity. This 9-headed blazing sunbird has just been promoted to the emperor level not long ago. When it completely transforms this space, we'll enter together to kill it. It's just that I don't know why this 9-headed blazing sunbird, being at the emperor level, is traveling to that space? It can't be because of Lin Sheng's favored beast. What pet beast? Hearing the words of the director of the Dragon Beheading Bureau, the two freshly arrived emperor-level imperial beastmasters present wondered. Apparently there were others among them who didn't know about it. The cub of the Black Dragon Nayak, which fell into the hands of those people from the disaster-severing organization by mistake, has now become Lin Sheng's second pet beast. What? An emperor-level cub has been contracted? After the surprise, there was ecstasy. Some of the emperor-level imperial beastmasters they were present. Their strongest pet beasts back then were only at the disaster level. It was only after devouring countless heavenly treasures and ferocious beasts that they broke through the boundaries and forcefully elevated to the emperor level. Those who were able to directly contract an emperor-level imperial beast were in the minority. Now that someone could directly contract an emperor level, it was almost certain that he would become an emperor imperial beast master in the future. The catastrophe level was maintained at 100, but in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there hasn't been an emperor-class imperial beast master in how many years? And it was still the Black Dragon Nayak, an existence that was extremely strong even amongst the emperors. How could the hearts of the crowd not be excited when they received this news? But this has also brought us a lot of trouble. An imperial beast master in the broken disaster organization opened his mouth to spit. However, What surfaced on his face was elation. It had been a long time since he had moved his muscles. It just so happened that he also had a successor. So why not have a great time? Just as the top management of the Dragon Kingdom was preparing to hunt the Emperor, in the Magic Capital Academy, the students had just been immersed in the joy of winning this competition. With that, they received an extremely bad news. Lin Sheng didn't come back? Du Qianqiu frowned, looking around the crowd again. Yes, it's been half an hour and there's still no sign of him. Beads of sweat oozed from Hu Kun's forehead. I should have known to let Lin Sheng come out first. Now that the city lord of that space Qilin city had slipped away, how could they go back and still come out? They were at a loss. Just at this moment, a piercing phone call, out of place, hit the Magic Capital Academy. It's Lin Ming calling. Chen Dagger and the crowd glanced at each other. Can't tell her. Du Qianqiu spoke in a hurry? In her heart, she knew just how much Lin Ming valued her brother. Once she was made aware of this matter, she would absolutely go back to that space again without a second thought. If they really let her go back, things would become more and more troublesome. I understand. Chen Dao also tapped the connect button. Since this matter was already unstoppable, there was no need to make one more person nervous. Has my brother returned? The voice on the other side of the phone revealed a hint of anxiety in its calmness. Back. But he's a bit tired and went back to sleep first. After all, he killed so many ferocious beasts in one day. Chen Dagger said with a smile. The lie was woven seamlessly. Really? I said why didn't he answer when I called? Lin Ming's voice was relieved. Mr. Chen, please help tell him to take an early rest. Beep dash. The phone hung up. However, the faces of Chen Dagger and the others did not look good. It could be hidden for a while, but not for a lifetime. I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for the news that Lin Sheng hadn't returned to spread all over the city. I must tell the principal about this. Chen Dagger turned around and left the place. Only the principal of Magic City was qualified to say that Lin Sheng would be rescued. Roar! Gah! Stupid pig! Hide away from me if you don't want to die. A bright red head of the 9 vultures spewed out flames. The flames turned into lava and instantly burned off the arm of a catastrophe-class ferocious beast. Their entire group of 5 catastrophe-class ferocious beasts were now surrounded by the 9-headed blazing sunbird, but they were caught in a passive situation. On the other hand, that 9-headed blazing sunbird appeared to be relaxed and at ease. A pair of scarlet and terrifying eyes continuously probed towards the surroundings. Where the hell is he hiding? My spatial marker hasn't disappeared yet. He's definitely still here. Gah! Roar! The fur on that white-haired old wolf's body was also burned off for the most part. It was only at this moment that it realized just how great the gap between the disaster level and the emperor level was. Even if the other party suppressed their strength, even if they were outnumbered, they were unable to gain any advantage. Even on their way to battle, one of the crystal-like heads of that 9-headed blazing sunbird was actually splitting its remaining energy to probe other places. It was obvious that the 9-headed blazing sunbird's target was not it. However, it was not a vegetarian. As long as it devoured this 9-headed blazing sunbird, it would evolve into an even stronger existence. No longer need to cower in this small space. This was a fight where it was either you or me. Boom! In the next instant, the white-haired old wolf's body violently swelled and became larger. The snow-white hair on its body transformed into a heart-stopping purple-black color in an instant, and the aura in its body was climbing rapidly. Chapter 103, The Real Dragon. Lin Ming's anger. Stop looking. The fawn in the cave couldn't look away. All the knowledge is in my mind. I can't bear it. But as time passes, my memories will continue to revive. The fawn interrupted the trio's search. It was the greatest treasure here. And you didn't say so earlier? Little White was also a bit unable to hold back. Why do I want to give you a big pussy pocket so badly? And the deer was clearly more favorable to Xiaobai, not wanting it to loathe itself. Seeing that Xiaobai was all like that, it was instantly a bit embarrassed as well. It was better to say more. Let me think. A few minutes later, I thought of part of it. You resemble the creature I saw in my mind. Fawn looked over at White. It was a giant dragon in the sky, skimming through the endless stars, and one of its scales was bigger than millions of stars put together. Every breath it takes countless living beings with it for burial, but you just look like it, far less than the level of one of its scales. The chilling image seemed to float in the eyes of the deer. And then, it told Lin Sheng and the others about a few more terrifying beings. All of them were exactly like the creatures in Lin Sheng's previous life legends. That's it? I know it all. Lin Sheng said indifferently. Who wouldn't know how to brag? You're deliberately undermining me here? Little White said silently. What do you mean? Not even a single scale can compare? No, Little White. I can only think of so much at the moment. Right. There's skill fusion. That fawn suddenly had his eyes light up. I can fuse the skills of creatures together, thus evolving them into even stronger skills. But the skills of ordinary creatures are few and far between, so I guess it's not very useful. Fusing skills? Lin Sheng's heart beat a little faster. He was able to give creatures a large number of skills. Nowadays, Xiaobai had more than hundreds of skills? But this matter, let's put it on the back burner for now. He had more important things to ask now. Lin Sheng pulled out 2 small wooden boxes from his pocket. This was what Lin Sheng had gotten from sacrificing Little White's blood. Just as he was about to ask what they were, the little deer unexpectedly spoke first. Heavens, I can't believe I left this thing behind. The fawn's eyes widened. A look of shock could be seen on its expressionless face. Lin Sheng's curiosity was immediately aroused. What is this thing? It's a dragon's eye. Do you remember the creature I told you about earlier? What's placed in this little box is the essence blood of that dragon. Dragon's eye? That's right. After it died back then, the dragon's eye was obtained. Once a living being can devour the dragon's eye, it can evolve to the supreme level. I didn't realize that the dragon's eye actually stayed in a place with me. Really? Lin Sheng's heart thumped. This was a true dragon. If Little White devoured this dragon's eye, wouldn't he directly become an immortal on the ground? Don't be too happy. With your current strength forcibly devouring the dragon's eye, you will only die without a burial place. The words of the always bland little deer could hardly hide his excitement. Then can this box be opened? Lin Sheng inquired. He had the sequence extraction skill. It wasn't necessary to directly extract all of the life energy from the dragon's eye. It was enough to extract just a tiny bit of energy to allow Little White to shed his life. After all, it was impossible for a few people to stay in this stone cave forever. Without food, sooner or later they would starve to death here. It would be better to take advantage of the fact that the 9 vultures had yet to occupy the space, and let Little White have a big promotion in advance. Of course, only I can open it, said Fawn as she walked forward and tried to open the box. And on the wooden box, it merely revealed a gap that couldn't be any smaller than even less than a cell gap. Instantly, the entire cave was filled with a domineering and majestic aura. This aura, however, seemed to have had the killing aura in it chipped away. Only an energy was left behind. But this energy also made it difficult for Lin Sheng and the 2 favored beasts to withstand. Extract! Lin Sheng fiercely closed the box. The terrifying and ancient aura instantly disappeared. Extracting trace amounts of dragon blood genes. Success! Lin Sheng was sweating a bit profusely. However, there was an uncontrollable surprise on his face. The power in this box was too terrifying. With just this little bit, there was no telling how many 9-headed monstrous birds would be stormed. On the side, Little White was equally excited. Little Deer was even more dumbfounded. Yo, really got the energy in that box? Little Deer could clearly feel that the escaping energy had been absorbed by Lin Sheng. What kind of heaven-defying ability was this? Stripping the essence from a dragon's eye was by no means that simple to be able to do. Who cares? Let's try the effect first. Roar! Master! Little White is ready. Little White lay down on the ground obediently. Lin Sheng physically grabbed Little White's dragon horn, then used his natural skill. Obtain a trace amount of dragon blood gene. The next instant, Little White let out an extremely painful roar. The entire body violently and firmly curled up into a ball. Every single scale on his entire body was twitching madly. That pair of golden yellow eyes were covered in blood, gradually being converted into a blood red-like color. At this time, the blood package in his body was running wildly, with a speed that was dozens and hundreds of times that of the past, desperately digesting this majestic and boundless energy. The deer and little spirit on the side were dumbfounded by the sight. But there was also longing in their eyes. They could clearly feel that Little White's strength was increasing by leaps and bounds. At the same time, since the flow of time between the 2 realms was not the same, half a day had already passed in the outside world at this time. The news that Lin Sheng hadn't been able to come out had also spread. The highest meeting level of the Dragon Kingdom. What to do? There's a big problem here. Our favored beasts don't have the means to forcefully suppress their strength to the disaster level. How come it's Lin Sheng who's locked inside? This 9-headed monster bird is really targeting him. There's no use talking about this now. We must quickly rescue him. Rescue him? Unless we wait for the 9-headed monstrous bird to advance to the emperor level, we can only enter. The crowd was in a sullen mood. They should have thought of this long ago. Since the 9-headed monstrous bird had a way to enter the space, it naturally had a way to block the space. Now the initiative was completely in the other party's hands again. But no matter what, they must not let that black dragon's cub return to Nayad's side again. There must never be another strong imperial creature on the blue planet. That would completely upset the balance of battle power between humans and ferocious beasts. Now Lin Sheng hadn't been able to return from that space, and the news that there was an invasion of emperor-ranked fierce beasts was spreading. However, the media had been controlled for a long time, so what people were getting was just some sporadic news, and they couldn't tell if it was true or not. And at this time, in the Imperial Capital Academy, open the teleportation array. Lin Ming stood on the teleportation array, veins rippling on his forehead. his face filled with killing intent. That clear face was like an evil ghost from hell at this moment. No way, it's hard to go in and come out now. That Kirin city lord said that he wouldn't want to go back. Su Xian opened her mouth to dissuade her. It was the first time she had seen Lin Ming so angry. Last time, Lin Ming had never been so angry even when he had put his life on the line to kill a late catastrophe stage fierce beast. Open up, don't make me say it a second time. Lin Ming stared deathly at Su Xian and the manager of the teleportation array. After receiving the news that Lin Sheng had failed to come out, her nerves were already strained to the limit at this point, on the verge of collapsing and snapping at any moment. Chapter 104, The Toughness of the Dragon Blood Gene. Lin Ming swimming against the current. Open up. Lin Ming looked straight into Su Xian's eyes. There seemed to be moisture in her eyes in addition to anger. She couldn't let Lin Sheng die in there. Otherwise she would definitely feel guilty for the rest of her life. Boss Lin. Su Xian was silent. It was the first time she had seen her boss look like this. In Su Xian's eyes, Lin Ming had always been the one she had most aspired to become. The strong person in her heart who had always dealt with danger calmly. Su Xian had also once investigated Lin Ming's past in Yang City out of curiosity. It was rather understandable to her. Buzz. Su Xian opened the teleportation array. Senior Su, the staff member in charge of managing the teleportation array here, looked over with a panicked expression. You don't have to worry. Just say that I did it afterward. Su Xian spoke calmly. But, the staff member completely panicked. Originally, Lin Sheng was trapped inside and couldn't get out. This matter was already a big enough deal. If the top genius of the Imperial Capital Academy, Lin Ming, the disaster-grade Imperial Beastmaster, was trapped inside again, the severity of the matter would be raised by another notch. But it was already too late. As a burst of light emanated from the formation, Lin Ming's figure gradually disappeared here, and Su Xian's expression changed from the calmness from before to anger. I'll go get the Qilin City Lord. Su Xian's tone was unkind as she lifted her leg and left this place, only leaving the staff with a straight back and a stunned expression. This was going to end. Things were actually going to get bigger and bigger because of Lin Sheng? Little White, how do you feel? Lin Sheng touched Little White's scales with some concern, since just now Little White had been curled up there. No matter how Lin Sheng asked, there wasn't much of a reaction or movement. Roar! Finally, Little White let out a weak hiss. It instantly made Lin Sheng feel a bit distressed. He wondered if he had injected too many genetic elements, but this was already the minimum for extracting genes from a dragon's eye. Roar! Master, there is no need to worry about Little White. Seemingly sensing Lin Sheng's mood, Little White spoke again to comfort. However, this speech seemed to be what tore into the wound, and a sound of cold air being sucked backward came out. Lin Sheng's brows immediately wrinkled slightly. The heart also pumped along with it. There's nothing wrong with it. Even if the cells are damaged, it's not that serious. The ethereal voice came from behind himself. Xiaobai instantly rolled his belly smartly. Nima, pretend to me again. Lin Sheng was completely collapsed this time, thanks to himself being so worried just now. Forget about it. After all, it had really endured a lot of pain this time. It was better to save it for the fall. That brat, little spirit bared its teeth as it watched from the side. So good at competing for favor, it made it roll up to but, really isn't very good at it. Why don't we ask Little White how to pamper him later? Well, how does it feel? The fawn opened its mouth to inquire, those eyes gleaming. Roar! It was stronger than before. Roar! But a little hungry. Little White tumbled twice more. After swallowing the dragon's blood, the muscles on its body became tighter. Those eyes also became more majestic and began to transform from a light golden color towards blood red. Fawn nodded slightly. When a pure-blooded dragon was fighting, the pupils of its eyes were blood red, and during normal times, they were a light golden color. It's indeed gotten a lot stronger. I can clearly feel that my power has more than doubled from before. Lin Sheng was also very excited. Little White's level had definitely jumped more than one level. Let me see. Lin Sheng couldn't wait to look at Little White's panel. Augur Dragon. Level, Late King Stage. Talent, Emperor Extreme Realm. Skills, Entanglement, Perfect. Enormous, Perfect. Cloud Swallowing, Perfect. Water Breathing, Perfect. Hardening, Perfect. Healing Eyes, Proficient. Dangerous Intuition, Proficient. Petrification, Proficient. Thunder Armor, Perfect. Dragon's Might, Proficient. Black Blaze Horns. Eagle's Eyes, Proficient. Visual Reinforcement. Sight. Evolutionary Root, True Dragon. Cloud Dragon. Description, devouring thousands of living beings. Standing at the head of the creatures. Emperor Extreme Realm. Another new talent realm. And, late stage of the Monarch King. This true dragon gene was truly powerful. Previously, Xiaobai's rank was but in the pre-monarch stage, about to reach the mid-monarch stage. and this jumped to the late monarch stage, and there was a vague feeling of reaching the peak of monarch king. If a normal favored beast wanted to reach the late monarch stage from the early monarch stage or even step into the peak, one would not know how many years it would take. There were even those that took 100 years. This was because from now on, if a favored beast wanted to advance, it wouldn't rely on the growth period alone. Rather, it was the bloodline of the favored beast and its physical quality. It would be difficult to imagine the difficulty for all of these to reach the standard. And the domain has also reached proficiency. Lin Sheng was excited. Domain was the most difficult skill to improve. It was difficult to achieve a training effect just by constantly releasing it. What was tested was the enlightenment of the favored beast. If its enlightenment was not good, it might not improve for the rest of its life. And with good enlightenment, it was also very likely to break through in an instant. Lin Sheng was already satisfied with being able to improve to the skillful level, and it only consumed a little bit of the energy in that box. If he could absorb all of the life energy from the dragon's eye, Little White could definitely become the strongest creature in the blue star. This also made Lin Sheng wonder, just how strong should the original owner of this body be? However, such a strong existence had been killed and its eyes stored in a small wooden box. What should the humans do when faced with such a creature? Lin Sheng's heart couldn't help but develop a sense of crisis. Don't be afraid. With the dragon's eyes, you've already surpassed many people. The deer was very spiritual and seemed to have guessed Lin Sheng's thoughts as it opened its mouth and said in relief. Unfortunately, its current strength was not enough. There weren't many memories that it could carry in its mind, and it couldn't help Lin Sheng much. Let me help you fuse the skills of your favored beasts. There aren't many skills anyway, the deer silently spoke. It remembered even those extremely strong existences. The number of active and passive skills they possessed did not exceed 30. It was still very simple to fuse them. Moreover, the fused skills would also become stronger and even undergo a metamorphosis, reaching the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. Of course, Lin Sheng nodded his head in a hurry. Little White possessed far too many skills, and it was difficult to juggle them all. And it would be much more convenient to fuse all of these skills together and turn them into even stronger abilities. Yo! Fawn slowly walked up to Xiaobai's side, slowly lowering its head. Its entire body emitted a glistening shimmer. That shimmering light was so beautiful and holy. It was a pity that the little deer knew that it was still too far from those top bloodline beings. It was afraid that it could not even compare to a single cell of that legendary unicorn. It was limited in what it could do to help its master. It was at this time that the skills of Little White became like a flood. Xiaobai's skills poured into Little Deer's mind like a flood. Chapter 105, Skill Fusion. Lin Ming's second favored beast. Skills detected, entanglement, perfect. Giganticization, perfect. Cloud swallowing, perfect. Water spraying, perfect. Hardening, perfect. Healing eyes, proficient. Danger intuition, proficient. Rocking, proficient. Thunder armor, perfect. Dragon's might, proficient. Black blazing horns. Eagle's eyes, proficient. Vision enhancement. Sight. A massive amount of skills flooded into Fawn's mind like a stream of data, dizzying its head from the impact. So many. Fawn shook twice. Ranran's skills were still pouring in. How could there be so many skills? Even the legendary dragons it knew of couldn't possibly possess so many skills. There is an upper limit to the number of skills a living being can possess. No matter how talented you are, you won't have too many skills, because genes will concentrate your abilities together. But what was in front of him now completely broke Fawn's perception. 120, 157, 198, a direct breakthrough of 200. What kind of concept is this? A single creature possesses the amount of skills possessed by an entire group of ferocious beasts, and that's not even counting the passive skills it possesses. It would only be more. Fawn looked into White's clueless eyes. You guys don't know how outrageous you are. It felt like it was wrong. Little White might not be as good as a single scale of that giant dragon right now, but if it grows up, then it would be a little too terrifying. Master is lucky to have picked up this kind of being. Little Deer was obviously not aware of it. Little White's skills were all infused into it by Lin Sheng. The number of skills is a bit high, and trying to fuse them will take a bit of time. Then help me fuse them as well. The little spirit on the side came over again. It had also followed Lin Sheng to the secret realm to get some skills. Alright, the deer came to the side of the little spirit again. There shouldn't be too many this time, right? After all, a creature like Little White was already 1 in a million. Even it was envious when it looked at it. For two such creatures to appear and still be contracted by the same person, it would be impossible in terms of probability. However, in the next instant, skills detected, deadly fire, proficient. Undead trample, proficient. Body shift, perfect. Death domain, dissipation. Death song, spirit body, parasitic spirit, spell grudge eyes, trickster crow, spell energy extraction. So many skills again? Fawn was once again confused. One would do. There was another one. Wait, let me slow down. Fawn took a deep breath. Something completely impossible had actually happened once again. Could it be that it has stayed in this space world for too long? And the main world has long since changed radically? The frog at the bottom of the well is actually myself? It can't be. Every once in a while, people from the main world would come here. Those people's favored beasts didn't possess so many skills either. Could it be related to the people? Fawn poked her head around and looked at the decent-looking Lin Sheng on the side. If it could get so many skills even if it contracted with this human, it would be a blood moneymaker. It had previously received information from humans that they possessed natural skills that could strengthen their pet beasts, but the skills of this human in front of him could give skills to the pet beasts. So it was a bit too over the top, wasn't it? The difference between this and the gifted skills of those it had seen before was a bit too great. How about it? Will it work? Lin Sheng silently asked. Fawn's face didn't seem to look too good, but this hard face was quite cute. It can. Of course it can. The fawn's desire to perform came up. If only its ability could be recognized by this human. It really contracted it. And it could get so many skills as well. Then it would be blood money. The little deer suddenly had a slightly changed opinion of Lin Sheng in its heart. The matter of the trio coming to rob its home was also put behind them. I'll help you fuse your skills here. A few minutes later. Skills, cloud swallowing, water spraying, thunder kai. Fused into thundercloud mastery, proficient. Skills, visual enhancement, perception enhancement, healing eye. Fused into searing sun true eye, proficient. Skills, giganticization, rockification, bone armor, body strengthening, cellular strength. Fused into vajra body, proficient. After each fusion of a skill, Fawn would need to take a long rest before proceeding to the next one. There were too many skills, and the amount of stamina consumed was relatively more. And Little White and Little Spirit were on their way to familiarizing themselves with these skills. Although the level of proficiency had decreased, their power and ease of use had risen substantially. In addition to the original appearance of those skills, they were even able to use more powerful skill combinations according to their own minds. The most crucial thing was, these skills would continue to improve with Lin Sheng's fusion, not so much as those trash skills piled up in the corner to grow dust. At this time in the outside world, phew! Lin Ming's chest rose and fell as she took a deep breath and looked around. Her body was wearing special combat clothing with black tights. The lines of her body were flawless, and her short, beautiful hair showed a bit more valor and eloquence. However, her back was carrying a wide broadsword, which was a bit out of place with that tall, well-proportioned figure. At this time in Kirin City, a depressed piece of the roadside can be seen everywhere thrown on the ground of the fruit. Girl, use your fifth elemental force. That broadsword suddenly sent out a voice. Yes. Lin Ming suddenly accelerated her pace to the edge of the city and leapt up to jump on top of the hundreds of meters high city wall. Looking from afar, one could see several giant-sized ferocious beasts attacking each other in that jungle. Thunder Spirit, Lin Ming whispered. The space to his side was violently agitated. A small figure with a sharp body and emitting blue-purple lightning appeared beside Lin Ming. Mad Thunder Celestial Spirit. Rank, Mid-Catastrophe. Talent, Pre-Emperor. Skills, Frenzied Thunder Confinement. Thunderbolt. Possession. Dual Lightning Strike. Illusion. Evolutionary Path, Purple Thunder Spirit. Introduction, Thunder Elemental Being. Short-tempered. Strong attacks. Mostly born in the Thunderjack Mountain Range. Second favored beast. Double disaster level. As Lin Ming stretched out her luxuriant hand to touch the Mad Thunder Heavenly Spirit, the Mad Thunder Celestial Spirit instantly dispersed and attached itself to Lin Ming's body, forming a deep purple armor that looked as if it was real. A fusion skill unique to elemental beings. The more real the armor formed by fusion, the more powerful the elemental spirit's power would be. The more real the armor formed by fusion, the stronger the power of the elemental spirit would be. However, even with the feedback from his favored beast, it was difficult for Lin Ming to fuse with the thunder elemental spirit for a long period of time. This was a method that hurt the enemy 1,000 times and harmed himself 800 times. It wouldn't be used until it was absolutely necessary. At this moment, Lin Ming stood on top of the city wall, just like a general bathed in lightning. It was so dazzling that people couldn't look directly at him. 9 heads. Feeling the agitation of his master, the broadsword in his hand also became excited. An uncontrollable desire to kill was rising high, and the image here was also transmitted to the middle of the room of the highest meeting in the main world. Chapter 106, Nine-Headed Blazing Sun Bird's Domain. The Wolf King is dead. In the Dragon Kingdom's highest meeting room, Lin Ming the girl, looking at Lin Ming's back in the video, the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy couldn't help but feel a little worried. The people in the room, on the other hand, were wide-eyed. This breath is climbing higher and higher. I'm afraid it's going to reach the peak level of the catastrophe class if it continues like this. Is she that genius from your imperial capital? This kind of combat style is really unheard of. Being an imperial beast master and yet she's taking action herself. But this is not without opening up a new path for us. It's just that this path is hard to achieve and demands a lot from both favored beasts. But even if it reaches the peak of disaster, it's still not enough for her to deal with the nine-headed blazing sun bird. The crowd stared intently at the figure in the picture. They envied the principal of the Imperial Academy at the same time. They were also afraid that the Dragon Kingdom would lose another Imperial-level seedling. Lin Ming could be said to be the first to try and cultivate an Imperial beast in such a manner. Once she was allowed to grow to the Emperor level, I'm afraid that few of the people present would be her match. But now she was facing a true Emperor. The nine-headed blazing sun bird. That's what I'm worried about. That weapon Lin Ming is using is capable of erupting an extremely strong elemental force by overdrawing her emotions and physical strength. I'm afraid that she won't be able to think about it. And once she opens up her 5 elemental powers, she'll most likely die of overdraft exhaustion. The principal of the Imperial capital was worried. It's about to grow to the Emperor level. You mustn't think about it. When you reach the Emperor level wanting to kill those ferocious beasts to avenge your brother, won't it be simple? A weapon that overdraws elemental power is unheard of. The people present were all staring intently at the transmitted image. Lin Ming, even if he overdrew his elemental force and forced his strength to the peak of the catastrophe class, could he win against the nine-headed blazing sunbird? But what was even more worrying was that both of them couldn't come back, pouring in so many resources, only to have both of them die in the middle of that space. One couldn't help but raise the anger in the hearts of the crowd to another level. Nine-headed blazing sunbird, Black Dragon King, the Dragon Kingdom is sworn to death with you. Secret space. Lin Ming traveled through the jungle, hiding himself as much as possible. At this moment, the nine-headed flaming bird was battling with the old wolf and several catastrophe-class beasts. There were even 2 catastrophe-class ferocious beasts that had already been killed by the nine-headed blazing sunbird on the spot. Roar! The old wolf, whose fur had long since turned purple, roared angrily. The pupils were covered in scarlet blood. Why? Why was it still no match for the nine-headed blazing sunbird when it had already reached the peak of the catastrophe class? Could it be that an emperor level was really so invincible? Moreover, it was still an emperor that had suppressed its strength to the peak of the disaster class. Gah! Dangerous aura! That crystal-like head suddenly began to look around. What? One of the heads with red hair inquired. Another peak disaster. The chi is still climbing. Even the nine-headed blazing sunbird was a bit impatient at this point. After this old wolf opened its domain, it had at one point heavily injured one of its heads. Now its strength had been cut by a fifth. It was all due to relying on that crystal-like head to probe where Lin Sheng was and not being able to predict the danger. But it had never expected to probe another peak disaster level existence. Damn it! Open the domain and kill them! One of the green-gray heads screamed strangely. As long as a proficiency level domain was opened, it was enough to suppress all living beings. Rumble! A thunderous sound rang out. The endless spreading lightning from the sky converged into a blade and slashed towards the nine-headed blazing sunbird. Instantly, a head that had yet to revive over was severed. Roar! The nine-headed blazing sunbird immediately let out a roar of pain. The cut of that head was burnt and solidified before it could grow. This fellow was targeting it as well. Yuan spirit stripping. A shimmering light spread out from the body of the nine-headed blazing sunbird. The proficiency level domain instantly opened. It enveloped all the surrounding ferocious beasts and Lin Ming. And in that instant, the domains of several ferocious beasts and Lin Ming's domain were both covered. However, both sides had a tacit understanding to attack the nine-headed blazing sunbird in the center at the same time. However, after the nine-headed blazing sunbird opened its domain, it was clear that the crowd was hardly a match for it. Finally, boom! A huge fireball struck that purple-furred Wolf King head-on. A large hole was instantly blown open on top of its body, and the Wolf King was unconscious in the blink of an eye. Gah! The nine-headed sunbird did not hesitate. With its mouth open, it split the Wolf King's body and devoured it. As soon as the Wolf King died, the disaster-level ferocious beasts beside him also panicked. Damn girl, if we don't kill it in half an hour, the owner of the space will change. What kind of consequences it would cause? Lin Ming couldn't be clearer in his mind. Turn on the 5 elemental forces. Lin Ming gritted her teeth. She could sense that Lin Sheng was here. It was just that she didn't know why he hadn't shown up. Good, after following you, I won't have wasted my life. The broadsword didn't hesitate. The blade's body lit up with 5 types of elemental power: white, purple, blue, red, and green. In an instant, the power in Lin Ming's body rose by more than a few notches. Its level was extremely close to the Emperor level. It was stuck at catastrophe level perfection. And sensing this aura, the 9 heads of the nine-headed blazing sunbird turned to stare over. Kill her for me, there will be no blame for the past. Hearing this news, Several catastrophe-class ferocious beasts scrambled forward and rushed towards Lin Ming. However, as a burst of heavenly light filled the air, the bodies of two pre-catastrophe ferocious beasts then snapped. Blood sprayed out like spring water, and then the wounds instantly solidified. Death. Instantly killed in seconds. At this moment, Lin Ming's body was entwined with 5 types of elemental forces. He was like a god who had descended from the heavens to the mortal world. With a single swing of his sword, he could declare the life and death of the world's living beings. There was no pity in those eyes, only the ethereal and contemptuous power of endless power. His strength is infinitely close to that of an emperor. However, the physical body was also under a great load, and the skin on the surface of the body was dying by inches. Damn, the Black Dragon King didn't say this space had this kind of perversion. The 9-headed blazing sun bird panicked for the first time. It was because the other party's strength was already infinitely close to it. If it was said that it was merely playing around when it sparred with the Wolf King and a few catastrophe-class ferocious beasts before, then with its strength decaying, there was a real possibility of it dying here now. An emperor level dying in such a suffocating manner. It was never to be allowed to happen. It was necessary to quickly fuse this space and raise its carrying limit to the emperor level. The 9-headed blazing sun bird was going to fight for its life. When I get out I must kill all of your country. The 9-headed blazing sun bird's anger burned like a monstrous flame. Putting up a fight was also a shame for an emperor. Suffered. The owner of this space is dead. The fawn in the cave awoke with a jolt. Dead? I've only just extracted the second trace drop of dragon blood. Taking advantage of the gap between the fawn's fusion skills, Lin Sheng injected another drop of dragon's blood into Little White. The energy loss from consuming the dragon blood was also made up by Lin Sheng with a month's worth of energy food. It was now on its way to being absorbed. Moreover, vaguely Lin Sheng had a palpitating feeling. It always felt like something bad was happening again out there. Chapter 107, Monarch Level Perfection. Going out to have a look? In the top meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Ming, this girl actually did overdraw her elemental power. The principal of the Imperial Capital Academy was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that Lin Ming, who was usually very cold, the girl who never showed any mercy when it came to ferocious beasts, in her heart, she actually had a scale that she couldn't touch. That was her brother. She had dared to go head-to-head with an emperor-level creature for Lin Sheng. That 9-headed bird has already absorbed the space and is gradually transforming it into the emperor level. When it can withstand the energy boundaries of the emperor level, we'll enter the space together and kill that ninny completely. Good. It must be able to catch up. Our Dragon Kingdom must not lose such a genius again. Although the crowd was indignant, they were helpless. If they had forced their way into the space, at that time, the space would be unable to withstand their power, would completely shatter and collapse, and no one would be able to walk out alive. Now they could only wait for the 9 vultures' strength to be elevated to the emperor level. And after it had risen to the emperor level, the two of them, Lin Ming and Lin Sheng, would still be able to come out alive. That's too remote a possibility, isn't it? It would be better to expect Lin Ming to seriously injure or even kill that 9-headed monster bird, but this possibility was also too low. After seeing the footage of Lin Ming having fought, the hearts of the crowd were once again convinced. The path that Lin Ming had chosen was truly a brand new path for Imperial Beastmasters, but the creator mustn't die in it just like that. At this moment in the secret space, after Little White finished digesting the drop of dragon blood, Lin Sheng fed it enough food to replenish the energy that had been consumed, and then it was injected with the trace amount of dragon blood genes extracted from it for the second time. Nowadays, Little White's breath and energy climbed rapidly. It had completely reached the peak of the monarch level, the great circle of the monarch level. This dragon blood gene is really strong. Even when it's used repeatedly, the effect hasn't decayed at all. Lin Sheng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. That's natural. Dragons are one of the top creatures in this world. Any of its races, such as the Earth Dragon, Feathered Dragon, and Six-Eyed Divine Dragon, can abuse lower races at the same level. Little Deer seemed to hold the beings of higher races in high esteem. It was also why he was close to Little White. Little White was just too much like the legendary dragon race. Even it's a bit better than dragons in some aspects. Lin Sheng was a bit puzzled. None of these that Little Deer had said seemed to be pure-blooded dragons. How could there be a divine dragon with 6 eyes? Was there some kind of genetic defect? Don't underestimate the dragon species. You have to know that some of the top dragons amongst the races are even able to cross the 3rd rank and fight 5 without losing. Cross the 3rd rank to kill the enemy? And 1 against 5 without losing? That was indeed very strong. Lin Sheng was surprised again. At this time, Little White slowly awoke after absorbing the energy. The golden light in its pupils was getting more and more intense, and that vertical pupil made people panic when they looked at it. The scales moved with the commanding rhythms of the body, and the skills changed drastically. So did the little spirit. Augur Dragon. Rank, Peak Monarch. Talent, Emperor Extreme Realm. Skills, Thundercloud Mastery, Proficient. Scorched Yang True Eye, Proficient. Vajra Body, Proficient. Dragon Might, Proficient. Evolutionary Root, True Dragon. Cloud Dragon. Introduction, devouring thousands of living beings. Standing at the top of creatures. Black Dragon King. Rank, Pre-Imperial. Talent, Late Emperor level. Skills, Field of Death. 3 Steps to Spirit Destruction, Skilled. Corrosive Spit, Skilled. Awakening Remains, Skilled. Soul Mark, 13. 500 years. Evolutionary Root, Black Dragon Emperor. Introduction, possessing a dark bloodline under heredity. Yet genetically superior. Not bad. Although Xiao Bai's skills are fused. However, the power was more than several times stronger than before. A rough estimation was that there was a difference of around 7 or 8 times. Nowadays, I'm afraid that Little White's true battle power is already able to get to the pre-disaster stage or even the middle stage. And although Little Spirit hadn't reached it, he was barely able to touch the disaster level. In the future, if we wear out and digest the genes of this dragon's eye bit by bit, it might actually be able to cross the 3rd rank against the enemy. 1 or 2 orders is still not quite enough. Lin Sheng silently lamented. Should we go out and take a look? There's no danger outside the door. Not to mention that the 9-headed blazing sunbird can't kill you in seconds now, so you can run anytime you want to. Fawn nodded. Staying here all the time was not a solution. In case the Qilin City Lord returned to this space again, wouldn't he miss out? Thinking about it, Little Deer silently opened the stone door. The breath is thick. The 9-headed blazing sunbird was covered in wounds at this time. The 9 heads that were closed had been chopped off a whole 4, and its 4th head was continuously reviving as the space unraveled. The 9-headed blazing sunbird quacked. So what if it's chopped off? It's only a matter of time before my head grows back. Gaga. With the red head in place, any injuries on its body could be quickly recovered. But the human in front of it was clearly not going to last much longer. Phew! Lin Ming let out a long breath and exhaled a cloudy haze. The massive energy consumption had caused the cells in her body to start breaking down. In turn, these cells were being repaired by the wind elemental power and gradually began to undergo cancerous changes. Girl, if you continue like this, you'll be dead even if you lift your state. The broadsword in his hand spoke anxiously. No matter, I'll kill it now. Lin Ming stubbornly raised her broadsword. A large amount of tyrannical factor spread over his body, and the world in front of him had long since turned blood red. Nowadays, it was already hard to maintain Lin Ming's ability to suppress the killing intent within him and still retain some sanity. Even the broadsword in his hand was gradually cracking. But that 9-headed blazing sun bird obviously wasn't doing well either. Just use this move. Lin Ming tightly gripped the broadsword in his hand. All the energy and thunder elemental power of his entire body was poured into it. Feeling that extremely dangerous and violent energy, the 9-headed blazing sun bird's 6 eyes glared. The domain ability instantly opened up to cover the surroundings. Crap! 2nd order domain ability. The hearts of the people of the Dragon Kingdom who were watching the video footage tightened. 2nd order domains were also skilled level domains. It was able to perfectly suppress the ordinary domains possessed by Lin Ming, making it impossible to maximize his attacks. And it was also at this moment. Rumble. As the stone door opened, Lin Sheng, Xiaobai, Xiaoling and Xiaodir stepped out. The domain that was stirring in the air covered several people in a split second, and also at the instant that the domain covered them, it unintentionally touched the reverse scale in Little White's bloodline. Dragons are not to be offended. Roar! In an instant, Little White's pupils gradually radiated a scorching light. A majestic and grandiose, a domain that seemed like an ancient flood bell spread rapidly towards the surroundings. The same proficiency level domain. In a split second it dissipated and consumed the domain it had covered over. Chapter 108 Dragon? Little White experiments with skills. Boom! The 9-headed blazing sun bird was shocked. Impossible. Gah! My domain has been mostly cancelled out. Could it be that it was some other emperor-level creature? But with the crystal head present, there was no way it couldn't sense it. And who could have a skillful level domain ability? It's that human. The crystal head spotted Lin Sheng's figure. It was also the very person they were looking for. However, at that moment, danger had appeared in front of the 9-headed blazing sunbird's eyes. Put! Lin Ming picked up the long sword in his hand and drew it across. Swish! In that instant, heaven and earth lost their colors. The 9-headed blazing sunbird nearly froze. Tiny cracks appeared on its body, and then the upper half of its body completely lost contact with the lower half of its body and broke apart. Blood gushed out in that instant, and countless tentacles stretched out from the flesh of the 9-headed blazing sunbird, trying to forcefully connect the 2 halves of the body together. However, the cells of the 2 halves of the body had long been burnt and necrotic by the tyrannical lightning element. The 9-headed blazing sun bird was alarmed. Gah! It's ruined! it lost its connection with the lower half of its body area, and its strength was going to be cut in half again. And this was only because it had detached a crystal head to observe Lin Sheng. But just now, Lin Ming's attack had long been predicted by it. Why had it suddenly become so fast? So fast that it was too late to react. It was as if time had been eliminated. With its current power, it was simply impossible to revive the fourth head again. It could be said that nowadays, the strength of the nine-headed blazing sun bird had long been 10-1, and if it wanted to recover, it still had to protect that red head. Lin Ming fiercely half-kneeled on the ground and let out a long breath. Why isn't it dead? The vitality of this nine-headed blazing sun bird was a little too tenacious. Good. Looking at this image, several people in the conference room were excited. If they could really kill the nine-headed blazing sun bird here, it would simply be a huge profit. How many years had it been since an emperor-level ferocious beast had died? If it could be killed, at least there wouldn't be any new emperor-level ferocious beasts in the next few decades. Instead, they, the humans, would have one, or even two more imperial beast masters who could face an emperor alone. How could the crowd not be excited? Even they, the old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years, they also hoped that another emperor-level existence would be born among their descendants. After all, that would mean getting along with them and becoming like-minded in the future. But why didn't the nine-headed blazing sun bird's domain ability work? The director of the Dragon Slaying Bureau frowned, wondering. In theory, a proficiency-level domain was completely sufficient to crush Lin Ming. However, with the domain turned on, it was still cut down by its slash. Obviously this domain ability wasn't working, and for this to happen, there was only one possibility. That was that someone had opened a domain ability even stronger than the nine-headed blazing sun bird to cancel it out. Could it be that an emperor-level existence has entered that space? The crowd wondered. This was clearly impossible. But why? And just as they were wondering, roar! A dragon's roar that resounded through the heavens and earth spread out from the mystic realm space. Dragon? The hearts of the crowd shook violently. What did they see? A huge dragon with a huge body that could level a mountain range just by moving. It was charging towards the nine-headed blazing sun bird at this moment. But why wasn't it flying? Shouldn't all the legendary giant dragons be able to fly? Oh my god! The crowd was completely confused, taken aback by this sudden sight. With the legendary creature appearing in front of the crowd, no one could remain calm. Not to mention the dragon that was at the top of the food chain. That was the undisputed end of evolution that all creatures aspired to. It also only existed among the myths and legends of the Blue Planet. After being dumbfounded, their hearts were filled with boundless shock. Roar! Little White used his giganticized body to obscure the mountains of the Coyote Mountain Range, the dragon's horns and eagle eyes, and the gigantic scales that covered his entire body. It instantly startled the crowd watching the livestream. And in that instant, Lin Ming and the nine-headed monstrous bird, too, sensed the massive creature. Dragon! Dragon? The nine-headed blazing bird was taken aback. It had seen this kind of creature on the valley walls of the ruins. The size of a single scale was enough to cover the entire solar system. How could one not be terrified when such a creature appeared violently in front of them? However, after sensing the aura from Xiaobai, the nine-headed blazing sun bird recovered. But at the peak of a monarch. So what if it was a true dragon? Now it was its evolutionary level that was higher. Lin Sheng, one of Lin Ming's eyes was blinded by blood. And at the moment, he was already somewhat blurred in consciousness. And after sensing Lin Sheng's aura of still being alive, he immediately braced himself and tried to get up. It can't go on like this. The broadsword in his hand shook violently. The elemental power in Lin Ming's body was sucked out in an instant. And then he slowly laid down in the rubble. The skin on his body had been extensively broken. And there were even some places where bones were deeply visible. If one continued to maintain this state of fighting, the possibility of death would reach 100%. Even in this state now, it would also be difficult to come back alive. Damn it! Lin Sheng's eyes were bloodshot. After the domain expanded, he naturally felt Lin Ming's aura. He didn't expect his sister to come back to save her even in this situation. Wasn't that stupid? Lin Sheng was furious and shouted, "Little White, little spirit, slaughter it for me! Roar! Mao!" The two favored beasts sensed their master's mood and could not help but be affected by it. They quickly began to look for opportunities around the upper half of the nine-headed blazing sun bird's body. Little reptile! The nine-headed blazing sun bird's eyes widened. The tiger fell down and was bullied by the dogs. Now even a monarch-level ferocious beast dared to covet him. It was simply a strange shame. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the nine-headed blazing sun bird, Little Spirit and Little White were both somewhat unable to stop their bodies from trembling slightly. This was a kind of fear at the level of life. The genes of life felt the threat of death. However, having just absorbed dragon blood allowed Little White to barely be able to suppress this reaction. Taking advantage of this time, Little Deer took the opportunity to come around the long way to Lin Ming's side. Suffered. The injuries are too severe. We can only temporarily seal the life stones and heal them after it's over, said Little Deer as he took out several life stones and placed them at Lin Ming's side. The wounds on his body immediately stopped while recovering quickly. However, in order to heal the cancerous cells and root damage in the body, the plants Lin Sheng had gotten from the stone cave were necessary. Today's situation clearly did not support healing in such a place, and at this moment, Little White and Little Spirit were also making tentative attacks, relying on the two of them's upgraded fusion skills. Even a catastrophe-class fierce beast at its peak could be injured. What's more, now the nine-headed blazing sunbird was unable to move. It could only let them slaughter it. Chapter 109, Killing the Nine-Headed Blazing Sunbird, Extracting the Emperor Gene. Thunder Dragon. Little White manifested a thunder dragon from a little distance away and swiftly pounced on top of the nine-headed blazing sunbird's body. Rumble. A violent explosion sounded out. The nine-headed blazing sunbird took the pain and screamed strangely. Damn, I'll definitely swallow you when I get out. However, Xiaobai didn't care about him at all. It continued to test the skill. Roar. Little White spat out a thunderbolt that shot into the nine-headed blazing sunbird above him. The thunderbolt pierced into the clouds and quickly gathered a large swath of dark clouds, coalescing into a raging thunderbolt. Damn, my nerves are still in a state of disarray. The nine-headed blazing sunbird had just been attacked by Lin Ming. The lightning in the hilt of that blade had disrupted the electric nerves in its body. Now it was hard to move, and it was impossible to dodge this attack. Boom! It spewed out a ball of flame and flew high into the air. However, it had no effect. That lightning still struck down from high in the sky. At first, it just smashed onto the nine-headed blazing sunbird's body like rain, barely managing to leave a little scorch mark. And then the thunder light became thicker and thicker. The frequency of falling also increased. In an instant, it was like a waterfall smashing down on top of the nine-headed flaming sunbird's body. The heads were unable to resist, and were instantly smashed with flesh and blood. They let out a miserable roar of pain. However, this roar was incredibly pleasing to Lin Sheng's ears. Experiment with more experimental skills. The corner of Lin Sheng's mouth hooked up. However, there was no half-smile in his heart. He only wanted the nine-headed blazing sunbird to die right now. Put. The little spirit surrounded the nine-headed blazing sunbird's body, constantly releasing corrosive-like gas. The amount of gas grew with time, gradually wrapping the nine-headed blazing sunbird's entire body. Go even if you cut off your origin. The nine-headed blazing sunbird was terrified in its heart. It could feel that its life force was being continuously stripped away. If it continued like this, it could really die. The nine-headed blazing sunbird's face was livid. Damn kid, how dare you experiment on me, this abominable human. For the first time, he had suffered such a great injustice. How dare it take an emperor-level existence to test its skills? When it got out of here alive, it would definitely break this brat into pieces. Touch. The nine-headed blazing sunbird fluttered its body and began to flee the poisonous mist towards the distance. Want to escape? However, Lin Sheng's two favored beasts would not let it go at all. It was followed by countless skills smashing onto its body. Roar! The nine-headed sunbird was completely furious. It had never imagined that it would have a day where it was being chased and killed by a monarch-level creature. Moreover, the power of these two monarch-level skills was a little too strong. These two ferocious beasts will also be a great danger to my dark kingdom in the future. Especially the creature that looked like a dragon. The nine-headed blazing sunbird was indignant. It couldn't wait to crush Little White and Little Spirit into pieces right now, but it only had the chance to run for its life now. This image further stunned the crowd in the highest meeting of the imperial capital. Chasing after an emperor-level creature to fight, even if it was seriously injured to this extent, it wasn't something a monarch-level could deal with unless the attack power of these two favored beasts has long since reached the disaster level, catastrophe level. A late-stage monarch king would be able to reach disaster-level attack power. The excitement in the hearts of the crowd increased after they realized that these were both Lin Sheng's favored beasts. It seems like the Dragon Beheading Bureau will have to change its name in the future. Let's change it to the Dragon Raising Bureau? I think it's fine, but right now, the priority is to stop that nine-headed blazing sunbird from escaping. That's right. The crystal head of the nine-headed blazing sunbird can be discarded once to unleash a spatial teleportation skill. We need to completely block off that small space now. I'll go. My favored beast, the time and space beast, is the best at spatial abilities. Chief Chopper got up. The crowd nodded their heads. Unexpectedly, they were eagerly waiting for that space to open before. Nowadays, they didn't want it to open and blocked it instead. This was thanks to the two siblings, Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. The talent of the duo was really good. Have you found out about the two of them's origins? A man opened his mouth to inquire. Yes, it was still very simple for them to find out about a person's past. In this era of advanced information, It didn't take 10 minutes to investigate all the information about a person from birth to now. Lin Sheng's parents weren't extremely talented Imperial Beastmasters, and they were sacrificed in a battle to defend the city. As for the two of them, roar, why is the spatial teleportation ability not working? Someone has locked this place down. The nine-headed blazing sun bird was terrified. It truly felt that death was close at hand, and the life breath in its body was fading rapidly without a source of replenishment. Finally, under the furious bombardment of little white and little spirits' nearly exhausted energy, the nine-headed blazing sun bird, the last trace of its life breath was annihilated into nothingness, along with the catastrophic beasts in this space. It was annihilated. Xiaobai let out a long breath and said in surprise, finally dead. After the owner of the space died, the space was also facing collapse at this moment. Lin Sheng didn't dare to hesitate and immediately walked forward. Sequence extraction. Acquired the nine-headed blazing sun bird gene bloodline. Obtaining the gene bloodline of the Kirin wolf king. Obtained the dragon blood pangolin gene bloodline. Acquired nine-headed sunbird flame head skill. Nine-headed sunbird space head skill acquired. Acquired nine-headed sunbird poison head skill. Obtained sacrificial spirit wolf king enhanced skill gene. Gained the sacrificial spirit wolf king overdraft life skill gene. A corpse of a catastrophe level ferocious beast. Even the corpse of that emperor class fierce beast. It gradually dissipated under the sequence extraction skill, and the space was facing collapse at any moment. Lin Sheng came to Lin Ming's side, bent down and picked up his body, turned his head and ran towards Qilin City without hesitation. At this moment, Su Xin, too, was returning to this space with the Kirin City Master. The Space Master's aura has disappeared. Su Xin's red lips slightly opened. It couldn't be that this catastrophe-level ferocious beast had died? Impossible. No one here could kill it. It should have failed to find Lin Sheng and then left. The worst outcome would be that both Lin Sheng and Lin Ming, thinking of this, Su Xin couldn't help but bite her lips. And at this moment, two figures were rushing back from that Coyote Mountain range. I feel their aura, and the aura of that nine-headed monstrous bird, as well as those several disaster-grade fierce beasts have all disappeared. The Qilin City Lord rejoiced. As expected, Lin Sheng and Lin Ming's figures soon appeared in the horizon, and in the Dragon Kingdom's highest conference room. The crowd couldn't help but stand up and applaud the duo. Beautiful. Killing an emperor class. Transmitting this video to the entire internet would definitely be a great shock to the morale of the Dragon Kingdom, and even the whole world. In the eyes of the Imperial Beastmasters present, these two pairs of siblings had long been on the same path as them. It was an existence that would surely become an emperor-level Imperial Beastmaster in the future, ruling the world's power. Immediately, send the best medical team, find me everyone in the world who possesses a healing Imperial Beast. The news of the Imperial Beasts being killed quickly began to spread around the world from the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 110, Boiling, Lord of the Dark Empire. It's okay? Su Xin sighed in relief. At this moment, Lin Sheng, sitting on Little Spirit's back, quickly rushed back towards the city. At the city building, boss, seeing Lin Ming's bruised and battered body, Su Xin couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Open the teleportation port. Hearing Su Xin's order, the Qilin City Lord didn't dare to hesitate. After all, he was now homeless and an outsider in the main world. The landlord was still hard to mess with. Several people quickly passed through that teleportation port and returned to the main world. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sheng's face was expressionless, just worriedly looking at Lin Ming. Time was like an arrow. Soon, several months had passed. The videos of Lin Sheng and Lin Ming's siblings battling the Emperor ferocious beasts in space had also spread to the outside world. It was claimed to the outside world that it was accidentally leaked, but in reality, it was intentionally leaked. Aside from a few things that couldn't be aired, such as exposing the two's abilities, there was only a little bit of harmless footage that was leaked. A craze was created in the human world, especially within the Dragon Kingdom. So strong, look at the others. Just a student can kill an emperor level. And look at you. Tomorrow, I'll send you to fight the emperor level one-on-one. Then why don't you just kill me? I don't think you even know what an emperor you are. Too valiant. This is the image of a strong woman in my dreams. In order to protect her beloved, she doesn't hesitate to swim against the current and face the ferocious beasts head-on. What sweetheart? They're siblings, sister and brother. Have you read too many internet novels? The younger brother is also very strong. The two of them are so envious of each other. Especially the sister holding a broadsword. It was like I saw a god at that moment. If I could marry such a goddess, I'd have no regrets, even as a dog. Just you? Send me the address. I'll piss yellow. The discussion on the internet. It all centered around Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. Now the entire Dragon Kingdom was in a state of frenzy. At the same time, in a wasteland area, in an abandoned city with broken walls everywhere, a middle-aged man in black clothes stood on top of a tall building. and dotted all around below were fierce beasts of lord level or above. Think you can fool my time beasts by pretending to be dead? It's about time, isn't it? The middle-aged man looked at the Rolex on his wrist and spoke silently. Beside him, a strange ferocious beast with 5 short legs and 7 blood-red eyes emerged. Yet, it was an emperor-level existence, and at the same time, the space in the midair of the abandoned city suddenly collapsed. Starting from a cell, a body of flesh and blood gradually began to condense. If someone could be here, they would be able to tell that it was none other than the 9-headed blazing sun bird. The 9-headed blazing sun bird was indignant. Damn human, I will definitely break you into pieces. The anger in his heart was like a monstrous flame. When this anger was vented, it was enough to completely level a human base city and erase it from the world. However, at this moment, the anger was directed at one person, Lin Sheng. The moment he realized that space was locked, the 9-headed sunbird immediately made the decision to abandon its crystal head. Utilizing the crystal head's illusionary ability, it left a corpse in place, and then teleported itself out over the blockade. But by doing so, 3/4 of its carcass was left on that side, and the crystal head, which was the most crucial to it, also remained over there forever. But it was better than being killed by a monarch-level kid. Think you can run away? The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth curved up in an arc. Now that the 9-headed blazing sunbird was seriously injured, I'm afraid that its true battle power was 100%. This is a bargain. Let him pick it up. It was thanks to Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. Otherwise, with him facing an emperor head-on, it would be impossible to kill him. Not to mention the fact that the 9-headed blazing sunbird, who had mastered the ability of space, wanted to escape. I'm afraid that no one would be able to stop it. Finally, the 9-headed sunbird also discovered the human on that high building. It immediately panicked and quacked. Oh no! Quickly contact the great emperor. The 9-headed blazing sunbird was precisely afraid that he would go back and be struck down by the Black Dragon Emperor. That was why it chose to teleport to the 9 states. However, it had never thought that it had fallen right into the hands of others. In the next instant, the spacetime beast below opened its bloody mouth. The world in that mouth was like a miniature of the stars of the universe, and it instantly sucked that 9-headed blazing sun bird down, while the 9-headed blazing sun bird's body gradually shrunk, and was finally swallowed by the time and space beast. The middle-aged man immediately revealed a comfortable expression. Not bad. I also have to thank you, siblings. This was the first time he had a large emotional fluctuation after becoming an Emperor Imperial Beast Master. Digesting an Emperor class was also a great tonic for his time beast. Even if this Imperial King only had 1 out of 10 energy left, it's just a pity about that crystal head. I wonder if that head is still in that secret space now. In the middle-aged man's opinion, the strongest thing about the 9-headed blazing sunbird was that crystal head that ruled over space and time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given it up only when it was about to die. It's almost time for me to go back. Saying that, the middle-aged man also entered the mouth of the spacetime beast next to him. And then, that spacetime beast's mouth continued to open wide, and it actually swallowed its entire body. In the blink of an eye, the tall building was empty. In the distant mountains, the breath has disappeared. An imperial fierce beast with a blurred figure said silently to the giant dragon beside it. Waste. Nayak didn't have too many mood swings. The only thing that made it a little surprised was that the 9-headed blazing sunbird had died there as well. As an emperor-level ferocious beast, it shouldn't be possible for it to die so easily. Even if it had only just stepped into the emperor level, even if it suppressed its strength to the peak of disaster, it wouldn't necessarily die when it encountered a true emperor. It could only be said that the opponent it had encountered was somewhat special. Great emperor, or should I go? The ferocious beast with a blurred figure beside it inquired. No, there are quite a few emperors in the Kyushu. If you go and get surrounded and killed, you'll only add to the trouble. And I'm afraid that the higher-ups have already prepared for this. So if you go, you're bound to be caught in a trap. Nayak's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Yes, it's my foolishness. The ferocious beast with a blurred figure on the side lowered its posture. Back then, the Black Dragon King had obtained something when it entered the ruins. Its intelligence, its strength, were all a bit stronger than the rest of the ferocious beasts and even humans. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hold a seat in the Dark Empire. Go back to the Dark Kingdom. I'm going to consult the Lord. Humans had societies. The ferocious beasts naturally also had a society. It was only that it was even more bloody and brutal and straightforward than human society. All the beings in the Dark Empire believed in their one and only Lord. Chapter 111 Lantern Grass. Lin Ming turns awake. In the Magic City Municipal Hospital, a new nurse who had come for an internship waited nervously outside the door. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar figures in front of her, she couldn't help but feel her heart racing. At this moment, even the director of their hospital had to wait here every now and then. Gosh, there are some doctors here that I've only seen in medical journals. There were even several disaster-class Imperial Beastmasters with healing abilities. Who the hell is lying in this hospital room? Could it be one of those siblings? The trainee nurse couldn't help but feel her heart racing just thinking about this. Chairman, Directorin has already taken down that ferocious beast, a silhouette said as it attached itself to the ear of the president of the Imperial Beastmaster Association. The president of the Imperial Beastmaster Association couldn't help but nod his head. A stone in his heart completely dropped. That's good. He turned his head again and looked at the several doctors in front of him who were famous in the world. It's already been a few months. How are your discussions going? Hearing these words, the several doctors all turned their heads somewhat apologetically. It immediately made the president of the Imperial Beastmaster Association's heart sink. President Rong, there's nothing we can do. If it wasn't for that one life stone being there, I'm afraid the patient's life wouldn't have been saved. Listening to the broken Chinese, President Rong frowned slightly, but he couldn't say anything more. The various dark diseases caused by overdrafting the life force were indeed difficult to cure. Unless what? President Rong hurriedly inquired. If Lin Ming could be saved, any sacrifice would be worth it. Unless there's an emperor-level healing skill. That doctor spoke. Emperor level. This was simply impossible. There was only one emperor level with healing skills in Blue Star. However, he had long ago sworn not to do it again. What's more, he didn't have any reason to help the Dragon Kingdom. It was also at this moment that Bai He and his parents, along with Su Xin, the crowd of students from the Imperial Capital, and the Magic Capital came to the front of the hospital room immediately afterward. Looking at this single figure, the hospital's director couldn't help but hold his breath. Students from the two highest academic institutions. Could there be a more powerful network of people than this? As time went on, I'm afraid that Sibling would become the most untouchable person in the Dragon Kingdom. Even the strongest clans of the major base cities had sent their condolences in the past few days. However, they did not really show their attitudes. All of them were watching and waiting. It was also at this time, a teenager dressed in black arrived downstairs at the hospital. Mr. Lin, the patrolling guards outside hurriedly said respectfully. Lin Sheng just nodded slightly. Without too much expression on his face, he walked straight into the hospital. Looking at the teenager's distant back, the inspector couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, he felt like he wasn't facing a teenager, but an old man who had lived for dozens or hundreds of years, and the aura emanating from his body was too harsh and calm. Soon, Lin Sheng arrived at the floor where Lin Ming was, but he happened to overhear the conversation of those doctors. It's basically hopeless. The cells in her body have been extensively diseased, plus various combined diseases. A few people saw Lin Sheng stop talking and hurriedly turned around to walk downstairs, and President Rong even smiled awkwardly. There's no cure? That means your Blue Star's medical technology is no good. The deer in the Imperial Beast space laughed lightly. These past few months, Lin Sheng was just going to collect alternative plants that worked together with the lantern grass. With lantern grass in place, even severed limbs could be regenerated. Not to mention this kind of disease. Lin Sheng, alas. Don't worry, our upper echelons are still grasping at straws to contact that Emperor-level Imperial Beastmaster. It's not like there's no chance at all. President Roan looked at Lin Sheng with a worried expression. He was afraid that he would do something stupid again. They couldn't afford to lose another genius. I understand. Lin Sheng nodded, greeting the people present. He went straight into the ward. The ward was blocked on all sides. The figure on the iron bed was covered in needle holes, and there was a faintly glowing life stone at the head of the bed. Just as he entered the ward, a tyrannical realization rushed into Lin Sheng's mind, and several streaks of blood immediately appeared in his eyes. As long as one entered this ward, they would be emotionally affected by Lin Ming. All emotions would be infinitely amplified. This was why the rescue was extremely difficult to carry out. Lin Sheng methodically walked up and pulled out all the needle holes in Lin Ming's body, then took out 2 life stones and placed them beside him. Only then did he finally place that lantern grass, along with a few auxiliary ingredients that he had taken from another place, in one place. Those several auxiliary ingredients are just to suppress the medicinal effects of the lantern grass. Take a leaf from the lantern grass and smash it together with that auxiliary ingredient. Place it next to your pillow, and within a week you'll be able to awaken, and in half a month you'll be able to regain your strength or even become stronger. Listening to Fawn's words, Lin Sheng did as he was told, but subconsciously there was still some anger in his heart. Eventually the herb was made. Lin Sheng placed it in Lin Ming's pocket. Gotcha! It was at this moment that the door opened. Brother Lin Sheng. Baihua couldn't bear the thought of Lin Sheng facing it alone, so she took the liberty of walking in. Just like before, she stayed by Lin Sheng's side at all times. Seeing that all the pinholes on Lin Ming's body had been removed, Baihua's eyes reddened a little. Brother Lin Sheng must not want his sister to endure all this pain again. Right now, his heart must be suffering, right? Saying that, Bai Hua looked at the boy in front of him. Looking at the slightly light golden pupils and messy face, Bai Hua somehow lost control of her emotions and tilted her head up and kissed him. Lin Sheng was caught off guard, and then hands also ringed in the white straight spine. For a moment the desire in his heart was amplified to the limit. Look at the front. Bai Hua turned around a little confused, not understanding what was going on. Bai Hua was wearing white stockings and was gently lifted up by wrapping her arms around her waist and grabbing her wrists. It barely reached a height with Lin Sheng, outside the door of the hospital room. You'll have to comfort that child in a while. Mother Bai frowned slightly. Bai Jioga, on the other hand, nodded. Sobbing could be faintly heard in the ward. Half an hour passed. The door to the ward opened. Bai Hua's face vaguely carried some tear stains as she walked out from it, but there was also a smile on her face. After standing for too long, her legs hurt a little. Sister Lin Ming has woken up. What did you say? Hearing this, the people present were also pleasantly surprised. Hurriedly, they rushed into the middle of the hospital room. Although the needles on Lin Ming's body had been removed, that ECG was fluctuating abnormally fast. Quickly, call all those doctors back immediately. Alright, I'll call them now. Nowadays, Lin Ming's heartbeat had completely recovered to the level of a normal person, and it was even getting stronger. What did you say? Recovered? How is this possible? My friend, you're not fooling us, are you? The medical team, who were all originally planning to leave, suddenly stared with disbelief in their hearts. According to the results of their observations just now, this girl from the Dragon Kingdom was almost beyond saving. Even if that Imperial Beastmaster came, I'm afraid that it would still be difficult to save her. It's just that the heartbeat has returned. Is it possible that it's a flashback? Several people looked at each other. Go back and take a look? Chapter 112 I'm willing. Summoned by the Supreme Council, the doctor who originally wanted to leave this place, rushed back again in a hurry. When they rushed to the hospital room, they could not help but be taken aback when they saw the various data that had been recovered. Quickly, start checking the various indicators immediately. Saying that, the doctors immediately took out their instruments and started to mess around. With the current technological conditions, it was much easier to check. In less than 5 minutes, the examination was completed. Afterward, several of the world's top physicians froze in place. While shaking their heads, they murmured, This is impossible. Just a moment ago, this dragon country girl still looked like she was dying. They had only left for less than a few minutes, right? The various dangerous cells in the body had unexpectedly all died already. Even the roots of her wounds were gradually recovering. I'm afraid it won't take more than a day to wake up. This completely overturned the crowd's perception. Even if an emperor-level Imperial Beastmaster came here to treat it, I'm afraid it would not be possible to recover so quickly. My God, what kind of medicine did you give this girl? A foreign leader inquired to President Rong with a face full of disbelief. However, President Rong merely glanced at Lin Sheng and shook his head as if he knew something. We didn't do anything. My goodness, this is nothing short of a miracle. God! A crowd of people began to say their prayers. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. I knew that Sister Lin Ming's physique was strong and nothing would happen. Su Xian wiped the corners of her eyes. She didn't know much about this aspect. The shock in her heart was nowhere near as high as that of the several physicians. The several physicians were simply scared silly. If this had happened to an ordinary person, they would have spent whatever it took to bring Lin Ming back for study. But now it was clear that it couldn't be done. Even uttering a request was provoking a country. They didn't dare to do so. They could only give Lin Ming a recovery plan for afterwards, and then left the place under the escort of military personnel. President Rong, the clans of the major base cities have sent condolence notes. An attendant brought several letters and placed them in President Rong's hands. President Rong opened them and let out a cold laugh after just one glance. These families really can't wait. Those doctors only just left before they got the news. They have quite a lot of eyes. President Rong crumpled that letter into a ball and threw it into the trash. What they were thinking, President Rong naturally knew in his heart. He was afraid that this pair of siblings would threaten their position in the future. When two such heavenly prides appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, not everyone was happy in their hearts. There were bound to be so many assholes that would appear. No one is allowed to say anything about what happened here. I want to see who dares to jump out at a time like this. President Rong's gaze was stern. It was also time to clean up the assholes. Great. Sister Lin Ming has finally recovered. Lin Sheng, why do I see that your face doesn't look quite right? The two pairs of sisters, Du Ning and Du Qianqiu, arrived beside Lin Sheng. Du Ning looked at Lin Sheng curiously. It's fine. Lin Sheng silently returned. Just now, in the room, his thoughts had been confused, and he had actually done something that even he hadn't thought of. Now that Lin Ming had recovered, that ability to influence emotions had also dissipated. At once, Lin Sheng blamed himself a little. He had been a little too heavy-handed, and it was indeed a bit treacherous in a place like this. The little girl clenched her teeth and he didn't even stop, but instead, his hand became heavier and heavier. Thinking about it now, he was worse than a beast. There is no need to blame yourself. Some strong races have to breed with 4 or 5 females every day. Leaving behind excellent genes is the right choice. The fawn silently spoke in relief. In its view, only the strong have the right to fulfill, let alone one. So what if it was 10? However, this did not move Lin Sheng. After all, he had been a man for 2 lifetimes, and his moral values had long been deep in his bones. It's fine. A small, cold and delicate hand grabbed Lin Sheng's hand. He held the wall with one hand while the other grabbed Lin Sheng. I'm willing. She wasn't aggrieved at all in her heart. Although it was far from what she had in mind, she didn't feel aggrieved either. Lin Sheng nodded silently. He and Bai Ho looked at each other with 4 eyes. At this moment, the mind was actually sublimated like never before, and it always felt like some sort of shackles had been opened. The state of mind was unprecedentedly ethereal, and then his gaze settled down again. He had to become stronger before he could do so. Having seen the Emperor, he realized how powerless his current power was. If it was that Black Dragon King that came, I'm afraid that none of the siblings would be able to come back alive. Black Dragon King. I'm going to collect disaster-level advancement materials for Little White. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. He would act once Lin Ming recovered, and he still had Emperor and disaster-class genes left uninjected. That was the thing that would truly transform Little White. Du Ning and Du Qianqiu, the 2 lilies, looked at the 2 of them. Du Ning's heart was suddenly a bit inexplicably twisted. What's wrong with me? Bai Huo was just worried about him. I'm fine for the next few days. Let me take care of Sister Lin Ming. Du Ning opened his mouth to offer. Lin Ming hadn't taken care of her much when she was in school. It could be said that the 2 were as close as master and disciple. It's better for me to come. I've recently learned some patient care skills from my family's physician. He grabbed the opening. The duo scrambled a few more times. In the end, they decided to take turns watching with their acquaintances. Finally, in less than a week, Lin Ming turned awake. Even the injuries within his body were completely restored, and his strength became several times stronger than before. Those eyes were glowing with a faint white light. It stained the eyelashes with a divine incomparably. The 2 embraced each other in one place, and Lin Ming burst into tears. What's going on with my sister her? How come it feels like it's become even stronger than before? Aren't you talking nonsense? Do you really think that just because that grass is called lantern grass, it's really lantern grass? That's a divine grass. Eating it can transform one's body. Fontan felt like his master was like a country bumpkin, so he then opened his mouth to explain. There are some races that rely on their own strength to conquer the world. They then need to take some strong medicines to take the essence to temper their bodies. There are even some people who can use their physical bodies to fight with emperor-level beasts. Fighting an emperor with their physical body. Lin Sheng was taken aback. That's natural. Those people are called martial artists. While you, on the other hand, are a spirit tamer, an even rarer existence. Are you saying that there are other races in the universe? Lin Sheng grasped the key point. I don't know. But there must be places on the blue star that you can't imagine. Fawn didn't say much, but you have to grasp your gift of sentinel beast. It's a much more honorable talent, and it's a blessing for you humans to be able to awaken this ability. Fawn seemed to hold the Imperial Beast Master in high esteem. Just you wait. The mystery of that lantern grass will only slowly unfold now, and yet the Imperial Beast Master fights in the manner of a martial artist. Your sister is much more talented than you. Fawn looked excited. Ha! Lin Sheng rolled his eyes, and then continued to rush towards the agreed-upon location. He was going to meet the strongest ones in the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 113 Advanced Materials. Giant Tree's Secret Space. Lin Sheng returned to the Magic Capital Academy. In his dormitory, he put on the technological projection helmet. Immediately, he appeared in the conference room. In the Supreme Conference Room, there were 6 or 7 people constantly looking Lin Sheng up and down. Those gazes were old and mature, as if they had seen through the vicissitudes of life. Not bad. The young man is quite handsome. Ha ha ha. We still have to thank Yang City for cultivating such a genius for us. Young man, have you considered marriage lately? My niece is the president of the Foam City Beastmaster Association, and she's in her prime. Several people didn't treat Lin Sheng as an outsider. However, Lin Sheng couldn't be playful. In front of him was the most powerful old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. A single stomp of his foot could make a great family within the Dragon Kingdom disappear. I already have a person of interest. Lin Sheng spoke indifferently. Oh, now that you're in the limelight, who can fall into your eyes? Not to mention that my niece is only in her 30s now. She's still young. Furthermore, it's not like you can't find a second one if you have a person of interest. I have 7 different countries in my family. That old man blew his beard and glared, seemingly dissatisfied with Lin Sheng's answer, and had to force his niece on him. Lin Sheng couldn't help but sweat. 30 years old is still young. Ha! What a bunch of old monsters. I'm afraid that the fraction of these people's age left over was even older than him. Since you're a member of my Dragon Beheading Bureau, you'll be the deputy director from now on. And it's time to change the name of this Dragon Beheading Bureau. A middle-aged man with a bearded razor spoke without any avoidance. Security, this you start pulling strings? This youngster is still a member of my Imperial Beastmaster Association. I remember that your hometown is in Yang City, right? In the future, the Imperial Beastmaster Association in Yang City will be under your control. President Rong smiled and looked at Lin Sheng. The rest of the crowd also argued with each other. The ones given to Lin Sheng were all resources that could not be obtained by money at all. Even listening to Lin Sheng, he was sweating for a while. The deputy director of the Dragon Beheading Bureau? The branch president of the Imperial Beastmaster Association? There was even a person who was planning to give his position to Lin Sheng to sit in. This Nemo was planning to retire early. This pot absolutely could not be taken. Personally, I'm used to being idle. So these positions, I'll just put my name on it. But my favorite beasts are about to advance to the disaster level and need a lot of materials. Lin Sheng silently spoke. Materials are fine. You're the chief of the new students of the Magic Capital Academy. So you're naturally qualified to get the materials for your pet beast's advancement. What materials can't we get? Is it looking down on us? Just mention it directly. The crowd was old and calm, intending to ruthlessly pretend to be an X in front of their juniors, lest they would never have the chance again in the future when Lin Sheng grew to the emperor level. Oh, then there's more. I've recently planned to acquire the corpses of some rare ferocious beasts, also for advancement materials. So Lin Sheng proposed 20 to 30 extremely rare ferocious beasts. The purpose of this was to cover up his desire to collect the corpses of the floating whale ferocious beasts. Otherwise, if he acquired the floating whale alone, it would be easy to be guessed, and those present were all human beings who weren't that gullible. It's also good to say, although the number is indeed scarce, it's not like we can't get them. The crowd frowned a little. Why was this kid netting out difficult questions? But having made a boast, they couldn't take it back. Otherwise, their faces were really dishonored. Oh, then thanks a lot. My advancement materials this time mainly require the 1,000-year ice stone, the 7-blooded ginseng. Lin Sheng read out the names of one material after another. And with that, the expressions of the crowd gradually changed. From the calm faces at the beginning, it gradually turned into a slight frown. Then slowly opened their mouths and looked at the teenager in front of them with a face full of shock. Are you kids serious? A disaster-level advancement material was even more demanding than an emperor-level advancement material. Back then, when they looked for those materials to advance their favored beasts to the emperor level, they had looked for less than a few decades. This was killing them. There are 1,000-year ice stones, and the rest of the several materials can be purchased, but the 7 orifices ginseng is really not available. The principal of the Devil's Capital Academy suddenly regretted a bit that he had set up such a condition and threshold back then. The corpses of ferocious beasts can be acquired for you, but the 7 orifices ginseng, you must go to the Giant Tree Secret Realm to obtain it. The largest secret realm on the Blue Star, the Giant Tree Secret Realm. The secret realm gathered the strongest people from all over the world, even ferocious beasts. Even catastrophe-level Imperial Beastmasters could die if they entered it. The Tree King of the Giant Tree Mystic Realm has the 7 tricks ginseng in his hands. The crowd spoke silently. Clearly there were many things that hadn't been said yet. This world was far from what was seen in the eyes of those ordinary folk, and there were clearly many secret stories hidden. For example, in that Giant Tree Mystic Realm, even if an emperor-level existence entered it, it wouldn't cause a single ripple to occur in the space. That would also mean that the owner of that space was at the emperor level, or even above it. I see. Lin Sheng nodded silently. It looked like the crowd had hidden some of the truths of the world. In the past, Lin Sheng had lived in lies woven by others. It wasn't until Lin Sheng's strength touched the threshold that the truth of the world slowly began to open up to him. After agreeing with the crowd, Lin Sheng exited the virtual meeting. It so happened that at that moment, Lin Ming sent a message to Lin Sheng. When I was unconscious, I always felt like I had a dream. Just a dream that really pissed me off. I don't know if it's true. It's probably because you're overthinking it. There's always someone with you in the hospital room. Lin Sheng knocked down a line and sent it to Lin Ming. The message came back within a few seconds. Maybe. It better be. Tucking his cell phone into his pocket, Lin Sheng was a little nervous. It couldn't be that Lin Ming had woken up at that time. Could it? Then wouldn't he himself? Lin Sheng hurriedly shook off his head. Let's not think about it for now. There should be a teleportation array for that kind of secret realm right downstairs in the Magic Capital Academy. But before that, Lin Sheng still had more important things to do. After Lin Sheng left the conference room, Is all the information you found out true? One person inquired towards another. It's true. More than 10 years ago when Yang City was attacked by a ferocious beast, Lin Sheng's parents saved a child on the front line, but they died in that battle. And the child that was saved was gifted and intelligent. She was very fast at learning and everything. The only problematic part is that it's like she appeared out of thin air. The crowd fell silent. That child was naturally Lin Ming. She and Lin Sheng were not biological siblings, but had concealed this matter. All along, she had been taking care of Lin Sheng as an elder sister, so to speak. That possessiveness. Yet it was like some sort of ferocious beast's dominance over something it owned. Go to Yang City and check to see if there are any special secret spaces there. Chapter 114, Dinner with Mother and Daughter. Entering the giant beast's secret realm world. Your sister's physique is really good. I originally thought that it would take at least a month to 2 months to fully recover. But I never imagined that she would wake up in a day and fully recover in less than a month. Fawn sked in the Imperial Beast space. It was surprising that a human's physique could completely adapt to lantern grass. If it wasn't for the fact that the person he saw with his eyes open was Lin Sheng, perhaps Little Deer would have preferred to contract with Lin Ming. Perhaps if Lin Sheng didn't come, the person it contracted with in the underworld was Lin Ming? Lin Sheng used the teleportation array where the magic capital was located to quickly arrive at Yang City, and without telling anyone, ran straight to where the White Lotus family was located on the way. Stop! Just as soon as he came over, Lin Sheng was stopped by the doorman. However, when he saw who the person in front of him was, the doorman was startled. Nowadays, Lin Sheng had long been the general president of the Yang City Imperial Beastmaster Association. If the large and small forces in this young city knew that Lin Sheng would be coming, they would definitely greet him with great fanfare. Even if their by family's head family in Magic City saw Lin Sheng coming, I'm afraid they would have to come to greet him. How could he, a doorman, dare to stop? At this moment, Mother Bai and Bai Hua were welcoming the guests who had traveled all the way from Magic City. Mother Bai was wearing a cashmere sweater, revealing her snowy shoulders, and a pair of short skirts wrapped around her hips, revealing a sense of maturity. White Lotus body. Also wearing a white velvet shirt similar to White Mother. Face soft round. Just sitting there. Let a person cannot help but want to bully a little. Bai Jiuge was not at home at this time, having been summoned to the main house of the Bai family in Magic City. And in front of their mother and daughter's eyes was the person who was also extremely powerful in the Magic City Bai family, Bai Jing. In the past, coming to a small city like this was like the emperor visiting the home of some retainers. Yet now he looked a bit formal. Everything was because of Lin Sheng. Ma'am, Miss Bai. I heard that Miss seems to have a good relationship with President Lin? Bai Jing inquired tentatively. Their general family had a marriage relationship with the Bai family of Yang City, and the object of the marriage was none other than the Bai family's youngest daughter, Bai He. However, not long ago, they had heard that Bai He was not on good terms with Lin Sheng, so the Bai family hurriedly broke off the marriage and sent him here to make careful inquiries. If they could hook up with Lin Sheng, their Bai family might be able to survive this calamity. Knowing the anger from above this time, the great families of several major base cities were as scared as birds of a feather. It wouldn't be surprising even if a few big families disappeared from the base city overnight. I don't know. The two are just classmates. Mother Bai frowned slightly. Obviously, she didn't know what had happened between Bai He and Lin Sheng. Hearing this, Bai Hua lost his heart and wanted to open his mouth to retort. Upon hearing that there was something going on, Bai Jing's eyes lit up as he hurriedly advised. Oh, if you're classmates then you should get in touch more often. If it's not possible, if others can't see it, it's fine to be a flat or even a concubine. In the main family's view, the first families scattered to various cities were just tools to be used for marriage. Being able to help the main family was already their greatest blessing. And now that Lin Sheng was the right age, had a not-so-small circle of connections in both the magic capital and the imperial capital, and had good talent, and was even rumored to have been summoned by an imperial beastmaster not too long ago, he was simply the most suitable person for the job. Aside from their Bai family, there were even quite a few people who had already sent invitations. This was very common in this world today. For example, Hu Kun from the Magic Capital Academy, or even Zhang Maniac when he had just enrolled in school, had marriage pacts with quite a few families. Yes, I'll try to get in touch as much as I can. Mother Bai's face was calm. However, in her heart, she felt that it was long gone. Perhaps in the past, when Lin Sheng hadn't yet risen to power, Bai He still had a chance. But now, she knew those men too well. Putting aside so many people who were prettier than Bai Hua and had a strong background to not marry, to come and marry a direct descendant of the Bai family? Wouldn't this be laughed at? The truth that a woman chasing a man was separated by layers of paper had long been memorized by Bai Mother. I'm afraid that by now, Lin Sheng has already sunk into the sugar-coated love of those big families, right? It was even possible that he had already married one or two. If this was the case in their young city, how much more so in a big city like Magic City? This kind of thing had long been commonplace for White Mother. And suddenly, accompanied by a knock on the door, Lin Sheng stepped into the room. Seeing that there were already 3 people here, he froze for a moment, and Shirai was even more startled. Why are you here? Bai Wei was never expecting that Lin Sheng had already returned to Yang City. I came to find Bai He. Lin Sheng spoke indifferently. Looking at Lin Sheng's gaze, Bai He couldn't help but remember the scene again, and her face blushed. This appearance of her daughter also caused Mother Bai to have a small heart attack. This child was quite good, actually not being blinded by the benefits in front of her. Instead, she still came to Bai Hua. It seems like I was shallow, Mother Bai secretly said in her heart. The gaze she looked at Lin Sheng couldn't help but soften a bit. I heard all the words just now. Bai He is not a tool for your union. Lin Sheng's words were cold. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Lin Sheng's words, Bai He burst into a sweat and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Our main family has always supported a girl's own choices. This time I came to inform about this matter. How could he dare to shake his head? Now, with one word from Lin Sheng, they were afraid that the Bai family would be devastated, and he guessed that he would only end up worse off. You go and tell the Bai family. Bai Hua in the future. It's not even up to your main family to decide who to be with. Lin Sheng's words were cold, and Bai Jing even nodded his head repeatedly. At this moment, Mother Bai's gaze towards Lin Sheng deepened a few points. This child, good-hearted. It really made Mom a little jealous. Stay for dinner? Mother Bai initiated a hold on Lin Sheng. Bai Hua's face suddenly blushed and she whispered, let's have dinner before we leave. Brother Lin. On the surface, it looked calm, but in reality, Bai He's heartbeat had already accelerated to its limit. From time to time, the images of that time popped up in his mind, and he was somewhat sorry for sister Lin Ming. After all, it was her who first. It was also his own mother's fault for not stopping her at that time. But who Lin Sheng brother said that I was with? But it made Bai Hua feel a little lost in her heart. A few tens of minutes later, after a pleasant dinner time, Lin Sheng left the Bai family villa. Seeing Bai He this girl is fine, Lin Sheng is relieved. When later he will be responsible. Just not yet. He had more important things. Lin Sheng turned around and went directly to the Imperial Beastmaster Association in Yang City, and the president of the Yang City Imperial Beastmaster Association, along with Di Qian, got the news and immediately came to the Imperial Beastmaster Association to greet him. Lin Sheng, you're finally back. Di Qian smiled and spoke. But now I should call you President Lin. It's not appropriate to call names anymore. Hearing Di Qian's words, the surrounding crowd sweats. You know that too? Who among them dares to call Lin Sheng by his name now? Except you? No, Di Qian. You should just call me by my name. Lin Sheng returned what Di Qian had said to him back then. Di Qian's face instantly blushed. You brat. You've actually learned to be bad too. Dare to tease your sister me. Di Qian blares and turns her words around. But what are you doing back in Yangcheng this time? I have some things to do. Is there a teleportation array to the giant tree world in Yangcheng? There is, but the teleportation array has been dusty for a long time. Let me take you there. With that, Di Qian led Lin Sheng to the giant tree teleportation formation. The crowd didn't know much about the world in this teleportation array, only that it was one of the few largest secret realms in the world. It was impossible to enter it without the appropriate token, and Lin Sheng happened to have gotten the token from President Rong. It was a green leaf that exuded an exuberant aura of life. As Lin Sheng stepped on the teleportation array, the green leaf in his hand gradually dissipated. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, disappeared into the Yang City's teleportation array, and then he appeared in a pure white room. On both sides of the room's exit, a pair of catgirls in maid outfits were standing to greet Lin Sheng. Oh, is it a new arrival? A raw face. Suddenly, a person walked into this pure white room. Its body was robust and covered in explosive muscles. By way of introduction, my name is Wu Lu, the person in charge of managing our Dragon Kingdom's entry into the secret realm space. Chapter 115 Arena. Bloody World of Giant Trees. Lin Sheng. Speaking faintly, Lin Sheng looked at the two catgirls at the door with some curiosity. Don't mind if you do. Our Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Beastmasters all have somewhat strange tastes. This is something they strongly requested. The burly man came in front of Lin Sheng and took out an instrument and swept it at him. Oh, monarch level? That's rare. The burly man was a bit surprised. Although this giant tree world also had monarch level and even ordinary people in it, but those who came here from the outside world, aside from smuggling them in, were at least disaster level Imperial Beastmasters. Come with me. Let me introduce you. Wu Lu led Lin Sheng out of the set of rooms. It quickly arrived at a place similar to the Imperial Beastmaster Association. However, The space occupied here was more than 10 times larger than the original Imperial Beastmaster Association. Occasionally, several Imperial Beastmasters passed by here, and all of them looked at Lin Sheng curiously. Apparently there weren't many Imperial Beastmasters who could enter the giant beast world, and everyone almost knew each other. The giant tree world covers an area no smaller than a country, and where you are now is our Dragon Kingdom's garrison. Once you leave this place, it's a matter of life and death. Wu Lu smiled. No more? No more. You'll know if you experience it yourself. Wu Lu was aware of the brutality of this place. Killing people in the street was child's play. Even the death of a family would not warrant a second glance. Oh, Lin Sheng didn't want to know more. He just came here to get one thing. Is there any 7 orifices ginseng here? Of course there is. Wu Lu turned his neck. Go to the arena, and the prize will be 7 orifices ginseng. Soon, Lin Sheng left the garrison. After learning that he was only at the monarch level, that Wu Lu clearly didn't want to say too much. Along the way, Lin Sheng saw many children dressed in rags. However, those people clearly didn't dare to come too close after seeing the Dragon Kingdom seal on him. These should be the aborigines of this place. That is, the ordinary people of the Giant Tree Empire. Now that the empire had been encroached upon by several large base cities, how much better could life be? Even along the way, Lin Sheng also saw a lot of trafficking in ferocious beasts. People. Everything that can't be done here is not subject to jurisdiction. Soon, Lin Sheng arrived at a dueling arena. Greetings. Seeing that the visitor was from the main world, the attitude of the service staff immediately became extremely respectful. After all, to be able to arrive from the main world, one was at least a catastrophe-level Imperial Beastmaster. It was this world's emperor of the land. Civilization is really backward. No wonder President Rong and the others are unwilling to talk much about this world. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Since he was here he had to adapt to the environment here. What competition are you booking for? I'm here to compete. Competition? The service staff here immediately changed their faces. What level? Are there any requirements? The requirement is that the reward has 7-blooded ginseng. 7-blooded ginseng? The 7 orifices ginseng is only possessed by the Tree King, and there happens to be a duel between monarchs tomorrow, and the winner will get to meet the Tree King. That attendant spoke silently. He was only responsible for informing the information. This is the one. After agreeing, Lin Sheng was quickly placed in a room of rest. Not long after resting in the room, a knock sounded on the door. Lin Sheng opened the door, and outside the door stood 7 or 8 slaves. Black-skinned, white-skinned, human-animal hybrids, and even elves. One by one, their skin was white, and their appearance could score at least 9 points or more. I don't know if this guest has any needs. Only 100,000 for one night, the man said smilingly. Before he could finish his words, the door was closed by Lin Sheng with a cold face. I didn't realize that there were so many places in this world that I didn't know about. There were even elves. Of course, Blue Star still has more than 70% of its territory in secret realms today that have not been completely unsealed. And there are even some secret spaces that even I can't enter. Fawn suddenly spoke. Really? You actually came to the Giant Tree secret realm? Lin Sheng was somewhat surprised. I didn't realize that Little Deer knew quite a bit, and after releasing his 2 pet beasts, Little Spirit and Little White were also curious. Of course, it's easy to come in here and hard to go out. The information is completely blocked, so the general public has no way of knowing. Lin Sheng nodded. He did agree regarding this point. If his own strength hadn't reached this level, I'm afraid that even he wouldn't have known that there was this kind of place in Blue Star. It was even very possible that when one's strength reached it, there was no way to know without a channel. And Lin Sheng's gaze was soon drawn to a leaderboard in the room. 10,000 Spirit Athletics Single Ranking. First, Spirit Movement. Second, Zeus. Third. The more Lin Sheng looked, the more alarmed he became. Zeus, isn't this the strongest person in the Lighthouse Kingdom? Even Director N is among them. There's even the 9-headed blazing sun bird. Lin Sheng was stunned. Not only did the emperors and imperial beast masters from various countries participate in the competition, even those ferocious beasts had participated in battles here. And there were more than 13,000 people on this competitive list. The weakest person was a monarch-level imperial beastmaster. That meant that more than 13,000 royal beastmasters above the monarch level, as well as spiritually intelligent beasts, had all come here to participate in the competition, the rewards of which were even more extremely generous. There were even some ranking rewards that were directly labeled in human terms. The first daughter of the 7th prince of the Giant Tree Empire, the Elf clan. This was truly amazing. Even emperor-level imperial beastmasters were involved. The magnitude of the interests involved in this could be imagined. No wonder this secret space is unregulated. It wasn't that it was unregulated, but that it was simply unregulated. Such a huge group of imperial beastmasters, the weakest of which were all at the monarch level. How are you going to regulate them? Perhaps the laws could restrain some ordinary people, but for the powerful it was nothing more than a piece of paper that they simply didn't abide by, even in reality, let alone secret space? Master, go see that tree king. Little deer seemed to be very excited. There was a hidden impulse in its heart. It was just that it was still at a low level today, and it didn't yet understand what exactly this impulse was, but as long as it saw that tree king, it would definitely be able to make it clear. That's for sure. Little White, Little Spirit, you all get ready. Lin Sheng's current ranking was over 13,000, at the bottom of the rankings, and in tomorrow's matchup, there were the top 5,000 ranked powerhouses. Don't look at just the top 5,000, they were already the top of the monarchs, and once you're in the arena, there are only two outcomes, winning, and dying, or you could choose not to die, and turn into a slave to the other side or the arena, but that was also not much different from dying, or even worse, a defeated man. One could only imagine how the opponent would ravage you. I'll help you infuse your skills first. Lin Sheng gently stroked his hand on Little White's forehead, feeling the long-lost head touch. Little White shook his head in enjoyment. Gained 9-headed Blazing Sun Bird Flame Head Skill. Acquired 9-headed Blazing Sun Bird Space Head Skill. Acquired 9-headed Sunbird Poison Head Skill. Acquired 9-headed Sunbird Gene Bloodline. Gained the Wolf King Gene Bloodline. Acquired Dragon Blood Pangolin Gene Bloodline. During the injection process, Lin Sheng could clearly feel that the spatial department's ability was a bit stronger, while the rest were weaker. However, Lin Sheng didn't think much of it, and just thought that the bird often exercised the crystal head, and at this moment, a large amount of energy was being injected into the body, and Little White's level had almost been held to its limit, nearly overflowing. The huge amount of power was traveling through his body, only longing for a breakthrough as soon as possible. Chapter 116 Old Man Jack, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior. The next morning, Lin Sheng turned from his bed and woke up. The bed here, it's still not as comfortable to sleep in as my several hundred square foot king-sized bed. Stretching, Lin Sheng got up and washed himself. Little White was also energized after waking up. It always felt full of energy and inexhaustible power. In addition to those obtained bloodlines, the most crucial thing was that Little White had obtained many disaster-level skills. Of course, a portion of the inappropriate skills were not inherited successfully, but almost all of the skills of the 9-headed Blazing Sunbird were inherited. This was enough, for compared to the disaster-level skills it was still the Emperor level that was a bit more important. Whoosh! As Little White's pupils flew arrest, Lin Sheng's jacket hovered in the air and was very smoothly put onto his body. This was part of the use of spatial ability, being able to control things through space. It was even able to rely on spatial energy to make Little White's body hover in the middle of mid-air. However, the greater one's weight was, the more difficult it was to realize. At most, it could only ensure that it could hover in the air for a period of time. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. Lin Sheng opened the door, and it was the arena's service staff. Hello guest, we've scheduled your match for the third match. Looking at Lin Sheng, who had changed greatly from the day before, the service staff couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Mr. Lin, you didn't buy any of the things that came to you for sale last night, did you? The service personnel opened their mouths and hinted. Lin Sheng shook his head. That's fine. The service staff didn't want to say more. It wasn't something within his scope of business. Soon, Lin Sheng was brought to the arena. At this moment, there was a ferocious beast that was fighting each other with a human imperial beast master. Ranking 11300 Giant Tusk Elephant. Ranking 10399 Wangfeng. Go on, fight me. The crowd in the audience was buzzing with excitement, and in the wide gladiatorial arena grounds, the royal beast master's second favored beast had already had its side half trampled by that giant tusk elephant. Seeing this scene, Lin Sheng's brows frowned slightly. Inexplicably, he substituted for Little Spirit and Little White. Imperial beast deaths are a regular occurrence here. The big deal is that it will be contracted again. It's nothing more than a tool to utilize each other. A voice came out from beside Lin Sheng. Turning his head, a majestic, half-naked blonde man was looking at Lin Sheng with interest. You're new here, aren't you? I hope you and your little favored beasts make it out alive. The blonde man did not say much to Lin Sheng. This kind of newcomer wasn't worth him looking at more than a few times yet. It wasn't even qualified to be actively provoked by him. Utilizing pet beasts? That's something only a waste royal beast master would do. Lin Sheng was expressionless, and when the blonde man heard this, the veins in his forehead rumbled as he narrowed his eyes at the teenager in front of him. Lord Jack, why are you in the mood to talk to a newcomer today? A butler-like man in a suit and glasses came over with a smile and put his head down. Nothing, just a kid who doesn't know any better. The blonde man spoke fluent English. Lin Sheng, however, could understand it perfectly. A monarch Imperial Beastmaster's memory was different from normal people, and it only took 6 hours to learn a language. Soon, that match ended. Winner Wang Feng. Damn, I should have known that I would have pressed the side with the higher ranking. Damn. This royal beastmaster is also lucky, but I'm afraid his 2 royal beasts don't have long to live. It's a good thing he died for me to lose money. Why don't I just bet on the side with the highest winning percentage next time? What are you afraid of? Keep going with the reverse pokies. To learn more, study the state of each player in each match. How much the strength has improved. How the state is. Combine the state of both sides with the current strength to place bets, and jump the gun over time. Wang Feng returned to the waiting venue. Although he was covered in filth, his temper was not small, and there was no trace of the appearance of having just died a few favored beasts. Yelling at the staff, he said, "Go and buy me 2 monarch-level ferocious beasts right away. Old me has plenty of money." The service staff in the venue were just some ordinary people. How could they dare to neglect these imperial beast masters? The fiery ones went up to them. Winning a match would almost get hundreds of millions of dollars. This was a big moneymaker that had to be served properly. It's all about losing to you in the end, the attendant wearing glasses said respectfully to Jack. Next race, 4,790th place. Jack, 6,320th place. Dragon Blood Warrior. All the names used in the tournament were code names. Few used their real names. Jack, look at me. Jack, I love you. I bet you $30 million. Hurry up and kill that guy. 4,790. That's a difference of 2,000 places. Absolutely no surprises, right? Be abusive for a while longer, oh little Jack. Jack, are you free to accompany your sister tonight? The crowd present was excited. Jack was enjoying the gazes. From time to time, his eyes wandered between a few noble women of the Giant Tree Empire, thinking about which one to go for tonight. Those noble women were also enraptured by the look and kept letting out screams. You're Jack? I'll kill you. No problem, right? The other party sneered twice. Sure. Jack expressionlessly hooked his hand. The Dragon Blood Warrior summoned his 2 mid-king stage favored beasts, both of the same race, iron-armored dragons. The iron-armored dragons roared and stormed towards Jack. As Jack beckoned, 2 huge, armor-clad, shield and longsword giants snapped into existence in their hands. Swish! There was no suspense in the outcome of the match. The 2 favored beasts were slaughtered by the shield-wielding giants. The Imperial Beastmaster, on the other hand, even collapsed in the middle of this arena, hacked into the earth by the great sword. Armored giants, and its 2 late-stage monarchs. Lin Sheng rubbed his chin. It always felt as if that Dragon Blood Warrior was in some bad shape. It was as if it had fought 10 people in a bloody battle last night. Otherwise, it couldn't have lost so miserably. Sooner or later, I'll have to face Jack. This truth, Lin Sheng could still understand. The reason why Jack had been brought to this tournament venue, which was far below his ranking, was to trade heat. Otherwise, who would come all the way to watch a few of you newcomers peck at each other's rookies? What you want to see is the old men slaughtering the newcomers. Let the newcomers know the cruelty of the competition. And Lin Sheng was obviously amongst the ones being slaughtered. I'm afraid the reason why Jack spoke to me was just curiosity as to why I could hold back that night. The corner of Lin Sheng's mouth hooked up. Those women who looked at least 10 or even 9% beautiful. I'm afraid he was the one who sent them. Jack was afraid that he wouldn't know. Compared to the beautiful women Lin Sheng had seen, those were just mediocre. He had long been immune to this aspect. I really didn't think that an old player ranked within 5,000 would be afraid to roll over at the hands of our newcomer. In order to win, it could be said that any means could be used. And I'm afraid that the competition had started as early as Lin Sheng's entry into this world. Even a player with a ranking of less than 5,000 was this shrewd. He used his full strength against newcomers like them, not to mention the higher-ranked players. Next, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex. My turn. Lin Sheng walked out of the waiting room. His face unreadable. Chapter 117 Seconds. Winning Streak. Deadly Demon of the Arena. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior was the codename Lin Sheng had given himself. It didn't matter if he could change his name every match anyway. As Lin Sheng stepped onto the dueling arena, Jack also looked over with interest. In the past, there was no shortage of cases where he had flipped against newcomers. Having survived until now, Jack relied on his cautious character. Going to a big match, he was just a bottom-tier character. However, in this kind of small match, he was the top. Although the number of people watching was not even close to a big race, it was enough to make a fortune. The key thing was that there was no danger. Next up, we have our newcomer, the Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior, against another ranked 12,300, mid-king ferocious beast, skeleton sword and shield hand. As soon as Lin Sheng and the skeleton with the shield in his hand arrived, the crowd on the high platform immediately quieted down. It was clearly different from when Jack had appeared earlier. Lin Sheng instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. Too handsome. I want him. Is this the new Imperial Beast Master? I really don't want to see him get killed by a skeleton sword and shield hand. A pity indeed. It's fine to come to me as a tea-pouring boy. The crowd was talking on the stage. A newcomer at the Monarch level had just come to deal with a mid-Monarch skeleton sword and shield hand. It was indeed hard to guess whether this would be a win or a loss. Still, more people placed their bets on the skeleton sword and shield hand. After all, a mid-Monarch King Beast would require at least 3 mid-Monarch King Beast Masters to deal with it. And the skeleton sword and shield hand had more combat experience from killing here every day. It's starting. Jack wore a smile on his face. I hope this newcomer won't let me down. The more powerful you are, the more cheers you'll win when you're abused tomorrow. Perpetually slaughtering newcomers in this arena. Jack's mentality had long since produced a change that was different from the norm. And I heard that this newcomer wasn't even found by the arena. Rather, it was a guy who threw himself into the net. So Jack had to be cautious. Make sure that Lin Sheng wasn't sent by someone else to pretend to be a pig. Little spirit. Lin Sheng waved his hand. A reptilian species dragon that was as tall as a 4-story building appeared in the arena. Pre-monarch. At that instant, the crowd on the high stage held their breath. And the one in charge of hosting this match, the arena master of this arena, was also wide-eyed. What kind of breed is this? Never before had I seen a favored beast that looked like this. Its body was like that of a dragon, but it was covered with dark fur in addition to scales. And the dark aura on the carapace was so thick that it could not be covered. Cackle. Pre-king. The skeletal sword and shield man laughed. Jack's heart was also relaxed. It was just a tiny pre-king king Imperial Beast Master. The little guy really makes my heart a little nervous. The corners of Jack's mouth once again curled into a confident smile. Die. The skeleton sword and shield hand picked up his long sword and leapt up. The body was large enough to cover the sky. That one large knife fiercely slashed down towards Little Spirit. Whoosh. A pitch-black lance violently emerged above Little Spirit's body. The lance was extremely fast, and with a whoosh, it rushed towards the skeleton sword and shield hand. As the skeleton sword and shield man hurriedly raised the bone shield in his hand to block this attack, the bone knife had already hacked down towards Little Spirit's neck. The skeleton sword and shield hand couldn't help but reveal a smile. The little guy was still inexperienced. However, before the skeleton blade shield hand could say the next sentence, he felt that his chest had been penetrated by something. Looking down, the lance had pierced through the bone shield in its hand and rushed into the middle of its chest. How? In the next instant, the parasitic spirit in that chest cavity turned into countless spikes and directly exploded. Boom! The skeleton sword and shield hand's body exploded. Killed in battle. So weak? Can we have something that can fight? The little spirit spread its wings and began to scream. With the parasitic spirit present, the possibility of winning against it at the same level was zero. Its own battle power had already reached the middle of the Monarch King stage. And with some strong skills and the parasitic spirit, it could at least touch the peak of the Monarch King. I didn't see it wrong. Did I? What kind of skill is that? It actually pierced right through the shield on the skeleton blade and shield. That bone shield is capable of blocking attacks from fierce beasts of the same level, or even higher. Also, this black and unkempt beast is too arrogant, isn't it? It looks like a dragon. You really think you're a dragon? This newcomer does have some strength, but to win one game and then dare to clamor like that? I do think the Imperial Beast Master is quite handsome. And the little pet is cute too. Giggle. The surrounding audience was immediately ignited with enthusiasm. This wave of little spirits could be said to have pulled all the hate. After all, the audience came to see these newcomers fearful and scared, but they didn't expect to be called out in return and mocked in a wave. There were many veteran spectators and supporters who wanted some stronger players to teach it a lesson. Is Jack there? I can't watch anymore. Jack, come and discipline the newcomers. Listening to the words of the crowd, Jack inside the gladiatorial arena waved his hand. It was just a mid-king. There was no need for him to labor so hard. Just kill it in passing. But this talent was not bad. A pre-monarch king could deal with a mid-monarch king skeleton sword and shield hand. Taking it over as a follower, or a slave might be quite good. The match ended. The owner of the gladiatorial arena immediately approached Lin Sheng. Any way you looked at it, Lin Sheng was the character to become the next big breakout star of the arena. Hello, my name is Chao Sun. I'm the owner of this gladiatorial arena. Are you interested in signing with our gladiator arena? I can give you extremely high profits and conditions. Not interested. Lin Sheng directly rejected it to his face. He had only come here for the 7 tricks ginseng. Chao Sun, on the other hand, smiled. Doesn't matter. When you know the dangers and benefits of this place, you'll naturally consider it. A few days followed. Lin Sheng faced a dozen more opponents one after another. The results were without exception. All of them were killed by Little Spirit with a single move. And Lin Sheng was given the title, Deathless Murdering Devil, Deadly Demon. The reason was simple. Any beast killed by Lin Sheng would not even have a body left in the end. Humans who survived were taken as slaves by Lin Sheng, and would disappear from Lin Sheng's side in less than a night. This was true for both men and women. That was why those opponents were all terrified when they faced Lin Sheng. Once they lost, what they faced was thought to be a more desperate scene than death. In Lin Sheng's room, a woman in her teens was trembling and squeezing Lin Sheng's shoulders with her hands. Today was the first and last night that she had accompanied the death demon. Even if I die, I have to preserve my innocence. The girl bit her red lips. At this time, Lin Sheng suddenly spoke out. It's almost time. Tomorrow is the last match. Chapter 118 is Zeus' daughter. The last match. Almost time? Faced violently with death. The girl's heart suddenly tightened. But more fearful still was the uncertainty of what this master was going to use against her. Lin Sheng looked at the girl, and the girl was instantly so scared that her body went limp, and her previous sense of wanting to resist was stripped away as much as possible, so she could only stare blankly at the pale golden pupils. It was only at this moment that she realized that in the face of power, any delusions were unrealistic. Tears began to well up in the girl's pupils. Past memories flashed in her mind like a walking lantern. Go back to the main world, and when the time comes, go to the Dragon Kingdom's young city and report my name, and there will be people who will take you in. Lin Sheng waved his hand. Killing people? He would kill. However, those who had no killing intent towards themselves and were only forced to participate in the tournament, Lin Sheng would also leave them behind. However, so far, facing over a dozen opponents, there were only one or two who truly had no killing intent, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young. They were all sent by Lin Sheng to Young City, to be used to deal with possible future attacks from the ferocious beasts. Hey, the girl froze a little. I told you to return to Young City to stand by. Aren't you my slave? Follow my orders. Lin Sheng didn't want to do too much explaining, because it was really troublesome to explain. Might as well kill that. Master. The little spirit in the Imperial Beast space silently spoke. Killing it is far less useful than keeping it. Little Deer faintly said. These slaves had signed a contract and could never disobey orders. They were more than suitable candidates for soldiers. If you wanted to survive, forming your own force was the first priority. At this point, the master had done an impeccable job. I'm all for master. Little White licked again. Time passed quickly. The next day was early in the morning. The popularity of the arena today was much higher than before, even breaking the highest record of this arena. It was all because of the appearance of an extremely popular newcomer, Deadly Demon. It even drew the attention of some of the big arena crowds. After all, this was merely a monarch-level arena. There were an unknown number of arenas like this in the entire giant tree world. As for the disaster-level ones, there were almost a dozen of them, and every famous disaster-level Imperial Beastmaster was bagged by those arenas, attracting countless people from all over the world to watch. And the number of Imperial-level arenas was even less. There were only 2, and depending on the mood open, it was a place for Emperor-level Imperial Beastmasters to settle their grudges against each other. Basically, it only opens a few times a year. One of them belonged to the Giant Tree Empire, while the other belonged to the main world's Global Imperial Beastmaster General Association. And now there was a large number of wealthy spectators from the disaster-level arena that had come here. The arena owner was immediately flattered. Jack, on the other hand, was in a somewhat bad mood. It was all because this new arrival had stolen his thunder. Even the factory owner had said to Jack not to hit too hard during the match. Didn't this mean that he was going to replace himself? Just a new kid. Jack was slightly upset in his heart, but having received orders from the field master, Jack didn't dare to resist too much. Just a little lesson. The two of them got ready and soon stood on the field. The finalist prize of this tournament will be qualified to meet the Tree King of the Giant Tree Empire and make a request to the Tree King. And the finalists are the newest contestant, Dead Demon, and the veteran contestant, Jack. The two quickly stepped onto the playing field. Cheers immediately rang out around them. The result of the betting was also a bit higher for Jack. Unable to help but let Jack breathe a sigh of relief, he spoke proudly. A newcomer is a newcomer after all. And when Jack's gaze rested on the field, he suddenly glimpsed a figure that instantly made Jack's pupils widen. On the high stage, there were 2 elegant blonde girls with blue pupils. Both of them were wearing tight t-shirts and short skirts. Their white skin was exposed and looked dazzling. The short skirts wrapped their hips round and full, echoing the front of their bodies, and behind them stood 5 heavily armed bodyguards, all of them bearing the symbols of other lighthouse countries, making people intimidated. Well, I told you this new guy was cool, right? Want to play? The young girl playfully looked at the girl beside her. It's nice, but my father doesn't allow me to play around, and his favored beast is really. The girl trailed off a bit. Of course it is Lydia, 1,000 times over. The playful young girl to the side was all but certain. It's definitely the heir of that legendary Black Dragon King. Hearing this, Lydia's pupils were also slightly dilated. The Black Dragon King, their lighthouse kingdom couldn't be clearer. Even back then, their own father was only barely able to win over that black dragon, but was not able to kill it. And at that time, there were also the rest of the emperor-level imperial beastmasters helping out. The shock in Jack's heart was beyond words. Lydia, one of Zeus' daughters. Jack's heart thumped. The white, heartwarming skin and pale blue pupils were absolutely right. If I can get her to look at me and take me in. As soon as he thought of this, Jack couldn't help but lick his lips with some excitement. Then even more so, he looked directly at Lin Sheng in front of him. This kind of rich lady all had their own servants. I'm sorry, I was originally planning on letting you go. But now, become my Jack's stepping stone. Jack summoned 2 huge armored giants. Rumble. The arena let out an earth-shattering noise. Everyone's eyes were drawn to it. Both are in the late monarch stage. Lin Sheng stroked his chin. In the previous battle, Little Spirit's level had already reached the mid-monarch king stage. Battles between life and death were still very effective in honing ferocious beasts. Little Spirit obviously also liked this hostile atmosphere very much. It was able to accelerate its growth extremely quickly, relying on its domain ability. It really wasn't certain that it couldn't be defeated by 2 giants in the late monarch stage. After all, back then, its father, the Black Dragon King, had the advantage of facing many emperor-level imperial beastmasters in the Lighthouse Kingdom all by himself. Or maybe the mother? Lin Sheng didn't know if the Black Dragon King had a gender, nor did he know how it had given birth to Little Spirit. Still only summoning one favored beast? Jack's eyes were cold. How dare you look down on him? Looking for death. Now he was ranked in the top 5,000. This newcomer was just over 9,000. Oh, our deadly demon contestant is still planning to fight with only one favored beast. Looks like he's confident in himself. Listening to the host's piercing voice, and the audience's whispers, Jack's eyes became even colder. The killing intent in his heart gradually filled out. It really is the Black Dragon King. It's too much of a resemblance. Lydia exclaimed in shock, covering her delicate little mouth with her hand. The girl at the side was similarly excited, her hands and feet fluttering in excitement. Die! Jack gave the order. Feeling their master's killing intent, the 2 armored giants were furious. Lifting the long swords in their hands, they rushed forward. Mao! Roar! By Gunna! Master! You're not really going to let me fight alone, are you? Little Spirit hurriedly inquired. You should also exercise more. You can't always rely on Little White. Don't worry, I'll save you when you're about to be killed. Lin Sheng patted Little Spirit's wings. Little White in the royal beast space also nodded, indicating that he had healing skills. Little Spirit's voice was aggravated and tearless. Just go on, I'll carry the hatred I pulled myself. Chapter 119, Field of Death. The toughness of the domain skill. 2 armored giants with huge figures 10 stories high. One held a long spear in his hand and wore a plate armor helmet, while one held a huge sword in his hand and wore a long-tailed helmet on his head revealing only a pair of ferocious eyes. The ground shook with every step the 2 giants took. Not to say that their strength was high or low, at least their aura was sufficient. Part of the reason Jack's popularity could be so high was also because of his 2 pet beasts. After all, some countries' people loved nothing more than knight giants in armor. Royal Giant. Rank, Late King. Talent, Late King. Skills, Stabbing Sword. Swinging Slash. Alloy Armor. Evolutionary Root, None. Introduction, Giant Kingdom. The giants that guard the royal family. The 2 favored beasts were not too far apart in terms of rank and name. Both were bought from others by Jack at a high cost. That was why Jack had been so angry when Lin Sheng had mentioned earlier that only the weak would give up their favored beasts, obviously poked at a sore spot. And Jack also wanted Lin Sheng to taste what it was like to contract a pet beast again. But now, I guess there was no chance. Royal Giant, don't hold back. Jack's face was cold. The 2 royal giants also emitted a heaven-shaking roar. For a time, it ignited the excitement of the crowd on stage again, especially the royal family of the Behemoth Empire, with some countries that had knights appearing in their history. The arena master, on the other hand, tensed up. I thought I told you to keep your hands to yourself and just perform a little. Chao Sun was a bit flustered and kept giving Jack a look. However, Jack, who usually looked over here from time to time during the matches, didn't even look at him at this moment. This guy, he's not planning to kill me, is he? That's my money tree. Chao Sun was dumbfounded. In his opinion, as long as Jack showed his strength, there wouldn't be any opponents at all. Once Jack was going to strike, I'm afraid Lin Sheng would be in grave danger. It looks like brother is in danger. Damn it guys, don't ever scratch his face for me. The young girl beside Lydia pinched her waist in anger. Lydia, on the other hand, sighed with a slight helplessness in her heart. This friend of hers had some special preferences, and had previously bought many slaves who ended up dying with wounds all over their bodies. Julie, this person is very important to me. Don't mess around. Lydia spoke helplessly. The dead demon was actually able to contract Nyak's heir. Father would love it if he could give it to him. Hey, Lydia-san, do you have your eye on it too? It's still the first time. Julie covered her mouth and snickered. Then I'll be even more excited. Don't say it. Let's wait until he can come out alive. Lydia spoke silently. If he could come out alive, he would be qualified to be her servant. Looking at the two young girls, the guards behind them were speechless. The two of them were both beautiful, and together they were a perfect pair. But they weren't so friendly to those male slaves. Let's hope that the guy below will be lucky. Usually being looked at by two ladies didn't end well. Whoosh! The royal giant took the machete and it whistled down. Roar! Little spirit let out a dragon roar, and the parasitic spirit on his body transformed into a large black hand that directly gripped the huge machete. Yet just that alone was not enough to block that massive power. Damn it! Death domain! The little spirit dodged that huge machete with a flash and directly opened the domain skill. In an instant, a dark aura spread towards the surroundings, instantly covering the entire arena. Domain! Jack's face changed. This damned guy actually possessed a domain. Once a favored beast possessed a domain skill, its strength would increase exponentially. Not only did the domain possess a certain special ability, it could also greatly enhance the favored beast's own strength versus weakening the opponent's strength. Like his royal giants, one would cost roughly 1 billion, two would cost 2 billion combined, which would be cheaper if it was just a rental. But once the royal giant had a domain, then the price would skyrocket from 1 billion to 10 billion, and there was still a price for it. There was no way anyone would sell it. For a while greed arose in Jack's heart. Kill the person and leave the favored beast for me. It was more than common to snatch the opponent's favored beast in the arena, and Julie on the stage covered her delicate mouth. This guy actually has a domain ability. Can it be that it's really the heir of the Black Dragon King? Before, she was just joking. In her heart, she felt that there was only a half possibility. But once it's possessed a domain, this possibility increased drastically. To have a domain ability at the monarch level, then this favored beast's talent was at least at the late disaster stage or above. The two royal giants that received the order instantly rushed up, raising the weapons in their hands. They slashed frantically. After opening the domain skill, Little Spirit's movement speed was abnormally fast. It was even able to incite its wings for a short period of time, and these attacks simply couldn't hit it. At the same time, Little Spirit seized the opportunity and specifically attacked one of the royal giants, continuously spewing out green aerosol with extremely strong corrosive properties. As time passed, one of the royal giants finally collapsed. The armor on its body was corroded to bits and pieces, even revealing the bones and flesh in it. How is this possible? This is a royal giant of the late monarch stage. Jack was in disbelief. Could it be that he was cheated? But he had bought it from a highly reputable slave trading house. It was absolutely impossible to be cheated. Audience members, to be able to defeat a late-stage monarch king with just a pre-monarch king, and to face two late-stage monarch king ferocious beasts at the same time, we have to say that this is nothing short of a miracle. Come give our applause to this newcomer death demon. Seeing that the time had come, Chao Sun immediately began to vigorously publicize Lin Sheng. As for Jack, just abandon it. As long as the money was there, what kind of late king's royal beast master couldn't be built? Damn it! Hearing the frantic shouts around him, Jack bared his eyes. This newcomer, how dare he steal my thunder? Jack understood that he had been abandoned by Chao Sun. In the eyes of these field masters, only those who could create benefits were of use. But what made Jack most desperate was this. He could clearly feel the lives of both his favored beasts and himself draining away. This field had the ability to deprive people of their life force. As the battle progressed, the speed of the two favored beasts only got slower and slower. And right at this moment, one of the royal giants finally seized the opportunity. The large sword in his hand violently slashed towards the small spirit in midair. Jack's face instantly revealed a look of delight. However, a thick lance stabbed out violently, instantly piercing through the royal giant's chest. Chapter 120, Awakening the Corpse, Reward for the Match. What? Jack's mouth opened wide as he dared not lose faith. The crowd on stage also fell silent, their raised hands slowly lowered. The arena master was holding the microphone in some disbelief. Julie and Lydia, on the contrary, are a little excited. A royal giant, who was on the verge of winning, was actually pierced through the chest by another royal giant with a lance. And Jack had long since lost control of the royal giant with the lance. How is that possible? My favored beast would attack myself? Jack simply couldn't believe it. What was in front of him simply broke common sense. Favored beasts between royal beastmasters could never attack each other by common sense. Yet at this moment, one of his favored beasts actually attacked another favored beast, interrupting his attack. That one favored beast was emitting a green aura, and the wounds all over its body were bubbling with the unpleasant smell of death. Awaken the corpse. Little Spirit was able to awaken the creatures he had killed once again. Although its battle power was not as great as before, it would never be much weaker. Currently, he could only awaken one favored beast of a level comparable to his own. 3 favored beasts that were one rank weaker than himself and could not be awakened at the same time as those of comparable rank. Even so, this skill was extremely perverse. After awakening the giant, the 2 giants were instantly entangled together, and coupled with Little Spirit's attack, the victory was quickly clear. Jack's 2 giants. The armor on their bodies were all shattered and then collapsed. No more breath of life. For a time, Jack's heart was like ashes. Under the feedback of the death of his favored beasts, his face was even paler. That a hair is white on a lot of hair. Obviously he was not going to live long. A human standing in the middle of the field for a long time. The breath of life in his body had already been stripped by the Little Spirit. It would die a natural death in a few days. Want to kill me? You'd better go wait for death yourself. The Little Spirit sneered twice, not intending to kill Jack handily. Instead, he let it live in fear of pre-death, drawing negative energy from his body. Slowly empathize with the pain of falling from the peak to the trough. As a precautionary measure, to eliminate the danger forever, the Little Spirit extracted a few more strands of life breath from his body. It could clearly feel Jack's endless killing intent towards his master. If Lin Sheng wasn't still here, the Little Spirit would have abused him to death. But in order to preserve its image in its master's eyes, it could only do so. The Little Spirit flew back to Lin Sheng's side. Well done. Lin Sheng touched Little Spirit's forehead and knocked the dragon's horn twice. Little Spirit was suddenly in a daze. Fortunately, those 2 night giants of the late monarch stage were not raised by Jack from a young age. Not only did they not work well with each other, it was estimated that the soul contract was not strong either. It made sense that they would fail when they encountered Little Spirit, who possessed a domain. In this way, after all, Little Spirit's synthesis skills, any one of them was a peak existence amongst the monarch class. Even out of 10,000 monarch class favored beasts, one might not be able to possess one of those skills. Even less so, Lin Sheng could also summon Little White out. At that point, the battle would become a devastating scene. The Night Giant, who was only in the late monarch stage, was afraid that it would be difficult to resist even a single attack from Little White, and the crowd on the high platform had long been stunned. What kind of creature is that? The dark aura on this body is a bit too rich. It can't be a bizarre class, right? It's definitely a bizarre class. No wonder it's called a dead demon. Where's the dead devil's signature technique? Why don't you use it yet? Use it. I came here just to see your move. The audience on stage was red with excitement. Even the people who had supported Jack before had fallen on their swords. These spectators didn't care who lived or died. As long as they could win, they all supported them uniformly. This was a kind of yearning for the strong that was engraved in their bones. Lin Sheng naturally heard the voices on the high stage. However, the more attention they paid, the harder it was to discover his own abilities. The so-called darkness under the lights was just that. Acquired Royal Giant Bloodline Gene. Acquired Royal Giant Cleave Skill Gene. As Lin Sheng used his natural skill, the corpses of the 2 royal giants gradually dissipated, and finally turned into a piece of yellow earth. Dead devil! Dead devil! Dead devil! Under the arena master's manipulation, the crowd on the high stage chanted Lin Sheng's nickname. The first moment the entire arena was filled with the name of Dead Devil, and Lin Sheng's rankings swapped with his opponents. 4,730. The rankings were already able to participate in higher level matches. Little White and Little Spirit. Both can't get the Royal Giant's genes and skills. It's better to save them for later. Maybe the future favored beasts will be able to use them. Lin Sheng walked off the arena stage, and immediately 2 people came to serve him. There were even quite a few noble women and nobles who came to the edge of the arena and extended their hands out to shake Lin Sheng. This kind of paper-drunk, sought-after environment by 10,000 people could easily affect a person's heart. No wonder the people who came to the arena were so bloody. It's also a good place to sharpen people. It's just a pity that these people's levels are all too low. Lin Sheng sighed. If Jack had heard this, I'm afraid he would have vomited blood. But what Lin Sheng said was indeed the truth. Back then, the 9-headed blazing sunbird had directly sealed 6 of its 9 heads in order to force its way into space. The strength of the remaining 3 heads had also been suppressed to the disaster level. However, it was still an emperor. And after fighting with 6 disaster level grade and late disaster wolf kings, it was then severely injured by Lin Ming, who had forcefully raised its strength to peak disaster. Yet Little White's skills were still able to injure it. This was already perverse. To be honest, even Lin Sheng hadn't expected that he would be able to kill that emperor. Thinking about it in hindsight did make one a bit scared. Unfortunately, at that time, Lin Sheng was so enraged that he couldn't care less. The more I think about it, the more outrageous it is that a peak monarch can injure a peak disaster. In terms of universal common sense, this was impossible to happen. But who let him have a hang in his hand? Mr. Lin Sheng had just left the gladiatorial arena. The owner of the gladiatorial arena immediately greeted him. Mr. Lin, you have won the ultimate prize of this competition. This time, you won a total of 13 billion for our gladiatorial arena. And we will draw 2 billion of that for you. And you are qualified to travel to the center of the giant tree empire to meet the Tree King. 2 billion. No wonder the people here were so eager to compete. Winning just one tournament was enough to enjoy it for a lifetime. But, Mr. Lin, are you interested in signing up with our arena? As long as you become one of our contracted fighters, you'll be eligible for 50% of the profits from all future matches. Chao Sun opened his mouth to tempt. Originally, the profits made within the arena would not be told to anyone else, but it was deliberately leaked in order to lure Lin Sheng him. No need. Lin Sheng refused outright. The 50-50 split seemed tempting, but competing here all the time would only waste his time and talent. It would be better to go to a higher level arena. In this case, there is a group of guests who are your fans and want to meet you. Chapter 121 Two People with Special Fetishes. Fellow travelers. Although Lin Sheng rejected Chao Sun's request, he was not angry. There was still a reason why he was able to be the boss of the arena for so long at this time. Not to be seen. Lin Sheng silently spoke. But, those two said that they could let you get the 7 tricks ginseng without any problems. You leaked my information to them? Lin Sheng glanced at him. Chao Sun was instantly startled. Even though he was the owner of this arena, he didn't dare to mess with a royal beast master of this level. So he hurriedly panicked and said, Where? You also know my identity, and I wouldn't dare not say anything. Chao Sun couldn't help but sweat. The energy of the visitor was far from something he could mess with. A casual word could make his little arena disappear from the giant tree world from now on. Let's meet then. Lin Sheng was unfamiliar with life. Although he was qualified to meet the Tree King, he didn't know how to claim the 7 orifices ginseng. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng arrived at the arena, in the most ostentatious room number 1. Knock knock knock. As he knocked on the door, a female elegant voice came from inside. Come in. A lighthouse nation? Lin Sheng gave a start, before pushing the door and entering. On either side of the round table in front of them sat 2 blonde girls, wearing extremely low-cut open-chested white hibiscus tops, and wide jackets that shrouded that flawless and sexy figure. Only 4 white, eye-catching legs were exposed, with an even thickness, so that one more was too much, and one less was too little. Both of them looked at Lin Sheng up and down and scrutinized him, and behind the 2, there were also 5 Lighthouse Kingdom servants standing. Not bad. Be my servant and do your best to conquer me. Julie opened her mouth with a smile, obviously used to being noble. Without even realizing it, she took out the leash and collar bolt from her body. Don't scare people, dead devil. I should call you Lin Sheng. Are you interested in coming to my gladiatorial arena? Lydia's eyes scanned Lin Sheng up and down. It was a bit surprising that this kid didn't have stage fright. How could they say that they were also from the Lighthouse Kingdom of the autonomous world? When the people of the secret world saw them, they would naturally bow down. It would even be an honor to come as servants, just in exchange for the right to leave this place. Julie was getting more and more interested. I didn't realize that the bones were quite hard. I hope your bones are still that hard when you get to my room. Both of you, what do you know about the 7 orifices ginseng? Lin Sheng spoke faintly. This instantly caused the 2 to freeze. The Dragon Kingdom? Are you local to the secret space? Or are you from the main world? Julie hurriedly put away the dog collar and inquired somewhat nervously. If it was someone from the main world, she would lose a lot of face. Those who could come here from the main world. In which country are the top personnel? And the Dragon Kingdom was even the top 3 ranked powerhouse in the main world. What do you mean? He doesn't even know how to meet the Tree King, Lydia said silently. Lin Sheng had obviously just arrived in the giant tree world. Hurry up and tell me. I'm in a hurry and have to hurry back. Lin Sheng was a little impatient. You. Julie instantly blushed red with shame. Just now, this guy had definitely seen the dog collar she had taken out, right? But so what? This giant tree world was their territory. In order to travel to the center of the giant tree world, one must have a giant tree city token. Lydia silently spoke. Surprisingly, Lin Sheng had never heard of this matter. Oh, I have the token of giant tree city on me and can take you there. But there is one condition. Lydia observed Lin Sheng's face. Forget about sending a slave. I already have one. And that slave beside you is a bit too stupid. Lin Sheng frowned slightly and looked at Julie with some disgust. Julie first froze for a moment, and then directly caught fire. Who are you calling a slave? Do you know who I am? Julie obviously hadn't suffered much. Angrily, she walked forward and took out a collar with the intention of putting it around Lin Sheng's neck. It's true that the brain isn't very good. Lin Sheng was somewhat speechless. With one hand, he grabbed the other party's hand and snatched the collar from their hands, and then directly put it on Julie's white neck in 3 tries. With a force under her feet, Julie's snow-white knees directly knelt on the fragrant wood floor. You let go of me. Julie tilted her head back and looked at Lin Sheng, instantly blushing in shame. However, after meeting Lin Sheng's light golden-colored pupils, she was instantly startled and lost her voice for a moment. Lydia, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but snicker. Ha. It seems like you're well trained. I'll send you this slave. Julie had acted too brashly, and it was time for her to suffer some losses. Lydia, you're kidding me too. Julie sat on the ground and touched her reddened knees, somewhat in tears. However, Lin Sheng didn't care about her at all. Coming up and trying to put a collar on someone? This kind of person Lin Sheng naturally didn't have much good feelings. It's better to forget about it. I'm afraid that my IQ has been affected as well. You'd better mind your own dog. Laughing softly, Lin Sheng handed that necklace into Lydia's hand. Looking at the two who were singing in unison, Julie instantly felt like she was being tricked. The attendants on the side were also nervous, not daring to say a word. I didn't expect the Lord who came this time to be quite powerful, to actually be able to talk and laugh with these two. If it were before, even the people from the Lord's world would have been lassoed by Julie. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them got into a giant tree city cab. It was a giant beast that looked like a rhino, and the 3 of them sat on top of its wide spine. Your father is Zeus? Oh yes. You're not afraid at all, are you? Lydia said with a smile. What's there to be afraid of? He's not here right now? I'm really getting satisfied with you. Interested in joining my arena? Lydia's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Sheng in front of her. In the past, when those people heard that her father was Zeus, they would immediately be scared shitless. I didn't expect the youth who came this time to be calm. Hadn't he heard that Zeus disciplined his daughter very strictly? LOL. Sitting on the sidelines watching the two who were talking and laughing, Julie was inexplicably a little jealous in her heart. The thought of Lin Sheng's overlooking light golden pupils and appearance tickled her heart. Without realizing it, she leaned towards Lin Sheng. As he was about to approach, he was stopped by an invisible force. If you lean over again, I'll throw you down. Lin Sheng indifferently spoke. Who leaned over? Julie rolled her eyes and sat back down again. However, Lin Sheng's cold attitude made Julie's heart beat faster. Could it be that she was mistaken about her fetish? We'll be arriving at the center of Giant Tree City soon. Looking at the two of them, Lydia laughed softly with some slight irritation in her heart. She hated it when someone interrupted her. Lin Sheng didn't pay too much attention to the duo. Although their appearance was top-notch, they were still a bit short of Lin Ming, especially in the area of temperament. His gaze was attracted by the sky-high tree in the center of the behemoth city. Chapter 122 Tree King's True Name. Extracting an existence beyond the Emperor. In the center of the giant tree world's giant tree city, there was a sky-high tree. Lin Sheng had been sitting on the back of this rhinoceros and advancing for almost half an hour, yet the giant tree hadn't reached its heels yet. It was important to know that the rhino's normal speed was enough to reach 70 kilometers per hour. Running at full speed is able to reach 300 kilometers per hour. It was enough to imagine just how big that giant tree was. This is the tree king of the giant tree world, the master of the secret realm of this space. Even a late emperor imperial beastmaster seems to be unhindered by entering it, so it's suspected to be an existence beyond the emperor level. But the tree king doesn't have any offensive power, and instead grants people rewards from time to time. That's why the people of the giant tree empire have been rooted here since ancient times, and their strength has been able to keep up with the main world. But you shouldn't underestimate the natives of the empire. The strength of their higher echelons is more than enough to match some countries. Listening to Lydia's explanation, Lin Sheng silently nodded. It seemed like the ones who were treated as slaves were just the bottom tier. This kind of state of affairs could not even be resolved by the top imperial levels. There was no point in Lin Sheng going to think about it more. I also need to get the 7 orifices ginseng quickly. Only if Xiaobai's strength reached the disaster level could he be said to have a foothold above the blue star. And it was also time to prepare the promotion materials needed by the emperor in advance. After all, even the promotion materials for the catastrophe level were so difficult. Did the emperor level even need to be thought of? That was definitely unimaginably difficult. Maybe Xiaobai had reached the late disaster stage and hadn't even collected all the materials. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the center of Giant Tree City. The center of Giant Tree City was completely separated from the outside by a wide moat. As Lydia showed her token, that city gate slowly fell down. Go! Entering the center of Giant Tree City, the entire Giant Tree City was shrouded underneath the branches of those tall trees. What surprised Lin Sheng the most was that apart from humans, there were quite a few demonic beasts in this city. Moreover, these demonic beasts were all above the monarch level. After all, only ferocious beasts that had reached the monarch level had the intelligence and learning ability equivalent to that of an ordinary human. At this point, the humans, who majored in intelligence, could be said to have taken a considerable advantage. Along the way, there were even quite a few people who recognized Lydia. There were also a few males that cast jealous glances at Lin Sheng. Ha. Be careful, little brother. If Lydia's father finds out about this, you'll be screwed. It's okay to beg me to take you in now. Julie crossed her arms, revealing her small tiger teeth. What greeted her, however, was only a popping chestnut. Soon, Lin Sheng arrived at the trunk of the giant tree. Clearly, he could feel the excitement of the little deer in the middle of the imperial beast space. This is the branch of the chaotic godwood. What? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. The little deer was still excited. But hearing this, Lin Sheng pretty much knew. Whenever this brat didn't know something, he would say that you wouldn't understand even if he said it. I'm afraid that little deer only knew a name for this tree. If you wanted to know more, your strength would have to increase along with it. Truly knowledge pays. Lin Sheng arrived in front of the trunk of the so-called chaotic godwood. Looking at the tall trunk, it was easy to develop a feeling of powerlessness in one's heart. Stroke it and pray to the tree king in your heart, and he will grant a reward. The person wearing religious clothing on the side spoke silently. There were only 10 spots for those who came here every day and prayed to the chaotic godwood. Of course, this was only a low-level prayer. There were some parts of the chaotic godwood that were capable of begging for higher-level things. Lin Sheng slowly placed his hand on the chaotic godwood. Branch of the chaotic godwood. Level, talent, skill, evolutionary root. Introduction, a weapon that the strong desire to obtain, but never thought it would be left behind on a poor and weak planet. Weapon. Such a large tree was actually a weapon. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. It was completely unimaginable to imagine the scene of taking this huge tree and smashing people indiscriminately. And the most crucial, this was actually a branch. I need the 7 orifices ginseng. Lin Sheng recited silently in his heart. And in that instant, he only felt that a portion of the energy in his body was siphoned off. A 7 orifices ginseng with 7 holes in its body then appeared in his hand. However, the moment Lin Sheng was drained of his energy, he subconsciously used his sequence extraction skill to draw that energy back. But surprisingly, he actually succeeded in launching it. Extracting trace life essence genes from the chaos godwood. Extracting the trace life affinity gene from the chaos godwood. Extract the healing gene from the wood of chaos. Extracting the natural control skill gene from the chaos log. It actually really could be extracted. Lin Sheng was dumbfounded. At that moment, it was obvious that the chaotic godwood had some signs of struggle. However, it was unable to do anything to Lin Sheng, and could only allow it to extract its essence. Even the energy that had been drawn away earlier was drawn back by Lin Sheng. The chaotic godwood probably could never have imagined in his life. The day he advocated equal exchange, he would be bitten by a dog. Instead of profiting from the other party, he had been given a big bite. Master, the 7 orifices ginseng isn't even worth that much energy essence. It's simply a bloody loss for you to exchange with it. In a rich place, a 7 orifices ginseng is simply a white carrot thrown by the side of the road. It's only here that it's a little more precious. Little deer felt somewhat unworthy for Lin Sheng, trading a piece of radish for so much life energy from someone else. This chaotic divine would had played a good game. Aha! Lin Sheng silently responded twice, trying his best to appear less agitated. In case these believers knew that they had drawn 2 mouthfuls of blood from the chaotic godwood, they would probably be beaten to death here. Quickly go! Run as far away as possible. Lin Sheng turned his head and left. Little brother, since you're not willing to join our arena, it's fine to come and play once in a while. Lydia smiled again and launched an invitation to Lin Sheng. Of course, Lin Sheng responded silently. He himself was planning to do just that. Nowadays, Little White's strength had risen too quickly. His foundation was unstable, and his combat experience was still insufficient. And this place was a good place for polishing and practicing. Lin Sheng decided to stay here for a month first, polishing Little White's strength to the very peak of the monarch level before making a breakthrough. By the way, he could also help the other 2 pet beasts obtain skill genes and bloodline genes. Doesn't Little Deer want to be the legendary Qilin? Then Lin Sheng would fulfill it, but the reward was to be his mount for life. Yes. Why don't you stay at my house first? I have a big place. I'll add all the money on you when it's time for the competition. Julie looked excited, and at the moment when the crowd was laughing, Jack, who was lost in thought, also arrived in the giant tree city. But the hatred and wariness from before was long gone from his heart. There was only the psychological shadow and fear left from the black dragon that was constantly feeding the black dragon. Chapter 123, Amazing Ranking Reward, Living Things? Jack, why do you look like this? There were two burly men from the same lighthouse nation who came up to ask. It was normal to have a few brothers in this giant tree world, and in front of Jack's eyes, the man with a scar on his face was even a top 1000 ranked player in this giant tree city. He was known as the Strangler Ghost. Jack quickly told the two of them what had happened to him. That knife ghost's face suddenly changed. Big brother, you must do right by me. Jack was a bit tearful. Nowadays, he was able to come to this point today, relying on the fact that there was a knife ghost behind him. Often walk by the river, where there are not wet shoes. Since you are unlucky, then admit it. Knife Ghost shook his head. Being able to cross the line and kill two late-stage monarchs with a single pre-monarch, and it also possessed a domain ability. Blade Ghost had seen many such players in the past, and when they grew up, they all became the top 1000 strongest players in the giant tree arena. They were by no means an existence that could be easily messed with. He didn't need to provoke the other party for Jack. Hearing this, Jack's heart immediately turned ashen. Interests. The giant tree world really only needed people who could create benefits. Family and friends, everything was so unbearable in front of interests. And at that moment, the staff of the Behemoth Arena approached Lin Sheng's door. At this time, Lin Sheng was temporarily living in Julie's home, and Lydia was also living here on loan. Of course it wouldn't be cohabitation. With Julie's family's power in the main world, it was easy to get a few villas here. Is that Mr. Lin Sheng? Two Behemoth Arena staff approached. It's me. Lin Sheng nodded. The two men's attitudes immediately became respectful. It's like this, Mr. Lin Sheng, you received a ranking of 4,730 in our Behemoth Arena. So as usual, we're issuing you this month's rewards. This is 300 million activity funds, 300 energy crystals, and some living goods, said the two as they retreated towards the side. Instead, a carriage was parked in front of Lin Sheng's villa. Lin Sheng followed the two and opened the curtain of the carriage. Inside, there were all sorts of high-end supplies piled up, as well as a woman. This is the Rapunzel of the Duke of Cortez family. Of course, absolutely brand new. Your luck is also really good. This is the latest batch. The rest of the household servants have long since been distributed. The two men laughed dryly and waited beside Lin Sheng. The princess of the Duke of Cortez family looked at Lin Sheng with horrified eyes. Lin Sheng's gaze then scanned over her body. The appearance was extraordinary. Even the ears were pointed. There was something of the look of the descendants of the giant tree empire. The most crucial thing was that the skin was very white, and the body was wearing the empire's local alien clothing was very alluring. I don't need it. Change it to something else. Lin Sheng silently spoke, regardless of how long he stayed here. For these things, Lin Sheng was very uncomfortable, but it did make it impossible to do anything about it. Moreover, if the people of their main world were enslaved, I'm afraid that they would also end up like this. Every time he thought of this, Lin Sheng felt some heartache. Strength was indeed the most important thing. If one did not reach the level of an emperor, they would always be held in the hands of others, or even used as a trading tool. The fact that he was able to be respected in this giant tree empire today was in no way due to his own strength. It was simply because Lin Sheng had a country behind him that was scary enough to be feared. And in that country, there was absolute power that was feared. The two men looked at each other. This beauty made their hearts flutter when they looked at it, and with the noble status added to it, anyone who looked at it would want to get into it. How could a young guy like Mr. Lin refuse it? Could it be that there was a problem with certain aspects of functioning? Let's talk about what the rankings in front of us can get. Lin Sheng took a look at the two people in front of him, but it was only the top 5,000 that could get $300 million a month plus so many luxuries. No wonder the powerhouses of so many countries were willing to be stationed in the giant tree mystical realm space. The owner of this place had really put in the money. You are new here? The duo looked shocked. To be ranked in the top 5,000 of the giant tree empire just after arriving. Simply unheard of. The duo instantly placed a bit more importance on Lin Sheng. They quickly introduced Lin Sheng to the rewards that he could receive each month. Top 5,000 in the arena, $300 million per month. Various types of living goods. Total value over $500 million. These living goods were of course calculated according to the market price. If only the cost was counted, it definitely wouldn't reach as high as 500 million. Top 3,000 of the arena, 500 million activity funds per month. Higher level living goods. Total value of 1 billion. Top 2,000 in the arena, 1 billion activity funds per month. A complete set of noble mansion. 1,000 servants of your choice. Top 1,000 in the arena, 2 billion activity funds per month. Qualification to live in the royal family. And the option to marry a direct line of the royal family. Once a month. A first-class prayer. Top 100 in the arena, 10 billion activity funds per month. May be joined in marriage with the direct line of the royal family. Second level prayer to the Tree King once a month. Top 50 in the arena. 15 billion activity funds per month. Can perform third level prayers to the Tree King every month. Top 10 in the arena. 30 billion activity funds per month. Can relegate the entire Punjabi noble clan to slavery. Can make a third level prayer to the Tree King every month. Arena number 1. 50 billion activity funds per month. Can make a level 4 prayer to the Tree King every month. The Tree King's highest prayer was level 5. Only the most core members of the royal family could get the chance to pray once a year. A rule set by the Tree King. The two men appeared to be very old-fashioned as they gave Lin Sheng an introduction. Listening to it, Lin Sheng was in a state of shock. The prayer he had performed before was only a level 1 prayer. Even so, he was able to obtain such a cherished medicinal herb as the seven-blooded ginseng. And with higher level rankings, it was surprising that he could get prayers every month. Even the top 10 in the arena, being able to treat an entire noble clan as their slaves. Although it was a side clan, it still had a trace of royal bloodline anyways. This giant tree empire's country lord is really a ruthless person. No wonder he was able to occupy the secret space in the face of multiple countries so far. Envious. I also want to be the lord of those high and mighty nobles. The two were envious, but it was normal to think about it. To be able to enter the top 10 of the arena, they were also the top existence among the emperor class in the main world. What could they not get their hands on? Even money was no longer of any use to them. What really mattered to them was that ability to perform a level 4 prayer to the Tree King. Only the top 1000 can perform the lowest level of prayer? Lin Sheng had a hidden goal in his heart. As long as he could perform the lowest level of prayer, he would be able to continuously extract the genes in the Tree King's body. If it went on for a long time, it could even decimate the roots of the entire giant tree empire. This supply, if you don't want it, you can replace it with something else. There was a slight fire in the eyes of the two men as they looked at that noble maiden. And that young girl instantly panicked. Please take me in. I can serve tea, pour water, everything. That young girl's face was pitiful, and her voice carried a hint of tremor. However, those two officers from the arena were laughing thievishly. Serve tea, pour water? Ha ha, there's no need for you to personally do this kind of easy chore. The two men laughed out loud as if they had heard some heavenly joke. As expected, she was a young lady from a noble family. Just looking at it really made people want to pity her. Chapter 124, The advancement materials have arrived. What's going on? Lydia heard the voice outside the door and opened the door to her room and walked out. Seeing this familiar figure, the two of them froze. And then they hurriedly lowered their figures and said, "Ms. Lydia, we are the Giant Tree Empire's personnel in charge of handing out ranking rewards. And we're specifically handing out ranking rewards for Mr. Lin today. So I hope you won't blame us if we make any noise." Looking at the duo, Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. It looked like Lydia had a not-so-low status in the Giant Tree Empire. Oh, rather a good child. Your room is so dirty and disorganized. Why don't you let her stay and help you clean it up? The corners of Lydia's crystalline mouth hooked up as her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Sheng, seemingly able to see through him. Yes, the two of them lowered their figures once again. After leaving the things on the vehicle, they drove off. With the help of those servants, the items were quickly moved into the villa. I'll leave the cleaning in the villa, and his 3 meals a day to you. Lydia silently spoke. The princess of the Duke of Corte's family hurriedly half-squatted and made a standard nobleman's etiquette to Lin Sheng. Many thanks, master. And then she did it again in Lydia's direction. Many thanks, ma'am. Giggle. Lydia couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. For a moment, the spring flowers were in full bloom. I'll go back first. Have fun alone. Without waiting for Lin Sheng to speak again, Lydia and the servant left Lin Sheng's villa. Lin Sheng looked at the petite Duke princess in front of him who was eyeing him helplessly. Don't just enter my house during the week, otherwise feel free. Understood, master. Looking at Lin Sheng's embarrassed appearance, the Duke princess of the Kotel family's heart snickered. Fortunately muddled through. This master just looked silly. So as long as she used him to get rid of her slave status, there are only 2 ways to get rid of slavery. One is to be married by your master and give birth to children. The second is for the master to pay the Giant Tree Empire a fee to break the slave contract. After all, she is still considered a slave of the Giant Tree Empire, and her master can't release her from her slave contract privately, to be able to be the Duke's princess of a noble family. It was naturally impossible for one's mind to be too simple, and now Lin Sheng's goal was the top 1000 in the arena. On the way to training, he collected Little Spirit and Little Deer's advancement materials in the meantime. Back in the room, it's no less difficult for Little Spirit to advance to the disaster level than Little White. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. Some materials could be bought with money. For example, the No Black Root and 9 Spectre's Grass. Although they were expensive, Lin Sheng now had over 2.3 billion in his pocket. And there was also a large amount of lifestones and dragon beard grass, 3 blacknessless roots, plus 7 spectral grasses, brings the total value to 11 billion. Lin Sheng not only sucked in cold air, a lifestone was valued at 300 million, and a dragon beard grass was valued at 30 million. Now that Lin Sheng had 25 lifestones, he could probably sell them for around 7 billion. And there were hundreds of dragon beard grasses counted down, which could probably be sold for around 3 billion. The two added up to a whopping 10 billion. It was only barely enough to gather the materials needed by Little Spirit. Damn, this is not how to spend a lot of money. Lin Sheng immediately picked up the phone and called the main star. Teacher Chen Dao. You kid called me teacher again. Is there something going on again? Chen Dagger on the other side of the phone was helpless. It's like this, teacher. Lin Sheng counted down the materials he needed. More than 10 billion. You're not kidding, are you? A disaster level advancement material actually costs that much? And that's just a portion of it. There are others that you can't even buy? Chen Dagger's excited and incomparable voice came from the other end of the phone. There was no blame for him being excited. It really scared him. Let's put it this way. It will take a while for us to raise these funds as well. We'll finish preparing the advancement materials for your 2 favored beasts for you in a month's time. Then thank you, Teacher Chen Dao. Where? This is all a privilege that your chief student should enjoy. Chen Dagger couldn't help but sweat. Lin Sheng had really made an indelible contribution to the principal's abolition of this policy. Originally, I thought that it was outrageous enough for him to eat up $30 million of the Academy's food expenses in a month. Now it seemed that it was nothing compared to the advancement materials that his favored beasts needed. Lin Sheng, who hung up the phone, couldn't help but let out a long breath. Fortunately, he was backed by the mountain that was the Mordor Academy. Many problems could be solved. Otherwise, even if he collected these things, he would have to suffer a great deal of energy. Now there's only the materials obtained from level 1 prayers left. I almost have to perform 2 prayers before I can collect all of Little Spirit's materials. The grade of materials that Little Spirit needed was even higher than what I needed. The main reason was that the materials of bizarre-type creatures were too rare. It was very bad to collect. In the next few hours, Lin Sheng went to Lydia's arena every day to train the favored beasts. Although it was a disaster-level arena, most of the matches that were usually conducted were mainly at the monarch level. Only once in a while would a disaster-level match take place. During this period, Lin Sheng had fallen into danger several times. However, he still hadn't summoned Little White out, insisting on honing Little Spirit's battle sense. The level of the opponents was too low. Summoning Little White out was just for the sake of peddling, and couldn't serve a training purpose. Finally, a month passed quickly. Lin Sheng's ranking now reached 4,230. He had also gradually gained a reputation and fans in the arena. After all, the fact that Lin Sheng was able to reach this level with just a single monarch-class favored beast naturally caused a high level of appeal, and that brutality was intimidating. Little Spirit was rather enjoying the process of fighting, especially the feeling of ripping its opponent's flesh and blood apart. It gave it a kind of trembling from the depths of its soul. However, it was only during battle, and was still a good boy who did whatever it was told to do when it was with Lin Sheng, as long as, don't ask too much. The materials have already been collected, and Little White's evolutionary materials will be sent over to me from the main world soon. 2 months was enough time for Lin Sheng to perform 2 level 1 prayers. The main credit was still because he knew Lydia. Generally, only in high-grade arenas were prayers often rewarded, and Lydia's arena happened to be a high-grade arena. Some of the contestants had crowded their heads to get in to get that chance to pray, but they were all rejected by Lydia. It wasn't just anyone who wanted to participate in the competition. Fawn, get ready. The energy this time is extraordinary, Lin Sheng seriously explained to Fawn. In total, he had extracted trace genes from that tree king 3 times. It's fine. Come on, I'll take it all. Previously, Little Deer had seen Lin Sheng inject genetic energy into Little Spirit and Little White. Naturally, it was also coveted, thinking about when the master could inject himself as well. But here it is. Lin Sheng stretched out his hand and pressed the fawn's forehead. The fluff on it was very soft and it was warm to put it on. Come on, stop touching my head. The fawn shook its head, always feeling itchy. This master seemed to enjoy touching heads. Get ready, I'm coming. As Lin Sheng mumbled in his heart, a stream of energy flowed into the fawn's body from the palm of his hand. Chapter 125, Divine Wood Deer. Destroying the Empire to snatch Divine Woods. In that instant, a huge amount of energy instantly swept through the fawn's entire body. The fawn merely frowned slightly as a faint fluorescent light emanated from its body. There was none of the painful struggles of the other 2 favored beasts before. It stood there in a very dignified and elegant manner. The 4 legs were trembling slightly, also caused by excitement. This energy, there was absolutely no mistake. It was the energy of the chaotic godwood. Obtained the chaotic godwood trace life essence gene. Obtained the chaotic godwood trace life affinity gene. Gained the healing gene from the chaos log. Gained chaoswood's natural mastery skill gene. Powerful strength surged into his body. The fawn's level soared extremely quickly. The originally shorter fluffy hairs on its body continued to grow, becoming much longer than before. And the aura of life on its body was even more intense. The fawn couldn't help but jump twice on the ground in excitement. Not bad, I've gotten too much stronger. In just an instant, the fawn digested all of that energy that had flooded it. The level came directly to the late lord stage. It was just short of a breakthrough. Lin Sheng also didn't prepare the materials needed for fawn's advancement in advance, because after the genetic change, the fawn's progression path would also change, and the materials needed would naturally change as well. Colorful Lin Deer. Level, late lord. Talent, skills, concealment, life growth, Kayun domain, life affinity, plant healing, nature mastery, evolutionary root, Colin Deer, Shenmu Deer. Description, a being left in this space with extreme knowledge. Divine wood deer. What is this? Lin Sheng chanted in a low voice. A newborn race had emerged on the evolutionary route. Upon hearing the name, the deer's ears stubbed out violently. Shenmu Deer. You can see my evolutionary route? The fawn was viciously shocked. According to common sense, an evolutionary root like divine wood deer would not appear in its race. This was because there was no connection between its race and the divine wood deer. The fact that it could appear also meant that it was a new evolutionary route that went beyond its own racial bloodline. Lin Sheng could see the deer's shock. What's wrong? Is this evolutionary route strong? No. Although it's the latest evolutionary route, it's only a little stronger than my own race's evolutionary route, the light Lin Deer. It wasn't this extra evolutionary route that shocked Fawn. That could only be considered the icing on the cake. What really snowballed was the fact that Lin Sheng possessed the ability to evolve creatures. He was able to raise the bloodline of some creatures out of thin air. It had originally thought that Lin Sheng could at most only give skills to his own favored beasts, but could not raise their bloodline. No wonder the master's other two pet beasts had such high bloodlines. Originally, it had thought that it was its master's better luck. After all, it had managed to run into it. Could it be unlucky? Can you continue to help me raise my bloodline? The little deer asked in a hurry. Of course I can. As long as I can travel to the tree king and pray, I can extract the genes in its body. And the same goes for any of the rest of the creatures. Hearing Lin Sheng's words, Little Deer was thrilled beyond measure. If that was the case, it would be fine to help himself evolve one of the branches of the Qilin race. That was the legendary griffin, a creature of the highest grade bloodline. According to the vague memories in Fawn's mind, even the weakest branch of the griffin race could easily trample the entire blue star when it was just born. Wait, the master just said that this gene was extracted from that chaotic godwood? Little Deer's mind had long since flooded with some information about the chaotic godwood after her leveling up. The branches of the chaotic godwood fell from the branches of a world tree. And I didn't expect it to take root and grow here. This thing put anywhere would lead to the demise of a certain race, but it's the favorite thing of those powerful people. Little Deer knew the importance of this chaotic godwood, yet it didn't know why it was important. Master, we must obtain the branches of this chaotic godwood. I have a hunch that this will be one of the most crucial items. Little Deer stood straight and dignified, like a noble princess, and said to Lin Sheng, okay, but how am I going to get it? Lin Sheng was puzzled. The entire giant tree empire possessed countless emperor-level powerhouses with connections to countries all over the world. Not even the emperor level could use that level 5 prayer of the chaotic godwood, not to mention directly obtaining the entire chaotic godwood branch. If this were to be said, it would be equivalent to declaring war on the entire giant tree empire. Who would be so bold? I'm afraid that even any country in the main world wouldn't do something so stupid, let alone him alone. I have an idea. Fan Yo spoke up. What solution? Lin Sheng was all ears. That is that you become an emperor-level powerhouse, or directly become a powerhouse that surpasses the emperor level. Little Deer raised his chest and said in a dignified manner, grass, aren't you talking nonsense? Lin Sheng rolled his eyes. He thought that Little Deer had some real insight. That's for sure, but for you to get this one branch of the chaotic godwood just by becoming an emperor level, it's already considered blood money. It's simply heavenly dog luck. Don't worry. With the bloodline and the dragon's eye you injected into Little White, as long as Little White reaches the mid-imperial stage, or even the late imperial stage, he'll instantly become the strongest existence on the entire blue planet, and it was overwhelmingly powerful. After all, these native beings on the blue planet were nothing more than influenced mutations. What kind of stinky fish and shrimp are they? Even if there were very few individuals that stood out, all of them had relied on the divine relics and the relics to forcefully uproot their bloodlines. As long as Lin Sheng could become the strongest person on the blue planet, at that time, he would be able to step into the city gates of the behemoth empire with honor, and make them obediently hand over the branches of the chaotic godwood. Only the strongest were qualified to possess it. Easy to say. Lin Sheng sighed leisurely. He now estimated that he could barely be considered a disaster-grade imperial beast master. But how difficult would it be to grow to the imperial level and snatch that branch of the chaotic godwood? After all, could it be that other than him, none of the powerful people from the rest of the countries coveted that chaotic godwood? The answer was that there definitely were. Yet they didn't make a move to snatch it. The problem therein was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. The giant tree empire possessed an uncommon power. Master, there is someone outside the door who wants to see you. The princess of the Duke of Court's family opened the door to her room and walked in. Now that she had become Lin Sheng's full-time maid, she was naturally wearing the clothes of a maid. I see. Lin Sheng's face was somewhat pleased. It looked like the main world had sent the materials to himself. Thinking that, he walked in the direction of the door. However, just as he reached the door, an accident suddenly occurred. Chapter 126 Little White advances to the catastrophe level. Flight ability. In front of the door, the princess of Duke Kurt's family suddenly fell. The entire person unconsciously fell towards Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng was quick on his feet and embraced the young girl's soft body. It's in his arms. The maid, on the other hand, blushed scarlet and raised her head to look at Lin Sheng's face. Pay attention next time. Lin Sheng's face was expressionless as he slowly pushed it away. Ha! Christine hid her mouth and snickered. A pair of beautiful eyes looked straight at her master's upright back. Can't rush. Have to take your time. She was really satisfied with this master of hers. Whenever she seduced, she always couldn't help but want to eat him up. But one must hold back. Wait until he was completely trapped and took the initiative. In the past few days, Christian always fell towards him if anything, and always gasping for air and grunting. Even with the improved meals on his face, he still felt that this guy's body seemed a little too soft. But it's really quite soft. Lin Sheng recalled the feel of the hug just now, and then with a start, he violently struck that thought out of his mind. After all, she used to be the princess of a duke's family. It's understandable to be weak and a bit tender. Just use it more. Lin Sheng shook his head, throwing away those unrealistic fantasies, without realizing that he was being subliminally influenced. Not to mention Lin Sheng, this kind of slow offense, inhabited for a long time, could easily be perceived as day-to-day. Not to mention that every night, Christine deliberately made the sound of water and humming from her bath, plus the status of a noble princess with a broken home, with top-notch looks. In such a spiteful situation, very few people could hold back. Lin Sheng was an exception. He hadn't made a move in a month. Mr. Lin, here are your advancement materials. A van from the Dragon Kingdom drove into the villa compound. Several staff members unloaded the goods from the van onto the open space of the compound. After greeting Lin Sheng, they left the place en masse, unpacking those packages. First, Little Spirit's advancement materials were put away in the Imperial Beast space. Afterwards, Little White's advancement materials were placed in one place and then melted into 7 medicinal baths with fire. It was replaced once a day for 7 days. During this 1-month period, Lin Sheng injected a trace amount of dragon blood into Little White every daytime. The massive energy in his body had long since accumulated to the point where he had nowhere to vent it. As soon as he heard that he was going to evolve, Little White instantly became excited and very cooperative with Lin Sheng's movements. You're next. Lin Sheng looked to the side at Little Deer, who had been watching. Well, let's first evolve into a divine wood deer, and then evolve towards a qilin afterwards. Little Deer was full of confidence. The image of a qilin was the closest to its perfect evolutionary direction. Soon, both pet beasts, Little White and Little Deer, were on their way to evolve. Me that? Little Spirit was a bit upset. Why were the other two able to evolve, but not him? Wait, I've already collected all your materials for you, but right now your level is not up to par. Lin Sheng stroked Little Spirit's dragon horn to comfort him. Little Spirit shook his head violently. Battle! I want to fight! Little Spirit's fighting spirit was high. Looking at her master and the 3 favored beasts in the compound, Christine covered her mouth in surprise. She had naturally heard rumors about her master. Yet, she didn't expect to actually own 3 pet beasts, 2 dragons and a deer, and by the looks of it, that creeping middle wasn't even the master's most powerful favored beast. Even now those 2 favored beasts were about to evolve again and would only become stronger. Christine's heart thumped. Let alone her now. Even if their Duke family came back from the dead, they would have to grovel in the face of a powerhouse of this caliber. Master, handsome looking as well, with a good personality. Christine stretched out a finger to press her pink lips, staring daggers at Lin Sheng from the window, losing her concentration for a moment. The master was also afraid that I was weak and helped me buy more expensive food and let me live in the same room as him. Christine didn't believe that Lin Sheng didn't know how slaves were actually supposed to be used. But the situation at hand. Could it be that Master is already planning to use me as his harem? Christine couldn't help but have her heart beat a little faster. And her originally very calm and collected self was actually blushing a little at the moment. No way! I must find a chance to test it out. This was not only about whether she could get out of her slave status. It was also about whether or not she could avenge their Kota clan. And before, she had only seen from Lin Sheng's body the opportunity that would allow her to break away from her slave status. But now that she saw a chance that would allow her to avenge her blood, how could she not be excited? Lin Sheng obviously didn't know these things yet. In between the evolution of the two favored beasts, it was still continuously exercising Little Spirit's abilities. Even during this time, he asked Lydia about the Disaster Grade Imperial Beastmaster competition. This month we'll be holding a one-on-one tournament for Disaster Class Imperial Beastmasters. The prize, the Tree King's 3rd grade prayer. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng applied to Lydia to participate. You want to compete? Can-o. Lydia didn't have too many doubts and directly agreed to Lin Sheng's request. The two of them became acquainted with each other over time. And also at the front end of the start of the competition, the two favored beasts had already completed their evolution. Little White's evolutionary path was determined by Lin Sheng to be a cloud dragon. And Lin Sheng had managed to obtain the corpses of a floating whale and some rare beasts and injected their genes into Little White's body. However, when Little White evolved into a cloud dragon, it seemed to have naturally gained the ability to hover in the air. This was why Lin Sheng wanted Little White to evolve into a cloud dragon. On the other hand, Little Deer had evolved into the pre-monarch Divine Wood Deer. Divine Wood Deer. Level, Pre-Junior King. Talent, Skills, Concealment, Life Growth, Open Cloud Field, Life Affinity, Plant Healing, Nature Mastery, Evolutionary Root, Xingshan Song Yun Deer. Introduction, a being that was left in this space with extreme knowledge. Introduction, a being that was left in this space with extreme knowledge. Cloud Dragon. Rank, Mid-Catastrophe. Talent, Skills, Thundercloud Mastery, Proficient. Searing Yang True Eye, Proficient. Vajra Body, Proficient. Dragon Might, Proficient. Evolutionary Path, Song Yun Dragon King. Description, a cloud dragon that soars in the sky. A branch of the dragon race's vast bloodline. The moment Xiao Bai's plan succeeded, torrential rain fell throughout the giant tree space. That night the electricity flashed and thundered, and Lin Sheng managed to experience the feeling of flying in the sky on top of Little White's body. It was awesome. The feeling of looking down from a high altitude, far from the airplane those flying appliances can provide. There were even many rumors circulating in Beast City that night, saying that a divine dragon had been seen churning in the clouds. Chapter 127, Zeus' Children. The people placed in the empire. In a rich and ornate palace in the giant tree space, 20 to 30 exotic-looking maidservants were standing outside the door of a room. Miss Lydia. Those 20 to 30 maidservants collectively bent down to greet Lydia. Is my father inside? Yes. But Lord Velas Thor does not allow others to enter. Humph. Lydia snorted coldly. Walking straight forward, she was about to open that door. Those few maidservants on guard were eager to stop it, but they didn't dare to move. Who didn't know that Lydia was Zeus' beloved daughter? Both sides are not to be messed with. It was also at this moment that gate opened. My daughter. A man with blonde hair and pupils walked out from it with his naked upper body. You guys go down first. Hearing this, the servant girl beside him hurriedly left the place. My daughter. Why are you so angry again? Zeus revealed a gentle smile. Lord Velas' father, are you secretly sending people against my people again? Lydia was angry. Zeus burst into a dry laugh. Didn't you cut off all the people? Said Zeus again, turned his back with a serious face. What kind of person can be worthy of my Zeus daughter? His strength must be at least as good as mine. Zeus had to perform intercourse 7 or 8 times a day almost every day, but his sons and daughters only added up to 30 or 40. This was the bad thing about being strong. As the genes became stronger and stronger, there were also very few people who were able to give birth to their sons. That's why the objects of the search were also women with excellent genes, and Lydia was Zeus' favorite little daughter. That's also because he wasn't in the villa that night, otherwise he would definitely be dead there by now. Lydia's tone was very impatient, but she also didn't understand why her always calm self was anxious for a kid she just met. Maybe it was because this wasn't the first time, right? It was also at this moment that another voice came out from the side. Is that the brat you said was called the Deadly Demon? A handsome-looking youth walked out from the room. Then he slightly bent down and faced towards Zeus. Lord Father, don't worry. I have found out that the boy called Dead Devil has signed up for the Lydia Arena tournament, and I will personally take him as a slave. I won't allow you to come to my arena. Lydia's face was cold. Oh, don't worry. I won't kill him. At most I'll just let him know what status he is, said this handsome-looking teenager. With a gloomy face he looked at Lydia in front of him. My high and mighty sister. One day, I will make you voluntarily submit to my Hardy's body. If you want to, Protect yourself. Zeus did not say much. He had always cared little about the fights between his own sons and daughters. The reason why he cherished Lydia more was because Lydia's performance was considered to be one of the more outstanding amongst all of his children. Otherwise it wouldn't have counted on him. She wouldn't have counted on him. Zeus secretly sending someone to deal with Lin Sheng. I'll personally go and watch this match, so I'll give you a chance. Zeus was ultimately soft-hearted. Is that so? Thank you, father. Watching Lydia smile for the first time, the corners of Zeus's mouth couldn't help but slightly hook up. There was also some curiosity about the dead devil. I'll see you on the field then. Hardy smiled and spoke. Hardy, you won't be his opponent. Lydia looked down at Hardy as if she was looking at an ant. This instantly caused the veins on Hardy's forehead to ripple, and a wave of irritation ran through his heart. This haughty sister of his had been like this since he was a child, always looking down on him. Even his own brothers who did not get along with Lydia had been secretly disposed of by her. Although it was only rumors, it could only be Lydia's doing in Hardy's opinion. This stinking woman. One day I will let you taste my power. Hardy's eyes were sinister. In his heart, he had long ago wondered how many times he had ravaged Lydia. Watching this scene, Zeus stroked that golden beard in delight. His education of his children had always been educated in the way of raising compulsion. The occurrence of hand-to-hand conflict was normal, and Zeus had seen it all in his eyes. As for the guy called Dead Devil, it's not bad to be an experienced bag to be a tool in their family fight. Master, this is the black tea for your dinner. Christine brought a serving of black tea to Lin Sheng's eyes. TSK, 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 I didn't realize that I would be able to drink famous tea. Lin Sheng slurped. What's so good about it? It's bitter. That's it. The two favored beasts let out a spit. They really didn't know what was so good about such bitter water. It was still a good drink, especially the kind that would gurgle and bubble. It really gets more and more addictive the more you drink it. Don't drink it. That black tea leaves have a hypnotic effect. Fawn silently spoke, and Little Spirit reacted in that instant, and for a moment, her anger took over. Slaughter her? Daring to poison her master. This two-legged beast. Every day he and his master make love to each other. Little Spirit, I've long since looked at her with displeasure. At this moment, Lin Sheng did not say anything, still picking up the cup of black tea and drinking it. It tastes good. Do you want to come? Before Lin Sheng even said these words, he directly planted himself on the tabletop. Seeing this scene, Christine instantly blushed slightly, somewhat excited. Master? Seeing that Lin Sheng didn't respond, Christine called out a few more times in a row, and then she bent down, knelt on the ground, and directly drilled under the table. Feeling the strange movement under the table, Lin Sheng seized the opportunity. Reaching out his hand, he directly grabbed Christine's hair. Lowering his head, he faced Christine's stunned white cheeks. Lord, Master, I just wanted to see what was wrong with you. Oh, then where do you put your hands? Hearing this, Christine blushed and hastily removed her hand. You don't really think that I don't know about the things you did in the past, do you? Lin Sheng smiled faintly. Christine's heart burst with despair. Don't send me back again. Committing the following offense was punishable by death in the Empire. It's fine if you want to use me to lift my slave status, but there's a condition. Hearing this, the gloom that had appeared in Christine's heart dissipated violently. What condition? I'll agree. 2 hours passed. After a burst of softness and hardness, Christine changed into a new set of clothes and left Lin Sheng's mansion. From now on, she would no longer be a slave, but a full-fledged member of the Empire. Well done, infiltrating the giant tree empire from within. It seems I was shallow. Since when have you been planning her, Master? Lin Sheng smiled without saying anything. If I removed the slave status rashly, it would be easy to be suspected. But I showed that I didn't like the slave before, so now it seems normal. Now that she still has a handle on me, it's even more unlikely that she will betray. Being a sidekick of the Empire, it was easy to re-emerge by relying on the financial assistance given by Lin Sheng. And once Lin Sheng informed the Empire of her purpose, he could make her lose her reputation at any time. As a shrewd woman, she naturally knew what to do. Moreover, the task Lin Sheng had given her was only for her to explore the secrets of that giant tree, and the battle power the giant tree empire possessed. Once completed, she would be released, which wasn't too difficult for the Empire's sidekick. No savvy person would refuse such a steady business. Chapter 128, Disastrous First Battle, Positive Seconds. The following day, Lin Sheng immediately welcomed his first match. Welcome our newcomer ranking 4110 Dead Demon. As the host spoke out, the famous audience cheered immediately from the high platform, but most of them still had some questions. I remember, isn't Dead Devil a Monarch class Royal Beast Master? How come it's participating in a match between Disaster class Imperial Beast Masters? Yeah, I've only seen him in the Monarch class tournament before. Can it be that the deadly demon has already advanced to the disaster level? It's very likely. Dead Devil has long since had no opponents at the monarch level. This kind of growth speed is really fast. The spectators in the arena speculated incessantly. Lin Sheng's fans were even more enthusiastic, and a sense of pride arose. His opponent is the Dark Empire's demon, ranked 3200, necrotic monster. The Dark Empire's demon. Lin Sheng had long heard of the Dark Empire as a kingdom. Rumor had it that kingdom was made up entirely of demons of the bizarre lineage, but only pre-disaster level? Lin Sheng frowned slightly. This was too weak, wasn't it? Looking at the human's expression in front of him, the necromantic monster was also enraged. No one had ever dared to underestimate it so much. Roar! In an instant, the necromantic monster lunged towards Lin Sheng. Instead, in the next instant, Lin Sheng's entire body violently sprouted a scorching light. That light spread over the audience's bodies only felt warm, whereas for the necromancer in front of him it was poison. Zzz. In the midst of that light, the necromancer's body was constantly emitting nuisance sounds. Painful cries spread throughout the entire arena. In less than a few seconds, the necromancer dissipated under the light. Loa! Don't say that Xiaobai suppressed this guy by one level. Even if he was the same level, he would have been able to defeat the enemy in one hit. Fawn was watching the action in the Imperial Beast space, taking the best spectator seat. Overdrive, just go in peace. The little spirit laughed in a thieving manner. It was as if it had killed this demon. Although Lin Sheng and the crowd of favorites knew that it was Little White who had used the skill in the Imperial Beast space to instantly kill the opponent. However, this appeared to the audience on the stage. But it was Lin Sheng himself who instantly killed the demon. The demon was killed instantly by Lin Sheng himself. The crowd on the stage was confused. This was pre-disaster. Wasn't a second kill too much? One should know that for disaster level matches, the longer ones might fight for a day, and the shorter ones were all more than half an hour. There was a small difference in rankings, yet the battle was resolved in an instant? Sure enough, it's the signature tactic of the Dead Devil, worthy of being a dead man without a whole body killing demon. My gosh, I didn't even see his Imperial Beast before I killed my opponent in seconds. Yeah, I only felt warm all over just now as if I was basking in the sun, and then when I turned my head, the demon had already disappeared. This tactic is commonly used by Imperial Beast masters, but only when the level suppresses the opponent very much. That is to let the Imperial Beasts release their skills directly in the Imperial Beast space. The power will be reduced to a certain extent, but it can save someone's life in a critical situation. You mean the dead demon's favored beast, with just one skill, killed the pre-disaster Dark Empire's ghost monsters in seconds? My goodness, this was a little too terrifying. At this moment, the crowd tangibly felt some fear from Lin Sheng, and then came excitement. In an instant, the high stage began to shout out Lin Sheng's name. Dead Devil, Deadly Devil. As the name was called out, the audience on the stage became more and more excited. This was the support and yearning for the strong. Fear it. The more fear I have, the stronger I can become. Little Spirit enjoyed this atmosphere very much, constantly drawing negative energy from the audience. Little White was lying in the Imperial Beast space, very lazy. This kind of opponent was also too weak to qualify it to go out and fight. The Scorched Sun True Eye had only just been turned on, and the opponent had been instantly secured. It's no fun to play. At this time in a corner of the audience. Damn it, it didn't even summon its pet beast. Lord Hardy. The squire in black robes looked at the clean-cut man at the side, and that man was currently biting his lips tightly, staring dead at Lin Sheng under the stage. His expression no longer as relaxed as before. This guy, didn't he just reach the disaster level? Why was it so strong? Hardy's entire being was dumbfounded, but he had even boasted in front of his own father before, taking Lin Sheng in as a slave. If he backed out because of this, wouldn't he be shamed by that stinking woman and abandoned by his father? Damn it, this brat must have used some means. Meanwhile, Hardy, at the same time, happened to meet the contemptuous eyes of Lydia, who was also in the audience. It instantly caused the anger in his heart to climb to the extreme in that instant. It must be this Lydia fellow who contracted Lin Sheng with a higher grade pet beast. I should have personally killed him in that house that night. Hardy couldn't help but be indignant. That night Zeus had only sent him to scout out the man who lived with Lydia. But he was so jealous in his heart that he sent someone directly to strike Lin Sheng down. But he didn't expect that the other party happened to escape. The corners of Lydia's pink and tiny mouth hooked up after she had seen Hardy. This pig head. But she didn't expect Lin Sheng to actually hide his strength. It was really becoming more and more favorable. Lydia's gaze squinted at the fresh-faced teenager on the stage, her face full of satisfaction. When she had previously taunted Hardy in front of her own father, she had actually been unclear as to how much strength Lin Sheng actually had. It was simply to mock Hardy. However, He had never thought that it would turn out to be a prophecy. Lin Sheng's strength was actually so strong. If it was such a man, father would have agreed, right? After all, he's the one who contracted the Black Dragon King's heir. No one knew more about the Black Dragon King's power than her father, Zeus, and Lin Sheng's name had directly spread to half of Giant Tree City through this match. There were even quite a few people from the Dragon Kingdom who were all a bit mesmerized when they heard that a native of their country had achieved a noteworthy amount of success in the arena, and it just so happened that there were recent rumors of a true dragon ascending at night, churning in the clouds. Had to make some associations. Lydia, arrange some strong opponents for me tomorrow so that I don't get to grind at all. But there's no one of equal strength to you. Why don't you come to me at night and I'll help you hone? Lydia laughed. Oh, that's fine. My favorite beast happens to be afraid of fire. And with you burning so much, I can try it then. Lin Sheng silently spoke. What? Lydia didn't hear clearly and didn't know what it meant. Say hello. Lin Sheng smiled faintly. You, bad egg. Lilia suddenly figured something out and was a bit ashamed. While watching the two from afar, Hardy frowned slightly before stretching. He couldn't help but have an idea in his heart. Turning his head to the attendant beside him. Go, follow me to the Giant Tree Market. Chapter 129 Poison, Contracted Fawn. In what was said to be the largest shopping street in the empire, in a store, Hardy and one of his guards were in a room buying items from the owner. Do you have any medicine here that can't be easily detected when placed in water? Preferably ones that can affect one's fighting. Hardy narrowed his eyes. There is. Aggie, go get that medicine for Lord Hardy right away. The store's owner was terrified and attached himself to the store's salesman's ear and whispered a few words. But Lord Hardy, using such means in an arena match, the store owner tentatively inquired. This kind of thing would definitely start with a death sentence if caught. Did I say to use it in an arena match? Hardy's eyes narrowed slightly. When he thought of his sister's scornful eyes, the expression on her face when she was talking to Lin Sheng, Hardy had a hidden anger igniting in his heart. Looking at this expression, the store owner instantly panicked. Yes, I was reckless. As compensation I will also gift you some additional items. Hardy was the son of Zeus, far from something he could mess with as a small boss. And at this time, the girl was rushing over with a bottle of colorless and tasteless medicine. Looking at the girl's shaking body, Hardy's eyes narrowed. You can be forgiven, but I still need channels to buy disaster-level ferocious beasts. Money is fine, but that girl. Hardy stared intently at the store's saleswoman. Lust burned in his heart. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so he had to find a place to vent it, right? The girl, on the other hand, was instantly terrified when she saw the scene. She had heard about Hardy. If she fell into his hands, she would definitely be worse off than dead. However, of course, if you need it, I will transfer the slave contract to you now. The store's owner was excited beyond measure. Someone had come to buy a catastrophe class favored beast. This was a big order, far from being comparable to a mere slave. Not to mention that being able to compare favorably with a big shot like Hardy, it would also be a great help to his store's business. Good, I'll wait for your good news. Be sure to have it ready for me before the match comes in 10 days. Hardy looked at the girl's body and licked his lips. Get her for me and get me another room. His anger was finally getting the better of him. In Lin Sheng's room, acquired unicorn dragonfish scales, obtained black barn wolf king claws, obtained flying spur scale bird scales. Lin Sheng injected the monarch class, disaster class genes he had collected into the fawn. Sheep's head, wolf's hooves, it's already in shape. Looking at the fawn in front of him, which already had a slight resemblance to the Qilin, Lin Sheng silently spoke. It's just a resemblance. It's still far from the legendary Qilin. The little deer walked around there, looking at the colorful scales on its body, but it was hard to hide its delight. But still mouth hard. He himself could become a legendary divine beast, or rather the chance to become a legendary divine beast. How could one not be excited? Yo! As the fawn raised one hoof, a holy light emanated from its surroundings as a large number of plants pierced through the floor and broke through the ground. The fawn possessed the power to be able to manipulate plants. As its strength increased, this ability to utilize it would only become stronger and stronger. With its healing ability, the fawn can be used as a nurse. It can also be ridden during the week. After all, Little Spirit and Little White still need to fight. The nanny didn't need to fight, and it was still possible to ride it when she was bored. Come, let Master ride it. Lin Sheng rubbed his hands together with some excitement. He hadn't ridden a Qilin yet, the legendary holy beast. Back then, even the wandering gods and Buddhas were not necessarily able to ride it. But today it was actually Lin Sheng's turn. Just this once, the little deer raised its chin proudly. Master has helped me so much, so I'll grudgingly let you ride it once. Okay, just once. Lin Sheng rolled over and sat on it, touching the antlers. He couldn't help but tsk. The little guy is just a good liar. I'll never have a last time if it's the last time every time. As long as I can sit on it for the first time, then there will be a second and third time. After a long time one gets used to it, even numb to it. It's still comfortable for you. Those two guys' bodies are too big. I can only sit on them. Lin Sheng was satisfied. The body size was close to that of a horse, which was still more suitable for riding. Moreover, the Qilin was also able to step on clouds, not necessarily unable to fly. Aha, quickly get off my body. Fawn was a little embarrassed by the compliment. Don't, just a little longer. Then, just a little while, one last moment. The fawn really couldn't argue with Lin Sheng, and always felt as if she was being cheated. It seemed like the master always enjoyed riding on his back. With human girls too. It was probably engraved in the human genes, right? The horns on the fawn's head were different from Little Spirit and Little White, growing towards the back and curving upwards, with branches and length that were slender. The horns on Little Spirit's head, on the other hand, grew towards the back and curved downwards, but had no branches, yet were thick. Xiao Bai's horns were more complex, not as sharp as the two, and seemed to be somewhat rounded, and they felt different to the touch. If Lin Sheng recorded all of this, it would be completely enough to write a book on the feeling and differences of divine beasts' horns, on the sensitivity of divine beasts' horns. Thinking about it this way, 10 books would be completely insufficient. For Lin Sheng, a pet lover, having 3 pets was simply heaven on earth. Now that I've also become a catastrophe level imperial beast master, any random physical ability can easily get the number 1 level in the world in my previous life, or even far beyond. Lin Sheng clenched his fist, feeling a strong sense of power. Even if he was struck head-on by a lord-level ferocious beast, he wouldn't die. Let me contract you. Good, I'm ready. Lin Sheng stroked his hand up. The fawn gently closed its eyes without struggling or resisting. The contract was quickly established. In that instant, a huge amount of life energy fed back towards Lin Sheng. In the twinkling of an eye, the skin on Lin Sheng's body expelled countless black impurities. Even his head was a bit lower than before. It always felt as if his body was much more relaxed. This is the essence of the chaotic god wood. After contracting with me, Master, your life force now far exceeds that of some emperor-level existences, and you can live for 1,000 years. Little Deer spoke solemnly, but 1,000 years was still far from enough. Any one of their 3 favored beasts could live for more than 3,000 years. This was really far from enough for a long history. Only by becoming a legendary dragon could they live forever. It's fine. I'm satisfied. Lin Sheng was contented, thinking about his previous life compared to now. He had already made a bloody fortune. No. A beast must be greedy to go far. Little Spirit smiled and spoke, fearing that Lin Sheng would slack off on this. This time, Little Spirit is right, but greed must also remain true to its nature. Little Deer also opened his mouth to advise. Little White nodded. If its master had died after 1,000 years, it would be the only person in this world who had traveled through the world. What was the point of living? Chapter 130, Giant Dragon, Fame in the Giant Tree City. Don't worry about me. Lin Sheng's hand stroked around the heads of the 3 favored beasts. Who's worried about you? Fawn rolled her eyes. This was for the sake of the future, so less self-serving. Knock. A knock sounded outside the door. Lin Sheng walked over and opened the door. The person who came face to face was none other than Lydia. She was wearing a long, pitch-black dress, her head of blonde hair pulled back behind her head, revealing her white neck, and the smell of an aristocratic princess came over her. Does it look good? Lydia smiled slightly. You speak Dragon Kingdom? Just learned it. Lydia covered her mouth with her hand and smiled slightly. Behind her, she was followed by Julie, who was also dressed in this outfit. The 2 of them were as dazzling as princesses coming out of a mural. Let's go. Lin Sheng knew that it was his turn to go to the competition in the arena. Every time it was his turn, Lydia would bring Julie to pick her up directly, and then they would watch the matches in the highest of those VIP rooms in the arena. It could be said that Lin Sheng was given great respect. Of course, this respect was also earned by Lin Sheng with his own strength. A few tens of minutes later, Lin Sheng arrived at the arena. This time, his opponent was a mid-disaster monarch royal beast master. So Lin Sheng only had to summon Little White out of the royal beast space. Aang! In that instant, a dragon roar resounded throughout the arena's earth, and then Little White tangled with his opponent for a moment, and spewed out an extremely thick thunderbolt from his mouth, instantly annihilating his opponent's ferocious beast. At that instant the crowd in the arena all stood up. Voices filled with disbelief were emitted. My God, could it be that the thunder dragon from the other night was the deadly demon's favored beast? This is the Eastern Dragon, the Western Dragon, Eastern Dragon. This Imperial Beast Master actually has 2 dragon-type pet beasts at the same time. But dragons shouldn't exist in this world. right? How could it possibly be contracted? This guy can actually have 2 dragons at the same time? Dead devil, forest god, look at me. The spectators who had come to watch on the high platform were instantly ignited. One by one, they all stood up and shouted frantically. The environment in this arena was originally like this, and at this moment, it was even more ignited to the extreme. The dragon, the legendary dragon. Now it had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. How could it not make people excited? There were even a few spectators who fainted on the spot. As for the Imperial Beast Master who was facing Lin Sheng, his face was also pale. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, fear was overwhelming. Suspended in midair with antlers, and those 4 pairs of claws. This wasn't a legendary dragon. What was this? Fighting an opponent like this was nothing short of despair. Hurry up, Susan, take the picture right away. This is definitely the headline breakout of tomorrow's news. A newspaper owner was incredibly excited. Those who could come to this kind of higher arena to watch were all rich people. Without bringing professional equipment, he directly took his cell phone and snapped the picture. Sending it out a second faster than others was a huge amount of traffic. How can they miss it? It's so exciting. A teenager from the Dragon Kingdom with dragons. In a country that truly had dragons flowing through it. It was really hard not to let people have reveries. Oh, my god, this guy Lin Sheng can actually contract this kind of living creature? In one of the boxes, Julie covered her mouth with both hands and looked at the huge dragon in front of her with shock. There was a stark contrast between that giant dragon's figure and the teenager's tiny shadow. It made Julie's heart yearn. How could she raise her head in front of such a powerful person? Humph, Lydia hummed and laughed lightly. Only such a person was qualified to be her attendant. Only then was he qualified to follow by her side. And right next door to Lydia and Julie's box, just one wall away, several mysterious people in black robes looked at the dragon's shadow downstairs with shock. Oh my god. We must quickly tell my Lord Hardy about this. This guy actually really used his favored beast. No, there's no need to tell Lord Hardy. I'm afraid the news will be filled with this guy's information soon. The 2 black-robed men. Startled. Won't Lord Hardy lose after that? How can he beat the dragon? What's the point of panicking? Lord Hardy has spent a lot of money this time, and the victory is assured. Not to mention that this guy only has this one favored beast, and the other one is only at the monarch level. Although he said so, the black-clothed man was also a little unsure in his heart. After all, this was a legendary dragon. Even if he wasn't from the Dragon Kingdom, he had heard of dragon legends in the world. Now that he saw it with his own eyes appearing in front of him, how could he not be envious and terrified? Congratulations! Congratulations to our Lord Death Demon. He has defeated his opponent and gained the 1360th place in the arena ranking. The staff member in charge of hosting the arena on the high platform was incoherent with excitement. In their hearts, they knew, in a few days, this arena was bound to be overcrowded. I'm afraid that by that time, the price of the tickets will have to be raised significantly, and even his salary will also rise. After all, as a host, he is not considered a grassroots staff. It was qualified to be able to get a portion of the share in this competition. Weak, too weak. Little Spirit shouted madly in the Imperial Beast space. What's this about 30 years of River East and 30 years of River West? Have revenge now. If you can't fight yourself, let someone stronger than you fight for you. This is the benefit of hugging the big leg. Ah, beautiful. Lin Sheng had no mercy and extracted all the genes of the other party's favored beast. After all, if he wasn't strong, the one who fell to the ground and his pet beast died would be himself. There was nothing to pity the other party. The Imperial Beastmasters who came to the arena must all have this realization. And just as Lin Sheng left the arena to recuperate, the information from the arena here was rapidly spreading through the giant tree world. That information instantly spread throughout the entire giant tree arena. The scene where Lin Sheng summoned Little White was also recorded and posted as a video. Although the giant tree arena was somewhat out of touch with the main world, technology was not backward, and it also had its own internet. Dragon, a real dragon. A Dragon Kingdom Imperial Beast Master has summoned a true dragon. Being able to summon 2 true dragons. Could it be that dragons really exist in this country? The Dragon Kingdom? In the arena's match, the legendary player Dead Devil instantly seconds his disaster-level opponent, and he relies on a snow-white figure. It was also widely discussed underneath the news. The heat soared rapidly. Oh, Dragon Kingdom, what a magical country. When I return to the main world, I must go and take a look. Is there anyone who will take me to the main world? It's fine to make me a slave. I want to visit the Dragon Kingdom too. Come find me. I'm at 219th Street in Giant Tree City. The only blue door. Males don't bother. Chapter 131 Elf Princess of the Giant Tree Empire. The heat was soaring. The number of people originally watching the news was also soaring. It soared from the original 1 million to 3 million, 7 million. Then in just 12 hours, The number of viewers soared to 130 million. This was already considered a crowd for the empire's population, which was said to be less than a billion. And in the palace of the giant tree empire, a young girl with incomparably white skin, long, slender ears, soft downward curves, and a figure so voluptuous that she couldn't even hear her heartbeat when it was pressed against her body, was watching the message in her cell phone. Interesting. Jasmine, book me tickets for this match. Yes, Your Highness. The equally good-looking, close-to-be-quiet attendant at the side bent down slightly. Usually when masters looked for attendants, they looked for ones that were not as good-looking as themselves. And even this princess's attendant was so overwhelmingly beautiful, her looks could be imagined. However, she had utilized the transfiguration technique to cover up her appearance. Even so, it was 10, even 9 points beautiful. It was the kind of existence that would make one's heart stop beating for a second just by looking at it, requiring immediate CPR to be administered. Though it was hard to reserve tickets for this match looking at it, relying on the power of her imperial princess, there would still be a bunch of people scrambling to get that ticket in. But it was just a few short days. The price of the tickets for the disaster level arena had risen from the original 3,000 gold coins to 300,000 gold coins. Even so, it was still hard to find a ticket, and everything was because of the influence of Lin Sheng. Or rather, it was influenced by Lin Sheng's pet beast, Little White. Everyone wanted to see what that legendary dragon really looked like. They also wanted to see if it really was what people said it was, and that it really wasn't a falsely pieced together video. Even the information here spread to the real world. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of people traveling back and forth between the two kingdoms every day. It was simply more than normal that this news would spread. And at the same time, in the main world's young city, inside a training base, Di Qian looked at the dozen or so young girls in front of her whose appearance and strength were equally remarkable, and smiled helplessly. Every day for the past few months, people come to Yang City, saying that they want to see her. And then they say that they came from the giant tree empire and are Master Lin Sheng's harem. It made Di Qian's entire being cry and laugh. Even this matter let Lin Ming, who had been spying on her brother, know about it, and knowing that her brother had found a bunch of women, the anger in her heart could be imagined. And she was so angry that she wanted to rush over to fix Lin Sheng for a while. However, it was good that Di Qian stopped her. Otherwise Lin Ming would have already traveled to the giant tree world by now. As for how she was stopped, that's because Di Qian said, "Your brother probably just wanted to save these people, and didn't want to make others his slaves, only to be misunderstood by these people." And then Lin Ming really took it. On her lips, she said, "That's the kind of person my brother is." But what the real situation was, Di Qian felt was still up for debate. After all, no matter how strong Lin Sheng was, he was still a bloodthirsty male. It was not uncommon for a monarch-level imperial beastmaster to marry and take 5 or 6 of them. That's why she purposely trained these girls and boys separately, with the males following instructor Lu while the females followed her. After all, it was a group of monarch-level imperial beastmasters, very bad to train. If it wasn't for Di Qian's previous breakthrough to the monarch level through Lin Sheng's connections, it was really hard to discipline these guys. The killing intent in these guys was just too strong. It seems like that place in the giant tree world is really dangerous. Di Qian can understand from just a few words from these people. It's a barbaric world. I'm afraid that moral laws have long ceased to exist, but the good thing was that these people were grateful to Lin Sheng for bringing them from the secret space to reality. Even if the contract was long gone from their bodies, they were still willing to become Lin Sheng's slaves. In the giant tree space. "What did you say?" Hardy was startled. "You said the dragon is Lin Sheng's favored beast?" At this moment, Hardy's face was ugly as hell. But this match had gotten bigger and bigger. And in the end, his own father would definitely be there to watch. If he, Hardy, didn't fight or was abused badly, then his status in the entire Zeus family would be in tatters. I'm afraid that even he himself will die at Lydia's hands. After all, even their brothers were secretly killed by Lydia. How could he be spared? No way. I'm not completely out of luck. Hardy hastily shook his head. One must not disorganize oneself. He clearly hadn't yet had a head-on showdown with this one called Lin Sheng. Now he was unexpectedly forced into a desperate-like situation. "Master, I have a method." The black-robed attendant at the side silently spoke. "Speak up." The incredibly flustered Hardy was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. All of a sudden, this black-robed messenger was taken aback. "Didn't you buy a drug that has the ability to influence people to fight? Just give this drug to Lin Sheng tomorrow and then change his opponent." That black-robed messenger had sinister eyes. Makes sense. Hardy's eyes lit up. At that time, that store owner had sworn that it would definitely affect the fight. It would even cause great damage to the human body. Then how do I cast the poison to make it work? Hardy stroked his chin. Like this. "Master, there are 3 matches tomorrow. That Lin Sheng fellow must arrive early. A black-robed messenger, attached to Hardy's ear, said, I've also found a disaster-level Imperial Beastmaster who is willing to make a move. And it's an intermediate-level disaster Imperial Beastmaster, ranked in the top 1000 of the rankings, and Lin Sheng also has some grudges. You mean, Blade Ghost? An intermediate disaster-level Imperial Beastmaster had 2 disaster-level favored beasts in order to be rated, whereas an advanced level was in possession of 3 disaster-grade favored beasts. Even if Lin Sheng's favored beast could fight 2 with 1, in the case of poisoning, it could always injure them, right? Soon, the burly man with a scar on his face walked in, half crouching on the ground to Lord Hardy. Well, get up. Hardy was very satisfied with Knife Ghost, and Knife Ghost also stood up. He and Jack were brothers, and he didn't help Jack before because there wasn't enough interest. And now that he could help his brother take revenge and get involved with Lord Hardy, wasn't it a blood moneymaker? So after getting the news, the Blade Ghost immediately came here. As for the grudge against Lin Sheng, oh, that was just something he made up off the top of his head. In his heart, he wasn't resentful of this rival at all. It was just so he could get close to Hardy and get the benefits. Meanwhile, in the store that Hardy had patronized, the owner of the store was humming a little song with ease and was in a very good mood. He had made a lot of money from this wave of business, and it was at this moment that the store owner realized that the bottle of medicine on that counter was still stored there. He stopped in his tracks and then climbed up in a panic. How could this poison? Wasn't it already sold to Hardy? Chapter 132. The poison was given to the wrong person. Boss runs away. The owner of the store panicked. If he upset this Hardy or spoiled him, he was a small boss. The consequences would be unimaginable. Must tell Hardy about this. The store owner hurriedly scurried to the door, but suddenly remembered something. No way. In case he had already used that bottle of medicine, wouldn't he be asking for death himself? Damn it. Pack up immediately. Let's go back to the main world. The store owner immediately thought of running away. Moreover, he also realized that there was a bottle of medicine missing on that counter. It should be the one that he took by mistake, in order to cover his eyes, but the packaging was similar to that bottle of poison, and it was also placed on the counter of potent medicine, but it did affect one's ability to fight as well, and it can make a person go crazy and lose their mind. But whether the fighting power was increased or decreased, the boss couldn't be sure, so the only option now is to run away. Early the next morning, the arena was extraordinarily lively today. With the previous publicity, each of Lin Sheng's matches were highly publicized. A few hours in advance, Lin Sheng, Lillian, and Julie arrived in the upper-level box. Unbeknownst to them, Hardy and the others were sitting in the next box. Hardy obviously wasn't too sure either. After all, the identities of the owners of the boxes were hidden. Even Lydia, the arena's owner, didn't know about it, let alone Hardy. Ha ha ha, Lin Sheng has quite a few people coming to see you. The third princess of our giant tree empire is also here. Julie looked at Lin Sheng smilingly. But people might not be here to see you, but to see others. Yo. Julie laughed out loud with a voice like a silver bell. However, the soundproofing effect of this room was very good, so unless it made a lot of noise, the next door wouldn't be able to hear it. At this time, the crowd under the field was also excited. They were all rich people from various countries and the giant tree empire. The dress was very decent and generous. Ladies and gentlemen, this next match will be treated as a warm-up for our Dead Devil's appearance, showing a warm-up, but also a fight between life and death. I hope you all enjoy watching. In that instant, the 2 Imperial Beastmasters below fought. It was estimated that they would never have imagined until their deaths that they would one day be laid out on the spot. Which one of them that could become a disaster-level Imperial Beastmaster wasn't the top person in each country? While Lin Sheng watched the fight between the 2 Imperial Beastmasters, he shook his head. The difference in fighting and power generation techniques between the 2 Imperial Beastmasters was too great. In just an instant, Lin Sheng could see the winner. Lydia on the side also laughed. Come sit next to me. How can I say that it's also a money tree for my arena? Humph, what's so great about it? Julie stuck up her hands. The mouth was hard. Don't mind him. Don't look at Julie talking tough. But she's actually soft. Lydia opened her mouth to tease. Julie was instantly a bit ashamed. And it was at this moment that the door to that room opened. Hello ladies, did I give you guys permission to come in? Lydia's face went cold. This attendant was really flustered. I'm sorry. I was bringing Lord Hardy to bring you drinks. I hope you won't blame me. I can't help it. Humph, did that Hardy fellow come to the scene as well? Put the stuff down and go. Lydia waved her hand. The staff then placed the drinks on the table. There won't be a problem with this drink, right? Lin Sheng raised his head and looked at Lydia. Lydia, on the other hand, laughed softly a few times. How could there be a problem? Saying that, Lydia reached out and poured the drink into the trash can. It doesn't matter if there's a problem or not. This scene Lin Sheng couldn't help but nod in his heart as he watched. What a good fellow. Directly poured it. And in the next room. Well, have the things been delivered? It has been delivered, my lord. But it's not clear if they will drink that stuff. Hearing the squire's words, Hardy laughed. He knew that stinking woman's methods too well. Definitely not with something that was casually given by someone else. Even if that stuff wasn't poisonous, that stinking woman would never drink his Hardy's stuff. So, Hardy added a volatile drug to it. The drug only takes half an hour to take effect. And with the tournament opening in 3 hours, it would have long been sick by then. And there was no need to worry about Lydia retaliating. Because I heard that the poison was slow to take effect. It only works slowly. A couple minutes later. Don't you feel a little sick? Julie spoke silently. For some reason, I always felt a bit uncomfortable today. Lydia also seemed to have noticed that there was something wrong with her mood. Well, it is a bit. Lin Sheng silently spoke. And after half an hour had passed, this unbearable feeling was becoming harder and harder to suppress. No way. Lydia clenched her red lips. It wasn't okay right now. But, Lin Sheng was going to the competition in less than 3 hours. I'm afraid this was left behind by Hardy at the time. And Lydia didn't think Hardy would dare to do it to herself. But the level of intensity was too great. If it wasn't dealt with in time, not only would her future servant make a fool of herself in front of the public, but it would even seriously affect the competition and the reputation of their arena. Julie, Lydia forced herself to speak. There was some indignation in her eyes. This damned Hardy, wasn't he aware of the consequences of doing this? How dare he poison so openly? Hardy probably couldn't have imagined even in his death that the bottle of medicine had been switched. Lydia gritted her teeth and bent down and disappeared into her seat. A few minutes later, only Lin Sheng could be seen sitting alone at the table in the room. The tabletop trembled slightly. Chapter 133, the knock-knock sound next door. Exasperated Hardy. I can still endure. Lin Sheng was still sitting there, his eyes suffused with blood motionless. The fawn was helping him clean the medicinal properties from his blood. Drugs also belonged to a type of natural plant, and the fawn could slowly suck the medicinal properties out of Lin Sheng's body. If he was alone, he might really be able to tough it out. But what about the other two? An hour passed. Hardy in the next box frowned. There's no end to the next door, knocking on the wall there since half an hour ago. Is it hard to make renovations? Hardy was simply going to be infuriated. He came to this box just to seek a quiet place, but he never thought that there were strange noises and banging sounds constantly emanating from the wall next door since half an hour ago. And it stopped once in a while, but never thought it would start again right away. Bear with me. This was a place where only the rich could sit. Even if he's the son of Zeus, he can't mess around. Maybe people really have important things to do? Then after an hour and a half, the voice still didn't stop. Damn it! Hardy got up and intended to go next door to find a place to reason. And the two black-clad attendants immediately pulled Hardy back. Never. Young master, maybe next door is the princess of the rumored empire? Even if it's not, it could still be some imperial-level big shot. I've heard of an imperial-level existence coming here. Hearing this, Hardy instantly calmed down. There was still half an hour left. He was able to endure it himself. Mainly he was afraid that next door was his father Zeus. If he just recklessly barged in like this, he was bound to leave a bad impression. Maybe he would even be reprimanded by his father Zeus. Phew, damn sister. It's all because of you guys that I have to endure this kind of torment. When I catch you, I will surely. Hardy's eyes were sinister. Strange noises were still echoing in his ears. In the next room, Little Deer had completely absorbed the medicinal properties out of Lin Sheng's body. The skill effect of the Little Deer's heart-cleansing mantra was simply too strong. Simply in the twinkling of an eye, the complicated thoughts in Lin Sheng's mind were completely cleared out. Even when the water from the wall flowed to his feet, there was no reaction. It's a good thing I didn't do that last step. Lin Sheng didn't even know whether to thank his favored beast or to clean it up. Fawn, you've spoiled your master's good deed. Little Spirit laughed thievishly. No, I sensed defiance in my master's mind. Little Fawn spoke very calmly. However, what was received in return was the Little Spirit's even more wanton mockery. You still don't understand humans. You'll understand after more experiences in the future. You shut up. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. This little brat, why is he always tearing me down? In the past, he was still clamoring about surpassing others. Now that his heart is truly like a holy Buddha, he wants me to break my fast again? The 3 hours are over. Lin Sheng expressionlessly left the smelly room. Go inside and clean up the room. When he walked out, he explained to Lillian's maid. Yes, my lord. And coincidentally, just as he walked out the door, he bumped into Hardy, who was walking out of another room. At the moment Hardy saw Lin Sheng, he froze for a moment. It's you next door? The annoyance in Hardy's heart instantly had a point. Yeah, I'm with your sister. Lydia is your sister, right? Lin Sheng wore a smile on his face. You. Looking at Lin Sheng's sweaty appearance, bad thoughts instantly arose in Hardy's heart. For a moment the anger in his heart instantly flared to the extreme. That damned woman doesn't want to be with me. Surprisingly, she was next door with another man, and I even endured it for 3 hours. This kind of thing couldn't possibly be calmed down on anyone. Damn, damn, damn. The murderous intent in Hardy's eyes was already welling up in his eyes. Your sister's mouth is quite soft. Lin Sheng left behind a sentence and turned his head away. For this kind of stupid egg, no amount of irritation was too much. How dare you drug your grandfather? And when Hardy heard this, he nearly died of anger here. Unbelievable images kept flashing in his mind. What's more, with a loud bang, he directly punched a hole in the wall beside him. This wall bat a hole. Want the whole arena a piece of repair? I see this arena all walls. The price must be billions, right? Lin Sheng's voice came out again from the distance. Hardy tilted his head, and the man almost didn't pass. Damn it, you're already heavily poisoned now. I'll see what you do then. Indignant, Hardy walked to the viewing room. He wanted to see Lin Sheng's favored beast with his own eyes, seriously injured and dying. Lin Sheng also arrived under the arena. That host immediately began to read out. Next, we have our much anticipated contestant number 1020, Death Demon, against our top 1000 contestants. 921st place, Ghost of the Strangler. Speaking of which, there seems to be some resentment between these two. The arena was well informed. The host immediately began to render up the battle between the two. However, the crowd's gazes gathered on Lin Sheng's body. So handsome. Is he from our dragon kingdom? He's charming even when he's all wet. Ha ha. He's that imperial beast master who is rumored to have contracted 2 dragons. The gazes of the crowd gathered on Lin Sheng's body, and Blade Ghost didn't care. He was clear about the purpose of his visit, and in one of the spectator rooms, the elf princess with the undercurved ears was also looking down with both hands pressed onto the one-way transparent glass. Not bad. Good looking. The elf princess smiled, and the next instant, roar! In a dragon roar, a giant dragon emerged hovering. It immediately drew a cheer from the crowd present. The elf princess, who was seeing a giant dragon for the first time, also had her eyes flashing. Can I make him my subordinate? Hearing this, the guards behind her laughed bitterly twice. Your Highness, forgive us for not being able to do anything. This one is different from the other slaves. His identity is very special, and he currently seems to be very close to Zeus' daughter. For the first time, she was countered with a request. This princess's eyes couldn't help but flash out a few strands of strange light. So what if Zeus? What I want is still mine after all. The night-costumed guards behind her were also helpless. Her own princess had a penchant for collecting slaves, and she also enjoyed relieving those people of their slave status. But this one really isn't a slave. And at this moment, Knife Ghost looked at Lin Sheng very bashfully. Pretending to be indignant, he said, "You killed my brother Jack. I want to avenge him." Master, he's pretending. His mind is incredibly calm. The deer in the imperial beast's face silently spoke. Lin Sheng also got serious. It was a terrifying opponent. Moreover, this person was also a second-ranked imperial beast master with 2 disaster-ranked pet beasts. The medicine is about to kick in, isn't it? Hardy, who was in the room, couldn't help but come up. Chapter 134, Am I that unattractive? Soon. It's almost time. Hardy stared intently at Lin Sheng's face. The excitement on his face could not be suppressed. Miss, then I'll go out first. The maid finished cleaning the room and turned to leave the VIP room. And at this moment, Lydia's face was incredibly gloomy, so thick that it seemed to be dripping water. How dare you make a fool out of me like this? Lydia's shell teeth clenched. Her throat was on fire. Julie on the side did the same. However, she was more skillful and didn't react that strongly. I just didn't expect Lydia to look quite quiet in normal times, and really grabbed up with her and didn't let go at all. One could only say that it was worthy of being Zeus' daughter. This family's ability in certain aspects was outstanding. The duo's bodies were still a little bit dumbfounded. I'm going to the bathroom. Lydia pursed her lips and got up to leave her seat. Damn that Hardy! How dare he deal with her like that? But Lin Sheng's reaction was really beyond her imagination. Just by simply helping him with it, it was surprising that he could endure it. You know, this was not something that could be solved by a simple inhibition problem. It was already considered poison in a way. It was as if one must drink water when thirsty. If you don't drink, you will die. Lin Sheng's endurance was truly beyond the norm. Am I that unattractive? Just thinking about it made Lydia hate her teeth, especially since she had to share her own things with Julie. The indignation in her heart intensified, and this anger, which had nowhere to be vented, would be spread all over Hardy's body. Roar! In the middle of the arena, Xiaobai was facing a huge monster whose both hands were made up of chainsaws. It was shaped like a human, but its body was covered in hard iron armor. Very cyberpunk. A cyborg life? Lin Sheng had heard of this kind of creature in textbooks. There was a part of it that came through technological transformation. There was also a part that was a product of a special secret realm. And the one with mechanical beings was also a large secret realm. Zip 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 zip. Violent sparks emerged from the chainsaw. That chainsaw monster violently rushed forward. Xiaobai rushed into the sky in that instant. Unexpectedly, that chainsaw giant's seemingly huge body was incredibly light. His feet violently stepped, the ground cracked, and his entire body rushed up in mid-air. The two instantly entangled together. Xiaobai violently strangled the body of the chainsaw giant, and the chainsaw also hit Xiaobai's scales. However, how sturdy were Xiaobai's scales? This level of attack didn't hurt at all. As long as they didn't reach the late disaster stage, they wouldn't be able to pose a threat to Little White at all. At the disaster level, the difficulty of raising each level was no less than raising a favored beast from pre-monarch to peak monarch. Of course, this pinnacle referred to the late stage as well actually. It was just to differentiate the true strength of the pet beasts that had reached the late monarch king stage. Those favored beasts that had stayed in the late king stage for a few decades and had accumulated a lot of strength would be called the peak of the king stage. Of course, this was only a verbal legend, and the actual paperwork still only recorded the 3 levels of the front, middle, and late stages, and the same goes for the rest of the realms. There are only 3 grades of paperwork certification for the front, middle, and back. The actual battle strength between the actual favored beasts has a very complex factors effect. Just like skill strength, certain aspects of the ability to be more prominent. And the reason why Xiaobai was able to kill his opponent by crossing over the ranks relied on his strong skills and physical qualities that were very prominent in all aspects. Therefore, the two sides hadn't been entangled for long. The Blade Ghost's favored beast was then suppressed by Lin Sheng. It seems that relying on one favored beast alone won't be able to deal with you, said Blade Ghost as he waved his hand. A blood-poople jackal appeared on the side emitting a bloody flavor. Originally, Blade Ghost wanted to rely on a pet beast to suppress Lin Sheng, then wait until the toxicity kicked in before taking the opportunity to win. Now it seemed like it wouldn't work. Roar! The pedigree jackal violently charged up. Although its size was twice as tall as Lin Sheng, it was much smaller compared to Little White and that chainsaw monster. However, the smaller the size, the stronger the power it exerted. That claw went down and directly left a deep claw mark on Little White's scales, nearly penetrating, and Lin Sheng also fiercely blushed a bit and took a step backward. The drug took effect. Blade Ghost's face was surprised. Hardy, who was watching from the room above, was also excited. For a while, he even danced a bit. Ha ha ha, kid still dares to fight with me. Hardy, now that the poison is wrapped around your body, I'll see how you can still command your favored beasts to fight. 1 against 2. Even if your favored beast is a true dragon. So what? Can you win? When you lose, the person is mine, and the dragon, too, is mine. Hardy. Oh no. It looks like our dead demon isn't looking too good, and it seems that he doesn't have a second disaster level favored beast anymore. The host shouted. Go Dead Devil. There's absolutely no problem with 1 against 2. Didn't Dead Devil use 1 favored beast to defeat 2 favored beast royalists in the past? That was at the monarch level. Now it's at the disaster level. Do you know how hard it is to train a disaster level favored beast? At this point, the crowd's mood also tensed up along with Lin Sheng, and seeing that the play was almost over, Lin Sheng waved his hand. Little White got the order and instantly released a large amount of clouds. This was the Cloud Dragon's natural skill, able to create a large amount of clouds and mist that obscured the line of sight in the turn of an instant with the surrounding area. While in this cloud mist, the Cloud Dragon was able to recover its life energy, enhance its defense. Even more, it could use these clouds to sense the location of its opponents and hide its own aura. It was a domain ability that belonged to the Cloud Dragon. That is to say that today Xiaobai possesses dual domain skills, and unlike other beings, Xiaobai can only choose a single evolutionary path. No matter how Little White evolves, its strong bloodline would ultimately point to the strongest race. So in the process of evolution, just choose the strongest race of this class for each evolutionary route. Everything would be on the same path. Damn, but he's seriously injured. It should affect the favored beast as well. Blade Ghost calmed down in that instant, and at that moment in that cloud a giant tail violently flung out. Touch! Roar roar roar! The sound of ripping howls and blood tearing between favored beasts continuously came out from the massive thick fog. Blade Ghost only felt as if he had been hit hard. His eyes were lax, but he was unable to see the scene in that cloud of fog. He hid his strength. He wasn't poisoned at all. Blade Ghost's eyes went black, and so did the audience. What's going on? Why is it so foggy? Still letting people watch. Who released the skill? It must be that dragon. Legend has it that the Dragon King is capable of swallowing clouds and fog, calling out the wind and rain. The Dragon King you're talking about. Is that the lowly Dragon King from the chat group? Stop bullshitting and watch the game. Despite saying so, I'm lonely, in the VIP room. That's a potent poison. So what if it blocks the view? Hardy spoke confidently. Chapter 135, Hardy's Trick, Huge Bets. The last time Hardy bought the potent poison at that time store, it merely made a monarch-level ferocious beast take a whiff. It directly fell asleep for 3 days and 3 nights. And this time, he had poured the entire half bottle into that wine glass. The intensity of it could be imagined. However, just as he was thinking, the mist in that field gradually dissipated. Is it over? The corner of Hardy's mouth involuntarily hooked up. The hearts of the spectators on the field were raised to their throats. Could it be that the Dragon Master who had just come out was about to be slaughtered? However, when the mist around them completely dispersed, the crowd was immediately stunned by the scene therein, only to see that the 2 ferocious beasts of the opponents had long since disappeared. Even that blade ghost was flopping on the ground, completely unconscious. But Lin Sheng was similarly not doing well, half crouching on the ground, seemingly with a hard face. It even needed that little dragon's body to become smaller and hold him up in order to barely stand up. Winning, but it seemed like the win was barely? But to fight 1 against 2 was already quite anticlimactic. Deadly demon. The audience immediately erupted into a mountain of cheers. However, Lin Sheng was still deep in his acting. He was dragged step by step towards the stage by Xiao Bai. Ha 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 ha, Blade Ghost, you did a great job. Hardy couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. The gloom in his heart instantly dissipated for the most part. As long as Knife Ghost could seriously injure Lin Sheng, it wouldn't be a loss. After such an intense battle, the medicine in his body would only work faster. I'm afraid that by the time the day came when he and Lin Sheng dueled, Lin Sheng would have already been seriously injured. He didn't even have to fight to win the match. Is your pet animal strong? In the arena it depends on power and background. So it's little farewell 3. Hardy slumped comfortably into the chair behind him. The mood was finally much better. It was just this fellow who dared to touch his sister. It must not be as simple as simply killing him or making him my slave. Come here. As Hardy opened his mouth, the black-robed man hurriedly came to his side. And then, Hardy attached himself to the black-robed man's ear and whispered a few words. At the same time, Lin Sheng was also back in the next box. What's wrong with you? Lydia was startled when she saw Lin Sheng in this state and hurriedly went forward to assist him. Due to the effects of that residual medicinal effect, Lydia did not notice in the slightest that she was clamping Lin Sheng's arm tightly in front of her chest. It's fine. Lin Sheng shook his hand, his face ugly. If you wanted to fool your opponent, you had to fool your own people first. A few minutes later, Julie and Lydia walked out of the box with Lin Sheng's arm. It was just in time to bump into the oncoming Hardy. Hardy looked at the 2 ladies that he had daydreamed about in his heart, who were clinging to this dragon country brat's body with one on the left and one on the right, and his forehead unconsciously wrinkled. Oh, Lydia's sister, long time no see. Hardy. Lydia stared hard at Hardy. Don't look at me with such fierce eyes. Hardy laughed. Sister, looking at me with such eyes, it only makes me more excited. I came here this time to make a bet with you guys. Who am I to bet with you? Lydia directly ignored Hardy. After assisting Lin Sheng, she planned to leave this place. Sister, you don't want what's happening next door to be known by father, do you? Hardy's confident voice came from behind her. Lydia instantly involuntarily shivered before stopping in her tracks. This guy, if this matter really let his father know, according to his own father's character, Lin Sheng definitely wouldn't survive past the next day. Tell me. Lydia gritted her teeth. That's a good boy. Me and the dragon country boy beside you. Bet A. How about 10 billion? The rule is a one-on-one match in your arena afterward. Are you crazy? You think I would agree to that? Lydia glared angrily. Something seemed to be wrong with Lin Sheng's body nowadays. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. Running to bet at this time, was it giving away money to you? Not to mention the fact that it was such a large amount as $10 billion. Anyone who took it out would have to suffer. Do not dare? Then I'll just have to go and meet my father. Hardy revealed an expression of indifference. I just don't know if father will agree to you accepting this servant when he finds out. How dare you? Killing intent flashed in Lydia's eyes. And this killing intent instantly dispelled the doubts in Hardy's heart. It seems that this kid is really seriously injured. Otherwise, how could Lydia, who was always calm and collected, reveal such a look? Why wouldn't I dare? Hardy relaxed. Lydia was also clear in her mind. This time she was really taken by the other party. Even if father knew it was Hardy's plan. So what? If it was known that she squatted for Lin Sheng, when the time came, father would definitely clean up Lin Sheng first, and then find trouble with Hardy. I agree. Just as Lydia was about to open her mouth, Lin Sheng, who was standing in the middle of the two, spoke up ahead of time. You. Lydia looked straight into Lin Sheng's eyes and was startled. How could this be agreed to? And at this moment, looking at Lin Sheng's light golden pupils, and his lightly handsome face, Lydia actually calmed down for no reason. Trust me. Lin Sheng smiled faintly, causing Lydia to freeze. Then Lin Sheng looked up at Hardy in front of him and continued, and I'm not a slave, nor am I an underling. Those words were icy cold, painful. Hardy smiled and clapped his hands. The servants behind him also had thieving smiles on their faces. This kid knew how to pretend to be an ex in front of a beautiful woman. Doesn't know what 10 billion is a concept? But 10 billion or forget it. How about we bet 50 billion? Lin Sheng suddenly opened his mouth. Originally, when he heard the word forget it, Hardy even sneered, and froze when he heard 50 billion. Was this kid crazy? Dare to bet 50 billion? Although Hardy could take it out, this 50 billion was definitely enough to make Halliday lose his fortune. Don't dare? Why don't you dare? Just do you have that much money? Hardy sneered. It seemed to him that Lin Sheng was swindling himself. With his current physique, it was a fool's errand to try and win. After all, he couldn't even beat the top 900 or so ranked blade ghosts, not to mention me in the top 300? And now, even if Lin Sheng was at full strength, he, Hardy, wouldn't lose either. Lydia, do you trust me? Lin Sheng looked down at Lydia beside him. Just as he met that look, Lydia, who had originally been frozen in thought, suddenly winced. Subconsciously, she responded, aha, good, Lydia will pay for mine. Lydia, huh? What? It's a deal. The two of them broke up in a flash, and Lydia, who figured it out, was completely dumbfounded. But, Lin Sheng seemed to be getting more and more attractive. It seemed like he was better as a servant? Nope, it's not right. It must be that the effects of that medicine hadn't evaporated yet. As Lydia thought of this, a blush crept down her neck to the base of her ears. A beautiful sight. What on earth was she thinking? Lydia, who had always relied on herself in the past, suddenly had someone to rely on today. The soft character that was originally frozen in the bottom of her heart created a crack at this moment. Time quickly came to the last day of the competition. Chapter 136, The Last Battle. 3 late-stage disasters. The weather on this day was sunny. Countless spectators arrived early in the arena. Even the dozen or so VIP rooms up there were already occupied. No one knew exactly who was sitting inside. After all, this match today was rather special. It was a duel between a rising star, a rookie, and a veteran disaster-level Imperial Beast Master, the son of Zeus. Naturally, it also attracted countless people to watch, and it was in one of the VIP rooms. The figures of 2 majestic middle-aged men sat in front of a huge one-way glass. If someone was here they would be able to recognize these two. One was President and of the Dragon Bureau. The other was President Rome of the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Nowadays, the Dragon Beheading Bureau had changed its name to the Dragon Bureau. I say President Rome. Lin Sheng is now the Vice President of my Dragon Bureau. What are you doing here? It's the same talent from my Imperial Beast Association. Can't I come? The two said with a smile. They were the ones who had sent Lin Sheng to this giant tree world. Naturally, they were also keeping an eye on him at all times. However, they really didn't expect Lin Sheng to make such a big mess. This kid actually upgraded his favored beasts to the disaster level so quickly. And looking at the battle power in the video, it's even around the late disaster stage. That's true. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and beat us, the waves of the past, to death on the beach. The two of them scared. They soon saw Lin Sheng's back as he entered the arena. The aura on his body is really different. The duo came forward, their eyes staring tightly at the figure. There was also a constant shock in their hearts. Originally, they wanted Lin Sheng to come to this world and realize the cruelty of the real world. By the way, it was also considered to be a way to hone his heart. Yet, they had never expected that it would far exceed their expected results. I'm afraid that even if Lin Sheng joined the disaster breaking organization, his strength would immediately enter the upper middle class. Back then, the disaster breaking organization had once given Lin Sheng tremendous assistance. There was even a senior who had been injured as a result. It was also considered a good karma. That's Zeus' daughter beside Lin Sheng, right? And who's the other woman? Why is this kid playing so messy? President and blared. You still have the face to talk about others? When you entered the giant tree world back then, weren't you also almost mesmerized by those elf princesses? Hearing this, President and froze. One could only laugh bitterly. What a sinful relationship that. 2 Lord Presidents. The door to the room behind them opened. A beautiful figure with an upright body entered the conference room in a graceful manner. Oh, Lin Ming, you haven't seen your brother for a long time either, right? The duo revealed kind smiles. This pair of siblings was truly satisfying to look at in any way. Not long ago, after Lin Ming's physical injuries were cured, his strength had somehow skyrocketed. Not only were all sorts of roots solid, but all of the 2 catastrophe-level favored beasts had also reached the late catastrophe stage. They had truly reached the realm of the first echelon of the catastrophe class, under the Emperor, qualified to impact an Emperor. Hearing this, Lin Ming also looked excited and quickly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The lavender gaze searched downwards and soon saw Lin Sheng. Who are those two? Lin Ming spoke faintly, his clear face cold. Oh, one is Zeus's daughter, and the other is also, I'm afraid, the little daughter of one of the Lighthouse Kingdom's top brass. Lin Ming pulled out a long tone. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. The 2 presidents, on the other hand, looked at each other and revealed awkward smiles. How had they forgotten? Lin Ming had brought Lin Sheng up from a young age, and back then, Lin Sheng had even been locked up in his home, and if Lin Ming hadn't gotten there in time, he was afraid that he would have been left alone to starve to death in his home. It was only in order to repay Lin Sheng's parents for desperately trying to save his life back then that he helped them take care of their son. Now that things had come to a head, I'm afraid that the feelings had long since changed. It was already far from something that could be explained by repaying a favor. Rather, it was Lin Ming's exaggerated physical qualities and birth that was really puzzling. And in another room, Zeus, who had blonde hair and a majestic body, sat alone on a wide chair looking down. It was as if he was the only one in this room, and no one could approach his side. Simply sitting there made people not dare to look directly at him. Soon enough, the match began. Roar, roar, roar. In a berserk roar, 2 mountain-like behemoths appeared behind Hardy, Tree Demon, Lost Soul. Both favored beasts were at the late catastrophe level. Since there were too many favored beasts, the data would not be viewed one by one. Where are your favored beasts? Hardy stood in the wide arena, shouting towards Lin Sheng's from afar. In his heart, he had already won. However, Lin Sheng still hadn't summoned Little White out. Hardy was really tired of waiting. That tree demon violently extended a branch like a whip towards Lin Sheng, and in that instant, Little White emerged and directly curled its tail around the branch that the other party had lashed. As if, the crowd in the audience was shocked. President An and President Rong were also surprised. This favored beast looked very different from what they had seen before. Instead, it looked like a species from a legendary myth. As expected of a late-stage disaster, the force is really different. Little White's tail exerted force. It could barely pull the branch, but if it kept competing for strength like this, Little White would undoubtedly end up losing. 2 late-stage disasters. Has Hardy's strength even been hidden to such an extent? Surprisingly, he has contracted 2 late-stage disaster pet beasts. How can this even be a fight? 1 late catastrophe is enough to crush a mid-catastrophe. 2. Why are you panicking? What if it goes cold again? The inevitable death demon is a legendary man. That's true. What dead devil is best at is turning the tide against the wind. Anyone who can say that must be a guy who doesn't know anything. Do you know what it means to be 1 level short of the catastrophe level? Why was a late disaster level ferocious beast able to enslave a mid-disaster level ferocious beast as its servant? It was precisely because there was a heavenly philosophical gap between the 2 side strengths. Otherwise, how could a growing mid-catastrophe beast willingly submit? Something's not right. His power doesn't seem to have decreased at all. This kid is lying to me. Hardy's face changed violently. This dragon's power was definitely not even close to what it was before. That meant that his poison hadn't taken effect at all. Everything Lin Sheng had shown before was a pretense. Damn it, that shopkeeper dared to lie to me. I'm going to kill you when I'm done with the competition. And then Hardy calmed down again. What am I afraid of? I'm well prepared this time. As soon as Hardy's words fell, behind it, another point of shadow with an incomparably large figure emerged. That shadow covered the sky and was much larger than the other 2 ferocious beasts. Sandstorm Dragon. A crawling dragon whose entire body was composed of sand. Not only did it have the qualities of a ferocious beast, it even possessed some of the abilities of an elemental being. 3 of them. 3 late catastrophe stage fierce beasts. The crowd on the audience stage was shocked beyond measure. Chapter 137, Dragon Might. Zeus steps in. My gosh. 3 late catastrophe favored beasts. I take back what I said before. It looks like the dead devil is really going to have bad luck this time. Mamma mia, what an overwhelming battle. The audience was excited. But, in their hearts, even though they felt it was impossible, they still placed a bet on Lin Sheng with a fluke. Hardy, you useless thing. Zeus in the room's face was cloudy. If Hardy had defeated Lin Sheng head-on, he could have been happier. Of the 3 favored beasts, it was obvious that none of them had been cultivated by Hardy. That meant that all of them were temporary purchases. His Zeus's son would actually be afraid of other royal beast masters? The moment Zeus thought about it, suddenly came a knock on the door. Who dares to come in while I'm watching? Zeus' muffled voice emphasized the anger in his heart. beard were slowly fluttering up from the slightest arc of electricity. "It's me, Lord Hardy's own guard. Come in." Quickly, the personal guard opened the door and walked in. Before attaching himself to Zeus' ear, Lord Hardy said that he has something to explain to you. "That is, not long ago, your daughter and that dragon nation." The personal guard added to the conversation. But he didn't notice Zeus' expression, which became progressively grim. A fierce punch was thrown out towards the side. Too late to react. The pro guard was instantly punched to death by Zeus. "Damn it, how dare you coax my Zeus daughter." Zeus took a step and came to that floor-to-ceiling window, but he couldn't make a move now. This was a match under the eyes of millions of people, and guessing that there might be other people of his ilk watching, Zeus didn't dare to make a move easily. Otherwise it would be said that he was favoring his own son. Zeus was able to grow to the point where he was now, so naturally he wouldn't be acute. Now that the kid was in the arena, where could he escape to? "Give it to me." Under Hardy's command, the three behemoths lunged towards Little White. In this situation, summoning two favored beasts that were below the disaster level would not have any effect. "Little White, Vajra body." As Lin Sheng spoke, Little White merely shivered slightly, and the scales on its body gradually transformed into a golden color. An extremely dazzling golden light emanated from his body. The golden light floated a millimeter away from his body, forming a sturdy cover. Bang! That Salon pounced on Little White's body, but was unable to touch him, and the other two favored beasts did the same. All the attacks hit that golden cover. Roar! A dead light jetted out from Little White. It instantly slashed at several branches of one of the tree demons. After that, a large amount of clouds rose from his body and climbed up. In just an instant, the arena was wrapped in dark clouds, and Little White directly raised his head and levitated up. At this moment, Xiaobai was undulating in the clouds high in the sky, and the electricity was flashing and thundering. The scene was a bit frightening to watch for the crowd below. The bodies could not stop trembling. Too terrifying. Is this a dragon? Previously, I had only seen it on a TV series, but I never thought that it had come out of line to reality. The sense of oppression was too terrifying. This ticket, it was so worth it. And the next instant, the thunder in the dark clouds filled the sky and poured towards the ground like a torrential downpour. Roar, roar, roar. A roar of ferocious beasts instantly emanated from the arena. That thunder light illuminated the entire arena as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. Scared passers-by passing by the arena nearly fell to the ground. Little White was now high in the air, like a god on the ground. Descending divine punishment. Finally, Xiaobai's body strength had been cathartically released for the most part. Only then did he stop descending thunderbolts with reluctance. At this time, the arena has long been a mess. The ground scorched black. That weird spirit has long been split into flying ash. A sight of the tree demon is also not good. Half of the body is scorched like a lightning strike would. Only that Sharon wasn't hurt much. Terrifying power. The crowd in the arena were shocked. Ask them if they can survive in the lightning? The answer was dead. Even the ferocious beasts of the late catastrophe stage were instantly killed in seconds. Although it was also partly due to the fact that the beast was restrained by the lightning. It was well known that the damage of an attribute restraint was as much as 10 times that of an unrestraint. Damn, how is this possible? Hardy forced himself to calm down, but his legs couldn't stop trembling. The ferocious beast of the late disaster stage that he had spent so much money on. Was it so unbeatable in front of Lin Sheng? Damn it! Attack me! Hardy ordered the huge lightning strike wood to go up and attack Lin Sheng. However, at this moment, the lightning strike wood was a bit terrified, as if it was unwilling to strike. However, it was unable to disobey the Imperial Beastmaster's order, so it could only tremble as it stepped forward. The result was obvious. Boom! In a burst of lightning from Xiaobai, the lightning strike wood completely turned into a burning stick, and that salon was overwhelmed with fear. It was able to obtain some items in the relics that caused it to awaken a trace of pseudo-dragon bloodline, but that was only a minuscule trace. It might even just be a trace of the bloodline of a sidekick of a sidekick of a sidekick. This bloodline could make it invincible at the same level, but how could it not be afraid when it encountered a dragon whose bloodline was even purer than its own? Roar! Submit! Or die! A blazing golden light emerged from Little White's pupils, and his domain ability instantly unfolded. This dragon's might was even 10 times more oppressive to its own kind. At this moment, White is like a majestic dragon king, giving orders to his people. Roar! And that Sharon immediately wimped out. Creeping, it directly turned into a puddle of sand, no longer daring to move. How Hardy cursed, how he took his foot and kicked it up. That saloon was motionless. Hardy wanted to forcibly lift the contract, but there was no effect. Sharon would rather be mentally damaged than make an enemy of the monster in front of her. You, what are you doing? Hardy looked at Lin Sheng, who was approaching step by step, his face progressively terrified. Do you really think I don't know who's behind this? Lin Sheng sneered twice, He himself was a pure love war god. How dare Hardy forcefully turn him into a minotaur? Do you think I'm someone? Die. Don't kill. Let me torture and torment. This kid's mind is just too filthy. A voice came from his mind. You can't kill me. My father is Zeus. Hardy was terrified. However, that snake tail of Little White had already lifted up. Father, save me. Hardy actually disregarded his face and shouted loudly at this moment. And in that instant, the entire arena seemed to stand still. Boom! A one-way glass in the VIP seats instantly exploded. From it, a blonde-haired, burly silhouette emerged. In that instant, the eyes of the entire arena gathered on that burly man's body. But no one dared to speak. Give me face. That burly man slowly spoke. The crowd present was completely dumbfounded. My goodness, the legendary Zeus, a character that was like a god. At this moment, he was actually asking a junior to give him face? They weren't dreaming, were they? Father, Hardy was overwhelmed with excitement. You worthless piece of shit, Zeus cursed angrily. However, Lin Sheng just looked over with cold eyes, his mind constantly pondering how to escape from here. Hardy must die. But Lin Sheng wouldn't be careless with his own life either. Chapter 138, Killing Hardy, the Wrath of the Father of the Gods. This sudden change froze everyone present. Zeus, this was to give his own son a head start? His Lydia, who was originally watching Lin Sheng's duel on the field, was also startled. Rushing to step in, she said, Father, you shut up, I'll clear up your affairs afterward. Zeus' voice was like an ancient bell. It rang in Lydia's ears. Lydia's face instantly turned white. She knew that the matter between herself and Lin Sheng had been exposed, but Lydia definitely didn't know that what was going on between the two, Zeus thought was even more serious. The people of the Dragon Kingdom, who had just been shocked by Lin Sheng's strength, sitting in that room, their faces were cold. The cups beside them all exploded. Dare you bully my Dragon Kingdom into not having anyone? How dare you make a rash move on such a fair match? If the two were not here today, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ming'er, come here. President Rome called Lin Ning back. Although he was a little worried about his brother's safety, Lin Ning nodded and did not resist. After all, there were two Emperor-level Imperial Beastmasters here. It was hard to believe that they couldn't still protect Lin Sheng. A tiny disaster level? What's more, even if Lin Ming wanted to make a move, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to beat Zeus. After all, Zeus was also an old thing, and he didn't know how much longer he had been practicing than her. But as long as Zeus dared to lift a finger, the two of them would immediately let Zeus know. My Dragon Kingdom's descendants are not easy to bully. What? You're not willing? Zeus spoke softly. An invisible pressure covered Lin Sheng's body. It immediately caused Lin Sheng's heart to tighten violently. Roar! A silver-colored light lit up in Little White's pupils. It isolated that pressure. Zeus on the stage immediately revealed an unexpected expression and looked at the little dragon beside him. And Lin Sheng's body relaxed a bit. What to do? Can we only rely on Little White's spatial ability to escape? But right now, Little White's mastery of space hadn't improved to such a point. Currently, it could only use its spatial mastery ability to isolate the surrounding breath attacks, or help Lin Sheng dress and bathe. Other than that, nothing could be done. Not to mention spatial transfer. One could only rely on formations. Goading a wave? Thinking of this, Lin Sheng raised his head and looked straight at the blonde man. I have $50 billion in bets with your son, so it stands to reason that I can get $100 billion. When these words came out, the crowd on the high platform was shocked. 100 billion? What kind of huge amount of wealth was this? With this amount of money, one would be a top tycoon anywhere. A bit interesting. You're the first person who dares to negotiate with me. Zeus silently spoke. The accumulated anger in his heart continued to stack up, and the faces of those around who were affected by it became even more ugly. In the past, who built Zeus who didn't lower his voice and even take the initiative to offer resources? Now there was someone who dared to negotiate conditions with his Zeus to his face? Money? What use was it to an Imperial Beastmaster? How much money can they not get by force? At this point, only resources were the most important thing to them. Yes, but I need to see if you really have the air of the Black Dragon King? Thinking this, Zeus actually glared and instantly tore through Lin Sheng's Imperial Beast space. This was an ability that belonged uniquely to the Emperor level. After becoming an Emperor level, the Imperial Beastmaster was able to inherit a portion of the genes of the pet beast. Of course, the inheritance rate was around 1%, but this was also perverse enough. Oh, it's really the heir of that black dragon. Zeus' face revealed a look of delight. He himself had fought with that Black Dragon King back then, deeply aware of that black dragon's formidable strength. Now that this black dragon was right in front of Zeus' eyes, how could he not be greedy? You should know that back then, Zeus was looking for Nyax's heir for a few whole years. According to the words of the Dragon Kingdom, It was really a hard search, but no effort was wasted. Yes, father, he really does have the air of the black dragon Naiad. I was planning to offer it to you. Hardy, who was originally prostrate on the ground, hurriedly spoke. However, Zeus' face clouded over. Stupid bastard. Just like that, letting others know his thoughts, when really, it was stupid. I don't care. Zeus, never take things into account. As you can hear, what doesn't belong to you after all. Saying that, Zeus even floated up with his soul. Utilizing the position caused by this lightning, he floated himself in mid-air. With this kind of divine power, the crowd around him looked at it with wide eyes. And Zeus just landed in front of Lin Sheng. Feeling this massive pressure, Lin Sheng had used up all of his strength just by standing there. How about it? Hand it over. I don't want to say it a second time. You'd better too. Don't make me say it a second time. Zeus spoke silently. In his opinion, Lin Sheng was a powerless brat. So what if he had power behind him? Whose power could be greater than his Zeus? Cluck cluck cluck. Lin Sheng clenched his right fist tightly, deeply feeling the weakness of his own power. In front of a true emperor-level existence, what forces, what rules, all of them were useless. Only their own power was the only thing. The rules are like a blank sheet of paper in front of them. They can change them any way they want. When one's force is strong to such an extent, they can naturally do whatever they want and ignore everything. Anyway, there would be the media afterwards, running their asses off to come and wipe their asses. Who dares to bash such strong people, without them having to make a move? There would be dog legs to help dispose of the vocalizer. The favored beasts in Lin Sheng's imperial beast space also felt the same way, especially Little Spirit. From the depths of its heart, it felt sad for its weakness. It was like an object at this moment, being snatched and grabbed. Master, Little Spirit's low voice came from the imperial guardian space. There was no longer the mischievous look from before. Fine, I'll leave it to you. Lin Sheng looked at Zeus in front of him and stretched out his hand as if he really intended to break the contract between the imperial beasts. Zeus also revealed a look of delight. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Since this was the case, it was feasible to spare his death. A son can be exchanged for a black dragon cub. For an emperor-level existence with no desire, there could not be a more lucrative deal than this. However, in the next instant, Little White, Lin Sheng spoke in a low voice. Little White instantly realized something, and several lights flashed in his eyes. The neck of Hardy, who was still prostrate on the ground, instantly turned several times. A look of disbelief and shock remained on his face. Even more terrified were the spectators on the high platform. They didn't dare to stay here any longer, and they all got up with the intention of fleeing, because what they were going to receive next was the wrath of the father of the gods. You, how dare you? Zeus' golden yellow hair levitated. Boundless anger tilted like a flood. The entire arena seemed to be trembling slightly. Go! Lin Sheng roared lowly and quickly took out the bright silver-colored drawing from his pocket. Short-distance teleportation formation. With a slight proficiency in spatial abilities, infused with the silver-colored drawings, he could transfer himself a distance. It was enough for him to travel to the territory under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. However, this drawing had just been taken out when a huge beast instantly enveloped the entire arena. Chapter 139 3 Emperor-level powerhouses. Roar roar roar. In an instant a huge beast surrounded the entire arena. The ears of the crowd could only hear roars from all directions, mixed with the sound of thunder. Thunder-crowned dragon. A huge dragon covered in bright blue lightning. It covered the entirety of the huge arena underneath its body. The huge head looked down from the hollow above the arena. The body of this thunder-crowned dragon was almost no different from a reptilian species dragon. Above the forehead, there was a crown made of lightning, and the tiny lightning emanating from its body enveloped the entire arena, making it impossible for anyone to escape. The spectators had long since paralyzed in fear in their seats, not daring to say anything. Emperor level. Originally, I thought that if I could see a dragon, this match would already not be a loss. However, I never thought that I would be able to see an emperor-level beast. And is that dragon nation looking for death? How dare he kill Hardy in front of Zeus? It was important to realize that although Zeus didn't care about his heirs, it was only a fight between the heirs. Lin Sheng refuted Zeus to his face and refused his request. If this junior was let off the hook, then where would he, Zeus, put his face? I'm afraid that at that time, there would be a legend amongst all the emperor-level imperial beastmasters that he, Zeus, had been intimidated by a disaster-level brat. What these emperor-level existences cared about the most was their own reputation, because there was nothing left in this world that they cared about. Even if they didn't intentionally give their heirs preferential treatment, there would still be countless people taking the initiative. One person was enough to influence an entire country. Boy! Zeus looked at a plate of Hardy's corpses, and the anger within him grew even more. But more importantly, someone had dared to punch him in the face. Whoever he, Zeus, wanted alive, could not die right away. Die! At Zeus' command, a tiny thunder split down above the thunder crown of that thunder crown dragon. That thunder was like a thin thread, but the crowd knew that its power was definitely not to be underestimated. Pity this one genius, surprisingly being targeted by an emperor level. There's absolutely no way to live. The teenager was really rash. Just bow your head and admit your mistake now? There's still a big road to walk in the future. And at the same time, Lin Sheng was also a little terrified in his heart. His teleportation formation had unexpectedly failed. All of the surrounding spatial elements had entered dissipation under that lightning, and were simply unable to coalesce over. It could be said that the arena today was an absolute domain, and without Zeus' orders, no one could walk out. Is the emperor really so invincible? Lin Sheng suddenly felt that he was a bit reckless. What was wrong with bowing his head for once? If he died, what would Lin Ming do? In that instant, Little White lunged towards the air, turning on giganticization, and Vajrabody enveloped Lin Sheng behind him. The other two favored beasts also instantly surfaced in front of Lin Sheng's eyes, and then blocked there. Seeing the appearance of these three favored beasts, the audience, who could still barely open their eyes, were instantly shocked again, and Zeus was obviously a bit surprised as well. Then he laughed out loud. It really is the heir of the Black Dragon King. To know that Black Dragon King, even his Thundercrown Dragon was no match. And just at the moment when that thunderbolt turned to be about to hit Lin Sheng's brow, whoosh, the lightning unexpectedly disappeared in midair. Waiting for several seconds with no result, Lin Sheng opened his eyes in a somewhat confused manner, and Zeus, who was standing in front of him, also had a gloomy face. At the same time, a magnificent voice came out from that audience. Ha ha ha, good kill. Bowing down to this kind of trash. How can you maintain your invincibility in the future? Two presidents stepped out from the room. If Lin Sheng bowed down to Zeus and admitted defeat, even if Lin Sheng grew to the level of an emperor, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of Zeus. That would become a knot in his heart forever. So much so that it would block Lin Sheng's path to becoming stronger. What was the path to invincibility? That was the path of never admitting defeat to anyone. Even if your opponent was tougher than you right now, after temporarily avoiding him, there was still an invincible heart that could definitely surpass him. For this sudden shocking change, that audience was dumbfounded as well. The one who dared to make a move to stop Zeus was at least equally strong at the emperor level. 3 emperor level powerhouses had actually appeared in this match at the same time. This ticket was definitely not a loss. I didn't expect the power behind you to be so big. But with the two of you here, how can you stop me? Zeus sneered, still stubbornly striking out. As the second highest ranked in the arena, he was in no way afraid of anyone. Even the two behind him were also the top 10 ranked powerhouses in this arena. Whoosh! In an instant, a spacetime beast appeared beside Lin Sheng. The time and space beast had 5 legs and 7 eyes, like a dog, and opened its mouth and swallowed the infinite thunder into its mouth. Zeus, we're not here to stop you this time. We're here to kill you. President and shook his voice. The time beast opened its mouth and let that thunder light shoot back again. After that thunder light hit that huge Thundercrown dragon, it left no damage. You've gotten a lot stronger than before. It seems like you've gotten some kind of resources. Zeus narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that he could feel that this opponent was much stronger than before. Zeus, you bullied my dragon kingdom into having no one. You also struck out big time in the secret realm before. So I'll end it with you today. President Rome spoke out. A large area of black mist gradually emerged beside him. Good, let's go fight outside the city. Zeus' hair flew, completely devoid of any fear. In an instant, the 3 silhouettes disappeared. President Rome, Director and Lin Sheng was shocked. How could the two of them be here? However, Lin Sheng had no doubts about the strength of the two. The reason why that Zeus was able to sit firmly in the second position in the rankings was also because some of the powerhouses usually didn't care too much about these rankings. Their focus was still placed amongst the main world. Since Hardy is dead, there's no need for me to stay here anymore. It's just this old thing Zeus. It wasn't just Zeus. If any strong person stood here today, Lin Sheng would be defenseless and have his favored beast taken away. I'm afraid that his own state of mind would also be severely affected at that point. But fortunately, a few words from the two seniors pulled his mind back again. Apart from Lin Sheng, the shock of the people present, on the other hand, was no worse than his. My goodness, that's 3 emperor levels. What exactly was the identity of this teenager? He was able to get 2 emperor-level powerhouses to fight for him, and clashed with that Zeus head-on. What is this teenager's identity? Is he the bastard son of one of them? No wonder he dared to kill Hardy directly. This is absolute confidence in his own strength and power. And Zeus wasn't weak either. Even when facing the two he didn't flinch at all. Should I say he's reckless? Or confident? Chapter 140, Lucky in Love? My gosh. I was really scared to death just now. An emperor-level ferocious beast, it's rare to see one in many years. And today I actually saw two of them at the same time. It seems like the three didn't fight here, or else half of Giant Tree City would have been razed to the ground. Not to mention this arena. Hurry up, this is simply huge news. Did you guys record the video just now? You're still in the mood to record a video? My cell phone was shattered right after I took it out. The viewers who had survived the robbery were excited beyond measure. The adrenaline in their bodies soared. This scene was just too exciting. It simply excited them more than a goddess lying in front of them. A strong man. This is the absolute strongest. I'm afraid that if any one of the three said a word, the Giant Tree Empire would have to respectfully invite them. Now they were fighting over a teenager. In an instant, the crowd's gaze towards Lin Sheng became solemn. This is your mom's second generation. Even 10 Hardys couldn't match this background. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that Lin Sheng's three favored beasts were just too divine. Why do they feel exactly like the legendary holy beasts? There was also one that was the heir of the Black Dragon King. Having such three favored beasts made one's body tremble just thinking about it. This could definitely be invincible if it grew to the emperor level. At the same time, Lydia, who had recovered from her daze in the distance, hurriedly lifted up her skirt and trotted over to Lin Sheng's side. You, those two. What kind of relatives are the two seniors to you? Lydia stuttered a little as she spoke. He had originally thought that Lin Sheng was dead, but he hadn't thought that his background was so powerful. Why hadn't he told himself earlier? The more Lydia thought about the things she had done in the past, the more ashamed she became. For a while, she was a bit shy. Whoosh! At this moment, a valiant silhouette also leapt down from the high sky. It gently landed beside Lin Sheng. With that perfect waistline and figure, Lin Sheng could tell who it was without looking at her face. It really could be recognized even if it turned to dust. Why didn't you tell me when you ran to a place like this all by yourself? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Come with me. Lin Ming's face was filled with worry, and she tugged on Lin Sheng's hand in a domineering manner. This is your girlfriend? Lydia's eyes went cold. She herself had done something like that to Lin Sheng only a short while ago. Now you're telling me that you already have a girlfriend? Before Lin Sheng could answer, Lin Ming actually guffawed. Yeah, why? Oh, so it's just a girlfriend. I've done all that kind of stuff with Lin Sheng. Lydia directly shot out and grabbed Lin Sheng's other arm. Feeling the warmth and softness of both palms, Lin Sheng blinked. What's going on? I'm going to get lucky too. No, no, no. This must be one of the three greatest illusions in life. The key is not to do it on this kind of occasion. It's weirdly embarrassing for people to watch. And so it was. The surrounding audience's eyes were practically spitting fire. The two were simply more beautiful than one another. One was absolutely beautiful, and the other was a valiant royal sister. And her looks were even more durable than the one next to her. Shit. It was so enviable. As long as they could marry either one of them, they would be willing to die directly in bed. The two simply couldn't dare to imagine. What kind of thing? My brother. Boyfriend isn't that kind of person. Lin Ming was not at all provoked. There was still more trust in her brother. Of course it's all sorts of things. Lydia deliberately put her hand to her lips and made a seductive expression. Then looked at Lin Sheng again. You think so? You're not planning to renege on your debt, are you? That wasn't my intention either. Lin Sheng was a little embarrassed. You really did. Lin Ming's voice suddenly amplified. Looking at Lin Ming's purple pupils, Lin Sheng knew he was going to be finished. Although his sister never beat him, but there were things more terrifying than that. Come with me. Lin Ming's face was cold, grabbing Lin Sheng's hand with force. Lydia was startled the moment she met Lin Ming's eyes. Those were definitely eyes that could only come from having killed countless people and ferocious beasts. As an ordinary person, the gap between Lydia and a strong imperial beastmaster was not half a star. Looking at the two who were far away, Lydia gently ground her silver teeth. So what if it's an imperial beastmaster? The stronger they are, the worse they are to get along with. Lydia somehow felt a trace of sourness well up in her heart. She had never had any doubts about her face value piece in the past, but today it was surprisingly hesitant. A few minutes later, Lin Ming brought Lin Sheng to a room, closely in front of Lin Sheng's body. She kept checking. Since Lin Ming was half a head shorter than Lin Sheng, she could only look at him with her face half raised. That absolutely beautiful face was placed so close in front of Lin Sheng's eyes. Despite having seen it countless times, it still made Lin Sheng's breathing tighten. Did you really do it? Lin Ming asked somewhat nervously. Did, but it wasn't my intention. Lin Sheng's eyes fluttered a little. It really wasn't his intention at that time. What did you do? Lin Ming was really anxious, and both of her hands grabbed Lin Sheng's collar. You're just my sister. It's not like you're really my girlfriend. Lin Sheng muttered. And then, puff, He was instantly lowered to the ground by Lin Ming and mounted on top of him. There are national laws in the country, and there are family rules in the house. I'm your sister, so I have to control you. Lin Ming gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Sheng condescendingly, her heart feeling bad. It was as if something she had raised for years had run off with someone else. Car-friendly car dealership? Lin Sheng popped out violently. You! Lin Ming raised her showy fist, making a gesture to hit. Don't, sister, you only have this one brother. If you break it, it's gone. Lin Sheng hurriedly took his hands and covered his face. With his sister's strength, this punch shall not hammer himself to death? You quickly tell me, what exactly did he do with you? Lin Ming once again opened her mouth to inquire, yet Lin Sheng was silent. The two of them were just silent, one on top of the other. But this position was really bad. Lin Sheng could clearly feel the amplitude of Lin Ming's body, and there was a strange feeling lying on the ground looking at the clear face riding on top of him. The key Lin Ming was still adjusting her position from time to time, just deadening him and not letting him get up. Don't get up until you say it. What can I do if I say it? Humph. Lin Ming's heart tightened. Right. What could one do if one said it? Could it be, do you have to help your brother do it all over again yourself? Just at the moment when the siblings were playing around and thinking nonsense, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, and then that door slowly opened in a creaking sound. Chapter 141, Broken Disaster Organization. Danger in the main world. Ha ha ha, that old thing Zeus. Let me pull out half of his beard. I reckon this old thing won't dare to appear in the news media for a while. Ha 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 ha. Does this flabbergasted young man really think that we're standing still as his strength rises? I just don't know how Lin Sheng's kid is doing. He won't be traumatized by anything, right? Don't worry, this kid's heart isn't as fragile as you think. The two of them opened the door of the room with a word from you and a word from me. At once, they saw the two siblings who were entangled in a fight. For a while, the scene was a bit awkward with four eyes facing each other, and then it was still Chairman and the manipulated spatial ability closed the door of the room. AI, did it come to this after all? But it's not bad. Strong people combine with each other in order to give birth to genetically more powerful offspring. President An was still very supportive of this sibling duo. You love me and I love you. It's the most appropriate to be together. You old thing. Lin Sheng still thinks that's his own sister now. How could he possibly do something like that? President Rong rolled his eyes. In his opinion, this was simply an even more normal sibling fight. When he was a child, he himself was often beaten up by his own sister riding on top of him. After the two waited for a while, they opened the door to the room again. Sure enough, the siblings had long since made up. Cough cough. Lin Ming dryly coughed twice, teaching her own brother a lesson. But being seen by others, it really made her a little embarrassed. Lin Sheng was also glad that if the two hadn't come, I'm afraid that he would really have to receive the first domestic violence in his life. And the two seniors were also surprised. They had thought that this little girl Lin Ming had some kind of cleanliness fetish. Normally, when she met a male, no matter if it was a genius or the son of a family, she wouldn't even touch him. Now it seemed that this rumor was no longer true. After all, she and Lin Sheng had almost hugged just now. But why was Lin Sheng's face a little red and swollen? It couldn't be from being pinched, could it? Both of them looked a little strange. I'll thank the two seniors on behalf of my brother first. Well, seniors, you guys came this time. Is there something you're looking for me for? The two siblings spoke one by one. The two waved their hands. Where? From now on, we're all family members. So what's the point of helping or not helping? Beating up that old thing. I've wanted to do that for a long time. It's just a coincidence. Yeah, it's also my honor to know you two geniuses. If I were back then, I definitely wouldn't have been able to beat you guys. The two men laughed. In their hearts, they had long since decided that this sibling duo would become the emperor-level powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom, and the hearts of the two were knotted up to be good. Naturally, they were able to help. In the future, when they were old, they could brag about it with their peers. Back then, this sibling duo was still brought out by them, with a mouthful of seniors. But I do have something important to say here. The duo sat down across from the sibling pair. Lin Sheng also looked solemn. It was naturally clear in his heart that it was impossible for a senior to come here and not say anything. Recently, the demonic infringements have become more and more serious, especially that Dark Empire, where a large number of higher demons have disappeared, and they all seem to be approaching towards the Dragon Kingdom intentionally or unintentionally, and influenced by them. Those ferocious beasts in the sea and the demons in the rest of the places are all stirring. And even some places have long since begun to engage in war. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that he had only just arrived in this giant tree world not long ago, and reality had changed so quickly. But it was also true that it was only a matter of time before ferocious beasts, demons, and weirdness took the initiative to attack the city. It's just that I didn't expect it to be this fast. That's why we decided to send you to this giant tree space early to train your heart. Now you're qualified to join our Dragon Kingdom's disaster severance organization. The duo was very pleased at the mention of this. Lin Sheng's growth was truly beyond their imagination. They had thought that they would still be subjected to some trials and tribulations and even setbacks when they came here. Yet they had never expected to directly get a spot in the top 1,000 of this arena. One had to know that back then, when they had first entered the giant tree space to practice, they had only ranked outside of the top 2,000 at most. Don't look at the difference of just 1,000 places. The higher the ranking, the harder it was to progress. The gold content of Lin Sheng's ranking could be imagined. Well, are you interested? Director An asked with some excitement. It's not forced? Of course, the disaster breaking organization, despite having a large number of disaster-grade Imperial Beastmasters from our Dragon Kingdom, is not forced. It was actually quite understandable. What was the use of forcing when one's strength reached such a point? Even if one entered the disaster-breaking organization, they wouldn't do their best to work for you. Then it would be better to let it go free. That was why the Broken Calamity organization was never forced, and was formed by a group of like-minded strong people. However, due to its internal welfare benefits, there were still countless disaster-level Imperial Beastmasters willing to join it, and all countries had such similar organizations. Strong people always sympathized with each other. Come on, I'm in the organization as well. There are no restraints here, and if you want to quit, you can apply at any time. Just answer the call to help the city fight against the ferocious beasts once in a while, Lin Ming said silently as he looked towards Lin Sheng. Originally, Lin Sheng had wanted to join, but his heart was instantly bottomless. Then, I'll try? Lin Sheng tentatively inquired. Fine, ha ha ha. Your current strength should be around the late disaster stage, right? Relying on a single favored beast to deal with 3 late-stage disasters. Although it has something to do with the fact that Hardy's own Imperial Beast contract has long been weak, it's still pretty strong. Frequently breaking the contract of the Imperial Beasts would cause the contract to gradually weaken and the power to dissipate. It was impossible to utilize the Imperial Beast space to provide overly strong energy to the favored beasts. That was why Hardy contracting those strong pet beasts would only suppress their strength. This was also the reason why Imperial Beast Masters were not advocated to contract pet beasts frequently. But this giant tree world was an exception. Here people's goals were only power and money. Strength was secondary to what was needed to achieve their goals. Hearing that Lin Sheng had joined as well, both of them smiled at each other. We can't stay here for long either. If there's nothing else, you should go back to the main world first. We're facing a lot of pressure nowadays. Listening to the words of the two, Lin Sheng nodded. Having gotten so many resources, it was time for himself to give back. It just so happened that he had troops that he had trained in Yang City as well. The ones that could fight against Lin Sheng were basically monarch-level Imperial Beast Masters. Although they were not even close to those geniuses, they were still much stronger than ordinary people. After all, there was rank suppression placed there. But two seniors, do you know who the number one in this arena actually is? Lin Sheng was curious. Even Zeus, who was second in the arena, was so strong. Then just how strong should the first place in the arena be? Hearing Lin Sheng's words, the two looked at each other, and then looked at Lin Sheng in front of them. That's a ferocious beast. The Empire should have its details internally, but they never publicize it. A ferocious beast? Yes, and it has already died. And now the ranking is still left on it. This is to allow future generations to surpass it. Spiritual movement. The two had never seen the ferocious beast either. It must be an extremely terrifying existence. Chapter 142, Lin Sheng's planning. Returning to the main world. After saying goodbye to Lin Sheng, the two powerhouses and Lin Ming both left the giant tree world. And Lin Sheng had gotten his bet, 100 billion gold coins, together with the rewards that the arena was originally supposed to receive, and half of the principal that should have been returned to Lydia, a total of 79 billion. There was also the opportunity to perform a level 1 prayer every month to join forces with the royal family. Nowadays, Lin Sheng only had to return to the giant tree world once a month to absorb the energy of that giant tree. It would also be good to level up, by the way, if you had the chance, and look at higher level prayers. When I'm strong enough, I'll make sure to make the Empire bow down to me and personally take away this chaotic godwood. Lin Sheng made a decision in his heart. After traveling to the chaotic godwood to perform a level 1 prayer, he infused its energy into the fawn. Obtained the chaotic godwood trace life essence gene. Obtained the chaotic godwood trace life affinity gene. Obtained chaotic godwood trace healing skill gene. This was followed by the bloodline in that dragon's eye. Gained a trace amount of dragon blood gene. Gained the blazing sun pupil gene. As Little White's strength had reached the catastrophe level. Along with that, Lin Sheng's rank was also raised to a disaster-grade Imperial Beastmaster, so it was able to extract an additional portion of the gene from that dragon's eye, allowing Little White to obtain the new Scorching Sun pupil skill. The Scorching Sun Divine Eye fused and raised its rank to perfection. Scorching Sun Divine Eye, perfect. Perfect grade Scorching Sun Divine Eye. It would become another one of Lin Sheng's cards, and the level of the fawn was rising by leaps and bounds. The chaotic godwood's energy was abundant, and the little deer's level was but at the pre-monarch stage, so it was naturally able to rapidly increase. The levels of both favored beasts were soaring by leaps and bounds. I'm going to struggle too, Little Spirit roared. It deeply felt the weakness of its power. It also wanted to become stronger. Don't worry, I'll help you improve next. After receiving Lin Sheng's reply, the little spirit was excited. Now that Little White had reached the disaster level, it would become extremely difficult to continue leveling up. As long as it absorbed the bloodline in the dragon's eye every once in a while it could slowly enhance. By the way, it would also have to accumulate and settle down. And the level of the fawn was too low. Normally using the essence of the chaotic godwood would be enough to evolve in addition to using those high energy foods. Currently, Lin Sheng's goal was to raise Little Spirit's level to the disaster level as well, allowing himself to completely step into the ranks of a medium catastrophe grade Imperial Beastmaster. Black Dragon King. Rank, Mid King. Talent, Late Emperor level. Skills, Field of Death. 3 steps to Spirit Destruction, skilled. Corrosive Spit, skilled. Wake the Remains, skilled. Soul Mark, 13. 500 years. Evolutionary root, Black Dragon Emperor. Description, possesses a dark bloodline under heredity, yet genetically superior. Little Spirit's rank was in the middle of the monarch stage, and the number of years of the soul seal had long since reached the catastrophe level. However, this could only increase the quantity of its bizarre energy, but not the quality. There are so few ferocious beasts of the bizarre lineage that there's nowhere to extract it. Lin Sheng decided to leave this giant tree space. Before leaving, Lin Sheng arrived outside the door of a villa. The head of the villa, on the other hand, personally greeted him, causing the servants outside the door to be surprised. Master, the princess of the Kota family slowly lowered her waist. Much better spirits, and too much prettier than before. Lin Sheng couldn't stop nodding. Well, but I still want to follow master and be your handmaiden. The princess of the Kota family's gaze burned brightly. It immediately startled Lin Sheng. Obviously, she had been eager to get rid of her slave status before. How had it reversed now? Suddenly, Lin Sheng looked at the expressions of the servants around him and suddenly thought of something. Yes, his current identity had long been known in the Giant Tree Empire, with 2 Emperor-level Imperial Beastmasters standing behind him. Who wouldn't want to have a good relationship with him? In their eyes, Lin Sheng was the legendary second generation, and it was the top kind. Alright, if you do your best to gather information for me, there might be an opportunity in the future. For the sake of his employees being able to work as hard as they could, Lin Sheng drew a big pie. Yes, the princess of the Kurt family was instantly excited. Being able to draw a relationship with the Imperial Beastmaster was something she couldn't possibly do even if she worked hard to earn money for the rest of her life. This kind of opportunity was simply unattainable for her. It was a heavenly benefit. Lin Sheng still didn't know how much this promise was valued in Princess Kurt's heart. This is the information I've gathered for you, all in plain sight. Lin Sheng took the paper handed over by Court. Under his breath, he murmured, 3 emperors, 20 disasters, 390 monarchs. An empire actually possessed this kind of battle power, and that was just the battle power on the surface. There were bound to be more powerful people hidden on the back. It seems like it won't be easy to take this chaotic godwood away. Lin Sheng sighed slightly. He explained a few more things to the princess of the Kota family. She was told to focus on checking out the news of the spiritual movement that was ranked number 1 in the arena. He always felt in the dark that it was important. And then he returned to the Dragon Kingdom's teleportation array. Mr. Lin, Wu Lu greeted him from afar. The address in his mouth had also produced a great change. The respect for Lin Sheng was revealed everywhere in his body. It was very different from Lin Sheng's reaction when he had just arrived in this world. Is this the benefit of power? Lin Sheng sighed leisurely. But this was only a benefit that an Imperial Beastmaster could receive. He himself had merely dipped into the light of those 2 seniors. Please. Wu Lu didn't dare to be slow. This person was a true second generation Moreover, when he first came here, he was only at the monarch level. But when he came back, he had become a catastrophe level royal beastmaster. This kind of growth speed was really too scary. I'm afraid that if he returned to the main world, the group of guys in the main world would be shocked. One had to know that he had waited a full 30 to 40 years before becoming a disaster-level Imperial Beastmaster. How long had Lin Sheng been in this world? Surprisingly, he had already metamorphosed to this extent. In particular, the aura on his body had long since lost its previous childishness. Vaguely, there was already a hint of pressure and dignity that belonged solely to the higher-ups. If one puts aside their easygoing appearance, help me teleport back to Yan City. Lin Sheng spoke faintly. Understood. In a burst of light, Lin Sheng's figure gradually disappeared. In his heart, however, he had a lot of thoughts. After returning to Yang City, first properly deal with the internal matters of Yang City. Then head to the disaster breaking organization to report and understand the situation of the countries today. At this time, in the middle of Yang City, a few service personnel were waiting on the cleaned up teleportation array with boredom. Do you think this teleportation array will really have people coming? It's been on rotating duty for a few months now. Nonsense. Since I let you guard it, there must be someone. Just wait. The two of them were bored of touching fish and playing with their cell phones. And just at this moment, an extremely bright light emitted from the teleportation array. Chapter 143 Realistic Situation. Killing catastrophe levels like drinking water. In the distant Nordic continent, above the top of a mountain. Ha! Zeus punched a 10-meter tall mountain rock and crumbled it. If one looked closely one could see it. Zeus's golden-colored beard had more than half of it pulled out. Damn! His time beast has actually grown to such an extent. He had to break through and become stronger as well. Zeus had gotten some treasures after praying at the chaotic godwood, knowing that there was a realm above the emperor level. As long as one could break through the emperor level, only then could one be considered to have completely stepped into the realm of the gods. I'm going to head to the most dangerous secret space on the blue planet, and get something from there again. Break through the emperor level. Become the true master of the blue star. No one would be able to disobey him at that time. And at the same time, in the middle of the giant tree world, that chaotic godwood had also produced a subtle change after being sucked up by Lin Sheng several times. Its thick roots gradually extended, probing towards the bottom of the ground in that secret space. Countless roots forked under the ground, wrapping the entire giant tree city within it. And its body, too, was continuously sucking the energy of this space through that tree root. The flowers and trees that were originally in the giant tree city began to slowly wither away. But this process was extremely slow. Without purposely probing, it was extremely difficult to discover. Lin, President Lin. The two youths waiting in front of the teleportation array were startled. Looking at the figure of the young man in front of them, both of them were a bit incredulous. As people from Yang City, how could they not have seen Lin Sheng before? And wasn't this person in front of them Lin Sheng? The aura that emanated from Lin Sheng's body couldn't help but make people tremble slightly. Just by standing and looking at him for a few seconds, cold sweat couldn't help but break out on the two men's bodies. Their bodies were resisting. In fear. Is it alright? Do you guys know where President D is? Lin Sheng softly inquired. The aura in his body dissipated. Years of killing in the giant tree world had developed a habit. President Xi has established a training base at the border of Yang City, and now that the border has been attacked, the populace has gone back to their rooms to take refuge. Lin Sheng nodded. Then he passed straight past the two. It was only until Lin Sheng walked away that the two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaving large beads of sweat on their bodies as if they were deflated. This senior, is really strong. If they remembered correctly, the difference between Lin Sheng and the two of them was only a few years, right? The aura on his body today was even stronger than President D. Can it be that he has already become a catastrophe-class Imperial Beastmaster? A 19-year-old catastrophe-class Beastmaster. Who would believe it? Even if the two of them reached Lin Sheng's age, it was still questionable whether they could reach the Lord level. A person who was less than a year older than themselves had already become a catastrophe-class Royal Beastmaster. The two of them couldn't imagine. How could they have the strength and aura that Lin Sheng had? It was truly an aura that could only be felt in a strong person. After leaving the Imperial Beastmaster Association, all along the way, Lin Sheng attracted countless gazes. All of them were shocked and amazed. And there were even quite a few who took out their cell phones to take pictures. But Lin Sheng didn't even care too much. Instead, he summoned Little White out and sat directly on a forehead, heading towards the border. It soon reached the sky above the border city, and at this time below. At the border of Yang City, a high city wall had been established, and outside of that wall were several fortresses. In the fortresses, there were a large number of soldiers and royal beastmasters patrolling. At this moment, a large number of imperial beastmasters had gathered to the periphery of the fortress. In front of the fortress, there were a large number of ferocious beasts, all around the monarch level, eyeing the steel fortress intently. The highest ranked among them was a pre-catastrophe poison-back jumping frog. Catastrophe level. Lin Sheng was taken aback. It seemed like the situation in the real world was indeed dangerous. Even a city like Yang City had to face disaster-level beasts. Quick, hasn't the catastrophe-class Imperial Beastmaster sent from above arrived yet? Di Qian commands the crowd from above the city tower. And in front of the city building, a dozen or so monarch-level royal beastmasters are summoning royal beasts to fight amongst those ferocious beasts. Right now, The disaster-level Imperial Beast Masters can't spare any manpower. It said above that it's coming soon. Chief Instructor Lu was also nervous. Nowadays, in this global situation, any disaster-level Imperial Beast Master was a precious resource. Almost no one could be idle. How could they send someone over? What's more, if it wasn't for these dozen or so Monarch-class Royal Beast Masters sent by Lin Sheng, I'm afraid that Yang City would have been overrun long ago. It had to be said that the combat quality of these Monarch-level Imperial Beastmasters was really high. Even in the face of the disaster-level ferocious beasts pressing the field behind them, they were still fearless and kept fighting. One really didn't know just how Lin Sheng had tamed these people. At this rate, sooner or later, that poison-backed jumping frog will realize that we don't have a disaster-grade Imperial Beastmaster sitting in our midst. Di Qian frowned. I'm afraid that the higher-ups didn't expect that a catastrophe-level ferocious beast would come to attack a small city like Yang City. If it wasn't for the dozen or so Monarch-ranked Imperial Beastmasters, it would have caused that disaster-ranked ferocious beast to misjudge the city's power. I'm afraid that it would have launched its attack long ago. After all, fierce beasts also had strong intelligence. They had long since learned to observe during their years of combat with humans. When a place has too many Monarch-level Imperial Beastmasters, there is bound to be a catastrophe level sitting behind them. And now a day had passed. The battle has lasted from the early hours of last night to this afternoon. The poisonous-backed jumping frog had long since reached the end of its patience. Its legs sank to the ground violently, and then leapt up. It was hard to imagine that this huge body could jump up so high. The poisonous-backed jumping frog smashed into the fortress like a cannonball. Once it fell into the fortress, the venom on its body splashed out, and the entire fortress was feared to be dead. Open the defense matrix of the fortress. Di Qian orders loudly with a pale face. However, some of the new soldiers in this fortress have long been stunned in place. Where have they seen such a battle? Catastrophe-level beasts were only seen on TV for them. Now that it was alive in front of them, how could they not be afraid? Little frog. No wonder President N told me to make sure I came back quickly. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as it caught up, but it was a pre-disaster. Little White. Skewer it. Roar. Little White's eyes scorned and opened its huge mouth in midair. A ray of thunder in his mouth shot down like a divine sword. This was a mimicry skill just learned from Zeus, named Thunder Sword. Boom. In a flash, a loud noise flashed between heaven and earth. To that fortress, to the crowd, it was as if a missile was coming down from above, running that by the poison-backed jumping wave through, intercepted in mid-air, its huge body, slowly falling from mid-air, and then with a loud rumble, it smashed onto the ground outside the fortress. Chapter 144, Today's Situation, Heading to Disaster Breaker Headquarters. The poisonous-backed jumping frog's huge body fell from high altitude. It smashed the dozen or so ferocious beasts on the ground that didn't have time to escape into meat cakes. The green blood that splattered out killed dozens more ferocious beasts one after another. The ferocious beasts that were originally still attacking rampantly froze for a moment when they saw their boss's corpse. And then, using their walnut-sized brains to think clearly about today's situation, they turned their heads and ran. Phew, finally dead. Could it be that a disaster-level Imperial Beast Master has arrived? To be able to instantly kill a pre-catastrophe poison-backed jumping frog. It seems that this senior is very strong. The warriors on the front line were relieved. There was no pursuit of the demons that fled. After all, there was no end to killing. After exterminating one wave, another wave would come. Today this was already the dozenth wave of ferocious beasts that their young city had resisted. The first few times, the beasts were at most led by monarchs or even lords. All of them were destroyed by the large number of monarch-level beast masters that suddenly appeared in the city. The beasts that were sent afterward were of higher and higher levels. It was finally impossible to resist, and it was necessary to call for help from above. After that poison-backed jumping frog was killed, Lin Sheng dropped down to extract its genes, gained poisonous-backed jumping frog bloodline genes, acquired poisonous-backed jumping frog venom gene. The crowd at the distant fortress couldn't help but freeze as they looked at the divine dragon that had landed from a high altitude. And when they saw a figure sitting on that divine dragon, coming this way, they were even more shocked in place, not knowing what to say, until Lin Sheng came close. They were still standing in place not knowing what to do. Di Qian, how is the situation in Yang City? Lin Sheng opened his mouth to inquire. Hearing that voice, Di Qian moved her gaze back from that giant dragon. The situation everywhere is not optimistic, and there are even a few base cities that have the possibility of being overrun. Di Qian silently spoke. Lin Sheng nodded. His eyes gazed out of the citadel. There must be some sort of situation that caused the fierce beasts to suddenly riot. Otherwise, how could these fierce beasts from all over the world suddenly link up and attack all over the world? The eyes of the newly arrived soldiers were still looking at the huge dragon. It's so handsome. Can I also have such a handsome favored beast in the future? A look of envy filled the eyes of these young imperial beast masters. Xiaobai's body could be transformed at will using his skills. At this moment, in front of the crowd's eyes, the massive dragon head was even more massive than the world's largest truck. The golden-colored vertical pupils were intimidating just by staring at it, but the thought that it was one of their own gave birth to endless peace of mind. Is this the same young man I used to teach? Di Chen looked at Lin Sheng's side face in shock. Compared to before, there was a bit more maturity. Back then, Lin Sheng was only a Lord-class Royal Beastmaster, but now he had unexpectedly become a disaster-class Royal Beastmaster, becoming an existence that was truly out of one's reach. Di Chen, in the future, Yang City should still be given to you, and all these people will be handed over to you for training. Lin Sheng smiled. Looking at that handsome face, Di Chen smiled and nodded. Don't worry, with these battle forces brought by Chairman Lin, Yang City is already too much better than other cities. You might as well call me by my name. Lin Sheng touched his head. Ha ha, aren't you in front of others now? You need to establish your authority as the president as well. Di Chen winked. Alright then, name in private. President in front of people. Di Chen is instantly silent. How does this sound more and more wrong? This kid really is still as dark as before. Badly yet. That's right, Lin Sheng. There's something the higher-ups of Yang City want to meet you. When the time comes, you mustn't back down. Take out your majesty. Listening to Di Qian's words, Lin Sheng nodded solemnly, and then he left this place with Little White, heading towards a guild hall in Yang City. In a guild hall established in Yang City, gathered together were all the top figures of Yang City. Now they were nervously preparing to receive the strongest person in Yang City. Lin Sheng, what's the point of panicking? Even if he's strong, his heart is just a teenager. That's not true. To achieve such accomplishments at such a young age, how could he not be a bully? The crowd murmured, slightly flustered. The person they were going to greet nowadays, the power behind him was as big as the heavens. It was likely that a few words could make Yang City one of the key protected cities. With that said, the crowd looked towards the distant Bai family head. Bai family head, when President Lin arrives in a while, you must put in a good word with President Lin. If it was in the past, these executives wouldn't have looked at the first family, but nowadays, they were borrowing Lin Sheng's shadow. The Bai family of Yang City, even amongst the Bai families of the Magic City, possessed an extremely high status. Hiddenly, it even had the feeling of dominating the entire magic capital, so it was a behemoth in front of them as well. Yes, definitely. Bai Jioga nodded repeatedly. He himself had wanted to lie flat, spend his life quietly in this small city, but he didn't expect to do nothing and climb all the way up to the position he had been pursuing all his life. And all of this, surprisingly, was only because his own daughter had a good relationship with Lin Sheng, a classmate. It was only at this point that Bai Jioga completely saw the power of a marriage. No wonder the families in those novels always wanted to marry. If you can marry the son of the destiny of heaven, it really was a step to heaven. President Lin is here. A voice came out and the crowd's gazes gathered outside the door. A figure wearing a suit with a straight posture and resolute eyes entered the place. Facing this figure, for a moment, the words that the crowd wanted to say in their heads instantly vanished. And after Lin Sheng arrived here, he first nodded his head to the Bai family head, and then after coming to the high platform to greet the crowd, he spoke his thoughts. Now that the crisis of the demons is getting more and more serious, it's all the more reason for us to put more resources into the Imperial Beast Masters. Strength is the root of living. Lin Sheng spoke from above. Some people below spoke out against it, and Lin Sheng smiled and responded with explanations one by one. In less than half an hour, the people present were convinced, and the women looked at the straight young figure with a hint of admiration. However, after Lin Sheng greeted the Bai family head, he left the place. For a while, the crowd paid more attention to the Bai family. Knowing its position in Lin Sheng's eyes, they constantly delegated important tasks. After all, Bai Jioga was also a businessman, and for a commoner kid to enter the Bai family, he naturally had strong means. Bai Jioga smiled bitterly. Damn, how come it's so hard for Lousy to lie flat? Can't I even hug a rich woman's thigh? Lin Sheng couldn't help but let out a long breath after leaving. It's fortunate that Chairman Rong told me about these things in advance. Relying on Lin Sheng's own self, how could he possibly convince these people to their heart's content? After all, it wasn't like Lin Sheng had been exposed to this aspect of things, nor did he want to. It was all because President Rong had told them in advance, allowing Lin Sheng to build up his prestige. With Lin Sheng's memory as a royal beast master, it wasn't difficult to memorize what President Rong had said. Let's do this on the Yang City side for now. Why the ferocious beasts are rioting so much? We still have to go to the disaster breaking organization to find out. Lin Sheng stood up to a teleportation array, arriving at the demon capital. He soon arrived at the headquarters of the disaster breaking organization. Chapter 145, The Strong. The Real World Truth. the division of the universe's strongest, the headquarters of the Broken Disaster Organization. It was located in a remote city. In this city, there was a villa area that covered a huge area. Normally, people didn't often come to the villa, yet it was still stocked with all sorts of food and service staff. However, nowadays, it was unusually cold. Even some of the rich merchants and residents were a bit puzzled. However, after there were no more service staff, the number of people coming here had obviously increased, and Lin Sheng was one of them. When he entered the villa area, there were disaster-grade imperial beastmasters everywhere. Most of them Lin Sheng didn't recognize, and there were over 100 of them. There were also quite a few people who recognized Lin Sheng and raised their hands to greet him. Lin Sheng responded politely one by one. He even saw Chen Dao and Ding Long during this time. Yo, your brat actually grew to the disaster level so quickly? Ding Long was a little surprised to see Lin Sheng. Ha ha, Instructor Ding. Lin Sheng responded with a smile, and was in a good mood to see an acquaintance. Don't flirt with me, you brat. I've heard about you. Now I'm afraid I can't even beat you. The two men laughed, and Lin Sheng even directly asked what exactly this place was. This is where our disaster level or higher imperial beast masters usually train. It's also a place to chat. Ding Long smiled. But now that the situation is more pressing everywhere, everyone is here during their usual breaks, so we can exchange information on how the situation is going everywhere. Listening to Ding Long's words, Lin Sheng nodded silently, and then Ding Long led Lin Sheng around this place. Soon enough, he familiarized himself with the place. There is a library there, which contains many unknown things that only those who have entered the disaster breaking organization are qualified to know. I recommend that you go and take a look first. It will definitely blow your mind. Ding Long Xin was speaking indifferently. Lin Sheng would be skeptical. However, the two seniors had naturally had their intentions in allowing themselves to come here. So Lin Sheng quickly entered that library. Welcome. A woman was in charge of greeting here. Lin Sheng couldn't even tell its true strength. I want to consult the information. Understood. Please show your identity. Lin Sheng took out his identification. Oh, 19 years old? The girl looked at Lin Sheng, her eyes a little surprised. Although everyone here looked young, most of them were in their 30s and upwards. 19 was definitely considered the youngest. Go on. There aren't many books in here, but there's definitely enough for you to broaden your horizons. The girl bit down on the words broaden your horizons. Lin Sheng entered the library. Eyes couldn't help but look around the corners. If you come in without identification, you'll definitely die a horrible death, right? It was obvious from the tight blockade around this place. There were catastrophe-class imperial beastmasters sitting around daily, and there were so many surveillance blockades. It seemed that the secrets hidden here were only open to existences above the disaster level. There weren't many books in the room, just about a dozen, but Lin Sheng read them quickly. When he saw the contents of a certain page, though, he would stop and think about it for a while longer. Legend has it that there are other races in the universe? Secret space, a private residence left behind by the previous occupants of the Blue Star? In just half a day, Lin Sheng was shocked by the information contained therein. All of this information had been gathered by the Dragon Kingdom from the secret realm. Legend had it that there was a godlike realm above the emperor level. However, the people did not know what that was, and there were the rest of the races in the universe. Lin Sheng had guessed. It was just that he hadn't expected it. Those secret spaces that had been privatized in the past had actually been places where the great ones on the Blue Star lived. No wonder there were always so many geniuses and treasures left inside. Those large secret realms used to be the private territories of the powerful people residing on the Blue Star. And the demons and ferocious beasts inside were also the ones that they kept in captivity. Some of them as pets and others as food. Nowadays, as the strong people around the world continue to evolve, those spaces are aging and are in danger of collapsing at any time. And after the collapse, the ferocious beasts' territories became extremely crowded, and they only had to attack humans. But this situation will ease up before too long, because while the ferocious beasts increase, the entire space area of the Blue Star will continue to increase as the secret realm crumbles. Lin Sheng roughly understood the current situation. The space of countless large secret realms and small secret realms were merging with reality. The appearance of a large number of heavenly treasures would inevitably prompt the ferocious beasts to continuously evolve. There were even quite a few secret realms that had never even appeared in the past, more than double the number of secret realms they had discovered now. And those ferocious beasts were not actively attacking humans, but rather soliciting for territories for their own survival. If the humans could seize this opportunity to evolve themselves to a stronger point and stand their ground in this disaster, they would become stronger once again. The secret space began to merge with reality, as it seems to have been discovered 50 years ago, and a new line of cultivation was born from it, the martial artist. However, this was something Lin Sheng had already known. You humans are really occupying treasures without realizing it. Obviously spirit tamer is a much rarer profession. But you have to go after some martial artist path. Do you know how much the countries of the universe nowadays value spirit tamers? The deer in the imperial beast space said silently. Nowadays. Its memories were also accelerated to unlock as it saw these things. Then, little deer, what exactly is the realm of the gods that surpasses the emperor? Lin Sheng was curious. It was inconceivable to imagine just how strong an existence that surpassed the emperor level should be. As soon as little deer heard that someone had picked up on this, she immediately raised her snow-white chin. There are only 3 major realms in the universe nowadays. Initial, transcendent, starry sky, and universe. Aren't there 3 major realms? Don't you interrupt. The initial realm isn't called a cultivator. Fawn was a bit angry. I won't ask. You take your time. Lin Sheng heatedly smiled and stroked little deer's head. With little deer's knowledge in place, he might be able to use this opportunity to walk in the front line of the blue star. Feeling Lin Sheng's touch, Fawn calmed down. Planets with transcendent level powerhouses are called medium planets. Planets with star level powerhouses are called high planets. And planets with Huan Yu level powerhouses are the strongest planets in this universe. Isn't it the catastrophe and emperor levels? Can it be that we humans are the initial planet? Chapter 146 Seizing Treasures, Promoting to Higher Planet. Of course, Blue Star is already considered a medium planet in this universe. After all, ordinary medium planets only have one transcendent level powerhouse, while Blue Star has countless transcendent level powerhouses on one planet. And there's also a transcendent mortal 9th stage existence that will most likely reach the starry sky stage. Fawn silently spoke. With your current strength, traveling to a primary planet, you can completely be the emperor of the land. And the entire planet's population of tens to tens of billions will all be your slaves. I'm not that bored. And there's no way to leave. Lin Sheng shook his head. Perhaps the cave left behind by the previous owner of the Blue Star had items that allowed for astral travel. However, it was also because of the existence of these secret realms that humanity was able to evolve into a medium planet, having so many strong people of the transcendent mortal 7th order and above. There was even a chance for star-level powerhouses to appear and become high planets. Soon Lin Sheng had finished absorbing these messages. Walking out of the library, the administrator girl standing at the door was instantly a little surprised. Usually after entering this library and coming out after just becoming a catastrophe class, they were all excited to impact that godlike realm. Even the girl thought the same thing when she learned of these news after becoming a catastrophe class back then. But this teenager seemed calm? Calm was also of course, because Lin Sheng knew that the so-called gods were only at the starry sky first rank, and there were 9 stages above divine Ming, starry sky, and there were even Huan Yu level powerhouses. Of course, Huan Yu level existences were as rare as a phoenix feather. There were even some cosmic spaces that might not even have this level of existence. At the star level, one could already be considered a vassal. The Blue Star, on the other hand, would most likely give birth to a star-level powerhouse and become the top civilization in this universe. Lin Sheng's goal today was to become a starry sky-level powerhouse, and then to promote Blue Star to a high planet, so that he would have the strength to make contact with the outside. Moreover, from what Little Deer said, an existence like the Imperial Beastmaster seemed to be more popular than martial artists and other cultivation systems. No wonder Imperial Beastmasters are popular. Once an Imperial Beastmaster grows to the highest level, it's far from something a martial artist can fight against. But this growth wasn't that simple. The more favored beasts there were, the more resources it would take. Just thinking about it made it seem like it was astronomical. I'm afraid that nowadays, the countries of the world have long been moving around, intending to seize the first opportunity to occupy those secret spaces. Lin Sheng pondered in his mind as he stroked his chin. There was nothing wrong with his thoughts. There were even some emperor-level ferocious beasts that had long since occupied some secret spaces that were fused with reality. There were also some strong people who didn't realize the dangers of those fused spaces and rashly entered, resulting in death. There were even some spaces where new emperor fierce beasts had appeared after the fusion. Even the giant tree world, a large space, was slowly showing cracks, and so were the same few large spaces that were not discovered with it. I know a place that is the most suitable for you to go with your current strength. Fawn's voice echoed in her head again. Where is it? The fawn was also a creature left behind by the owner of the secret space. Its intelligence was extraordinary and it knew many things from the past. Right now, however, its body was thinner and weaker. Unable to carry too many memories, it could only slowly absorb them. Otherwise, once those memories were forcefully infused, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. It's not far from the Dragon Kingdom. Let Little White recover his strength and we'll just go by warplane. Good. Lin Sheng nodded. After entering the disaster-breaking organization, one could call on a warplane by virtue of one's identity. Upon learning that Lin Sheng was traveling outside of the country, the staff member asked about the reason. Lin Sheng merely pondered for a moment before informing the other party. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to monopolize it on one's own. He only needed to get the first handful of resources himself. And that staff member was obviously very excited and immediately informed the crowd of this matter. Nowadays, once the secret space was fused, what was laid bare was a large amount of resources, and even unknown treasures. Anyone would have to be excited. Lin Sheng rode in the warplane, flying towards the location designated by Fawn. It was a dilapidated city occupied by ferocious beasts. It was left there in the past when the base city hadn't been established yet. Have so many people come already? While the fighter jet was still hovering over the abandoned city, Lin Sheng had seen quite a few Imperial Beastmasters either standing on the roofs of houses or roaming around the city. And in the center of that city, a pitch-black lid appeared on the ground. A lid that resembled a cone-shaped spot that emanated a massive dark aura. The most crucial thing was that there were also some Imperial Beastmasters from other countries that had actually come to the outskirts of the Dragon Kingdom as well. This was something that was absolutely impossible to happen in the past, nor would it be allowed to happen. But nowadays, in front of the huge benefits, none of them could care less. Hail, this is outside the Dragon Kingdom's borders. Is there really no problem? A foreign-looking person inquired towards a man with blonde hair to the side. The man had a short stature, and his blonde hair had long since become dark and dull. I'm going to give my father Zeus a surprise. Not to mention that nowadays, hasn't the Dragon Kingdom also sent people to the border of my lighthouse kingdom? Hale snorted coldly, then remembered his father. That was a truly powerful man, destined to become the first god-level powerhouse on the blue planet. Nowadays, Zeus sent his sons all over the world, searching for items that would allow him to advance. Once obtained, Zeus would become the first existence on Blue Star to advance to the Divine Master level. This useless thing, Hardy, died without getting anything for his father. Even his own family and friends were imprisoned by Lydia. Hale sneered. The eye-sinking formation was all gloomy. The companions who traveled with him on the side didn't dare to say much. Hale was definitely considered a top-tier powerhouse in the disaster class. Unlike his brother, Hardy, who was a disaster-level Imperial Beastmaster who constantly contracted favored beasts. Hale's favored beasts were all created by his brother, Hardy. Hale's pet beasts were all cultivated by himself since childhood, and he has never lost a battle in his life. And he was extremely respectful of his father, Zeus. He also had a high reputation in the disaster class circle. What a rich dark aura. Little spirit, you're in for a treat. Lin Sheng looked at the conical lid, his face delighted. Before long, this secret realm was going to completely merge with reality. And by the looks of it, this secret realm must have something in it that could make the weird creatures stronger. One could tell from the resentment emanating from that alone. Roar! When the time comes, whoever dares to rob it will be beaten to death. Little Spirit was also excited in the Imperial Beast space. There was simply nothing more exciting to it than being able to devour the bizarre aura. The richness of the dark aura emanating from there made the little spirit unable to stop its body from trembling. Wait! Lin Sheng sat cross-legged on a high building closest to the cone's lid and closed his eyes. The Imperial Beast Masters on the side, sensing the aura emanating from Lin Sheng's body, did not dare to come and compete with each other. Soon, the high buildings surrounding the cone lid were occupied by disaster-level Royal Beast Masters. Those at the Monarch level, on the other hand, could only follow behind the strongest people from various countries and devour some of the remnants. Chapter 147, Seizing the Opportunity, Son of Zeus. The strongmen of the various countries all stood on the tall buildings surrounding that cone cover, eyes fixed on the lid below. This senior, behind Lin Sheng, several men and women walked up. They were all Monarch level as well as Lord level Imperial Beastmasters who weren't too old. They looked to be almost in their teens, but their actual age was probably already 30 and up. Senior, can a few of us stay here? Those few men and women sent a request to Lin Sheng. The words were more earnest. They were also apprehensive in their hearts. One had to know that not all seniors were good-tempered. Moreover, Lin Sheng was the only catastrophe-grade Imperial Beastmaster around here, and was a bizarre type of pet beast just like them. Of course anyone who could come here must be a bizarre class Imperial Beastmaster. Fine, don't get too close, Lin Sheng acquiesced. Being called senior by these people who were older than him, Lin Sheng was still a little uncomfortable in his heart. However, in the future, he would get used to being called for a longer period of time. After receiving the answer, the faces of the people were instantly delighted. Of course we know. Thank you, senior. Several men and women thanked. The excitement in their hearts was incomparable. By following a senior's side, as long as they could get a few edges, their favored beasts could be greatly improved. Lin Sheng didn't say much and turned his head to look at the pitch-black cone lid. If a few people got too close, it would be easy for Little White to strike and spread it. Half an hour has passed, and only 7 or 8 disaster-level Imperial Beastmasters have come now. And I'm the only one from the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Sheng looked towards the surrounding tall buildings. It looked like there were indeed a very small number of trickster-type Imperial Beast Masters. It was just a pity that Di Qian still had to protect the security of the city in Yang City and didn't have time to come here. If there was a chance, it wouldn't hurt to bring a little back for her. At this moment, the Imperial Beastmasters on the high floors were all observing each other. Suddenly a voice rang in Lin Sheng's ears. This friend. Hearing this voice, Lin Sheng turned his head. In front of him was a short, blonde-haired man with another taller, brown-haired man. The blonde man smiled slightly. You are Lin Sheng, right? I've heard of your name from my brother Hardy. Hearing the word Hardy, Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Here to pick a fight? Yet it was unexpected. The blonde man smiled faintly. Don't worry, that guy Hardy deserved to die. It has nothing to do with me. Hail! On the contrary, I have great respect for the strong. I hope to make friends with you. We all compete fairly for the resources here as well. No personal grudges. Hail appeared to be very smooth. However, Lin Sheng wouldn't easily trust someone's words. Hail laughed and was fine with it. Unlike his own father, Haile felt that his talent was not strong. After all, there were people outside of people, and there was a sky outside of the sky. So making a wide range of friends was the way out. The crowd behind Lin Sheng was surprised to see this scene. Who Hail was they were all clear about. That was the son of Zeus. He was the leader of the Catastrophe class Beastmasters. He was also one of Zeus' eldest sons, with 2 Catastrophe class favored beasts. Even among Catastrophe class Beastmasters, few people dared to mess with him. Now this Hail was being so respectful to Lin Sheng, even extending an invitation? Wait, Lin Sheng, it's that young genius Lin Sheng? The crowd opened their mouths in surprise. Back then, that genius was already a disaster-level Imperial Beastmaster? Now it had become their senior? The crowd's mouths were wide open, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. At this moment, the space in front of them suddenly emitted a burst of fluctuations. I smell it. Ignoring Lin Sheng's order, Little Spirit directly scurried out from the Imperial Beast space. That huge black dragon body climbed on the roof of the building, startling the crowd behind him again. Is this the Black Dragon King? A few people gulped. If they were able to obtain such a favored beast, the resources would have been slammed to death. However, in Lin Sheng's hands, Little Spirit was currently only a second combatant. And at this moment, all of the disaster-grade Imperial Beastmasters present summoned their own favored beasts. Roar! Crunch 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 crunch. All sorts of bizarre sounds rang out in the arena for a while. There were also some people who, like Lin Sheng, were using a non-creepy level disaster-favored beast to train their second creepy lineage favored beast. The crowd stared at the conical round lid with deadly intensity. And that round lid violently cracked open. Suddenly a dark aura gushed out. That aura instantly filled the surroundings. It might be a nightmare for ordinary people, but it was simply heaven for the bizarre lineage pet beasts. In an instant, all the pet beasts present greedily inhaled. And so did Little Spirit. His body trembled after just a single sniff. It felt as if his internal organs had been baptized and transformed. What pure dark energy! Lin Sheng was taken aback. Even if he didn't understand it, he could see how big the difference was between this and all the negativity he had collected in the past. It was simply the difference between miscellaneous food and mountainous delicacies. The dark aura in front of him was extremely pure without the impurities of those negative emotions. It was scraped clean by the bizarre favored beasts present in 3 tries. For a while the crowd of favored beasts were excited. If only one could have it all to themselves. Hale also didn't expect the energy to be so dense. However, he had just entertained this thought and dismissed it after seeing Lin Sheng and the crowd of disaster-class royal beastmasters. If it was just the presence of other disaster-level Imperial beastmasters, he wouldn't be too panicked. The key was that Lin Sheng was here. He had long investigated Lydia's little forbidden beast, knowing that Lin Sheng's favored beasts had an extremely strong restraint against bizarre creatures, and it just so happened that all of Hale's 2 disaster-level favored beasts were of the bizarre system. It really wasn't that Hale didn't have any thoughts about Lin Sheng, he really didn't dare to have any thoughts. If Lin Sheng knew about Hale's thoughts, I'm afraid that Lin Sheng would have to be the villain today. And just as the crowd was waiting for the moment, there was already a big fight up ahead. Roar! Damn it! Where did the Japanese come from? Get back! For a while, the buildings in the distance collapsed in pieces. The few Imperial Beastmasters of the Dragon Kingdom behind Lin Sheng looked frightened, but wherever they were caught in the waves of that attack, they would immediately die here. But luckily, with this senior around, the disaster-level Imperial Beastmasters of the various countries didn't seem too willing to mess with Lin Sheng. Finally, that conical lid revealed a few more strands of darkness. The Imperial Beastmasters who occupied more positions were able to grab more dark matter, but Lin Sheng had enough for himself in front of him. Besides, he only had one bizarre favored beast, and it was only in the middle stage of the Sovereign King. The amount of dark matter that was needed was not as much as theirs. and absorbing just a little was enough for the little spirit to continue digesting. Even the ones leaking out are so dense. If we could enter this secret realm, wouldn't little spirit be able to advance to the catastrophe level very quickly? Lin Sheng was slightly excited, and at this moment, a sudden change arose in front of him. Chapter 148, Seizing Dark Energy, Forcing Hail Away. Rumble. The original cone lid suddenly produced a loud sound. The lid actually began to continuously rise upwards and upwards from the ground, with a larger lid stacked on top of it below. There were complicated and bizarre paintings engraved on that pitch-black cone lid. Just by letting one take a look at it, one nearly fell deep into it. The SAN value dropped wildly, but fortunately, there was Little Deer on the side, casting a clearing incantation on Lin Sheng. It was only then that Lin Sheng didn't feel too bad. Thanks a lot, Little Deer. Well, you'd better give us a name. It's not good to always be called by a nickname. Little Deer was a bit helpless. Right now it was still saying something. However, Little White wasn't small anymore, and it wouldn't be good to still call it that. The other two favored beasts also nodded. I'll think about it. Lin Sheng also let out a bitter smile. I didn't expect that the few pet beasts would have the will to rebel against the name he had given them, but he was a naming waste. He couldn't come up with any good names either. Phew. Just as Lin Sheng was pondering, a large amount of dark aura violently emerged from those two round lids. The amount of darkness was more than 10 times greater than before. For a moment, the royal beastmasters present were all attracted over, and the several monarch classes behind them were all excited beyond measure, absorbing the edges that the little spirit was unable to absorb. Even so, it was very sufficient. It was even possible to advance to the next level today. Many thanks, Senior. The crowd excitedly thanked Lin Sheng again in their hearts. Blue Star's imperial beast history had progressed for such a long time that the generation of strength had long been greater than the generation of age. After all, nowadays, one could not tell one's age by just looking at one's appearance. For example, there was an imperial beast master in the Dragon Kingdom whose appearance was like an 11 or 12-year-old girl, but whose real age had long exceeded 100. Can't let her call a 60 or 70-year-old grandma? In terms of strength and age are not reasonable, so most people are still more inclined to discuss the strength of the seniority. It was also more convincing. Roar! The little spirit roared lowly as it devoured the dark aura in the air. A large amount of energy was fed back into the body, and the parasitic organisms on its body were also clenching frantically. Soon the dark energy was sucked clean. As for some lord-level imperial beast masters, they could only watch from farther away as they were unable to withstand the erosion of the dark energy here. Even some monarch-level royal beast masters were somewhat unable to withstand it. The only ones who could still hold their own were those whose main imperial beasts were of the bizarre lineage. After all, the royal beast masters themselves were only mortal flesh, and after a long time under such a large amount of darkness erosion, their minds would have problems. And after that, as the tower grew, it leaked out a large amount of dark energy from time to time, wave after wave, as if it was endless, without any pattern. The surrounding crowd stopped to suck it in. At the same time, the round cover kept growing upwards. It was like bamboo shoots after the rain. It's almost like a dark pagoda. Lin Sheng took a deep breath. It wasn't like this was a tower. There were now 7 layers growing out, and one layer was bigger than the other. And every time a layer grew out, a large amount of darkness would be released. Just how many layers does this tower have? Can sequence extraction absorb this energy? Gotcha. Soon, that black tower grew another layer upwards. Lin Sheng immediately unleashed the sequence extraction talent skill, and in that instant, the dark energies in Lin Sheng's direction instantly surged towards here. For a moment, those dark energies converged too much and actually formed a black vortex in front of Lin Sheng's body. It dissipated into Lin Sheng's palm. Pure darkness energy obtained. This means that was like drying out the world in one sleeve startled the crowd. It's actually possible. Lin Sheng was bursting with surprise. Just now, he had only intended to try it out, so it didn't draw in too much. But even so, it had sucked out most of the energy from all of the several bizarre imperial beast masters around them, leaving only a little for them. The people on the side were immediately puzzled, but they didn't care too much about it. After all, it was the case that not every release of energy was the same, and sometimes there would be less. Wait for the next time. Hale, who was closest to Lin Sheng, shook his head. It always felt a bit evil. Lin Sheng smiled, not intending to remind the crowd. They were already in a competitive relationship. If he couldn't get enough darkness source springs every time, Lin Sheng didn't mind driving the others away. However, for now, there were enough darkness source springs to not need to do that. 10 minutes later, that pitch-black tower grew out another layer of a large amount of darkness source springs, which were again sucked away by Lin Sheng. This time, Lin Sheng could be said to be on fire, not leaving anything at all for anyone else. There were also finally people around who had noticed this scene. However, they dared not speak out in anger. Even Hale didn't dare to mess with him. How could they dare to take the initiative to provoke him? Those few people only had to move towards the distance. Those Imperial Beastmasters who were occupied were frowning with a slight displeasure in their hearts. Even Hale's mouth twitched. Fair competition is not for you to compete fairly like this. Can we just suck it up naturally and not openly rob? Why don't we? The person beside Hale glanced towards Lin Sheng. Hale shook his head decisively. Then he got up. Let's go. He didn't want to start a conflict with Lin Sheng until it was absolutely necessary. Wasn't there a better bully over there? You, go over there. Hale arrived in front of a Sakura country's disaster-level Imperial Beastmaster. Baka, that disaster-class Imperial Beastmaster was about to lash out, but when he looked up and realized that the person coming was Hale, he immediately tightened his grip. There's already someone there. How am I supposed to get over there? Doesn't matter to me. Hale's words were cold. Meeting his eyes, the Sakura Kingdom's Imperial Beastmaster was startled. He could only get up resentfully, so there was even less space occupied between the people. The people behind Lin Sheng who hadn't left yet were shocked. This senior was clearly sitting there not even moving. Why did the others run away on their own? Could it be that the senior was really as scary as the rumors said? But this was also a great opportunity. The crowd was not in a position to think too much and hurriedly ordered their favored beasts to consume the dark energy they had obtained in their bodies. And Lin Sheng also injected the dark source he had extracted into Little Spirit. The little spirit was so comfortable that it just wanted to roll on the ground. Unfortunately, it wasn't appropriate to do so outside to save his dragon face. I think I'm going to break through. Little Spirit was unusually excited. The feeling of becoming stronger was truly intoxicating. But one wasn't strong enough yet. One had to become even stronger. At the same time, the tower in front of them rumbled and grew once again. But this time, it seemed very different from before. Chapter 149 Ancient Early Periods Trial Tower. That tall tower had grown a full 23 floors. Its footprint was much larger than any building they had ever seen. Blackened chains hung from the tower's spire, and the entire building appeared to be in disrepair. The crowd all took a deep breath. After waiting for several more hours, there was no more darkness pouring out of the Black Tower. Someone bravely walked towards the entrance of the Black Tower. However, just as it approached, a black hand stretched out from it and violently grabbed it in. Crap! Black hand! The crowd that had intended to approach was startled, hurriedly retreating backwards. Can it be that there is danger here? Lin Sheng frowned and walked backwards as well. Until several minutes had passed. Poof! The figure that had originally entered it was spat out again. Several people rushed forward to ask what was going on. However, the Imperial Beastmaster who was spat out was incredibly excited. There's very pure energy inside. It's much denser than outside here. But if you can't pass the trial, you'll be spat out. The crowd was overjoyed. All of them stepped into it one after another. The Imperial Beastmaster who had been spat out also wanted to enter again, but was blocked from doing so. All get out of the way. Hale and several disaster-class Royal Beastmasters stepped forward to drive those few Monarch classes away. The Monarch Imperial Beastmasters of the various countries dared to be angry. They could only leave this place. And after waiting for a few minutes, the dozen or so people who had entered were all sent out. Several people were all very surprised once they came out, and had obviously gotten a lot of benefits. It has indeed gotten a lot stronger. Hale silently spoke. You go in and take a look. Hale pushed the person who was traveling with him beside him. Just because a monarch-ranked Imperial Beastmaster was safe, it did not mean that a disaster-ranked Imperial Beastmaster was safe. Good. The person let beside him did not hesitate and directly entered it. This time, the time spent inside was much longer than before. It wasn't until about 5 minutes had passed that he came out. And just as soon as he came out the man was pleasantly surprised. How's it going, Tony? Hale inquired of the man. I only made it to the 5th floor, and got a grievance stone. Tony spoke bluntly. Hale's pupils couldn't help but dilate. A grievance stone? This was the favorite stone of the creepy creatures. Something that could only be produced in places infested with darkness for years. That was why the bizarre creatures in the Dark Empire were getting stronger. How many years of grievance stones? Hale hurriedly inquired. 130 years of grievance stones. 130 years. The market price was around $1 billion or so. It wasn't a small amount of money either. Besides, Tony only went in for 5 minutes to reach the 5th floor and got this kind of reward. Then wouldn't he stay longer if he was stronger? What should he get if he could enter the 23rd floor? You wait outside. I'll go in and try. Feeling no danger, Hale stepped forward. It soon disappeared outside the door as well. Tony, on the other hand, honestly waited outside. Well, is it dangerous? Lin Sheng inquired to Fawn in the Imperial Beast space. There shouldn't be any. It's probably a trial space left behind by the occupants of the Earth in the ancient and early times, used to hone their juniors. Little Deer opened his mouth and guessed. I see. Then this is definitely a treasure. Back then, in the training campsite, with just ordinary training, Little White was able to progress rapidly. How could a trial item left behind by the dwellers of the ancient era be weak? Let's go and try it too. Lin Sheng crossed over the crowd and stood directly in front of the pitch-black tower. Tony just glanced at him but didn't say anything more. The eyes of the crowd on the side also revealed a bit of scorn. A large hand reached out and grabbed Lin Sheng directly inside. Vaguely, Lin Sheng heard an ancient language. Testing talent in progress. Rank, Transcendent Mortal 2nd stage. Talent, Transcendent Mortal 9th stage. Equivalent rank trials are being matched for you. Lin Sheng had already known before. Favored beasts were considered to have stepped into the Transcendent level when they reached the Monarch level, while the Emperor level was the Transcendent 9th rank. Nowadays, Little Spirit's level was at the middle of the Monarch King stage, which was the Transcendent Mortal 2nd stage. It really is an ancient trial tower. Lin Sheng was excited in his heart. Matching trials of the same rank? One should know that Little Spirit's bloodline and strength today had long exceeded the Transcendent Mortal 2nd stage. Wasn't this a gift? The image around him gradually became clearer, and Lin Sheng and Little Spirit appeared in a circular tower. And in front of him, a figure, 3 meters tall, covered in muscles and blood-red wings, condensed into a ghostly monster. Roar! The gargoyle swung its fists and charged straight over. The Little Spirit wasn't afraid in the slightest and collided with the other party. Boom! In an instant, Little Spirit was knocked dizzy, and that ghost monster's body was directly dried up by the collision and dissipated with it. Extraction. Acquired Red Wing Demon Bloodline Gene. Acquired Red Wing Gene. So strong. After extracting it, Lin Sheng lamented. This ferocious beast's rank was the same as Little Spirit's, both at the Transcendent 2nd stage, but its strength was extraordinary. If it was a creature of the same level on the blue planet, Little Spirit would have been able to beat it to dust with a single slap, but now it was even able to knock Little Spirit upside the head. That's for sure. These creatures have a high bloodline level. Fawn's tone was flat. The bloodline grades of creatures in the universe are divided into grades 1 through 7, and with these 7 bloodline grades, there are primary, medium, and high. Creatures like dragons and unicorns are level 7 higher beings, but of course, this is just a generalized division that differs greatly from reality. Normal bugs and ordinary beings are level 1 primary, while the ghosts and monsters in your mythology are level 1 higher. The Black Dragon King, on the other hand, is a grade 2 higher. Little Spirit is a grade 2 higher. Little White is a grade 3 medium, and I am also a grade 3 medium. An Emperor level talent was only a grade 2 higher, and it didn't even reach grade 3? Lin Sheng was somewhat surprised. So, the creatures on this planet are all grade 1 creatures, and the trial creatures in this high tower are all grade 2. Even going higher, it's possible to have level 3 or 4, Fawn slowly explained. Then what are level 7 creatures like? Lin Sheng couldn't help but get curious. Level 7. This kind of creature no longer has a group. There are only individuals. Even creatures of this level can reach the Wanyu level as soon as they are born. However, there are some exceptions. Some level 7 creatures will evolve from their initial level in order to pursue continuously becoming stronger, but such beings may not necessarily be seen until they die. Fawn spoke silently. That's a god. Don't even think about it. It's already outrageous to be able to continuously enhance your bloodline rank. A race wanted to enhance their bloodline level. Strong and powerful existences would have to keep mating with each other in order to give birth to genetically stronger offspring. This continues for millions and millions of years. Only then would it be possible to raise a level. However, the master can raise the bloodline level of a creature at will. It was simply outrageous. Let's go to the top and take a look. Along the steps, Lin Sheng walked towards the upper level. Fighting a creature with a high bloodline rank truly felt different. Chapter 150, Little Spirit advancing to the catastrophe level. The two of them held out for a long time this time. The few disaster-grade Imperial Beastmasters who had already come out of the door scared. For sure, you don't look at who Hale is either? He's also considered a top-notch amongst the disaster class. And he also possesses a favored beast with an Emperor-class talent. Another person is also a genius from the Dragon Kingdom, also possessing an Emperor-class favored beast, and even got the top 1000 of the competitive rankings the first time he entered the Behemoth world. Getting top 1000 on the first entry? The crowd present opened their mouths. A slightly shocked look appeared on their faces. Compared to them, the gap between Imperial Beastmasters of the same catastrophe class was indeed a bit large. Hale, who was in that high tower at this moment, was also thinking the same thing in his heart. I didn't expect it to be a bit difficult here indeed. More than 20 minutes have passed and I've only come to the 8th floor. Hale laughed. But I'm afraid that more than 20 minutes has been surpassed by no one. Moreover, this trial tower could only bring one creepy favored beast to the trial each time. So Hale still chose his most talented trickster favored beast, Black Death Spirit Cat. it really is a good place. I'll go back and tell father about this place. But now was not the time. Hale's gaze intensified. What he had to do now was to continue upwards and probe for more information. In the 10th layer, a bizarre black whirlwind blew up beside Lin Sheng. Little Spirit still decimated it after using her skills to fight with it. However, this time, the battle also used skills compared to before. It's getting stronger and stronger. The weird creatures that I've encountered up to here are already second level higher, right? But the benefits were also numerous. The higher the level, the purer the bloodline would be. As Lin Sheng extracted into the little spirit, the little spirit's bloodline was also being extracted with it, and its skills were enriched. The level of this monster is specified based on when little spirit just entered. As long as I keep extracting my opponent's energy and injecting it into little spirit, then little spirit's strength will continue to rise. It's highly likely that it will pass this 23-story tower. It was estimated that the ancients hadn't expected that someone would be able to raise the bloodline of their own favored beast. Lin Sheng passed all the way through. The ones he encountered when he reached the 15th floor were already third-level primordial beings. There were even some whose talent level had already reached the pre-starry sky stage. Extremely difficult to deal with. It was also thanks to the fact that Little Spirit had absorbed the strengths of the rest of the creatures in the tower. It was only after a furious bombardment of skills that this third-grade living creature was barely killed. And as Lin Sheng once again infused a large amount of his talent bloodline, Little Spirit's talent ceiling came to the star level with it. The rank broke through to the late monarch stage in a smooth manner. Good, it just so happens that my materials are still in the Imperial Beast space, so I'll break through the level to pre-disaster here and kill monsters with a card bug. Lin Sheng silently spoke. The little spirit spun around excitedly. On its body, those scales gradually became hard. An extremely strong corrosive effect was attached to a pair of sharp claws. It was incomparably strong from any aspect. Ghost Spirit Stone, Skull Lotus. Lin Sheng took out one after another of the materials required for advancement. All of these materials contained an extremely strong and fiendish chi. First, devour the Skull Lotus flower, and then immerse it in the Ghost Spirit Stone liquid for 3 hours. 30 minutes passed. Hale walked out of the high tower. He had only reached the 13th floor. However, he had received a large amount of enhancement resources, and extremely pure darkness breath. It greatly enriched the favored beast's base and strength. Boss, after you just went in. Lin Sheng followed. Tony said to Hale, "Is that so? Did he come out already?" Hale said with a raised eyebrow. Since his attributes were restrained, he couldn't clash with him head-on. Then nowadays, under a fair fight, one's talent couldn't be inferior to others, right? Still, not yet. The man shook his head. Not yet? Hale frowned, but that didn't mean that Lin Sheng's talent was any higher than his. After all, there were some monsters here that required certain means and time to defeat them. Some took a long time, and some took a short time. These various factors would naturally cause the time spent inside to be more than the rest. Yes, there were some Imperial Beastmasters who stayed for a long time, but the benefits they received were not as much as those who stayed for a short time. Should we go back? At the moment it seems that after going in once you can't go back in. Tony silently spoke. Hale had gotten a lot of benefits, and instead wanted to go back and digest them first. Hearing this, why did it seem so much like he had run away from the battle? No need. Let's wait for Lin Sheng to come out. A hint of winning appeared in the heart of Hale, who had never tasted defeat. He directly waited outside of this pitch-black tower. Soon another hour of time passed. During this period, one after another, there were awakened beings from all over the world who had gotten the news and came to the pitch-black tower. However, none of them were able to break Hale's record. However, Hale was frowning. Why haven't they come out yet? It was logical that someone who had reached the catastrophe level wouldn't be so bored as to stay inside all the time and not come out. Then there was only one possibility, that Lin Sheng was still fighting inside today. Could it be that his talent is stronger than mine? That wouldn't be strong enough. Hale didn't believe it. Someone's talent could completely crush him, but he wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that he was invincible either. It was simply normal for someone's talent to be a bit stronger than his. After all, there were people outside of people, and he wasn't the only one who had inherited the bloodline of an emperor-level existence. Until an hour later. Boom! Black Dragon Emperor. Rank, Transcendent 4th Order. Talent, Astral 1st Stage. Skill, Field of Death. 3 Steps of Spirit Destruction, Skilled. Corrosive Spit, Skilled. Awakening Remains, Skilled. Soul Mark, 13. 500 years. Evolutionary Root, Star Dragon. Devouring Dragon Beast. Introduction, changes in the bloodline genes that have long since been produced, beginning to be directed towards the unknown. Little Spirit advanced to become a Black Dragon Emperor. The huge body continued to rise and fall as it breathed. Even after shrinking its body, the scales on that body were about the size of Lin Sheng's palm, and on the backs of the wings, one pitch-black barb after another also grew. but they possessed even more majesty than before. Those golden red pupils. There was also an extra layer of transparent eye film. It was just like the goggles in the water. Even if a submachine gun was used to fire at zero distance, it wouldn't leave a single scratch on it. Transcendent fourth stage. It was also the pre-disaster stage. Now Lin Sheng was also an intermediate disaster-level Imperial Beast Master with 2 disaster-level pet beasts, relying on the talent and bloodline of his 2 favored beasts, and his own natural abilities. Lin Sheng was confident that he could fight against all of the catastrophe-level Imperial Beast Masters without losing. Right now, the level of these ferocious beasts is still at for the Transcendent Mortal 3rd stage, while my Black Dragon Emperor has already reached the Transcendent Mortal 4th stage. The next battle was bound to be as devastating. Chapter 151, The Last Layer, Remnants of the Ancient Early Period. The truth was also true. There was basically nothing too drastic about the ferocious beast levels after that. And after Little Spirit had evolved, his body was filled with explosive muscles and strength. This aspect of talent Little Spirit was a bit tougher than Little White. Along the way, he crushed and swept through, with almost no opponents. It soon arrived at the 23rd floor, the highest floor, the 22nd floor, which also had an extreme amount of dark energy. Almost instantly allowed Little Spirit to stabilize his foundation. Lin Sheng was getting more and more excited about taking on the higher floors, bringing Little Spirit all the way to the 23rd floor. Hoo-oo! In the midst of a gust of wind, a figure gradually appeared. It was a small person that looked like an elf, looking extremely moving, with a body size that could almost only stand on Lin Sheng's palm. However, its body had one blood-red eye after another opened. Countless tentacles also stretched out from its back, waving in the air like vines. A darkness-infested elf. It's a corrupted elf with a 4th-level bloodline. Fawn in the Imperial Beast space hurriedly sounded out a reminder, and Little Spirit instantly became solemn. At the same time, that one tentacle had already lashed over like a whip. Splat! The corrosive whip lashed out a violent sound in the air, and then it left an extremely conspicuous mark on Little Spirit's scales. Roar! Scratching your grandfather? The Little Spirit roared angrily and fiercely took a step down. Rumble! The air around them continuously shook. A dark aura swooped out, and the dozens of whips in midair instantly exploded. However, this was only the first stroke. There were a total of 3 strokes in the 3 spirit exterminating steps. Boom! The Little Spirit took another step to fall. Although each step was slow, but each time, a large amount of energy could be extracted from the Little Spirit's body. That energy stirred out towards the surroundings, not distinguishing between enemy and self, not distinguishing between states. It violently shook the corrupted spirit and sent it fluttering backward for several meters. Dark, thick water also flowed out of his body. The last step fell. Rumble! A terrifying pressure swept towards the surroundings. It seemed as if the figure of an ancient dragon had manifested here. The corrosive elf for a time couldn't withstand the enormous pressure, and its entire body violently exploded. Spirit extermination. Not bad, but a creature with a rank 4 bloodline is really strong. Even after being suppressed by 1 rank, they can still withstand Little Spirit's 3 steps of spirit extinction. With a sigh of emotion, Lin Sheng also looked forward to it. It was able to raise the bloodline of a favored beast. This natural skill was indeed perverse enough, raising a creature's bloodline without any upper limit. As long as it was meticulously maintained, it would be absolutely invincible under the heavens. By then, Lin Sheng would have countless creatures with level 7 bloodlines that were like gods. Who will be able to defeat him? By himself, he would be able to set up a kingdom and become the lord of the Forbidden Zone. Just as Lin Sheng was hesitating, another voice came from the tower. Test passed. Congratulations on being the first student to pass the high tower test, rewarding you with a dark spirit pearl. A pitch-black glass ball fell from the air. With a quick eye, Lin Sheng caught it in his hand. Just as Lin Sheng was hesitating on how this was to be used, another voice came out. This contains a large amount of energy, enough to support your favored beast's cultivation to the Transcendent Mortal 9th stage. That voice was extremely ethereal. It caused Lin Sheng to stop raising his head to look around. Little Spirit also cautiously blocked in front of its master, wrapping Lin Sheng in that thick tail. Don't be afraid. I'm a remnant spirit left behind at the trial site. I didn't expect such a genius to appear among the descendants after our clan left. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a royal spirit master, right? How rare. And your royal spirit talent, even if you put it into the context of the entire universe, it's still considered to be first-rate. The words in that void were astonishing. It seemed to have seen something incredible. A small blue star could nonetheless give birth to such a rare profession as an Imperial Spirit Master. Surprisingly, a top talent that ranked in the top 3 in the entire universe could also appear. First class? Lin Sheng was somewhat puzzled. His SSS talent was already considered top-notch in the entire blue planet, and it was impossible for anyone to be stronger. Even if one looked at someone who had awakened their SSS talent, they wouldn't be able to trigger that kind of vision as well as Lin Sheng. Of course, the dark spirit bead in your hand is already the last energy left in this tower. I'm afraid this tower won't last half a day before it dissipates with the wind. The voice seemed very sad. You said that you are an aboriginal of this blue star. Yes, the voice was very excited. It turns out that the blue star is inhabited by martial artists, and there are level 5 bloodlines among our people. We are a Fey species, relying on the powerful technological force and the strength of our own flesh. We quickly left this place. The blue star can no longer support our existence. To become stronger, we must travel to the center of this universe, that is, the center of the Milky Way. But we also left behind treasures for the aborigines that are strong enough to make you stronger, and now those preserved have weathered away, so you'd better hurry up. As that voice fell, a drawing fell into Lin Sheng's hands. A map of the location of the space? Lin Sheng was surprised. That drawing recorded a space that seemed to hold the place where the owner of the tower was located. You're very talented. There's a chance that you'll reach the center of the Milky Way and go to the water blue planet. Water blue planet? Lin Sheng's heart jolted a little. By common sense, he wasn't considered an aboriginal of this blue planet. Was this considered intercepting the chance? It was really inexplicably carrying a heavenly karma. Moreover, the aborigines on the water blue planet wouldn't be dinosaurs, would they? Lin Sheng couldn't help but think of the scene of dinosaurs walking all over the streets. It was a bit scary just thinking about it. But you have to be quick. There was some aura emanating from the blue planet earlier. It's as if the planet was being parasitized by higher beings. What kind of parasitization? Lin Sheng raised his head to inquire. However, the voice disappeared. Parasitism? That's what I told you about the god-level beings. The 7th level beings that have existences that regenerate from the weakest realm every single time. Of course there could also be low-level beings who would choose a planet and use it as their sustenance. The little spirit in the Imperial Beast space had a jolt in its heart. If this creature lived by devouring the crust of Blue Star, then the Blue Star would be destroyed without even realizing it. Quickly, immediately go to the secret space realm of this map. There are definitely items used for cosmic travel in there. Fawn opened her mouth and urged. Level 7 beings? Lin Sheng was still unaware of the seriousness of the matter. If it really was a rank 7 being, could one contract it? If Little Deer knew the crazy thoughts in Lin Sheng's mind today, he would definitely break into a fit of rage. Legendary 7th level beings, even when they were reborn, they were still untamed. How could he be willing to submit to the command of a rank 1 primordial being? Perhaps in the eyes of that kind of being, Lin Sheng was like a worm. Would you be willing to be a slave to a worm? Chapter 152 Passing Through the Tower. The Tower Master's Home. Usually beings that use a planet as a source of sustenance are at least level 3, if not level 4 or above. But Blue Star is now a stronger existence even among medium planets, daring to use this place as sustenance. It was quite possible that the other party was really a level 7 life, not even from the Milky Way. Fawn thought a lot, and in a burst of light, Lin Sheng also dissipated in the black mist at the highest level, and on the outskirts of this black tower, Hale had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Why hasn't he come out yet? Is this kid really that perverted? Is it hard to say that he's already dead inside? The more he waited outside, the more agitated Hale's heart became. Although he was able to accept his own talent, which was inferior to others, but could not accept being crushed. The same existence at the disaster level. Could the difference be that great? Furthermore, he remembered that Lin Sheng only possessed a disaster level favored beast, and potentially the favored beast was not even of the bizarre lineage. Is it hard to believe that the difficulty of testing at the monarch level is low? Impossible. Hale immediately dismissed the thought in his head. Those previous monarch level royal beastmasters who entered it were also eliminated out in an instant. It was enough to prove that the difficulty of the monarch level had not been lowered by much. This guy, could he have entered the first 15 floors? Hale was surprised. Tony at the side also understood what was going on in Hale's mind. My goodness, this Dragon Kingdom's catastrophe class Imperial Beastmaster entered it and hasn't come out yet for hours. Right? Unbelievable. I won't be able to enter a few floors before I'm eliminated and come out. Yeah, the ferocious beasts in there are simply too outrageous. It's obviously the same level as you, but its combat power is way too high. The crowd present was obviously fighting against a high-talent ferocious beast for the first time. Fierce beasts with high talent were actually rare on the Blue Star, and in this high tower, almost every ferocious beast talent was above the disaster or even emperor level. Naturally, this led to the crowd being difficult to deal with, even with the added benefit of having more imperial beast talents than martial artists. In this high tower where martial artists were trained, it was also difficult to achieve good results. Lin Shengli was an exception. He was able to continuously raise the bloodline level of his favored beasts on the way to battle. Moreover, this high tower had fallen into disrepair over the years, and the only remaining energy was used to maintain the tower, which was also bugged by Lin Sheng. Coupled with the fact that Lin Sheng's talent was already very high, it was very easy to sew this high tower through. With a flash of light, Lin Sheng's figure stepped out from it. For a moment, it dispelled the thoughts in the hearts of the crowd. Eat my move. Hail in the distance couldn't wait. A pitch-black spirit cat behind him violently charged towards Lin Sheng. This sudden and startling change startled everyone present. Roar! A giant dragon suddenly surfaced beside Lin Sheng's body. A slap was struck out towards the spirit cat. However, that spirit cat was extremely fast and dodged the slap with a few jumps. However, a dozen purple thorns protruded violently from the void. The thorns opened a large blood-red eye, carrying an extremely strong control effect. The several monarch royal beastmasters behind them fell deep into them with just a glance, and those dozen or so thorns instantly bound that pitch-black spirit cat within them. Come back! Hale's heart tightened. Letting the spirit cat break free with all its strength, it jumped to Hale's side. The spirit cat looked as if it had exploded and looked towards the huge dragon behind Lin Sheng. It was only at this time that the surrounding crowd realized it afterward. Black Dragon King. The crowd jumped in shock. My goodness! Isn't this the Black Dragon King? How could it appear outside the Dragon Kingdom? Those present were all disaster-grade Imperial Beastmasters. How could they not recognize the Black Dragon King? There were even a few people that were so frightened that they immediately jumped back a distance. A disaster-grade Imperial Beastmaster encountering the Black Dragon King was simply a delivery. Is the second favored beast also disaster level? Hale's heart palpitated. And that skill was too weird. If Hale hadn't noticed in time, his spirit cat would have been compelled by that thorn as well. It was even possible to be killed there. Is this the Black Dragon King? The monarch of the Dark World? The talent of the Starry Sky First Order perfectly suppressed Hale's favored beast. You're much stronger than me. That brother of mine is just looking for death by finding trouble with you. Hale couldn't help but shake his head. That time just now, he hadn't laid a killing blow, merely wanting to test Lin Sheng's strength. After all, to be easily surpassed just like that, Hale's heart wasn't willing but now he was convinced. The difference was too great. Lin Sheng was no match for himself when he possessed a single catastrophe-class pet beast, and now that he had two who could still beat him? One had to know that a catastrophe-level Imperial Beast Master who had 3 catastrophe-level pet beasts could be counted on one hand. It was also thanks to Lin Sheng knowing that he had not moved to kill and was simply testing. Therefore, he didn't make too drastic an attacking move. Otherwise, that slap could have waited for the spirit cat to be trapped before striking out. From that power alone, a single slap could have killed his favored beast in half. There's no next time. Lin Sheng silently spoke. Naturally, I will personally come to my home afterwards to make amends. Hale was dry. If there wasn't the relationship of his brother, he and Lin Sheng were just people who met in passing. Then how could he go toe-to-toe with a powerful person with great talent and high status? Wouldn't that be causing trouble for himself? Although disaster-level Imperial Beastmasters often sparred with each other, but to suddenly strike without prompting was indeed somewhat disrespectful. One would need to personally visit the door to make amends before doing so. Looking at even Hale, who had a great reputation amongst the disaster-level Imperial Beastmasters, he was so respectful towards Lin Sheng. In their hearts, all the people also had respect for Lin Sheng. Strength had always represented a person. If one was strong enough, one could gain the respect of others. Lin Sheng did not say much. He turned around and left the area. The energy in this tower had almost been depleted, so there was no point in staying here any longer. I'm afraid that it won't be long before this black tower dissipates with the wind, and there's no more value to be extracted from it. Instead, the drawing that he had obtained was important. On top of an abandoned building, Lin Sheng was half sitting there in a black suit. He reached out and took out the drawing in his arms, spreading it out on the ground. The location described on this is still a map from ancient times ago. How can this be found? Lin Sheng was puzzled. Let me do it. The little deer jumped into action. Nowadays, the two favored beasts had both reached the catastrophe level, and only little deer was still at the monarch level, which made it a little uncomfortable in its heart. How could it not do something for its master? It didn't like being a jerk. You have to give me some time. Fawn's eyes swept over the drawing. Yes, it better be quick. If it was slow, maybe that secret realm would have been preempted and even fused with reality. Lin Sheng's heart moved, taking out that pitch-black treasure ball. It was filled with dark yet chaotic energy that was pure. Chapter 153, Lin Ming's Call. By He's thoughts. Try sucking the energy inside, summoning the little spirit out. Lin Sheng held up the darkness spirit bead and brought it in front of the little spirit. The little spirit's nose twitched slightly, and some of the energy in that spirit bead was sucked out. Very pure energy. It's the same source as the dark energy in the high tower. The little spirit was excited. Then you can take this darkness spirit bead with you. It has 100 times speed bonus in the Imperial Beast space. so you should be able to absorb it faster. Roar! Don't worry. The little spirit was also coming to confidence after evolving to the disaster level. Grabbing the dark spirit pearl, it returned to Lin Sheng's imperial beast space, and Lin Sheng went through his daily routine of injecting Little White with dragon blood. Roar! Feeling the energy in his body gradually filling up, Little White rolled around in the imperial beast space. The lightning pattern behind that neck also became more and more obvious, while Lin Sheng's favored beasts were all slowly progressing in strength. At night, under the setting sun, within the giant tree space, in the giant tree city, the massive chaotic godwood was growing densely, the roots at its base, spreading continuously from the center of the giant tree city towards the surroundings, had wrapped the entire giant tree city within it. There were even dozens of branches that had already penetrated through the giant tree city via the moat and invaded the outside of the giant tree city. Not only the flowers and trees in the giant tree city, even the place outside the giant tree city responsible for burying the corpses of ferocious beasts has also been gradually encroached upon, constantly sucking the nutrients from those corpses. Mom, look at what's in that moat. A child saw branch after branch growing at the bottom of the moat. Stretching his finger, he was curious. It should be the surrounding trees. The mother held the child without thinking much about it, and left the place at a quick pace. The chaotic godwood was seizing the essence of the entire giant tree world. That chaotic godwood's torso, instead of growing again, was shrinking. Inside its torso was a hollow. In the center of the hollow, there was a fiery red fruit suspended, wrapped in midair by 3 branches. Plop, plop. If one was close, one could hear a heartbeat-like sound coming from the fruit, and with the support of that heart, the chaotic godwood's limbs gradually gained vigor. After returning to Yang City, Lin Sheng divided some of the dark matter he had gotten and gave some of it to Di Qian. There's not much use for me to have these things. My favorite beast's talent is already capped when it reaches the monarch level. Di Qian politely refused. In her heart, she was warm and thankful to Lin Sheng. Just keep it. My favorite beasts don't need these things anymore. Lin Sheng still gave it to Di Qian. Think of it as your payment for helping me manage Yang City. Hee then you might as well give it to me then. Di Qian beamed. How bad does payment sound? Besides, she doesn't need any payment. She used to manage Yang City herself, and now she's merely following through to the end. Alright then, Lin Sheng touched his head. He then chatted with Di Qian about the management of Yang City for a few more moments before leaving the place again. Lin Sheng's phone suddenly rang. Without even looking at it, it directly pressed the connect button. Hello? It's me. Lin Ming's cold voice came from over there, along with some disorganized noises. What for? Lin Sheng silently inquired, then proceeded to speak. Say, where are you right now? Why does it sound like the surroundings are so noisy? I'm killing ferocious beasts, and a few ungrateful ones from other countries. As soon as Lin Ming's words fell, a sound of blood and flesh tearing came out from over there. When he used to talk to Lin Sheng on the phone, Lin Ming was always on his way to a mission. Nowadays, I'm afraid that he was also grabbing items from those secret realms. Now that the Imperial Beast Master was out of sight, I'm afraid that no one would be her match. Phew, where are you now? I'll go look for you in a while. Although the ferocious beast riots are accompanied by danger, it's also a chance. From today onwards you'll follow me. Good. Lin Sheng responded directly. Lin Ming on the other end of the phone froze for a moment. I didn't expect Lin Sheng to agree so dryly. In the past, his own invitations were all rejected without hesitation. Alright then, I'll come find you after I settle this side. The phone hung up. Lin Sheng was also relieved. Being so distracted while fighting, Lin Sheng was really afraid that one day Lin Ming would have an accident. Acting together is indeed the best option. Before this kind of resource, disaster-level Imperial Beastmasters have all become the most basic combatants, and monarchs aren't even qualified to grab them. Having experienced it, Lin Sheng had a deep understanding of this point. Even this kind of place that he had detected ahead of time had so many disaster-class Royal Beastmasters coming. There was even an existence like Hale, who was also strong in the disaster class. With Lin Sheng on his own, he definitely wouldn't be able to get enough resources. Every time there's a favor, you think of sharing it with me. Lin Sheng suddenly felt as if his sister wasn't so annoying anymore. Could this be what it feels like to grow up? Then it's really true that I've held her back. My sister has taken care of herself for more than 10 years without even touching the path of a royal beast master. If she had made up for the gap of those 10 years, she might have become an emperor-class imperial beastmaster long ago, an emperor-level imperial beastmaster in her teens. Lin Sheng wondered if his sister was also a traveler like him, carrying some kind of plug-in on her body. How else could she be so fierce? Lin Sheng couldn't even subdue her with a hang. With nothing to do, Lin Sheng once again came to the Bai family. Despite all the excuses, the head of the family insisted on warm hospitality. Watching their daughter talk happily with Lin Sheng at the dinner table, the two were also very pleased. There was no problem with Lin Sheng's character. If she had been born 10 more years earlier, Mother Bai definitely wouldn't have refused. After the meal, in the empty corridor, Lin Sheng and Bai He walked side by side. Brother Lin Sheng, Bai Hua suddenly stood still. Before in the hospital, it was me who was reckless at the time. Lin Sheng hurriedly reached out and begged for forgiveness, thinking about his excessive behavior. I'm afraid I hurt the little girl. Bai Hua blushed slightly, biting her lips lightly, as if she had made up her mind. She looked at Lin Sheng's face again. Then do you like my body? The thoughts that had been accumulated for 7 or 8 years came out of her mouth, and Bai Hua slowly reached out to unbutton her blouse. She wanted to know if Lin Sheng really liked her, even if it was just her body, even if she was rejected. It didn't matter. Looking at Bai Hua's lovely appearance, Lin Sheng couldn't help but freeze. What are you talking nonsense about? Laughing, Lin Sheng reached out and touched Bai He's soft hair, directly picking up the petite body. He came to Bai He's house. Chapter 154, Acting Together. Half a year passes. Halfway through the night. Time to sleep. Lin Sheng laid down and let out a long breath. Bai Hua beamed, pressing her hands on Lin Sheng's chest with a reluctant expression. Lin Sheng shook his head. Don't sleep. I'll bite you if you dare to sleep. Bai Hua ground her tiger teeth, as fierce as a meow. The lovely face quickly disappeared in front of Lin Sheng's eyes before being rumbled by the face. The night was sleepless. The next morning, after Mother Bai sent the Bai family head away, soon after, she pulled Lin Sheng and Bai He to an appointment. Mom, what's wrong? Bai He had an innocent face. Ahem. Lin Sheng, Bai He is still young, Mother Bai said with a serious face, not wanting her daughter to be too aggravated. Lin Sheng was a bit confused. Speaking of which, Bai He instantly turned red with shame. Getting up, she ran out of the room. Seeing this, how could Mother Bai not know what was going on? Even for someone of her age, her face was slightly red. Unexpectedly, her daughter, who had always been refined and gentle, would have a drastic change in temperament. One must know that Bai He used to be a very obedient and good child. Yesterday there was a lush potted plant placed outside that door, leaning against the door of the room without wind. The leaves fell most of the way. But, White Mother does not think it is Lin Sheng's request. Most likely, it is Bai Hua this child has been asked. The next day and the two said goodbye. Lin Sheng held his waist and left the Bai family. Suddenly feel that he really sheep into the tiger's mouth. Really should not come. Bai Hua's ability to stay up all night. He was really a bit frightened. Just as Lin Sheng was still savoring the moment, a cool voice suddenly came from the distance. What are you doing that for? A slender figure, wearing white sneakers under her feet, revealing white and evenly muscled legs, wearing a princess sleeve 3-button black trenchcoat, and under her short, eloquent hair, her lavender eyes were staring curiously at Lin Sheng. Waiting for you. Lin Sheng forced the corners of his mouth. The mouth is quite sweet. Lin Ming smiled. Lin Sheng's face recovered, always feeling as if Lin Ming was very different from before. Not only had her strength become much stronger, but the aura on her body had also become a bit colder. That's also true. Under this kind of current situation, who can still keep their heart? Lin Sheng did not think much about it. So where are we going now? Well, there are a lot of places, but taking you with me is going to be safer. Lin Ming tilted his good-looking chin and pondered for a while. Soon the two of them disappeared, and in the time that followed, Lin Ming brought Lin Sheng through various ruins, not only the ones around the Dragon Kingdom, but even traveling to various places such as the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom through teleportation arrays. During this time, the two had also encountered Imperial Beastmasters. However, the duo had a keen sense of smell and were able to dodge them in advance. Moreover, Xiaobai's mastery over the crystal head of the 9-headed blazing sunbird was getting stronger and stronger, and he was able to briefly foresee danger. Although the duo's strength was considered top-notch in the disaster level, they had encountered quite a few crises during this period. There were several times when the siblings hid in the cave to heal each other's wounds, licking their wounds like wild beasts. With Fawn's memories, it was possible to find the location of many secret realms in advance, and because the two of them often traveled together, their strength exceeded that of normal disaster-level Imperial Beastmasters. Soon, they were given the title of Yin-Yang Twin Dragons by disaster-grade Imperial Beastmasters around the world. In the surroundings of the Lighthouse Country, a secret realm that merged with reality. It's that pair of siblings again. Be careful to hold off that female, and finish off Lin Sheng first. Settle my ass. How can we beat him by relying on 1 or 2 people? In the snowy mountain region of the Grizzly Bear Country. Oh, my friend from the Dragon Kingdom. We'll explore the secret realm together this time, and split the benefits together when the time comes. Under the volcano in the Sakura country. Baka, there are too many weapons left behind from the ancient times in the secret realm. We must not let them out. Can't beat it. That sibling is too perverse. Either one of them, we'd have to put in a lot of effort to fight them. An emperor-level imperial beastmaster. If he doesn't come, the things here will definitely be taken away. The duo traveled through various continents, sparring with disaster-level imperial beastmasters from all over the world. In less than half a year, the pair had made a name for themselves all over the world. At the same time, the riots of those ferocious beasts gradually calmed down, and the blue star's space became even wider. In a ferocious beast cave in Sakura country. Gotcha. Lin Ming picked up the gene fruit in his hand and took a bite. Then he reached up again and handed it to Lin Sheng in front of him. There's no need to give me a share of this one. Lin Sheng looked at the gene fruit that Lin Ming had taken a bite of, and hurriedly waved his hand. Really? Don't give me half of everything. How is this habit so similar to a ferocious beast? Hurry up and eat it. Seeing that Lin Sheng didn't want it, Lin Ming sat forward and once again came to Lin Sheng's eyes. Lin Sheng was helpless, knowing that he couldn't stop until he ate it. He could only reach out and take the gene fruit. The teeth marks on it still had Lin Ming's saliva with its unique aroma. Lin Sheng gritted his teeth and opened his mouth to eat the gene fruit in 3 tries. Eat more. In addition to the favored beasts, one's own physique also needs to be exercised more. Seeing Lin Sheng swallow, Lin Ming then counted on revealing a smile. The two of them had gotten too many benefits in the middle of the secret realm during these half a year. Weapons, fruits, items, many different and complicated things. Nowadays, Little White Strength had also broken through to the late disaster stage. Little Spirit had also absorbed some of the energy from that bead and reached the mid-disaster stage. And Little Deer had also reached the time to evolve. Before long, Lin Sheng would become a royal beast master with 3 disaster-level pet beasts. At the catastrophe level, there were no longer any opponents. I also feel that my favored beasts are going to break through to the imperial level. Silky purple arcs of electricity emerged from Lin Ming's body. Looking at the evil yet beautiful woman in front of him, Lin Sheng couldn't help but freeze a little. Let's separate for now. Lin Ming spoke decisively this time. Emperor-level evolutionary materials had always been in very dangerous places. She did not want to bring Lin Sheng with her. Good. Lin Sheng nodded. After being held and slept with for half a year, he couldn't stand it a bit anymore. After all, he was also a bloodthirsty young man, and his own sister was so beautiful, sleeping and always kissing him without any defense. But the most crucial thing was that secret realm was almost ready to merge with reality. The two separated here, each heading in a different direction. But at this time, Lin Sheng received a bad news. Chapter 155, The Empire's Demise. Zeus advances to the Starry Sky class. That old thing Zeus made a breakthrough? After receiving this news, Lin Sheng's heart sank. Breaking through the Emperor level meant that the other party had broken through the Transcendent Ninth Order and reached the Starry Sky First Order. And with that, Blue Star was promoted to a higher planet in the universe. At the same time, the giant tree world, where no sound had been coming out, suddenly experienced a shocking change. In the giant tree world, all the houses of the poor people were penetrated by thick, hard tree roots. Countless corpses of ferocious beasts and ordinary people had their chests pierced by that tree root, sucking blood. There were even quite a few imperial beast masters that died in the middle of the secret realm. The giant tree world was transformed into a hellish scene. Even in the giant tree city, there were even catastrophe-level imperial beastmasters and favored beasts that were killed here. At the same time, the infinitely revered divine tree had long since shrunk to an ordinary size. In the middle of that tree trunk, a person like a diamond gradually condensed. It was a blood-red diamond. The entire body was emitting a blood-red color, crystal clear, just like amber. And in the center of that body, there was a heart beating vigorously. What exactly are you? Several imperial beastmasters from the giant tree empire gathered here. In a deep voice, they interrogated the figure in front of them. Nowadays, the entire giant tree empire space was blocked off, and even emperor imperial beastmasters were unable to escape. Several times a look of panic flashed across the eyes of several people. The blood-red silhouette had given them a great deal of pressure. Blood eclipse. That blood-red silhouette, stretching out a finger, it violently pierced through the chest of an emperor-level imperial beastmaster like a javelin. The crowd around them were stunned as they watched the blood spew out of their chests. Fast. It was too fast. Even their emperor-level ferocious beasts had not anticipated this scene. Damn it! Quickly strike! In that instant, all of them summoned their emperor-level favored beasts. The blood-red diamond silhouette that was like a gemstone became even more crystal clear after absorbing that emperor-level favored beast. At this moment, the entire giant tree world was like a purgatory, and a great battle was about to start. Countless emperor-level ferocious beasts emerged, instantly leveling the entire giant tree city. Take back my gift. The diamond-like blood-red silhouette once again let out a voice. In an instant, Its body enlarged infinitely and leveled out with those massive emperor-level ferocious beasts around it. Roar! Terrifying roars came out. The great battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, all of the imperial beastmasters died. The corpses of countless imperial-level fierce beasts lay in the giant tree city. The blood-red amber was also beaten to the point where only half of its mutilated body remained. However, it would soon recover after sucking up the crowd and become stronger. Damn, we should have killed you long ago. The city lord of the empire had a face of grief. Greed. Not good. The blood-red figure shook his finger. A sharp tree root stabbed out from the ground, piercing through his chest and hanging high in the night sky. At this moment in the behemoth city, the bodies of countless imperial beastmasters and ordinary people were suspended in midair, and the energy in their bodies was constantly being extracted by the tree roots, giving red humanoid crystals. As early as a year ago, the imperial beastmasters of the giant tree city had anticipated this scene. He had even discovered the red heart in the center of the giant tree long ago. However, it was allowed to absorb the nutrients until the crowd was completely unable to breach its trunk in the end, and that giant tree had blocked off the entire space and turned it into a cage. Everyone was nutrients for him to suck. It was originally the master of this space, and if it wasn't for someone forcibly sucking the energy from its body, it wouldn't have revived earlier. After all, if it couldn't destroy this planet in a short period of time, there would still be a certain risk. It decided that humans were a marvelous species. The more it was in a moment of danger, the more it had to completely hold it down. It must never give a single chance to breathe. But its own essence could actually be drained away? It did panic. It only had to revive early. My lord, stay with me. The humanoid that was transformed by the branches of that chaotic god would silently spoke. If someone was here, they would definitely be surprised. Even the chaotic godwood itself was as strong as this. What kind of existence should its master be? At the same time, in the main world, Lin Ming, who was running monstrously over the desert, couldn't help but press his forehead. Another headache. Lin Ming's nice-looking brows were furrowed. Almost every year, she would be like a girl having her period, unable to stop having a headache for so many days. But unlike ordinary people, she herself had never had her period. Even though she had gone to the hospital for checkups, nothing had been found to be wrong. Instead, the headaches had become more and more frequent and severe in recent times, causing Lin Ming to be unable to stop being irritated in her heart. Damn it! Lin Ming's gaze was icy cold. It was the things that could not be controlled that made people the most angry. How many ferocious beasts did one have to kill to vent their anger? Seemingly affected by the headache, Lin Ming's temper became more and more irritable. It was only during those half a year when she stayed with Lin Sheng that it got a lot better, but now it had relapsed just as soon as they parted ways. Yeah, head, calm down. If you really can't find a few ferocious beasts. The artifact royal beast opened its mouth to persuade. Good. Lin Ming also had some itchy hands. Bathing in blood would always put one in a much better mood. And at this moment, the matter of Zeus' promotion to the realm of the gods had quickly spread around the globe in a short period of time. Ha 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 ha, it's finally time for me to be promoted to this territory. Starry sky level. Zeus laughed out loud from the top of the mountain. After stepping into the starry sky rank, Zeus had gained a new natural ability. A normal imperial beast master would only get a natural ability when contracting an imperial beast. Unexpectedly, after stepping into the starry sky set, Zeus had obtained a second natural ability. With the addition of this natural ability, there would be an insurmountable gap between the starry sky class and the imperial class. A few hours later, Zeus then arrived over the city of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Sheng, come out for me. Zeus' voice rang out like a flood bell. It was suspended high above the city like a god. The people below looked up and were all forbidden as if they were chilled. Oh my god, this has simply surpassed the realm of the imperial beastmaster. Zeus, do you want to break the rules of the nations? A few voices came out from the shadows. Humph, rules? I am the rule today. I stood in the sky, and now you are stuck on the ground. Zeus' words were cold. It revealed condescension everywhere. As a god, one should be carefree. The heart was clear. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort came out from the darkness. A green light rose from the ground and shot violently towards Zeus. Zeus' face suddenly panicked. Raising his hand violently, a thunder beast appeared behind Zeus, gathering out a large amount of thunder light to form a shield that blocked that green light. However, that shield forged from thunder light also shattered as a result. However, Zeus was greatly shocked in his heart. You've also reached the starry sky level? The energy in that green light was obviously much more skillful than the one he had just advanced to utilize. Chapter 156, 3 Catastrophe Levels. Materials for advancing to Emperor. Zeus, if you kill my descendants again, I will kill your descendants. That voice once again came out from the city. Zeus frowned and directly turned around to leave. And in a tall building, Beside an old man stood a green ox with tattoos all over its body. He was the strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom today. He had just broken through to reach the Starry Sky First stage not too long ago. Green Divine Dragon Bull. Rank, Starry Sky First Order. Talent, Starry Sky 7th Order. Skill, Evolutionary Root, Green Heavenly Dragon Bull. Description, Starry Sky Level Beast. Its own energy turns internally. Enough to survive in the universe for 3 days. Thank you, Senior. Lin Sheng arched his hand and thanked him. However, he didn't expect the old man in a Chinese mountain suit with a head full of white hair to wave his hand. I'm also old. I can't hold on for long. And it's only because of the items you guys helped me find that I was able to break through. I don't have much time left. You need to get stronger as soon as possible. The old man could protect the Dragon Kingdom for a while, but not for a lifetime. I understand. Lin Sheng nodded. Also, this is the advancement material for your third favored beast. That old man waved his hand, and countless materials fell beside Lin Sheng, and Lin Sheng raised his hand to deposit them into the Imperial Beast space. You need to break through into the Transcendent Mortal 7th stage as soon as possible, so that even Zeus can't do anything about you. Listening to that old man's words, Lin Sheng nodded his head repeatedly. He himself was planning to do just that. Originally, Lin Sheng had planned to head to that space on the outskirts of the Dragon Kingdom so that Little White could break through to the Emperor level. It was just that as soon as he heard the news of Zeus' breakthrough, he hurriedly returned to the city. As the saying goes, a great man can bend and bend. This old pussy light, floating in mid-air like a light bulb. Sooner or later, Lin Sheng would press him to the ground and beat him. It's time for you to advance as well. Lin Sheng put the huge herbs into the Imperial Beast space. The fawn itself should know what to do if it wanted to advance. There was no need to care too much about it himself. A few days later, Lin Sheng arrived in a remote ravine. Here, not to mention Imperial Beast Masters, even demons would not come to this kind of shitless place. And at this time, the deer had already advanced and synchronized to the disaster level. Green God Song Yun Deer. Rank, Transcendent 4th Order. Talent, Astral 6th Order. Skills, Concealment. Life Growth. Open Cloud Domain. Life Affinity. Plant Healing. Nature Mastery. Evolutionary Root, Natural Green Wood Spirit Beast. Divine Wood Qilin. Description, a being left in this space with extreme knowledge. A natural greenwood spirit beast is, at best, a level 4 being, and the weakest of them all. But the Divine Wood Griffin is part of the Griffin's bloodline. It's rated as a rank 5 being at the lowest. Fawn was excited beyond measure. He himself finally had a chance to evolve into the legendary Griffin. Don't be happy yet. It's thievery for us to enter someone's mansion like this, Lin Sheng said as he patted the fawn's butt. Humph, what thief? That drawing is the key. Although she was being spanked, the fawn remained unfazed. It seemed to have gotten used to it, and with a step of its feet, tree roots and branches grew from the ground to raise the drawing into midair, and then a portal-like opening emerged in front of the crowd. Cloud Dragon. Rank, Transcendent 6th Order. Talent, Starry Sky 5th Order. Skills, Thundercloud Control, Proficient. Scorched Yang True Eye, Perfect. Vajra Body, Proficient. Dragon Might, Skilled. Evolutionary Path, Song Yun Dragon King. Description, a cloud dragon that soars in the sky. A branch of the dragon race's vast bloodline. Song Yun Dragon King Advancement Materials. Song Yun Dragon Fruit. 100 Wind God Fruit. Black Dragon Emperor. Rank, Transcendent 5th Order. Talent, Astral 1st Order. Skills, Field of Death. 3 Steps of Spirit Destruction, Skilled. Corrosive Spit, Skilled. Awakening Remains, Skilled. Soul Mark, 13. 500 Years. Evolutionary Root, Star Dragon. Devouring Dragon Beast. Introduction. Changes in the bloodline genes that have long since been produced are beginning to be directed in an unknown direction. Nowadays, Xiaobai is only so far away from some precipitation and materials to advance. The percentage of dragon blood in his body was also increasing. Even Lin Sheng felt that Little White was now able to fight hard against an emperor-level existence at the late disaster stage. Even if he couldn't beat them, he was still able to run away. The odds of winning were about 46 to 1. There should be items for cosmic travel in this space. After watering down a piece of data, Lin Sheng stepped into that space door, and that space door closed. What met his eyes was a bird-like villa. Its decorative style was different from that of humans, and everywhere was filled with the flavor of steel. That gate looked heavy as hell, and it was, as Xiaobai could barely push it with all his strength. Is this where martial artists live? Why is the door so heavy? Is it for fear that it will be slapped away if you're not careful? Lin Sheng looked left and right. Suddenly an alarm sounded. Warning of trespassing. However, the drawing that Lin Sheng took out, the voice in the darkness disappeared. Don't look at the fact that this place looked like a wilderness, but it was filled with killing machines everywhere. The security system here was such that even an Imperial Beastmaster coming here would be a send-off. Even a starry sky first-order powerhouse like Zeus would only die if he forced his way in. Where is the treasure trove here? Lin Sheng summoned Little Spirit out and rode across its back. It should be in that direction. The Little Spirit had long memorized the map and quickly carried Lin Sheng around to the back of the villa area. There was this one slot machine-like device there. Lin Sheng had just approached it when a mechanical sound came out. Identity recognition successful. Please tell me the items that need to be extracted. Looking at the sound that came out, Lin Sheng quickly calmed down. Tentatively, he opened his mouth and said, "Give me 10 gene fruits." The machine ticked twice. "Please wait." After waiting for a moment, the machine opened an opening. From it, a large amount of dust fell out. "Your gene fruit." Looking at the ash in that mouth, Lin Sheng blinked his eyes. "This ash is a gene fruit? Are you fucking kidding me? It might have decayed over time without the energy to preserve it. Usually machines would choose to save the remaining energy for more valuable items, but I'm sure this owner didn't leave anything too valuable behind. But it shouldn't have taken it all away either." Fawn silently spoke. "Come 1 pale cloud dragon fruit, 100 wind god fruits, and 16 roots." In one breath, Little Deer uttered the materials needed for the 3 favored beasts to advance to the Emperor level. "Please wait." That mouth clattered and then poured out half of it. "Today's limit has been reached. Please come back tomorrow." Lin Sheng looked at the materials that fell out and was pleasantly surprised. "This will do? Since today's limit is up, why don't we go to the garage and take a look?" Lin Sheng collected that material. His heart thumped. The materials for his 3 favored beasts to advance to the Emperor level were no less than advancing to the star level. It was even hard to get them together on the blue star, and he didn't expect to get them by simply saying a few words. This way, Xiao Bai would easily be able to advance to the Emperor level. If it were an ordinary person, it would take a few decades to advance and find the materials, whereas he only needed to move his lips for a few dozen seconds. Chapter 157, Advancing to Emperor, Starry Sky Beast, the Means of Time Travel. Immediately afterward, Lin Sheng followed Fawn to the front of the garage of the villa compound. Copy. Little Spirit stood up. A large foot flew and kicked at the steel's cast gate. Duong. A loud sound came out. A force close to 1 billion tons hit it without any reaction. Crackling. Like bandits, the 1 man and 3 beasts tried again in front of that garage door. However, it still couldn't be dismantled. Even that almighty drawing had lost its effect. Obviously the garage key and this drawing were different things. Before the owner of this place leaves, he should have taken the key along with him. There's no need to purposely leave it here again, Fawn said. Lin Sheng also nodded, comparatively recognizing what Fawn said. It simply couldn't be more normal. However, it was difficult for Lin Sheng. The secret of astral travel was close at hand, but how could he not break through the door? It's better to go to the main floor. Maybe there's a spare key in there. The main floor. Lin Sheng looked towards the large villa. The proportions of the villa were very strange. It was like it was for giants to live in. Probably only people who were about 3 meters tall could live here, right? With this height condition, no wonder they narcissistically said that they were very strong in terms of physical quality. Having refreshed the identity with the map, it was easy to enter it. Inside, many of the decorations were different from humans and were made of heavy materials. Even a cup for drinking water had an extremely high weight. Apparently in everyday life, too much power was sometimes not a good thing. Almost everyone had to be equipped with household items that were comparable to their own strength, and replacing them again once they became stronger was also a significant expense. I'm afraid that martial artists who can live in a building by themselves are also rich. Lin Sheng wandered up in the building. In just 10 minutes or so he had gotten a general idea of the place. There were basically about 2 floors. Apart from the places to stay and eat, these were the only ones that were more important to Lin Sheng. The training room, the cultivation room, and the warehouse. Gravity training room. Speed training room. Lin Sheng brought his 3 favored beasts and tried them out in the training room. Half an hour passed. The 3 favored beasts, drenched in sweat, climbed out of it. This training was much better than fighting in the wild. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. The strength of the ferocious beasts in the outside world were either crushed by him or crushed him, and it was difficult to have the effect of breaking through their limits. And it wasn't like that trial tower was rare. But the training room in here, this was completely different from the outside world. You can adjust the difficulty of training according to your own strength. Although the Magic Capital Academy also had a similar gravity room, it could adjust the gravity index to dozens or even 100 times the Earth's gravity. But obviously that value is not accurate. I'm afraid that in fact only a dozen or tens of times. And the real value has a certain gap. And here was the real thing accurate. Adjust to Aquamarine's gravity. Lin Sheng also walked into the room and adjusted that gravity to the gravity of the Aquamarine star planet. It was roughly about 3 times that of the blue star. The moment the gravity pressed down, Lin Sheng turned to feel as if he was being pressed down, but it was still possible to swing and kick in the air, and even jump. However, it was no longer possible to leap to a two-story building in a single bound like before. Let's acclimatize here for a while, in case there's really a chance to travel to Aquamarine Planet. You can also instantly adapt to the gravity there. Lin Sheng and a few favored beasts. They had trained in this space for about half a month, and from that warehouse, he took out all the advancement materials that the favored beasts needed. Day 16. Little White. The sun was blazing high this day. Lin Sheng called Little White into the middle of the courtyard. This evolution may take a month. It even requires molting. It's when you're at your weakest. Just stay here and evolve. Hiss. Listening to Lin Sheng's words, Little White rubbed his forehead against him. Hold this bead in your mouth. It will absorb your energy, and try to fly after your energy is depleted. Little Deer opened his mouth to explain. This was a necessary step to evolve into a Songyun Dragon King. Once the evolution was successful, Little White would be able to fight against late Emperor stage ferocious beasts in the early Emperor stage. After all, the Songyun Dragon King was considered a branch of the dragon race with a thin bloodline, but it was considered one of the stronger ones in this branch, and after evolving, one could choose the rest of the branches. Currently on the blue planet, it was already a miracle that the materials were able to support Xiaobai's evolution into a pale cloud dragon king, and it was all thanks to the meager bloodline stimulation from that dragon blood. With the materials on the blue planet, it was impossible for Little White to have a chance to evolve into a dragon branch. This was also why Little Deer was so excited when he had the chance to evolve into a branch of the griffin. The Qilin, I'm afraid, has long been extinct. This kind of auspicious beast that could bring auspicious luck was seen to be endlessly snatched. Although its bloodline rank was strong, there were very few that could grow. Open your mouth. Lin Sheng held the large bead in his hand, watching Little White obediently open its mouth. Lin Sheng placed the bead on its tongue. Hold it well. There won't be a second one if you lose it. Lin Sheng carefully explained. Little White nodded repeatedly. Next is the cultivation room. Bringing Little Deer with him, Lin Sheng arrived in the cultivation city. This place was mainly used to cultivate plants for daily consumption, and pet eggs. Among the eggs that had yet to be cultivated on the side, Lin Sheng saw an extremely special one. It was an eggshell that was purple and yellow in color. Star Beast, a mount used for star shuttle travel. Extremely difficult to tame. There was a string of labels affixed underneath that, and it was placed in a safer location. Obviously the owner of this place valued this egg as well. This is it. I'm afraid that this starry sky beast's egg was left behind by the owner's mount here, and it left before it had a chance to hatch. Memories of the starry sky beast surfaced in Fawn's mind. The starry sky beast, a cosmic level 5 being, is a transcendent first order, or a monarch level existence at birth. And at the monarch level it is able to time travel and survive in the universe. Fawn couldn't help but get excited. With this starry sky beast's egg, it would be possible to travel in time and space. To be able to time travel and survive in the universe after just reaching the monarch level, these higher beings are really tough. Lin Sheng couldn't help but let his eyes light up. This is the incubator. It will take about half a year to hatch the star beast. Half a year? Lin Sheng frowned slightly. It was too late to wait now. What are you thinking that? Level 5 life. 100 eggs. It's already a miracle if one of them hatches to life. And the natural incubation length is definitely over 100 years. Nowadays, this incubator is of such a high grade that it can almost succeed in hatching 100% of them. And as luck would have it, the incubator is programmed to hatch starry sky beasts. Fawn turned around in front of the incubator. It was truly a step in the right direction, but it took no effort at all to get it. I'm afraid that the owner of this space didn't expect that what he had carefully prepared would one day be taken away by someone reaching out. Chapter 158, Chaotic Divinewood Army, attacking Yang City. Just as Lin Sheng was scavenging in a space outside of Yang City, suddenly, the sky and earth lost color, and a purple light shot up into the sky, accompanied by a rumble. There was a loud noise. A space gradually cracked open, and then gradually merged with reality. In the tall buildings of Yang City, another secret space is merging with reality, and this time it's still outside my Yang City. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, but this time the secret space seems to have a huge range. Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu are on a tall building looking towards the distance. That secret space is hundreds of miles away from Yang Changno, but it won't take more than a few hours to get there. If a ferocious beast rushes out from inside, Yang Chang will really be abandoned. In less than half a day, the secret realm had finished merging with reality, and from afar, it was the ruins of a city. It's a pity Lin Sheng isn't here. Di Qian inexplicably thought of Lin Sheng, and then shook her head violently. No way. Since he has entrusted Yang City to me, then I must guard it. I can't always think of relying on everything. It's been a few hours that have passed, and no ferocious beasts have rushed out of that space yet, so it seems like it's truly a ruin. Should we send someone to take a look? Chief Instructor Lu inquired tentatively. We can go. If there are really no ferocious beasts, it might be a chance. Soon, Di Qian sends a few monarch-ranked Imperial Beastmasters that Lin Sheng has found to go and check it out. Those few monarch-ranked Imperial Beastmasters headed there, traveling in pairs. It didn't take more than a few hours to arrive. From afar, they could see, on the outskirts of that secret space, dozens and dozens of silhouettes patrolled with long spears in their hands. It's a secret space inhabited by people? A few people looked at each other while walking forward. The architectural style of this spatial city was too familiar. Wasn't it the giant tree world? But why was that divine tree in the center missing? The three of them walked forward in confusion, wanting to inquire, and that one of the silhouettes with a lance slowly turned his head at the sound of the voice. But the pupils didn't have any eyeballs in them, and his body was densely filled with empty holes. Wipe! Several people were immediately scared out of their wits. That silhouette was made up of trees, not flesh and blood at all. Whoosh! The moment they saw the crowd, the gun-wielding silhouette didn't have any additional reaction and charged straight over. Quickly, summoned the Imperial Beasts. With a roar, an armored iron bird and a red and brown furred panda appeared along with its one-man ferocious beast. But it's just a summoned creation. I'm afraid its strength isn't that good. Grab one and go back to take a look. However, before the words of one of them fell, the silhouette made of wood hurled out a long spear. Boom! The wooden lance pierced through the air and let out a whimpering chirp. The red-brown furred panda reached out to grab it. However, the lance exploded violently, instantly piercing through the brown panda's chest, revealing a bloody gash. Seconds to kill. Put! That red panda's monarch-level royal beast master violently spat out a mouthful of blood, eyes full of disbelief. He looked over. Even if his Imperial Beast contract was weak, it was still a monarch-level ferocious beast. How could he be instantly killed by that wooden silhouette? And in that instant, those dozens and hundreds of wooden silhouettes were all looking over towards the several people. Countless pairs of eyeball-less, empty sockets looked exceptionally terrifying under the dim sky. It was then that the crowd could see the scene behind that wooden figure. In the city, in that abandoned giant tree city, countless spikes pierced through the soil and reached into the sky. On each spike, there was a dark and withered silhouette, or the corpse of a ferocious beast. This frightening image pierced deeply into the heart. Run! Several people did not hesitate. Having killed in the arena, they weren't so scared that their legs went weak by this kind of scene. They mounted the Imperial Beasts and turned to fly. Extremely fast. The wooden silhouette behind them, which seemed to be just protecting this place, did not react too much to this. After seeing a few people leave, they patrolled the spot again. Young City, how's it going? Di Qian looks at the panicked crowd. Her heart sinks violently, sensing that things are a bit bad. As expected, what the crowd says next startles both of them. That's the giant tree world and it's been destroyed? Although the crowd had heard of large spaces, they didn't know much about the giant tree world. Or rather didn't know much. That giant tree world. But there were several Emperor-level Imperial Beastmasters there. Looking at the solemn words of a few people, Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu were instantly stunned. Emperor-level Imperial Beastmasters. That was an unattainable existence. For Yang City it was a true god. Yet even a city with a god in it was destroyed by a ferocious beast? Not good. If the ferocious beasts come to attack Yang City, I'm afraid that the entire city will be razed to the ground in one night. We must tell the higher-ups about this matter immediately. Chief Instructor Lu turned around and left. That silhouette didn't chase us. Otherwise, several of us wouldn't have been able to come back alive. Those few people had palpitations in their hearts. It was too terrifying. Being able to kill a monarch level in seconds or even instantly. Even if a catastrophe level royal beast master came, I'm afraid he could only defend himself. And they didn't even have any disaster level royal beast masters in Yang City. So how were they going to defend themselves? The only catastrophe level royal beast master, Lin Sheng, was also long gone from Yang City. At this moment in the giant tree space that was fused with reality, a wooden figure holding a spear arrived in front of that red crystal. After that red crystal had fought with several emperors and imperial beastmasters, the cripples on its body had long since recovered completely. The huge skeletons of several ferocious beasts had fallen beside it. Those were all the corpses of emperor-level ferocious beasts. Master, we have discovered a remote city where there are countless blood meals. The wooden humanoid figure spoke silently. As for the humanoid formed by that red crystal, the wooden figure instantly exploded with a mere raise of its head. Don't call me master. Your master isn't here yet. Hearing those words, that wooden humanoid figure, in an instant, recovered. I smelled the flavor left behind by my lord in that city. In an instant, the red crystal humanoid figure paused, and then slowly looked up and said, Chaotic Divine Wood, take control of that town, kill those who resist, kill those who disobey orders, and wait for the Lord to return. Yes, the wooden figure respectfully lowered its waist. Countless branches disintegrated and disappeared into the land beneath their feet once again. At the same time, in the direction away from Yang City, tens of thousands of identical silhouettes once again condensed. In the hands of each silhouette, they were holding a spear made of wood, and the leaders were 5 wooden men with immense bodies, all made up of blood red. This army, it began to move towards the town in front of them in great numbers, and this was only a part of the wooden people in the giant tree city, not even a fifth of the number of wooden people in it. At this point in time, Yang City was still unaware of this matter. The wood people, on the other hand, would be able to arrive at Yang City in less than a few hours' time. Chapter 159, The soldiers are coming to the city. The mighty pressure of despair. In the conference room of Yang City, countless merchants were looking at Di Qian and Chief Captain Lu with nervous faces. We're not too convinced by what you said. Right, an emperor-level existence. How could so many die and still not make a sound? The merchants all shook their heads. Furthermore, if the city's tens of millions of people want to move, do you know how difficult it is? If you want our financial support, you also have to show the appropriate evidence. Since the Nabiki people aren't even moving, aren't we cutting ourselves first by leaving rashly? Listening to the words of the crowd, Chief Captain Lu and Di Qian both sighed. Sure enough, trying to talk them down is simply impossible. Not to mention the fact that these merchants are all about profit. Furthermore, nowadays, Yang Chang isn't facing any substantial threats, but once there was danger. I'm afraid that Yang Chang would no longer have a chance to go. Hey, I called with the upper echelons as well, and the other party repeatedly asked several times before they dared to be sure. Now they are already sending disaster-level Imperial Beast Masters to come and confirm. Chief Captain Lu silently speaks. Di Qian shakes her head again. Disaster-level Imperial Beast Masters are simply useless. Those countless wooden people have the power to kill a monarch in seconds. Who dares to say that there isn't a stronger presence behind him? Once they attacked Yang City, if there were no Imperial Beastmasters in Yang City, Yang City could only be overrun. Alright, we'll leave if there's nothing else. Those merchants shook their heads. Imperial Beastmasters were just too sensitive. Since those ferocious beasts hadn't attacked in the beginning, how could they attack again later? Furthermore, for the sake of development sometimes wars were unavoidable. The merchant slowly opened the door of the conference room, and just as its hand was on that door handle, thong! A popping sound came out. Who? The crowd present jerked their heads toward the door. This was the highest meeting in Yang City. Who would dare to make a loud noise here? However, when they all raised their heads, they were instantly stunned by the image that occurred before them. Only the businessman was seen holding the door handle. In its chest cavity, a long wooden bar was stabbed out from behind, while the other end was attached to that thick wooden door. But this wooden door was solid. How could it be pierced through in an instant? Cough, 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 cough. Looking at his pierced chest, that merchant's face was filled with regret as countless amounts of blood sprayed out of his mouth, and in the wooden door in front of his eyes, a face without pupils gradually emerged. That face was filled with wooden bumps, without any emotion to speak of, and that merchant was completely sucked into a dry corpse in a burst of miserable sounds. Open the city gates. That wooden man walked straight through the thick wooden gate and slowly opened his mouth. The merchants present had long since sat on the ground in fear, and there was even a person whose crotch emitted an unpleasant odor. Whoosh! In that instant, a lance stabbed out, instantly piercing that scared and pissed merchant. Open the city gates. A voice as dry as deadwood once again came out from that wooden man's mouth, and when it slowly raised the wooden lance in its hand again, the few people on the side immediately screamed in fear. Di Qian reacted quickly and immediately spoke. I'll go at once. Upon hearing this, the wooden man withdrew his raised hand. Following this wooden man, he heads towards the east city gate of Yang City. Along the way, it drew the astonished gazes of countless passers-by, and the residents of the city all greeted Di Qian in a friendly manner. The wooden man, on the other hand, has no reaction whatsoever, turning a blind eye to the people on the sidelines and heading straight towards the city gates. Di Qian also smiles at the people and responds one by one. In her heart, however, she is already nervous to the extreme. This wooden man, the strength is initially estimated to be in the late monarch stage, or even pre-disaster stage. Not a match for a catastrophe-level royal beast master, yet it has absolute suppression over a monarch level. Lin Sheng, where the hell are you? In this city, only Lin Sheng was a disaster-level royal beast master. Even after Di Qian left, it was already too late for those people to make an urgent report to the top. Once she opened the gates to the city, she was afraid that what would be ushered in would be an endless army. I didn't expect this creature to possess the intelligence to know to clamp down on the head of the city in advance. In reality, it was Di Qian who had overthought it. The chaotic god would only act on command. If it is told to open the city gates, It opens them. Those that don't listen to orders are killed when they say so, and the strength is extremely strong. So naturally, it is loved by the strong. It was the weapon that accompanied that red crystal silhouette. Come to the city wall. When Di Qian came to the city wall, she was immediately shocked by the scene in front of her, only to see the desert in the distance. Countless wooden armies are lined up in a square formation, coming towards Yang Chang step by step. At the back of that square formation, 5 gigantic giants were wearing blood-red wooden armor, trembling the ground with every step they took. Such a commotion instantly attracted the crowds in the city. A large number of death-defying anchors climbed up to the city building and started filming externally. For a moment, Yang City was instantly thrown into panic. What is that? Is it a ferocious beast? Our Yang City is going to be attacked by ferocious beasts again? Why aren't the Imperial Beast Masters in the city going out to defend against it? My goodness, that looks a little too terrifying. I even saw Captain D in the streets with a wooden man earlier. Could it be that she's colluding with these demons? Don't you talk nonsense. I'm sure Captain D is definitely not that kind of person. Di Qian's status among the people was high. However, the images in that video saw the populace's hearts tremble with fear. A hint of danger was also detected vaguely. In the past, the demons were disorganized and attacked haphazardly. Nowadays, they were orderly, like an army. It's over. For the first time, despair arises in Di Qian's heart. Even the rest of the Imperial Beastmasters who are aware of this on the city floor have their eyelids constantly fluttering. You guys go, run as far away as you can. Di Qian silently spoke, and those Imperial Beastmasters who had just graduated from the school glanced at each other. Yet, they shook their heads. We're not leaving. Looking at the crowd, Di Qian breathes a sigh of relief. It seems that the ironic education in the city has worked, and she wonders if she should be happy or sad at a time like this. Look at the number. It's tens of thousands, and that giant. Di Qian's heart sank. I'm afraid that even if Lin Sheng came, it would be useless. If it wasn't an Imperial Beastmaster in person, there was no longer any hope for Yang City, and this fact could not be clearer in the minds of the monarchs who had personally fought that wooden man. Looking at the wooden man who instantly killed the monarch-level favored beasts, no one was more desperate than they were. This was a hopeless one-sided slaughter. One could only pray for the enemy's mercy, with despair. But at this moment, no one was fleeing from this citadel. This was also the right choice. To flee now is death. Even though the wooden man did not make an exit to stop it, once someone escaped, they would definitely be stabbed through the chest. Not bad. Lots of blood food. The distant blood-red crystal figure couldn't help but nod at this scene. Although it was not as good as this empire, it could still be used as a base for slow captivity, and it thought that the Lord would definitely return again. And this scene, through Yang Chang, also spread to the network everywhere. For a while, all parts of the Dragon Kingdom and even the higher-ups paid attention to this matter. Chapter 160 Movement, Decision of the Higher-ups. On the Dragon Kingdom's network, as soon as the video was uploaded, it caused an uproar. What kind of monster is that wooden man? How come I've never heard of it before? You still don't know? I've heard that the strength of that wooden man is such that a single one can completely abuse a monarch-level ferocious beast. My goodness, that's tens of thousands of woodmen. Which city can withstand it? Could it be that Yang City is going to be the first city to be overthrown? Although I used to tell hell jokes, but seeing a city being destroyed with my own eyes, it's still hard to feel in my heart. Above the network, people from all over the Dragon Kingdom were in solidarity. Although they wanted to go and support, they also knew that their own strength was limited. The Imperial Beast Masters of the Dragon Kingdom had already wasted a lot of energy even defending the various towns. And even if they really wanted to go and help Yang City, it was estimated that it would also take all the strength of the country to block it. If the Emperor-level Imperial Beast Masters didn't come out, there was absolutely no chance. But nowadays, one of the Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Beast Masters stayed in the center of the large base city to prevent the ferocious beasts from sneaking in, while the other few were all sent out to grab resources from all over the place. If they were to come back to protect the towns and give up the resources instead, it would be equivalent to chronic suicide. Sooner or later they would be enslaved. And that was why there were still few moral abductions on the internet. In an instant, the internet went silent. Even some programs turned gray. We're not dead yet. The crowds in Yang City were somewhat speechless, but this more or less relieved a bit of the pressure in their hearts. And just at this time, another piece of news came from nowhere. A large base city had been overthrown. And that overthrown base city was right in front of Yang City, which was exactly where this wooden man came from. Crap, really? Why are you so excited? Brother, what's wrong with that large base city? You don't even know about this? Although the officials prohibited ordinary people from knowing this information, there are still some that have been circulated amongst the populace. So if you look carefully, you'll definitely be able to find it. That's right, there was also a large base city in that large secret realm that was similar to our 3 large base cities, which also had imperial beastmasters sitting in it, but it was destroyed by this wooden man. It can't be, can it? An imperial beastmaster sitting in town can still be destroyed? One must know that an emperor-level imperial beastmaster was an invincible existence in people's hearts. A city with several emperor levels in it was actually wiped out by that wooden man? However, not waiting for the crowd to wonder, a message instantly spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Urgently summon powerful imperial beastmasters from all over to gather in the center city. People in the small cities on the edge of the large base cities, please hide in their homes and wait for the main city to transfer without fear. The moment this news came out, people were still somewhat skeptical. However, they waited until their own cities finally made a move. Only then did they finally realize that this really wasn't a joke. There really was an emperor-level imperial beastmaster dead, and a large base was destroyed. Crap, it's true, we're very close to Yang City. We've been notified of the transfer, and we're leaving tonight. Don't scare me. Brother isn't kidding, right? Who dares to joke around at a time like this? The populace completely panicked. Immediately, they began to pack up the valuables in their homes, especially the towns that were farther away from the large base cities. It was only at this moment that they felt that the hammer was not just smashing into Yang City, they were also targeted afterward. The feelings of the crowd at this moment could not have been more different from before. There was also no mood to continue mourning for Yang Chang on the internet. If they continued to dawdle like this, they would soon be mourning themselves. In the highest conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, all of today's imperial beastmasters had returned here by way of projection. All of them were looking cautiously at the picture on that PPT. This display technique was still partially in use. This is the video footage that was sent back from Yang City. Everyone take a look. The old man in Zhongshan clothing pointed to the painting behind him. The imperial beastmasters present, their gazes gathered up. The wooden man in that picture was holding a tough wooden spear in his hand, followed by 5 huge wooden ferocious beasts. After a while, President Rome spoke first. The rank of the little wooden man is at the monarch level, and the rank of the giant wooden man behind him is at the catastrophe level. That's right, Director Rin chimed in. But the bloodline ranks of these creatures are all very high, especially the giant woodman with the red color tainted on its body. I'm afraid that many Emperor Imperial Beastmasters would only be able to barely suppress it. The hearts of all the Emperor Imperial Beastmasters sank. They had been in and out of those secret realms, so naturally they had an understanding of the bloodline ranks in the universe. The bloodline grades of the favored beasts contracted by the Imperial Beastmaster sect on the blue planet were all too low. Even though they were the same monarch, they had long since ceased to be in the same dimension. It was like a cup of the same volume. Putting air and water into it was a different concept. And if you put sand, or even iron, or extremely dense iron, it will be even more different. Nowadays, the Blue Star's Imperial Beastmaster's contract was like air, and the other party is a block of iron. The iron block hit the air. The result could be imagined. The air would be dispersed while the iron block would remain unharmed. I really didn't expect the giant tree empire to be crushed. I would have thought that it was a secret spatial fusion and they had to protect themselves, so they closed the spatial passage. There was a slight shock in the hearts of the crowd. Is Lin Sheng still in that city? President Rong opened his mouth and asked. So what if he is? His bloodline rank is high, but his own rank is only at the disaster level. One of the Imperial Beastmasters spoke. The crowd all sighed. Indeed. At the same level Lin Sheng might be able to rely on his bloodline advantage to defeat a fierce beast of the same level 1 against 5. But the bloodline of a blue star creature was that high. How much higher could Lin Sheng's be? Not to mention that these were still 5 catastrophe level ferocious beasts. Even if they were Imperial Beastmasters here, it would still take a great deal of effort. Not to mention the fact that the people were only holographic projections, and their main bodies weren't actually here. And the most crucial thing is, after blocking this wave, what can we do subsequently? An Emperor-level Imperial Beastmaster spoke while hiding in the shadows. The words were sharp, poking the soft underbelly of the crowd. They glanced at each other, then shook their heads. White light flashed under the eyes of the old man in the middle mountain suit. Is that so? Then I'm clear about everyone's choices. The key today lies in you all. Quickly raise your strength. Only the strongest will be able to preserve the survival and status of the entire clan. I will arrange the next escape plan. You guys don't need to worry about the rear. Feel free to fight for the chance. The old man in the middle mountain suit. His voice was full of energy. These were the only Imperial Beastmasters in the Dragon Kingdom today. It hadn't changed for decades. If one wanted to stand firm in the chaotic world, the strongest person must be strong enough to scare everyone. Otherwise, even if there was no invasion of ferocious beasts, the city would be casually shattered like a bubble. Chapter 161, Songyun Dragon King, Emperor Level. just like that Zeus. Didn't it also come to oppress them after becoming stronger? If not for the fact that the Dragon Kingdom also had an equal amount of strong people, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Just as the Dragon Kingdom was shifting in full swing, in a secret space in a mountain valley, Lin Sheng walked out of the training room. His right hand pressed against his left shoulder and rotated it. The arms and abdomen, both covered with slightly visible muscles, were as elegant and good-looking as flowing water, neither overstuffed nor too lean, almost have adapted to the gravity of aquamarine planet. Lin Sheng patted his chest. Nowadays, his physique was not as good as those of martial artists, but with the feedback from the favored beasts, he was able to get started. I'm afraid that in the eyes of ordinary people, he had already reached the level of a lighthouse country captain. Master, Little White is going to rise. Little Deer excitedly jumped to Lin Sheng's side. Giving birth? Even though it's a female snake, it can't lay eggs asexually, right? Upgraded. Oh, find your wife? ? Where did you learn so many dirty jokes? Lin Sheng was speechless. Ever since the deer saw those unclean things, it seemed like it had started to become unclean as well. This brat, it must be confiscated for all of it. Lin Sheng frowned slightly and made up his mind in his heart. Look, even if you want to, but you're also netting some that are not very nutritious. The two quickly came to the open space outside the door. At this time, Little White had already curled up to the size of an ordinary snake. On top of its body was attached a layer of white film, such as a wedding veil generally shrouded in the body. However, Little White's expression was incomparably painful. The beads contained in that mouth had long since been crushed by its bite. Energy was poured into its body, and 6 small pieces of flesh grew as vaguely as possible above its spine. Hiss! Little White seemed to have resumed its snake-like customs in this instant. Master, help it pull off the snake molt on its body. Little Deer stood by the side, its eyes as wide as bronze bells. It could feel the gusts of wave-like energy emanating from Little White's body. This branch of the Zongyun Dragon King was considered a rank 4 being at this point in time. It could be said to be the topmost life on the blue planet. Once it evolved successfully, it would have no more rivals in the Emperor class. Push harder, endure. Lin Sheng felt the emotions coming from Little White. Fine beads of sweat seeping from his head as he began to help Little White peel off the white snake mold from his body. Each time a piece was torn off, Little White's snake body would twitch constantly, sliding on the ground. It churned the dirt out. In order to minimize the pain, Lin Sheng had to be ruthless, no matter how miserable Little White screamed, rapidly stripping the snake mold from his body. This was a change that was like a shedding of bones, and it was bound to be extremely painful on the way. But fortunately, after a few minutes, Lin Sheng peeled off all the snakeskin from Little White's body, revealing the white body inside. The scales were as perfect as if they had been crafted by a ghost. It was almost indistinguishable from the rest of the body, and even had a reverse scale. True dragon blood ethnicity has reverse scales on its body, and a dragon with reverse scales is 10 times stronger than its original strength. Fawn's eyes were fiery as she stared at Little White's body. It was as if they were watching God's masterpiece. Even Little White was a little embarrassed by the two staring at him. Immediately, he lightly roared. Not bad. Lin Sheng smiled. Picking it up, he opened the disc. He could feel that his power had increased more than several times from before. Little White's body was furry and issued a clean white light all over. 6 pairs of enormous feathered wings were also born on its back. The wing's wingspan was extremely long. It was covered in white, eye-catching feathers. When completely unfolded, it was able to encompass Xiaobai's entire body. It was like an angel from a legend, divine and inviolable. Pale Cloud Dragon King. Rank, Transcendent 7th Stage. Talent, Astral 9th Order. Skills, Thundercloud Mastery, Proficient. Scorching Yang True Eye, Perfect. Vajra Body, Proficient. Dragon Might, Proficient. Songyun Mastery, Proficient. Evolutionary Path, 8-Winged Songyun Dragon. Yen Yang Dragon King. Description: the king of the Zongyun Dragon clan that soars in the sky. A branch of the Dragon clan's vast bloodline. Emperor level. And there were 2 more evolutionary routes. When Little White gets more resources, there might even be some more stronger evolutionary routes. Lin Sheng touched the 6 pairs of wings with some slight excitement. What is this pale cloud control ability? Lin Sheng inquired doubtfully. I can control the sky and create typhoons, rainstorms, and thunder, and it can increase their power. Little White happily reported to Lin Sheng. Being able to control the weather? That's a very strong ability indeed. Listening to Lin Sheng's praise, Little White proudly crossed his arms, his chin going up to the sky. An emperor level. Could it not be bullish? It already had more than enough means of attack. It was this kind of adaptable skill that was rare. However, on the way to evolving, it had consumed another huge amount of resources, taking out more than half of it from that warehouse, and almost all of it had been consumed on it. But it was worth it. Lin Sheng had become a new emperor-grade imperial beastmaster in the Dragon Kingdom, and it was a 19-year-old emperor-grade imperial beastmaster. If this was told, who could believe it? I'm afraid it would cause the world to shake. At this moment, Lin Sheng couldn't help but be slightly excited. But once he thought of all the powerful people above him, he was a little less excited again. Don't be discouraged. Master is already great, Little Deer silently interjected. This was also the truth. Lin Sheng's talent was considered to be among the strong ones even in the universe, not to mention that it was in a place like Blue Star, which could almost be called a place with a lack of resources. Humph. Lin Sheng regained his self-confidence, but he also made up his mind that he would definitely educate this fawn fellow when he found the opportunity. There really was a lack of fatherly love. Chapter 162 Black Clouds Pressing Down on the City. There's still half a year before this egg hatches. We have to step up our time to raise our strength in these half a year. Little Spirit, you'll stay here to train first. And by the way, take out all the resources you can from the warehouse. What about me? Little Fawn opened her mouth to inquire. You, to be educated. Start with the mounts first. Outside Yang City. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Large swathes of the army formed a square formation and kept advancing towards Yang City. In the hands of each and every one of those wooden men, they were holding a wooden spear that was not much different from their own length. The tip of that spear was neat and unrivaled, stabbing towards the sky in unison. Even though it was made up of wood, it looked so indestructible. And at this moment, the wooden people on the city tower also vanished into the ground and returned to the group. Above the city walls, all the imperial beastmasters of Yang City had gathered here, and the people in the city were moving one after another. This was a hopeless fight. Once it was fought, it was destined to be a one-sided slaughter. From the fact that the wooden man who had arrived here long ago did not make a move, one could tell that the other party was not in a hurry. Where are the fire imperial beastmasters? Gather them all. Di Qian gathered all the fire attribute imperial beastmasters around her. In total, there were 2 monarchs, over 30 lords, and hundreds of war generals. In front of that large number of wooden people, it was obviously a bit inadequate. But currently, there were only so many people that Yang City could gather. To dare to underestimate us, we must make these guys look good. The imperial beastmasters on the citadel were unhappy in their hearts. The wooden man had let them put up resistance, clearly looking down on them. And at this moment, the live broadcast image was transmitted across the globe, and everyone held their breath. The feeling of black clouds pressing down on the city could be transmitted to the minds of the crowd through the screen. The sense of oppression was suffocating. Attack! Seeing that the wooden people have almost traveled forward to a certain distance, Di Qian immediately gave the order. Rumble! For a moment, the citadel is lit up with hot flames. Those countless fire imperial beasts that can release long-range attacks release their skills together. Obviously the people present had been rigorously trained, and the flames smashed down towards the front like a net. Intertwining with each other, they were able to cover almost every part of the battlefield. Awesome! This is the first time I've seen an army made up of imperial beast masters. It's truly breathtaking. Flames most restrain wood. This wave of flames smashing down all of them will burn up. It's so shocking. I'm burning up. A glimmer of hope arose in the hearts of the people in Yang City. That roiling flame gave them the greatest confidence. And the flames instantly smashed into the middle of the wooden people, covering the field in all its glory before blazing. The flames collaborated with each other and covered each other, causing the fire to become even more intense. Good. The crowds on the citadel revealed smiles. However, the next instant, that wooden man still stepped out from the sea of flames. As if they hadn't suffered any damage to their bodies, they were still moving forward in a neat and tidy manner. As if in defiance of this crowd's resistance, there was no need to care about the bug's attack. Everyone was silent. And on the high floor, Di Qian, who had long anticipated this scene, also let out a bitter smile. Damn, can you not be so perverted? There's a monarch-level imperial beast attack in here. At least one of them should die. Those logs stepped out of that sea of fire as if they were non-combustible. Let's go charge the wave. The eyes of the imperial beast masters on the high platform were covered in blood. Obviously there was still fear in their hearts, knowing that if they went down, it was basically impossible to come back up alive. My goodness, what kind of monsters are these? How can they resist when they haven't even killed a single one with a monarch-level attack? I don't dare to look anymore. Except for Yang City. The people in Yang City who were watching the live broadcast were also born with a sense of despair. Countless people drove and began to flee towards the 3 city gates that were already open. However, that into the city gates, which were closed at the moment, the imperial beast masters on the city tower were also helpless. Once the city gates were opened, the ferocious beasts in the wild would once again hunt humans. It was almost equivalent to placing everyone in front of the beasts and letting them hunt them down. The crowd could not do it. Phew! Di Qian takes a deep breath. For the first time, she felt her own powerlessness. Originally, she thought that after becoming a monarch-level imperial beastmaster, she would have the strength to defend her family and her country. And after getting those monarch-level royal beastmasters sent by Lin Sheng, Di Qian was even more self-confident for a while. She thought that Yang Cheng had a high probability of surviving this disaster, and even becoming stronger. However, the reality was cruel. Give up resisting. You're all just sending yourselves to death if you go down there. Di Qian stops the crowd. There might still be a way to live if they stayed here, but those of them who put up resistance, I'm afraid they're dead. Even so, they can't drag everyone down with them. Nice blood food. There are still a few monarchs left. Slaughter those people, and keep the ones left behind in captivity. The red crystal gave orders to the chaotic god Wood. It was going to keep all the humans of the Blue Star in captivity. As its first step towards the universe, it was also the first step towards becoming stronger. It would not do everything it could to catch fish. It would allow the strong to mate with each other, leaving behind even better genetic offspring. And Blue Star was still the first planet to be enslaved. And more after that. Everything is for the Lord. The Lord is the meaning of its birth. And just at that moment, that wooden man received the order to pick up the spear in his hand. Intending to charge, a light rain suddenly fell in the sky. Splat! First, there were a few sporadic drops, and then, splat, splat, the raindrops began to become rapid, until after a few seconds, snap snap snap, heavy rain poured down. The high sky, which was originally still skyless, rained an unprecedented torrential downpour in just a few tens of seconds. It even reached the point where one could not reach out for a while. Rumble! Electricity flashed and thundered high in the sky. Terrifying thunderbolts traveled through the clouds, seeming to split everything in this world. The electric filaments were as if they could tear through the void, overbearing, rampant, in one of the highest floors in Yang City. You guys, look what's up there. Is it a spaceship? Did an alien planet attack Earth? A man was in the highest floor, pointing high into the sky, his mouth violently opened, his face full of disbelief. A huge piece of iron passed through the sky, as if it covered the earth. Even the rain in the sky was blocked by that iron piece. No, it seems like the scales of some kind of creature. The crowd on the high floor was so frightened that they instantly collapsed from their chairs to the ground. The spaceship just now. Surprisingly, it was just a piece of a creature's scale? Then how big should its main body be? Why would such a terrifying creature appear in Yang City at such a time? That gigantic being, half of its body was hidden within the clouds. It instantly drew shocked gazes from the people of the city. Yet this terrifying scene was also recorded by that video footage. For a time, the nation was in an uproar. Chapter 163, Instantaneous Killing of a Woodman. Lin Ming's Origin. The images from the sky of Yang City. It was channeled through the live broadcast to all parts of the country. The internet was instantly abuzz with talk. What kind of monster is this? Why is the body so big? I can vaguely see wings undulating within the clouds. This kind of life has to be an emperor-level existence, right? It can't be the legendary dragon, right? Did the divine dragon come to save our dragon kingdom? That's just a legend made up by people. You're not taking it seriously, are you? I'm afraid another ferocious beast is coming. A two-sided attack. This is really the end of Yang City. The crowd held their cell phones and looked at the picture with horrified faces. Even through the screen they could feel the creature's massive body. It was almost overwhelming. Even in the highest conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, the old man in the Chinese mountain suit was confused. He didn't remember that the Dragon Kingdom still had such an imperial-level ferocious beast. The old man had seen all of those imperial beasts of emperor-level existences, but there could never be an existence with such a huge figure. Unless, it's a perfect-level megamorphosis technique. The most crucial thing was that it was still unclear whether such a beast was friend or foe. And far outside the ruins of Yang City, that blood-red crystal silhouette saw the giant dragon through the wooden man as well. There's actually a level 4 creature existing on this blue star. It's also a branch bloodline of the dragon race, the Tsong Yun dragon. The crystal silhouette was overwhelmed with excitement. If it could eat this dragon, then it would become even more powerful. Chaotic God Wood, kill that dragon for me. The order spread to the front line through the boundless earth. The crowd of imperial beastmasters stood on the citadel and looked at the shadows in the air with shock. And at the same time, rumble. In the midst of that thunderous light, the great underground outside Yang City, the originally scattered wooden people were collectively heading towards the center, climbing on top of each other. Even that blood-red giant was the same. In everyone's unbelievable gazes, all of those wooden people gathered in one place, and then gradually constructed legs, a body, limbs, and a head. What followed was a huge wooden man in red armor. The aura of spiritual energy emanating from that wooden man's body made everyone in the city shudder. Emperor level. The grade of this wooden man had definitely reached the emperor grade. Roar! The wooden man roared. picking up a sledgehammer in his hand and jumped up towards the air, and then the hammer was swung violently towards the huge body. However, within that cloud layer, a mere giant tail was flung down. The giant tail struck through the clouds, compressing the air and emitting a huge roar and sonic boom. It was as if it had infinite power, shaking the heavens and moving the earth. At this time, the crowd watching in front of them realized what was meant by the ability to move mountains and reclaim the sea. Pang! Even that wooden man's body could only barely hold that huge tail. However, with a loud bang, its body was instantly flattened, and then it exploded in the air. Damn it! The red crystal silhouette was actually a bit upset in its heart. Fourth level creatures. Those wooden people he had sent were completely inadequate even when combined together. The levels and strengths of the two sides were not on the same level at all. The main reason was that it hadn't expected that there would be such a powerful existence on the blue planet. Looks like it's only possible for me to take action myself? Just at the moment when the red crystal was thinking so, a voice suddenly came from the side. Part of my energy has been sucked away. What did you say? The crystal silhouette didn't seem to have heard. I said that those wooden people you sent out have been absorbed. The crystal silhouette fell silent. I didn't expect this trip to be a loss. Instead of taking it down, it had caused the chaotic godwood to lose another large amount of energy. And just at the moment when that chaotic godwood and the crystal silhouette were thinking, suddenly, there was a silhouette that came to the periphery of this space. Both consciousnesses were stunned. And at this moment, outside of this space, Lin Ming was holding his aching forehead towards the center. Pain. It was too painful. Ever since the time when this spatial secret realm began to lift, Lin Ming's forehead had always been vaguely aching. As time passed, this pain became more and more obvious, as if it was urging him to head in a certain direction. And after walking for half a month, he finally arrived here. It was as if it was sensed by something. In the distant sky, a red crystal violently smashed down towards this place. It landed in front of Lin Ming's eyes with a bang. The moment she saw that red crystal, Lin Ming froze in a flash. She could feel that the energy within the crystal figure was raging like a river. It was even more powerful than some emperor-level existences. She subconsciously gulped. However, at this moment, that crystal silhouette was in a trance of great excitement, directly kneeling down on one knee in front of Lin Ming, and then stretching out his hands, he slowly said, "Almighty Lord, my moon god, please eat me." Blood-red tears actually flowed from the eyes of that crystal silhouette. It was as if being eaten by Lin Ming was the ultimate in life that it sought. The chaotic godwood, on the other hand, stood respectfully to the side. The trees that had originally stayed here had long since all converged into its body. At this moment, the aura of the chaotic god would climb sweetly to an extremely high realm. Gudong. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming actually subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of water. The cells in her entire body were urging her. Eat it. Eating it was the right thing to do. Finally, Lin Ming's consciousness gradually drifted into a trance. Slowly stepping forward, she took a bite on that red crystal's forehead. However, that crystal silhouette did not resist and trembled, as if from excitement. Afterwards, a large number of memories flooded into Lin Ming's mind. They were all languages that Lin Ming had never even heard of, but could understand. Child, take this branch and leave. It will protect you. In the distant universe, it was unknown how long she traveled. Eventually, she landed on a small planet in the Milky Way. However, during the cosmic travel, she was attacked and robbed by countless powerful people. The chaotic godwood used up all of its essence to allow her to escape with her life. And then, Lin Ming fell into the Blue Star Yang City and was saved amongst the ferocious beasts. The chaotic godwood, on the other hand, fell into a small space, gradually recovering its power. Seeing that the situation had become chaotic, it could no longer continue to live on. It then separated out a large amount of essence, condensing that red crystal figure, tampering with its consciousness, and bent on serving Lin Ming and Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng. Lin Ming snapped awake. But what was in front of her eyes at that moment was the red silhouette that had already been gnawed on with only half of its body left, and a power as vast as infinity surged within her own body. Transcendent Mortal First Stage, Transcendent Eighth Stage, Transcendent Ninth Order, Starry Sky First Order. It was as if this power did not have any obstacles, climbing Lin Ming's strength all the way up to break through to the Starry Sky First Stage. And then came the endless knowledge. Chapter 164 Di Qian's Shock. Is that monster your favorite beast? Strength. Cultivation techniques. The essence of the universe. All of it was as if it was originally known, etched into the memory. Ah! Lin Ming cried out in pain. Fiercely, she grabbed the short hair in front of her forehead with her vegetative hand, and after a few dozen seconds, the pain strangely disappeared. Even the pain that had been appearing before seemed to be completely cured. I'm Moon God Clan. After completely accepting this message, Lin Ming seemed to have changed. The original purple pupils had actually turned a dark purple color at this time. In the midst of evil, it revealed an unspeakable charm, causing people to fall deeper into it with a single glance. Above the body, there was a moonlight-like glow. The skin was crystal clear, as nice as lamb's fat jade. That was the radiance of divinity. Only 7th-level beings, the sons and daughters of the divine race, would behave like this. And the number of races of level 7 beings that existed at the same time was no more than 3 in 10 million years. Paddle. The human-shaped chaotic god would beside him transformed into a branch in that instant, and was quietly inserted beside Lin Ming's body. Master, eat the remaining half as well. The branch of the chaotic god would slowly spoke. Eat? No. I want to share half with my brother. No. I don't have a brother. Why should I share it with someone else? Lin Ming's forehead ached again. Her memories were too jumbled and she needed time to organize them. Devour all the strong people on this planet and leave this place. The chaotic god would begin to guide her. Lin Ming reached out her hand and pulled out the chaotic godwood that was stuck in the ground. Lin Ming could feel that nowadays, it wasn't her imperial beasts that were strong, but her own strength. With the moon god's secret book for cultivating to become stronger, she would soon be able to become a Huanyu level powerhouse. But a Huanyu level powerhouse could only reign supreme in this side of the universe. But that was enough. After all, this side of the universe was also only the beginning of her parasitism, obtaining the chaotic godwood essence. In the middle of the high sky, Lin Sheng stood between the two corners of Little White. In an instant, he unleashed his skill and extracted the disrupted body of the chaotic godwood. These monsters seemed to be coming from that direction, right? Lin Sheng looked towards the ruins of the city in the distance. Reaching out, he patted Little White's dragon horn. Go over and take a look. Roar! Little White let out a low roar. It traveled through the clouds and went forward. The crowd in the city watched that terrifying figure go far away before their hanging hearts finally let go. Heavens! If that creature saw them, and then gave them a tail out of interest, the entire Yang City would be wiped out. Luckily that horrible creature didn't seem to be interested in Yang City. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. A being with 6 wings that looked like a divine dragon. Could it really be the totem of their dragon kingdom's faith? And while the crowd was wondering, Little White had already carried Lin Sheng to the sky above the ruins. However, a glance swept past the bottom but there was nothing. The giant tree whirled. Was it really overthrown? Lin Sheng muttered under his breath, somewhat skeptical. It looks like it was that deity-level being that did it. Little Deer was very nervous as she walked around in the Imperial Beast space. I didn't expect that creature to have grown to such an extent. I'm afraid that right now it is hunting the highest energy beings on the blue planet. When it had killed them all, it would be the turn of the Imperials. But now, if you want to leave the blue planet, you still need half a year to do it. What can be done about this? Fawn frowned, then even jumped out of the Imperial Beast space. With no choice, the crowd could only return to Yang City first. On the city floor, seeing Lin Sheng's figure, Di Qian faintly smiled. However, when she saw the little dragon with 6 feathered wings beside Lin Sheng, it was her heart that jumped violently. There's no danger in Yang City now. I just want to take a look at that secret space and there's nothing there. Lin Sheng shook his head. However, at this moment, Di Qian acted as if she hadn't heard Lin Sheng's words. Stuttering, she pointed at Little White beside her. You, have you advanced to the Emperor level? Hearing this, Lin Sheng glanced at Di Qian, and then he slightly hanged his head. In that instant, Di Qian's mind was like being struck by lightning, turning into an empty snowy white. Imagining that huge figure just now, there was even a wave of cool air rushing straight from her spine to her head. Nima, that's your favorite beast. Di Qian was dumbfounded. This was the first time she had ever opened her mouth to explode. How old was Lin Sheng now? But 19 years old and he could have an emperor-level favored beast? This was a bit too perverse. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that the wooden person just now was also feared to be at the emperor level, but he was killed by the little white snake beside Lin Sheng. Then this little white snake. No. What is the little white dragon's strength? Di Qian couldn't believe her eyes. Even more so, she couldn't believe that the creature that had been lying on Lin Sheng's body, shaking its wings and looking at her, was actually an emperor-level existence. How could she see an emperor in her own lifetime? Suddenly, it seemed that a year ago, when Lin Sheng had contracted the little snake, it had been questioned by people. Now that those who questioned it knew about it, I'm afraid that they would regret what they said back then. This was not a little snake. It was clearly a white dragon. Can I touch it? Di Qian gulped. Suddenly, she feels that her request seems a bit excessive. Roar! Only for the master to touch. Little White seems to get angry and growls lowly towards Di Qian. Good boy. It's not like touching it is going to kill you. Lin Sheng touched Little White's forehead. At this moment, Little White had shrunk to the size of a small snake and was coiled in Lin Sheng's hand. It looked incredibly small and cute, like a fluttering moth. Then the master said that it can only be touched once. Hearing Lin Sheng's words, Little White still gave in. Pets that didn't listen to their masters weren't good pets. They were to be thrown away. He. Di Qian was instantly excited. Rubbing her hands together, she immediately touched it. A few minutes later, how much longer are you going to touch it? Little White revealed an impatient look. Having someone else's smell stuck on its body made it very uncomfortable. Alright. Somewhat regretfully, he withdrew his hand, but his heart was excited. An emperor-level creature, to be able to touch it like this in my lifetime. It was simply blood money. I really didn't expect you to have grown to the point where you're beyond our reach. Di Qian looked at Lin Sheng's slightly handsome face. Back then, Lin Sheng was still just a brat, often receiving love letters in school. Now, surprisingly, he has become the most powerful Imperial Beast Master in the Dragon Kingdom, an Emperor-level Imperial Beast Master. It was truly incomparable. And at this moment, ding bell, a call reached Di Qian's cell phone. Chapter 165, A Spaceship in the Stars. Tong Yuera, how is the situation on your side now? A mellow voice comes through. Di Qian immediately knows who is calling. It's like this. In just a few minutes, Di Qian explains what happened here. The figure on the other end of the phone instantly falls into silence. And then came a few soft laughs. Good. This way my Dragon Kingdom will have another Imperial Beast Master. According to the previous etiquette, the appearance of an Imperial Beastmaster will be celebrated by the nation, and a special welcoming ceremony will be held. But now that it's a special time, it will only be communicated to the whole country. The voice was on speakerphone. Lin Sheng could also hear it clearly. It was fine with Lin Sheng to expose his Emperor-class favored beast. The only possible impact, it was probably that old man Zeus, but scaring him seems good. Lin Shan laughed lightly twice. Hey shoo. Little White wrapped around Lin Sheng's palm and rubbed against it. It seemed like it wanted to rub off the smell from its body just now. The smell of a woman was inexplicably annoying in Little White's heart when he smelled it. And after a few tens of minutes, the news that the Dragon Kingdom had once again seen an Emperor-level Imperial Beastmaster spread all over the place. It was even a 19-year-old Emperor-grade Imperial Beastmaster. In that instant, the crowds all over the country were shocked. The countries of the world, too, took the time to send congratulatory messages. This was a 19-year-old Imperial Beastmaster. Who wouldn't be shocked at the sight? Who wouldn't think that such an existence would have a bright future? And Zeus felt the same in his heart. I didn't expect this kid to have grown to such a point. Previously, Lin Shangbo had saved Zeus' face. In reality, Zeus hadn't put this kid too much in his heart. After all, you didn't need to care too much about a bug that you could crush with your hand. But now it was very different. Lin Sheng had gotten stronger. So strong that it was impossible to ignore. And at the same time, in that secret realm where the giant tree space merged with reality, why don't you kill that creature? That's a great blood meal. The chaotic godwood in his hand silently spoke. It thought that Lin Sheng and Little White shouldn't be spared. You shut up. Lin Ming's good-looking eyebrows wrinkled slightly. A crunching sound came out as she gripped the chaotic godwood in her hand. For some reason, the boy just now gave her a very special feeling, and she didn't want to attack him, but couldn't remember how. Let's go and kill all the Starry Sky level powerhouses on this planet. Only the Starry Sky class could pose a threat to Lin Ming, but it was only a small threat. It could be wiped out with a casual hand. Subconsciously, Lin Ming didn't want to make a move in the Dragon Kingdom first. Instead, he was heading in the direction of the farthest Dark Empire. And just at this moment, in the deep space of the universe, a spaceship was traveling. Suddenly in this pale universe, it detected a hint of life signals. These creatures, with only round bodies and limbs, were incomparably huge, and in the center of that body grew tricolored eyeballs that looked bizarre. There's actually a life planet here? The aura of a high-level creature was searched on that life planet, but there's only one. Is it a third-level creature or fourth level? Several crew members became excited. I'm afraid it's another indigenous planet. With our strength of the transcendent mortal seventh order, we should be able to occupy it at will. This was like picking up a treasure. Some planets in the universe had owners and could not be invaded at will. To think that in this desolate area, one could find a planet without an owner. I'm afraid that the evolutionary level of life on that planet is not high, because their ship did not even detect the technology and signals emanating from the indigenous planet. That proves that its technology is not well developed. A planet with undeveloped technology. The strength of the people on it must not be good either. I doubt that even a transcendent mortal first-order existence would be worshipped as a god by them on that planet. Ha 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 ha. Let me experience the feeling of becoming a god once too. The closest wormhole to here is 9 light years away. Enter it and we can travel at will. The several crew members laughed out loud, immediately driving the spaceship towards that space wormhole. The airship was made of machinery throughout, but had a huge eyeball at the front end. It was a combination of technology and life forms. Rather, it was the strength of the core members. The highest was at the transcendent 7th rank, pre-emperor, and the weakest was at the transcendent 3rd rank, late monarch. Their life levels are at the 3rd level. A 3rd level life was already considered a very strong existence in this universe, but they were afraid that they hadn't thought about it in any way. This backward planet that they regarded as an indigenous planet. In reality, it was a cosmic high planet. Half a year later, the news that Lin Sheng had become an emperor-level imperial beastmaster spread to the streets, and now the ecosystem of the real world had gradually stabilized. The strength of imperial beastmasters from various countries was in the midst of a sudden surge, and they had also announced a new rank order, a division of strength, transcendent, astral, and universal. It caused a furor, and Blue Star also changed the era number to Tonu era. There was nothing that could be done about it. Even if you don't announce it, I'm afraid that someone would have discovered this long ago. At the same time, year 1 of Tonu, in the Dragon Kingdom's Yongcheng Noble High School, today was the day of the awakening ceremony. The students looked up at the principal on the podium. The principal, on the other hand, revealed a mysterious smile. Students, I'm sure you know what an important day today is. 2 or 3 years ago, a certain imperial beastmaster of our Dragon Kingdom had his awakening ceremony here. That day, the winds and clouds changed, the lightning flashed and thunder roared. The principal of Yongcheng Noble High School was bragging from above. However, the crowd below did not have a trace of impatience. They had long heard of this senior's legend. The youngest imperial beastmaster in the Dragon Kingdom. At the age of 19, he possessed an emperor-grade imperial beast. This was simply an unsurpassed miracle. I hope that the students learn well from their seniors, strive to also become an emperor-grade imperial beastmaster at the age of 19. The age of all of them present was only at 18. That meant that after contracting a pet beast, they would have to advance it to emperor next year. This nymphette wasn't a joke? The students below rolled their eyes. This was no less difficult than aliens invading Earth and having them dry hump it. Headmaster, you said that you know that emperor-level imperial beastmaster. Do you still have his contact information? A prickly student below opened his mouth. When the principal of Young City Noble High School heard this, the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. I was waiting for these words from you. I knew you wouldn't be convinced. That's for sure. We're brothers in arms, close family friends. I even spoke to him back then, and today we have the honor of inviting him in person. Hearing these words, the students below immediately had their eyes glowing. Lin Sheng was nothing less than an idol to students of this age. How could one not be excited to meet their idol? However, the principal's next words left the crowd confused. The favored beast that came to the scene to tell you a few words. Chapter 166, Starry Sky Beast, driving the best. Favored beast? Not in person? The students were dumbfounded, but most of them still gazed at the high platform with some anticipation. Could it be that it was that emperor-level favored beast? Half a year ago, the huge figure that swept over Yang City. It had long been suspected by them if it was Lin Sheng's favored beast. After all, the matter of Lin Sheng contracting a snake in the academy back then was still circulating to this day. And after knowing that it was a true dragon, those in the academy who had previously laughed at him were even more ashamed, feeling that they really had eyes without a pearl. It was fine not to have this retina. Is it the Black Dragon King or not? Or is it that true dragon? Imperial-level favored beasts. Surely they all carry them around at all times. I think the probability is that Black Dragon King, but that year's Black Dragon King has already been contracted by Zeus to be his favorite beast, and now it's in full swing. I've heard that Senior Lin Sheng still has quite a grudge against that Black Dragon King. Not just the Black Dragon King. Back then, Zeus' son was once killed by Senior Lin Sheng. I even heard that even Zeus' daughter wasn't spared. Also killed? No, it was even more ruthless than that. No wonder. Some students, in the back rows, they exchanged words and gossiped continuously, and at this moment, a figure walked up from under the high stage. Coming, the students' eyes lit up. The incoming beast was none other than the fawn. After all, the fawn could still talk, so it was considered to be letting it experience the red dust. What kind of creature is this? Why does it look so strange? Just as soon as I came up here, there was a feeling of a spring breeze on my face, making my whole body feel much more relaxed. Really, I also feel much better about all the illnesses in my body. Most of the students didn't recognize fawn, but there were some, residents of the Qilin space world, who looked at the deer on the high platform with shocked faces. Wasn't this the mythical unicorn they believed in? Legend had it that the unicorn was able to bring good luck to people. It's exactly the same. WOC, this is a divine beast. The man finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke violently. The students on the side were instantly attracted to it and asked curiously, And when it was realized that the image was a creature from the legends of their Qilin space, they were once again shocked. Senior Lin Sheng, just how many divine beasts has he scourged? This definitely can't be a look-alike, right? One even, 2 or 3 in a row? On the stage, the principal smiled as he looked at the fawn in front of him. The fawn brooded for a moment. In his heart, he wanted to spit at his master. Isn't this drying it out for bullying? I'll give a fart of a speech. And then, Little Deer's ethereal voice came out. Today, I will mainly talk about the following 3 points. Which 3 points are the main ones? It's this. The following 3 points. This first point. The first point is very important. It is also the key to the matter. The key to the matter. It should be defined as the key problem. How to solve this problem is the key to the problem. Meanwhile, as half a year had arrived, during these half a year, Lin Sheng had brought his favored beasts and grabbed resources in the secret realms in the wild. However, they were all small secret realms. For example, the personal spaces where martial artists used to reside. However, within most of the spaces, there was almost nothing left except for some living places. This was very different from the space inhabited by the master of the Black Pagoda that Lin Sheng was in. The only thing that was there were many secret books used for cultivation left inside. On the Blue Star, the number of people who had awakened the talent of the imperial beasts was less than even 1/10, and the rest were ordinary people who were unable to awaken the royal beast space. Then these people could cultivate the secret books left behind by those martial artists, and there was a high probability that they could become a martial artist. Even if they could not become a martial artist, they could still strengthen their bodies. In this way, it almost drastically enhanced the average strength level of Blue Star. In the future, when faced with incoming creatures in the universe, one could also have the ability to defend oneself. Of course, Blue Star was now considered a higher planet. They went to invade others who had the choice. Who would be fine to invade Blue Star? Even not long ago, one after another, people from various countries had broken through to the starry sky level. All of them were using the cultivation methods left behind by previous civilizations, and they were able to touch the world. In the universe, there was an occupation such as an imperial spiritist. At this moment, in the space of the master of that black tower, in front of the baking box, Little White and Lin Sheng were staring at the purple egg in that baking box. The incubation time has come and gone. Why hasn't it been born yet? Can it be that this is a dead egg? If this was really a dead egg, Lin Sheng would be speechless. He couldn't have waited for half a year in vain. Could he? I can feel the breath of life inside. Little White was at the side, flapping his wings. It was staring at the egg. Now that Lin Sheng had brought it with him, the emperor-level ferocious beasts had long since been no match for Little White. In half a year's time, Little White's rank had also long since reached the late emperor stage. As for Little Spirit, it was sent out into the wild to fight to the death. It wouldn't do to always hug its thigh. It had to be allowed to face danger head-on. Gotcha. Just as the two were hesitating whether or not to open it and take a look, a crunching sound of a click came from the baking box at the purple eggshell. A small purple creature crawled out from it. The little creature crawled out from inside like a round toad. However, its limbs were straight and it had no eyes or nostrils on its face, only a large mouth. Star Beast. Rank, Transcendent First Order. Talent, Starry Sky Ninth Order. Skills, Devouring, Shuttling, Void Stance. Evolutionary Route, Star Devourer. Description, divine beasts used for astral travel, generally not used for combat, just born and it's at the monarch level, and this talent is surprisingly not even used for combat? Lin Sheng was taken aback. If this kind of creature appeared on the blue planet, it was bound to be a sought-after item, a level 4 life. At this moment, it was only used for star travel use. Come, eat something delicious. Lin Sheng took out a purple crystal from the imperial beast space. He had long ago learned beforehand how to tame this kind of life. A juvenile star beast was the easiest to tame. Seeing the food, the starry sky beast opened its mouth and sucked it into its mouth. And then it revealed a very satisfied look. Come to daddy's side. Lin Sheng began to tempt. The starry sky beast turned around and directly turned its face sideways. It didn't pay attention to him. Roar! Little White was furious. You're not even willing to recognize your master as a son or daughter. If it were it would have definitely agreed. Lin Sheng took out a few more crystals from his mouth, causing the starry sky beast to immediately open its mouth and suck them into its large mouth. In the end, unable to stand the temptation, the starry sky beast still came to Lin Sheng's side. It's a pity that it's a little mute. Can you take me on a star trip? Lin Sheng inquired suspiciously. I don't know what keyword was triggered. The starry sky beast violently opened its mouth, and Lin Sheng and Little White were instantly sucked into its mouth. Chapter 167, Arrogant Three-Eyed Alien. Arriving at the Blue Star. What a strange space. In the body of the void beast, it was as if it was standing in a virtual space. the stone slabs on the ground, the ceiling, the huge tables and chairs on the side, and the cups could all be seen clearly. As for Lin Sheng and Little White, it was as if they were suspended in mid-air. Suddenly a consciousness sent an inquiry to Lin Sheng. Where to? That was probably what it meant. Although he couldn't understand it, Lin Sheng could feel the expression of the consciousness. It's fine. Take a couple steps. Hearing this, Lin Sheng and Little White were as if they were panning in the air. It began to glide towards the door. It was even able to float in midair. However, the two of them had a layer of separation from the outside world and were unable to walk out. This feeling was marvelous. Just like driving a holographic projection vehicle, Lin Sheng played with Little White inside for half a day before having fun. It was even discovered that the void beast was able to travel through buildings within a short distance. Time and space travel. It was just like instantaneous transportation. Cool. Is there a more awesome car in this world? Lin Sheng moved his body. Little White was also incredibly excited. The more new pet beasts that came, the more senior it became. Its position in its master's heart would rise with it. Lin Sheng naturally didn't know these little thoughts of Little White. Turning to the other side, he took out a few more purple crystals from the space. Eat it, it's a reward. Hearing these words, space seemed to shake as the few crystals in Lin Sheng's hands disappeared. That void beast swayed twice, seemingly excited. It's still a good fight. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. This purple crystal was also taken out of that space. This kind of void beast's food. The owner of this place had left behind tens of thousands of pieces. And what Lin Sheng had taken out was still just a scattering of small pieces that had been cut off from the top of one of the large pieces. Follow me back to the noble high school in Young City, and I'll show you the way. Lin Sheng's mind moved. That void beast carried the two of them and levitated. It was as if Lin Sheng and Little White were standing in mid-air, and then quickly flew in the direction Lin Sheng pointed. That speed was strangely fast. It reached at least 3 times the speed of sound. However, there was no sound of wind breaking, nor could they feel the gusts of wind hitting their faces. It was luxurious. At the same time, in the middle of the universe. I didn't expect to arrive so soon. I'm afraid I'll be able to reach the sky above that planet in a few shuttles. Ha ha ha, slaves, Grandpa is coming. Let's hope that the people of this planet's aesthetics will be up to our standards. The monsters with 4 short hands and 3 large eyes on their bodies laughed out loud. The airship made of flesh and blood and machinery also shuttled continuously through the void. In a few flashes, it arrived in the sky above the blue star. At this time, the huge airship docked at the place where the giant tree world had disappeared. I can feel a very strong aura from here. Surely it's a high grade of life? But the bloodline levels of the ferocious beasts down here are all very low. It's only about level 1. And some of them are even worse than mole crickets. The few people reinforced their own thoughts. This blue star was indeed an indigenous planet. Transcendent level existences were godlike existences here. Nope. I'm afraid that the people on this planet don't even know what transcendent means. A planet. A whole planet. It could easily be sold if it matched the aesthetics of some rich man. After all, there were existences in the stars that weren't too fond of chasing after might. Rather, they were more interested in becoming dominant on a planet and enjoying the pleasures of life. Most of the lower planets, all of them would be reduced to playgrounds once they were discovered. It seems like there are towns with inhabitants living there. To be squeezed into a city by this kind of level 1, or even Ickle-like ferocious beast? Hee. It's better for you guys to accept the favor of this great master. Take the natives here to see the real universe. I'm afraid they'll all be moved with gratitude. Right? Ha ha ha. Let's go. With that, the ship headed towards Young City at several times the speed of sound. In order to conserve energy, when not in the universe, it usually rarely traveled at the speed of light. And at this time, the Young City Noble High School. This year's luck is good. Ah, it's surprising that a dozen S-class gifted people have come out. The principal of Yang Cheng's face was about to burst into smiles. After that speech from Fawn, the students didn't have much of a reaction though, but they all seemed to be infected by its aura and their moods became much more uplifted. But in half a day, almost all of them had awakened very high-level talents. This was also thanks to those secret realms merging with reality. The details of the martial artists becoming stronger touched every aspect of their lives. The meals used by the students were also more ergonomic. Those who didn't awaken the talent of the imperial beasts didn't need to be discouraged. There was still the path of martial artists to follow. Even in the future, the offspring of these martial artists and imperial beast masters would become even stronger. This was the benefit of having strong genes, and this was only half a year later. In the future, Blue Star might even become stronger. It wasn't impossible for a Huan Yu level powerhouse to even be born. At that time, when Blue Star went to other planets, it would be a complete downgrade. Go until he was invincible in the entire universe and then he would come out again. Ha ha ha, the divine beast of the Qilin can really bring good fortune. That youngster from the Qilin space awakened the A-rank Imperial Beast talent. He was instantly excited. He had never been a star chaser before, but from now on, Lin Sheng was going to have one more loyal licker. When he thought about it, what Fawn had just said seemed to make no sense, but it contained great truths everywhere. In the Beast Mastery class, it was full of knowledge, but it made people doze off, while the words spoken by the deer also made people doze off. The two have the same flavor. Just as the crowd was getting excited, rumble! A loud sonic boom swept through the sky. The glassy objects below exploded in response. The automatic sensor alarm system in the academy immediately went off. What's going on? Is there an air raid? The principal was startled. Usually only unregistered airplanes passing over the city would cause the alarm system to respond. And to be able to shatter these glasses, the other party must have been flying extremely low in the air. This was already a naked provocation to the city's security system. Contact Instructor D and Chief Instructor Lu immediately, the principal said to the teacher at the side. I'll go at once. That teacher was also sweating. It was so hard to awaken a dozen or so S-ranked gifted people, so there absolutely couldn't be any accidents. And just at this moment, shadows had already enveloped the sky above the young city Noble High School Academy. So weak. Why are these people so weak? The crowd on that airship frowned. It was really unexpected that the people on this planet were much weaker than they had imagined. That physical quality. It wasn't even enough to be at the transcendent level, was it? It was estimated that a first-rank fierce beast would come and kill these people indiscriminately. The level of a planet's people could be initially judged through the strength of some of the planet's scions. It was common for the scions of a normal higher martial planet to blow up a mountain with a single punch when they were 18 years old. On the contrary, these people were soft and weak. I'm afraid they couldn't even lift a car. Even the old guy who looked very old on the side was physically weak. Let's go down and take a look. That three-eyed monster silently spoke. Chapter 168, 1 Billion Imperial Spirit Masters. The three-eyed alien was dumbfounded. Under a burst of light, the huge airship hovered over the young city Noble High School. For a moment, it attracted countless residents to watch. What is that thing? An alien spaceship? Could it be that aliens are really going to invade Earth? What are you afraid of? Don't we have Senior Lin Sheng here? What if the aliens are so strong that even Emperor-level existences are no match? I've heard that there are Huan Yu-level powerhouses in the universe. That kind of strong person is a phoenix in the Milky Way. How could they possibly appear here? Even so, the hearts of the young city crowd were still jolting wildly. What the hell? Previously, the crisis of near annihilation had started from their Yang city. Now that the aliens had invaded, the Earth had also started from Yangchang. Did they create some kind of sin? Or is there something here that the aliens are craving for? At this moment in Yang City, a light shot out from underneath that spaceship. The students at the bottom were urgently gathered into a corner. The principal, on the other hand, was temporarily blocking the front of that pillar of light, just when the crowd thought that a few people would float down from that airship in the void. Unexpectedly, a few flesh-colored tentacles stretched out from it, wrapping around three three-eyed monsters and slowly landing on the ground. The three eyes of the three-eyed monster scanned the crowd. A look of debauchery gradually appeared on their faces. It's really weak. Ugly and weak, completely unable to grow on their aesthetic. However, as a higher race in the universe, it was still necessary to have some manners towards the weak. It was a reflection of upbringing, but the cruelty would still be cruel. Watching the huge three-eyed monster come before him, Yang Chang's principal couldn't help but sweat. Hello everyone, we are the powerful people of the three-eyed planet. That one of the red three-eyed monsters bent down slightly. The voice had been translated into the blue planet's racial language through a special translator. Hello? Yang Chang's principal nodded slightly. One could sense that one of them was an emperor-level existence. It was far from something he could mess with. Ha ha ha. That three-eyed monster let out a strange laugh. Looking at the human scions talking, he couldn't help but tilt his head. Be afraid. The more scared you are, the more excited I get. This is the suppression of the weak by the strong. Let me hear what you all are saying. The three-eyed monster turned on the translator, and then instantly froze. So chicken ugly. I thought all of the cosmic races looked like us humans. Can't there be a few cat girls or something? Or angels would be fine. Or even less so vampires, I wouldn't mind. Oh I want to be enslaved by a cat lady too. Torture me hard. Don't be discouraged. There are thousands of races. This is just one of the ugly cunts. Maybe the others are pretty? Listening to that one voice, the three-eyed monster couldn't help but twitch the corners of its mouth. The eyeballs kept changing colors, clearly angry to the extreme. And just as it raised its hand, intending to give the natives on these planets some color. Slow down. Listening to the voice coming from the side, the three-eyed monster slowly turned its head around while holding back its anger. The two of them, Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu, were crossing the steps. Seeing these two, the three-eyed monster immediately shook his head. You two are the strongest on this planet? Hearing the three-eyed monster's inquiry, Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu glanced at each other. What strongest person? The duo was at best a monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster. How did they become the strongest on this blue star? One must know that nowadays, the blue star even possessed quite a few star-level powerhouses. A monarch level wouldn't even rank well. Then you will bring your offspring to suffer. One of the eyeballs of that red three eyes radiates a scorching light. Sensing the danger, Di Qian immediately summons her favored beast. A pitch-black ghostly shadow instantly surfaces in front of the two. Seeing this scene, that three-eyed monster actually froze violently. Imperial Spiritist. It definitely did not see it wrong. Summoning a pet beast out of thin air and being weak itself was the mark of an Imperial Spiritist. My goodness, an Imperial Spirit Master even existed on such a small planet? The three-eyed monster couldn't even dare to think about it. At this moment, the two three-eyed monsters beside the red three-eyed monster were also excited. And even the people on the airship were very excited. Spiritual Masters. Not even a single planet could give birth to an Imperial Spirit Master. And this kind of existence is a respected profession everywhere. It was even higher than the status of a martial artist. The Spirit Masters have formed their own powerful organization in the universe. The Spirit Company. The Spirit Company is spread all over the galaxy, and even the entire universe. Although the number of people is small, but they are able to compete with the powerful martial arts companies. However, in such a place, there are even Royal Spirit Masters? It's hard to believe that my three-eyed clan is going to have a Royal Spirit Master as well. That red three-eyed monster instantly became excited. Friend, you're a Royal Spirit Master. You can return with us alive, but others must stay here. May I ask if there are any other Imperial Spirit Masters like you on your blue star? The three-eyed monster was excited, directly ignoring the ugly cunt in the middle on the side. He asks Di Qian, if there were any more then it would be a huge profit. An Imperial Spiritist could fetch a sky-high price when sold to any race. It was an extremely rare profession in the universe, many billions of times rarer than a martial artist. And by the looks of it, the person in front of me is not an ordinary soul sage. Those soul sentinel masters in the general universe were all forced to contract with their favored beasts through some means, or they would deprive it of its consciousness and use the contract to forcefully lock it up. However, the spirit master in front of him was indeed fusing his soul with his pet beast. This was extremely rare in the entire universe. How could the three-eyed monster not be excited? Looking in front of him, there was a sword drawn just a moment ago. Now the three-eyed monster whose attitude has suddenly eased down. Di Qian is also somewhat speechless. However, Imperial Beast Masters are known as Imperial Spirit Masters in the universe, and this matter has long been popularized in Blue Star science. Not much, right? 10 billion people in Blue Star. Maybe only 1 billion Imperial Beast Spirit Masters, of which the more gifted ones are even fewer. Talent might be able to give birth to thousands of people globally every year? This probability was already much higher than before, but it probably wasn't enough in the universe. After all, even the crew in front of her was at the Imperial level, not to mention the planet behind it. Di Qian clearly hadn't realized the severity of the problem. As for the three-eyed monster in front of her, his jaw is about to drop to the ground when he hears her words. Damn it, did you hear me wrong? 10. A fucking billion people? And it's a billion that are born every year. Do you think that spirit masters are cabbages? The three-eyed monster was completely unable to endure. If this was true, then such a planet would be enough to make it the most honored in the Milky Way, to be enshrined as a guest of the higher planets. It would even be able to create an army made up of Imperial Spiritists. This was simply impossible. What rich and powerful fellow would dare to form an army out of Imperial Spiritists? Any one of them was incredibly expensive. Quickly go and bring down the testing instruments on the airship. I want to test these people. The three eyeballs of that red three-eyed monster were glaring out blood. It felt its three crystal core eyeballs, which were thumping, frantically channeling energy towards its entire body. Chapter 169, Shocked Three-Eyed Monster. Spreading the news back to Three-Eyed Planet. The instruments have arrived. Lord Red-Eye, a three-eyed monster returned to the ship, picking up a goggle-like strange prop. It walked down. Bring it. The three-eyed monster, who was covered in red, snatched the goggles over. It was directly tied in front of his eyes like a belt. It was exactly clasped together with the three holes of the goggles. It scanned towards the crowd in front of him. This is an instrument that can detect a person's talent. No talent can escape my eyes. The corner of the red three-eyed monster's mouth hooked up with confidence in his heart. Normally using this instrument to look at others under normal circumstances would be hung up and beaten by the rest of the race. However, now, measure these weaklings wouldn't dare, and still want to trick me? Do you really think that Imperial Spirit Masters are white on the street? White, 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 The three eyeballs of the red three-eyed monster were glaring round. One can vaguely tell that a line of blood on them is spreading towards the pupils. It was only seen amongst that instrument. Level 8 Gifted Sentinel. Level 3 Gifted Sentinel. Level 7 Gifted Sentinel. How can there really be so many? This instrument was produced by the Galactic Martial Artist Association. There would definitely not be any problems. One must know that under the Galactic Martial Artist Association, there were countless planets of high technology under their command. It's absolutely trustworthy. And yet, there are so many Imperial Spiritists? Moreover, they were also high-grade gifted Imperial Spirit Masters. At this moment, the red three-eyed monster was so excited that his harumph was about to flow out of his mouth. This was all money for nothing. Quickly, immediately spread the news of this place back to the three-eyed planet and invite the three-eyed king to come. Just tell them I have something good to offer to the king. The red three-eyed monster laughed loudly. The two three-eyed monsters behind them looked at each other in dismay, but more or less guessed something. It seemed that this planet really had a lot of Imperial Spirit Masters, and it was definitely beyond their imagination. Why is this monster grinning like a sacred coin? The students on the side were somewhat speechless. Did Imperial-level existences in the universe pull across so much? For a while, the students' respect for all things in the universe lowered quite a bit. Also just at this time, Three Eyes quickly returned to the spaceship and immediately called the Great King of Three Eyes Planet. As early as when they discovered this planet, they had already informed the King of the Three Eyes Star. At this moment, that Three Eyes Star King was also on his way here. The screen in front of several three-eyed monsters flashed, and a yellow three-eyed monster appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Unlike other three-eyed monsters, this yellow three-eyed monster had two devil horns on its head, and its size was even smaller than a human by half. It was the king of the three-eyed star. Three-eyed king. It had just been promoted to a star first order powerhouse. How's it going? How is the situation there? The yellow three-eyed monster spoke silently. The majesty of a king was evident in every move, and just by standing there, he was not angry or authoritative. Lord Three-Eyed King, Lord Red-Eye said he has a heavenly surprise for you, just waiting for you to come. Red Eyes is kind. You guys thank him for me. The Three-Eyed King smiled. It was not easy to promote the Three Eyes planet to a higher planet. Immediately, he picked up a low-grade planet. It was simply blood money. Immediately increased the horsepower for me. I need to get there in 3 universe time. Understood. 3 universe time. Converted into blue star time, it was about 9 days. And at this moment, the playground of Yongchang Noble High School, a bunch of students had long since been bound hand and foot and were sitting crouched in place. Even Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu were like this. What are you doing? Do you want to declare war with us? Chief Instructor Lu's face was ugly. Having reached this situation, how could he still not know what was going on? I'm afraid that this time, the visitor is not good. But nowadays, there were no strong men in their Yang city. What was in front of them was another emperor-level intruder. Trying to kill them students or take them away by force was really dangerous. Even if the Blue Star's powerhouses wanted to pursue the matter at that time, I'm afraid it would be too late. Ha, my little slaves. Don't get angry. I still have to sacrifice you to the Great King. That red three-eyed monster laughed out loud. It was simply too weak. So what if it was a royal spirit master? Before growing up, it was nothing more than fish and meat to be slaughtered. But the three-eyed monster wouldn't harm them. These were precious money, and could be sold to just anyone for a sky-high price. And humanoid creatures would fetch a higher price in the universe, with more wealthy people willing to go out and buy them. Sometimes the skin and flesh looked good and could be exchanged for more money. The universe was so cruel. Why aren't you panicking at all? Looking at Di Qian, who was very calm on one side, Chief Instructor Lu was surprised. Panic about what? Lin Sheng's favored beast is still here. I'm afraid he'll return to Yan City today. And with such a big airship, I don't believe that kid can't see it. The corner of Di Qian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a nice smile. Chief Instructor Lu also comes to a realization. Ha, that's true. If Lin Sheng came, I'm afraid these guys wouldn't be his match at all. After Lin Sheng's breakthrough at the Emperor level, he had just become the toughest existence at the Emperor level on the Blue Star. Within half a year, he had hunted and killed several Emperor-level ferocious beasts overseas, and his strength had skyrocketed. There was almost no one in the Dragon Kingdom who didn't recognize him, and he also had a certain level of fame around the world. However, the number of Emperor-level ferocious beasts in the sea was far more than on land. It was difficult to kill so many heads to achieve any effect, and the number of secret realms in the sea was also a bit more than the land, which led to the strength of the oceanic ferocious beasts, which increased at a much faster rate. I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before it would suppress the space for land creatures again. To be able to hunt an Emperor level so easily, Lin Sheng's favored beast wouldn't have already broken through to the late Emperor stage, would it? The two men exchanged words. A breakthrough to late Emperor stage within half a year? That was truly appalling. What are you two talking about? Still so happy after being captured? Looking at the two, the red three-eyed monster was inexplicably annoyed in his heart. What I wanted to see was a look of fear and dread, not a look of indifference. It's just, these guys, you'll know the power of my three-eyed alien in the future. Take all of you to the three-eyed planet. Let you know how horrible the oppression of working 8 hours a day, being allowed only 2 days off in 7 days, only caring about food, clothing, housing and transportation with 5 insurance policies and 90 days of annual leave with pay really is. What the hell is that? Lin Sheng stood in the body of the star beast, while Little White lay on Lin Sheng's shoulder and looked over in the direction of Yang City. Above the city of Yang City, a spaceship made of a combination of machinery and flesh and blood was hovering. Can't it be that someone from another planet has come to Blue Star? Lin Sheng rubbed his chin. This was a bit tricky. He didn't want Blue Star to intersect with the universe so soon. But since we're here, let's go take a look. Star Beast, send me outside the gates of the Yang City Noble School. Chapter 170, Imperial Class. The red-eyed monster was beaten and cried, receiving the order. The starry sky beast hovered in the air and hurried towards Yang City. What with the 30-degree corner and stringing together 100 spaceships, it was all a piece of cake for it. Soon, it brought Lin Sheng to the door of the Noble Academy in Yang City, opening its large mouth and growing in size. It spat out the two of them. Thanks a lot. Lin Sheng stepped out from it and touched the starry sky beast's head. Although he didn't know where the head was, I'm afraid that the entire body was a head? Or maybe the stomach? Ow! The starry sky beast barked. So edible. Lin Sheng helplessly took out a few more purple crystals. Raising his hand, he threw the crystals into mid-air, and the starry sky beast leapt up to catch them in its mouth, swallowing them in 3 or 2 swallows before revealing a look of comfort. Looking at this scene, Lin Sheng shook his head. I'm afraid to raise another eater. If it wasn't for the fact that he had taken out everything in his inventory in the past 6 months, he really didn't know what to feed it. Let's go. The starry sky beast jumped into Lin Sheng's arms. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, walked straight through the school gates towards the schoolhouse. At this time, the school gates, along with the stores outside the school, were empty, apparently having been startled by the huge spaceship. After all, if it was just tech-heavy, it wasn't necessarily a villain. But if technology was combined with flesh and blood, the odds were that it wasn't something good. Master! Fawn jumped out from behind a bush. What's going on? Lin Sheng looked at the airship high in the sky. There are three-eyed aliens coming to Planet Blue. But this race's natural bloodline isn't high. It's not enough to be feared. And I doubt that their planet, which doesn't even have any star-level powerhouses, is considered a medium planet at best. Fawn narrated. These days of forced speech is all over the place. Little Deer was simply aggravated to death. Sure is much more honest. Lin Sheng looked at Little Deer and nodded frequently. It seemed that this tempering was very successful. The little deer wasn't as skinny as before. Let's go. Lin Sheng continued walking towards the direction of the playground. Okay, but master, I'm going to enter the Imperial Beast space. Otherwise, if this image of mine is seen by outsiders, it might attract trouble to Blue Star. The deer silently spoke. This was the image of a Qilin. It would be fine if it was some unknown race. In case this three-eyed alien knew of the existence of the griffin or had seen it, it would be troublesome. Even if the people in the universe knew about it, which was highly unlikely, but they would definitely send someone to Blue Star to find out. The fawn's figure gradually disappeared and entered the Imperial Beast space. Lin Sheng paused and continued forward. The aura was much denser than before. I'm afraid that one of the comers is at the Emperor level, while the rest are at the catastrophe level, or monarch level. Lin Sheng, Di Qian was sharp-eyed. At the first glance, she saw Lin Sheng's figure, and upon hearing that voice, the students rioted. He's Senior Lin Sheng? Sure is handsome, and also very young-looking. It's not a very young look. It's that he's young himself. Like that? I heard that Lin Senpai doesn't have a girlfriend yet. I wonder if I'm okay. What kind of spring dream are you having? Even Senior Lin Sheng, who was recommended by the Imperial Beast Master, didn't agree and would agree to you? Since I've been saved and have nothing to repay, I can only give my body in return. What's a male like you doing? Most of the students were arguing with red faces. It was obviously due to excitement. I really didn't expect this year's awakening ceremony to be so exciting. Not only did we meet aliens, but we also met Senior Lin Sheng. It's worth it. Listening to the crowd's discussion, the red-skinned three-eyed monster suddenly realized. Turning to see Lin Sheng, he said, "So you're the strongest person on the blue planet?" And the instruments in his eyes pulsed. Another Imperial Spiritist. And surprisingly, it was a rank 9 gifted Imperial Spirit Master. The three-eyed monster was once again stunned. The highest level of talent set by the Imperial Spiritist Association was only a rank 10 talented Imperial Spiritist. And the person in front of him was actually a rank 9? This was too unbelievable. A small planet could actually give birth to an existence with such a high level of talent. For a moment the red-skinned three-eyed quick also detected a hint of something wrong. Can it be that I have misjudged the strength of the people of this planet? They're just technologically underdeveloped? But it couldn't be. How could a planet with underdeveloped technology be powerful? One must know that even a medium-level planet would most likely have a technology level of medium or high. Generally technology was ahead of strength. In the immediate future, what was this situation? Could it be that it was just because these guys were gifted? Or that they were the originators of the Imperial Spiritists? A large portion of the universe existed without reproductive isolation between organisms. These were rather possible. But this guy in front of me is a scum with a combat power of only 5 Ah. The red-eyed monster pushed up his glasses. Sentinel, summon your favored beast. The red-eyed monster revealed a confident smile. At least here, it had no more opponents. As for the question of why the talent was strong, they would have their own time to explore it when the three-eyed king arrived. Behind you, Lin Sheng pointed behind the red-eyed monster. The red-eyed monster laughed contemptuously. Ridiculous, this kind of trick is still trying to trick me? The next instant, a large amount of dense fog sprayed down from overhead, enveloping the red-eyed monster. Even the eyeglasses were covered with a fine layer of water droplets. The red-eyed monster hurriedly took off the eye patch and turned his head to look. It was instantly startled by the scene in front of it, only to see a huge white dragon with 6 pairs of wings spread out, looking down at it from above. That white mist was the aerosol sprayed from its mouth. Pale. Son Yunlong. The three-eyed monster was almost scared to death. The eyeballs were so round that they nearly popped out of those sockets. Wasn't that Son Yunlong a level 4 creature? Why would it appear on such a lowly planet? And it was still an emperor-level Son Yunlong. The life level of this kind of creature was much higher than their planet Ah. Having an emperor-level existence also meant that this planet was now a medium planet, only one level lower than their three-eyes planet. Don't you mess around. A purple light emitted from the three-eyed monster's eyes. Little White swung his tail in disdain. Splat! The sound smashed the three-eyed monster into the ground. Pang! Another tail went down. And then whenever Little White lifted his tail up, but whenever a word popped out from it, it was another blow. In the end, the red-eyed monster finally stopped speaking. It was practically on the verge of crying out. Nowadays, its rank was only at the pre-imperial stage, so naturally, it was powerless against a late imperial stage, or even in existence with a higher life rank than it. But it really didn't expect there to be an emperor-level existence on this planet, and it was a powerhouse that was about to break through to the star level. Chapter 171, Technology. The blue star admits three-eyes star technology. Stop fighting. Cauldron. Alien cauldron. That red-eyed monster was beaten up by. All 3 eyes were bruised and swollen. The alien's physique is really stubborn. It's really resistant to being punched. Lin Sheng lamented. And the red-skinned 3-eyed monster slowly rose from the ground. It took the communicator from its hand. However, the airship was still hovering over Yang City without any response. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, looked at the red-skinned monster with a smile. Where do you think Xiao Bai went just now when he wasn't here? I'm afraid that the monsters on that airship are all asleep now. How could it still have the leisure time to listen to its commands? You can't eat me. I'm a resident of the three-eyed planet. That red-skinned three-eyed monster was frightened. Looking at Lin Sheng's smiling face, it was terrified. Is that so? I've heard that the galactic universe stipulates that if one trespasses on another person's planet without permission, the locals have the right to kill them. Hearing Lin Sheng's words, the red-skinned three-eyed monster immediately winced. This was indeed the galactic universe's regulations. Once violated, it would be hunted down by all the planets in the Milky Way, and even wanted. But why? This one tiny native even knew about this? It's hard to believe. The planet in front of us has long been connected to the universe? Or even that it was just the backyard of a certain big brother, who just wanted to keep it in its original flavor, so he didn't let it contact the universe? For a moment the three-eyed red-skinned monster looked at Lin Sheng with horror. Could it be that this kid was some rich kid? It was true that there were some strong people who had such a fetish, preferring some pure, yet clean planets. But nowadays, this planet has been promoted to a medium planet. The possibility of it becoming a slave planet was very low. The red-eyed monster hurriedly expelled the thoughts from its mind. Take my ship to take a look. This I would be happy to serve. The red-eyed monster, who had originally planned to refuse, winced again at the sight of Little White beside him. Unexpectedly, such a strong race would willingly submit to a human. One must know that dragons are the most difficult existence to contract. Little White came to the crowd and spat down a piece of chi mist to untie the bindings on the crowd. Lin Sheng, I've already informed the seniors about what's going on here, and someone will be here soon to connect with us. Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu both followed. Lin Sheng then nodded. Let's go to the airship first. Good. Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu nodded to each other, both looking with some curiosity at the blood and flesh airship high in the sky. Ever since they were young, all of them had been very interested in this kind of airships from sci-fi movies. Now that they are able to come into personal contact with it, how could they not be excited? Go. Yes. Yes. The red-eyed monster gritted its teeth in chaos. Now that it was soft on the surface, it was still unconvinced on the inside. Isn't it just a medium planet? When our three-eyed planet's three-eyed king arrives, let's see if you can still laugh. As soon as he thought of the three-eyed king, a look of longing flashed in the red-eyed monster's eyes. Then the three-eyed planet had an extremely long lifespan. It had lived for tens of thousands of years and had only managed to reach its rank to the transcendent 7th stage. The red-eyed king was invincible at the transcendent level in just 1,000 years. In only 5,000 years, it had broken through the transcendent mortal level to reach the starry sky first order. This kind of cultivation speed could be said to be unseen in the past and unseen in the future. In this universe, it was considered a minor genius. These blue star people. It would take tens of thousands of years to cultivate to this level, right? Seeing the red-eyed monster, who was still frustrated a moment ago, suddenly become radiant, the crowd doesn't know what he has in mind. For a while Di Qian and Chief Captain Lu began to be on guard. At the same time, in the highest conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, President Zong and Director Ren are both gathered here. On the side stood elites from all walks of life, medical industry, technology industry, chip manufacturing industry, physics experts, vehicle experts, all sorts of elites who are involved in all sorts of things, all of them gathered here. And these social elites were also excited, because next, they are going to face the technology of the alien creatures. And it's the first time mankind has faced the technology of an alien creature. This would be a contact that would go down in history. I didn't expect such a great event to happen just 1 year after Blue Star entered Tongyu. It had to be said that it might be a destiny in the underworld. Let's go. By relying on my time beast, I'll be able to arrive within minutes. Director Ren silently spoke. I didn't expect that I would let you be the first to break through to the starry sky level. President Rong patted Director Ren's shoulder with a look of jealousy. Director Ren, on the other hand, grinned and said, No. It's thanks to that sibling that my time and space beast was able to devour the 9-headed blazing sunbird. But if that crystal head was still there as well, maybe my time and space beast could have advanced to the starry sky class even faster. But I see that you're close to reaching the starry sky level as well, aren't you? How long have you been at the transcendent 9th level already? Both of them smiled at each other. This time, the two of them had also received great benefits. There was a wave of sudden and rapid growth and strength. After all, who wasn't a genius anymore if they were able to become an emperor level? Not to mention having the nation's strong support and resources tilted in their favor. It made sense that the rate of advancement would be fast. The two solemnly looked at those experts behind them. This contact is crucial. It can be said that this is the first time our human race has come into contact with an alien creature. The two men's gazes swept the circle again, and saw an excited glow in the eyes of the crowd. In a moment, you can do your best to absorb all the knowledge. I can hear that there is a spaceship coming this time. Hearing the words of the two seniors, the elites of the Dew Field were even more excited. How many years had it been since they had reached this kind of achievement that they had not felt this kind of mood? I'm afraid that only back then, when they had just come into contact with the endeavors that they themselves had come into contact with, would they be in such a mood? And nowadays, the invasion of alien technology had rekindled the dream in their hearts once again. We understand. Since their dragon kingdom was allowed to make contact first, then there must be an intention. It must be before this matter spreads out. No, I'm afraid that the video has long since reached the internet by now. It should be before the truth of the matter is discerned. To get all that technology, all of it, into their hands. At this moment, the flesh and blood spaceship in Yangchang, not surprisingly to the red-eyed monster, the crew members were all lying on the ground in a state of collapse. As for Lin Sheng and Chief Captain Di Qianlu, they looked around in this airship. Although they couldn't read it, this combination of flesh and blood and technology made them excited. This operation panel is still mechanical engineering. Is flesh and blood just used for energy drive? The crowd was amazed. However, Lin Sheng knew what was most important nowadays. Unify all of your planet's technology and give it to me. I need paper instruments, plus data. Lin Sheng gazed at the red-eyed monster on the side. However, the red-eyed monster shook its head. Indifferent. The level of technology was the root of a planet. If their technology was given to this group, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps they, the three-eyed planet, would be invaded and annihilated in turn. Not giving? Oh, I have a way if I don't give it. Lin Sheng smiled faintly. It seemed like he had already anticipated this scene. Chapter 172, Attacking the Ship's Defense System. Seeing that the red-eyed monster did not have the slightest intention of handing it over, Lin Sheng's heart had also been clear for a long time. However, it still walked towards the operation console in front of it. Ha! Watching this scene, the red-skinned three-eyed monster sneered twice. The level of technology was the root of a planet. It was also the foundation of a planet. Casually leaking a planet's technology was something that would be hunted down by that race. It would be a situation where it would be a matter of either death or immortality. You or me. It was naturally impossible for it to casually hand over its level of technology. Even if you guys hold this ship hostage. So what? This is merely a secondary ship. The real main ship is maneuvered by our three-eyed king, and no one can take it away from it. The best security facility was the strength of the three-eyed king itself. A starry sky First Order was considered a true powerhouse in the universe. And the most crucial thing was, don't look at their Three Eyes planet's technology level. It wasn't too high when placed in the entire universe. But the defense network of their Three Eyes planet was purchased from the Cosmic Martial Artist Association. This kind of network defense system was already considered top-notch amongst the higher planets. How could a mere indigenous planet with such backward technology crack their network defense matrix? Incorrect. Now it should be said that the planet was relatively backward in terms of technological level. It was also thanks to the fact that the people of this planet were backward in terms of technology. Otherwise, once it came into contact with the universe, the entire planet would be reduced to a place of war. Looking at Lin Sheng groping around on that console, the red-eyed monster sneered disdainfully. It wasn't them, the three-eyed aliens, who hadn't recorded their genes into the ship. Anyone who wasted a whole day wouldn't be able to crack it. However, the next instant, ka-ching, a crisp sound rang out. The interior of the airship was suddenly strewn with red light. System under attack. Opening self-destruct program. Self-destruct program hardware detected forcibly cut off. Sound after sound came from that screen. Although Di Qian and Chief Captain Lu couldn't understand them, but the red-eyed monster heard them clearly. The defense network had been breached. How can it be? This is a top-notch defense equipment even for a higher planet. It's able to withstand any level of network attack. And it's produced by the Cosmic Martial Artist Association. It's absolutely impossible to be cheated. The red-skinned three-eyed monster growled in disbelief. If it really leaked the three-eyed star technology, then it would be finished. Compared to an entire planet of Imperial Spiritists, it was nothing. What's wrong, Lin Sheng? Why is a red light rising here? Di Qian and Chief Captain Lu were alert all of a sudden, thinking that it was this red-eyed monster laying down some kind of defense matrix here again. It's fine. I'm controlling the system here. Lin Sheng silently spoke. Oh, you still know about alien technology? Di Qian revealed a look of surprise. It seemed to be saying, what else is there that you don't know? The red-eyed monster behind him was also confused. What kind of joke is this? Even the topmost cosmic hackers couldn't possibly crack the defense system in this ship so quickly. Instead, the next scene made the red-eyed monster completely dumbfounded. It's this thing. Only to see Lin Sheng place his hand on the slit of the precision instrument, and instantly a liquid like mercury flowed out from it. If one looked closely, one could see that the mercury was made up of densely packed countless mechanical villains. Each mechanical villain had a sharp scissor-shaped mouthpiece on its body. It was these little people, directly clipping the ship's self-destruct system. It was also Lin Sheng, who had gotten it from the secret space of that tower's owner. Being able to transfer an entire planet of people, the inhabitants of the blue planet must not have been weak in the past. Its level of technology, most likely, far exceeded that of the three-eyed aliens. The facts proved that Lin Sheng's thoughts were correct. The red-eyed monster had been stunned. T1 model pincer ants. This is an instrument only possessed on planets where star powerhouses exist. It's expensive in the universe, and a single T1 model chimera ant can fetch a high price of 10 million galactic coins. Not to mention this many? The red-eyed monster had obviously never seen so many T1 model chimeric ants. Knowing this news was also due to the fact that Three Eyes Planet had long been connected to the universe. The T1 model chimeric ants were a kind of instrument tool that had long been banned by the universe. Because this tool had recorded the ship models of all the ship development companies in the universe, it can cut off the countermeasures of all spaceships in less than a few seconds. No matter how strict your network security is, the T1 chimeric ants can be dismantled from the inside. So later, the major corporations of the universe united and banned this tool from being sold to the outside world for manufacturing. Under tremendous pressure, the T1 model chimeric ants stopped updating and production was also strictly forbidden. Once someone is found using it, they will suffer huge fines and even imprisonment. But how could the people here have this high-tech tool? The red-eyed monster stared wide-eyed. By using this kind of tool, you are violating the silver lawfulness. Hearing this, Lin Sheng slowly turned his head to look at it. You're right. However, upon hearing this, the red-eyed monster shuddered violently. Was it stupid? Only itself and the crew had seen this scene now. To still open its mouth like this and threaten the other party. Wasn't it looking for death? You wait. If you kill me, our three-eyed king will definitely not let you go. I'm his beloved. The red-eyed monster spoke in a hurry. Let me tell you, it won't take more than a week for our three-eyed king to arrive here. With its strength of having just entered the starry sky level, you guys are definitely no match for the three-eyed king. Listening to the red-eyed monster not fight, Lin Sheng really wanted to laugh in his heart. Are you sure you're not the three-eyed king's heartthrob? Even the strength was given out. But a starry sky first stage could be the king of a planet in the universe. It seemed that Blue Star was indeed considered an upper middle level power in the universe. At least in this galaxy it was. How about it, Lin Sheng? How's the situation here? The entrance to the airship. As a voice rang out, one figure after another was sent up. Those elites were all staring intently at the instruments on the side with excited faces. But not a single one of them acted rashly. My goodness, is this the interior of a spaceship? The combination of flesh and blood and technology was something they had never thought of. Did that mean that in the universe, there really were spaceships made entirely of flesh and blood? I've gotten the information held in this spaceship, but I'm afraid it's only a part of the Three-Eyes Star, and now I've maneuvered the ship. Lin Sheng opened his mouth and said to Directorin. In turn, Directorin and President Rome nodded. President, can I take this red-eyed monster and dissect it? An old man with a white beard had an excited look on his face. Looking at the red three-eyed monster was like looking at a fine piece of porcelain. The strength of an individual's flesh could have evolved to such a point. If it could be dissected, how good would it be? Chapter 173, this is a joyful place to be in. What are you looking at? The red-eyed monster's three eyes glared, seemingly angry. It always felt that the white-haired fellow wasn't looking at himself quite right. And for the request of the henchman on the side, Directorin then waved his hand. That's just it. After all, it's the first race we're facing. If we kill them now, the road ahead will not be easy. What Directorin had to consider was not a momentary pain in the ass. Rather, it was the future of the country. Or perhaps the future of the planet. Alright then. After being rejected, that old man looked at the red-eyed monster with a look of pity. It was as if he had lost a heavenly opportunity. But it was just as well. There would be plenty of opportunities for this in the future when they came into contact with the races in the universe. The situation of having friendly contact with aliens right out of the universe simply didn't exist. Right now they wanted to tie the aliens to the dissecting table and get a deeper understanding. With a wave of his hand, Chiefin helped untie the red-eyed monster. And then, a time beast with blood eyes all over its body appeared beside Directorin. The moment he saw the time beast, the red-eyed monster's heart skipped a beat. An unspeakable sense of crisis came over him. It was as if it was being targeted by a flood beast in the universe. Hey, this one is still a friend. Don't eat in a hurry. Directorin held down his favored beast. Looking at the red-eyed monster's terrified expression, he nodded in his heart. What was wanted was this effect. In the universe, everything relied on force. Only by manifesting enough strength could one make the other party show the corresponding sincerity as well. Directorin had summoned his favored beast just to test the strength of this red-eyed monster planet. But looking at this expression on his face, my time beast should be considered a very strong existence on planet Three Eyes. Directorin smiled. The red-eyed monster, on the other hand, gulped now. It definitely hadn't looked wrong. Starry sky level. Only when facing a starry sky level ferocious beast could the red-eyed monster feel the crisis, as well as the fear that cells felt towards higher beings. It just didn't expect that there were starry sky level powerhouses on this planet. This really was a cosmic higher planet, but the technology was surprisingly so underdeveloped. This seemed somewhat out of the ordinary. For a time, the red-eyed monster's heart was also shaken. And the staff members who were still researching on the spaceship on the side were all excited. With the ship's automatic translation system, they could easily understand the contents, coupled with the fact that Lin Sheng had already cracked the defense system of this place. Then the information within it was completely open to the eyes of the crowd. My goodness, controlled nuclear fusion technology is surprisingly still only the lowest level. There's also the manufacturing method of photolithography here. These strange materials are practically unheard of on Blue Star. The crowd marveled in awe. One after another, they lamented the strength of the three-eyed aliens. It was simply too perverse. A large amount of technology was all recorded in this ship, and this wasn't even the highest level ship, but a secondary ship. I'm afraid that the truly confidential level of information was hidden on the main base of that planet. This kind of high-level technology, it's for those who can do it. The crowd was excited. With this material and information, Blue Star would usher in a wave of rapid development. I'm afraid that the level of technology would explode. But to popularize it, it would be difficult to do so without 100 years. But at least, the strongest ones could be armed first. Just like the technology and armor about defense in there. Or even the exoskeleton mecha. Although it was impossible to become a transcendent, Ordinary people could also become extremely strong and powerful through these mechs. If all of them can be absorbed, the level of technology will be raised by hundreds, even millions of years. The old scientists shed tears of excitement. Everything in their hands was exactly the answer to what they had painstakingly researched for their entire lives. The results had just appeared before their eyes so abruptly, but at the same time, it also let them know how advanced the technology in the universe really was. In Blue Star's current condition, a hasty contact would only lead to death. At the very least, they had to develop their technology until they were able to conduct star travel. Many thanks to Senior Lin Sheng. We will definitely treasure these things. A young staff member thanked Lin Sheng. The words were filled with respect. There's no harm in it, but they just came to deliver themselves. Lin Sheng waved his hand, not really minding. It was also a good thing for him that Blue Star was able to become stronger. At least there was a backing that he could rely on, a home that he could return to. It wouldn't be so bad that he would be hunted down later while drifting through the universe to the point where he had no home to go to. But these staff members didn't think so. After all, Lin Sheng was now an emperor-level imperial beastmaster. If it was just a student, these people might have fled today after realizing the danger. Then they wouldn't have had access to these things, and might even have been invaded by aliens and later enslaved. Nothing in this world was a given. If it was said that before, they still had so much of a grudge and suspicion in their hearts towards this young imperial beastmaster. But now there was only respect and trust left. The technology here can be left to you. This airship must belong to me. Lin Sheng spoke again. Although he already had the Star Beast, that thing was too eye-catching, and having just been born, it was more difficult to maneuver. But the airship was different. It had long since traveled through the stars for countless years, and even had detailed coordinates and autopilot. For a little white guy like Lin Sheng, it simply couldn't be more suitable. For Lin Sheng's request, the crowd didn't rebuff it. What mattered was the technology, not the ship. With technology, how many airships couldn't be built? Several days followed. The red-eyed monster and its subordinates were placed under house arrest in a secret base on the Blue Star. Every day, they were served with good food and drink, but what they liked most was the food called noodles, and the drinks that would bubble. It was almost as if they couldn't stop thinking about it. In the first few days, the red-eyed monster was still a bit worried about the safety of the three-eyed king, because in these few days, it had more or less gained some understanding of the Blue Star. It knew that this was an extremely strong planet among the higher planets. The number of star-level powerhouses in it was simply countless. If it really went to war, the three-eyed alien would never be a match for these guys. After all, technology in the universe could only be used as an aid, and apart from a few individual civilizations, almost all planets were dominated by individual strength. I hope Lord Three-Eyed King won't blame me, but the Blue Star people are still quite friendly. The red-eyed monster slammed down a few more mouthfuls of instant noodles. Emma, it's too flavorful. At the same time, in the deep space of the universe, a fleet made up of flesh and blood and machinery was heading towards the Blue Star. On that huge octopus-type ship at the very front, the short, yellow, three-eyed king was looking ahead with his hands behind his back and a smirk on his face. Chapter 174, Three-Eyed Alien Approaching. Well, has Red Eye replied? The three-eyed king silently inquired. Not yet. For some reason, the connection was broken 3 days ago. Hearing this, the three-eyed king frowned slightly. Red Eye was its most capable subordinate, and the second strongest powerhouse on planet Three Eyes. Can it be that there was an accident? Red Eye misjudged the strength of the people of that planet. The three-eyed king had lived for countless years and was incredibly cautious. How could it be? Boss, the first law of the universe, a race with great strength. Then its technology must be developed. The several transcendent fifth and sixth order powerhouses beside him spoke silently. It was as if they didn't put that planet in their minds. Maybe it's Lord Red Eye preparing a surprise for you? Didn't he say before that he would give you a big surprise? The pink three-eyed monster with very long eyelashes on the side said with a fawning face. She was the most beautiful three-eyed person on this planet. Hearing this, the three-eyed king's expression eased. Lola, you must be cautious, and cautious again before doing anything. Have you forgotten how the Star Lord that our Three Eyes planet followed died in the past? Hearing these words, the expressions of the people behind the three-eyed king were all grave. They, the Three-Eyes Star, originally followed behind an extremely strong higher civilization. That strong higher civilization promised them the Three-Eyed Star. It would pick them up in the center of the Milky Way after a few thousand years, the endless vault region to go in. But they didn't expect that higher planet to be exterminated by the rest of the planets before their time. Its minions and the planet's population were all reduced to slaves. And the person who struck was none other than the competitor of the endless vault region. Every 1,000 years, only one planet is qualified to be transferred to the endless vault zone. And it had to be a high planet. At great expense. It was the safest place in the universe and the most prosperous center. It was the place that all civilizations in the universe aspired to. As a result, it was so hard for them, and they, the three-eyed astronauts, were about to follow their master into the endless vault region. When this kind of accident happened, no harm done, we still have a chance. Before long, a new quota will appear. The three-eyed king's face was heavy. The technology is not developed, and with the royal spiritist, the strength of the people on the planet is not strong. It seems that resources should be scarce. The three-eyed king's face eased slightly. Perhaps it was overthinking it. Where were there so many existences with underdeveloped technology but strong physical bodies? This planet was the three-eyed king's reward for them losing their master. It was also their stepping stone into the endless vault region. Sustenance. 2. 7 cosmic hours left to reach the blue star. The ship emitted the mechanical three eyes language. At the same time, near the spaceship in Yang City, a figure riding on a huge black dragon was rapidly approaching the place. However, before it could approach the spaceship, it was detected by Directorin. In an instant, 3 strong people of emperor level or above instantly appeared outside of Yang City and stopped it. Zeus, how dare you come at a time like this? Are you looking for death? Director N's eyes blazed. The time and space beast beside him, even more so, sprayed out a black light. However, it was deftly dodged by that black dragon, and the moment that Black Dragon King saw Lin Sheng, it even let out a ferocious roar. Above its body, the muscular blonde man sneered twice. Hand over the airship, or hand him over. Zeus' eyes went to Lin Sheng, who was standing on the side between the 2 horns of Little White. You're looking for death. Director N's face was cold. The time beast even instantly enlarged its body and slapped towards the black dragon. And the next instant, rumble! A huge beast condensed from lightning light intercepted that slap. The attacks of the two came into contact with each other, instantly sending up gusts of dust and collapsing the surrounding mountains. Feeling the shaking of the ground, the residents of the city were terrified beyond measure. All of them raised their heads towards the tall ferocious beast body outside the city. It was too terrifying. Those 2 behemoths almost caused the sun and moon to lose their light and the earth and sky to lose their colors just by sitting there. Do you think I'm only one person? Come out and strike. Taking advantage of the gap between the lightning beast and the spacetime beast attacking each other, an ox-horned ape with a huge body that looked like it was cast in gold jumped out violently and struck towards the sidewall of the time and space beast. Another starry sky level. President Rong was startled. With just Zeus alone, security might still be able to block it. But there were 2 whole starry sky levels here. Barker, do you want to make an enemy of my Dragon Kingdom as well? Using his spatial ability to block the blow, Director N's face went cold. However, he was very nervous in his heart. I really didn't expect that there would be 2 major powerhouses both coming here. But nowadays, President Rong hadn't advanced to the starry sky level yet, and it was really a bit of a struggle for him alone. Hearing the words of safety, the man with blonde hair stepped out from the side, but his face was closer to the look of the Sunless Kingdom. Very handsome. So what if it is? Is it hard to believe that your Dragon Kingdom wants to monopolize that alien technology? The corner of Backer's mouth hooked up. Nowadays, the matter of the Dragon Kingdom intercepting the spaceship had long been known by people around the globe. It was simply impossible to want to monopolize it or keep it private. They hadn't come here to seek revenge on Lin Sheng either. That was only secondary. It was just an Empyrean, so it was fine to settle it in passing. The main thing was still to covet that alien technology. Is that so? I've long since distributed that technology to the countries that deserve it. And as for certain people, naturally, they are within the ranks of those who shouldn't be distributed. Director N laughed. Naturally, he couldn't be so stupid as to think that the Dragon Kingdom would be able to monopolize this technology. On the first day he got it, he contacted all the major countries that were on good terms with the Dragon Kingdom. After asking the other party for the amount of money to show their indication, they handed over the technology to the other party. As for the Lighthouse Kingdom wanting it, go dream in your springtime. Damn you. Backer's eyes gradually changed. That golden giant ape violently jumped towards Lin Sheng here. 9 heavenly python. President Rong hurriedly summoned the great snake with 9 heads. However, he was sent flying with a slap from that golden giant ape. There was no power to fight back. You don't even know what the true difference between a transcendent and a star is. That golden giant ape jumped up and slammed down towards Lin Sheng. Die, kid. Backer was afraid of Lin Sheng's talent and planned to finish him off first. At the same time, he could also interfere with Directorin. 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Sheng didn't say anything, but those eyes already said it all. To come here and blah 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 to grab something, and to fight if you don't give it to him, was worthy of the style of the Lighthouse Kingdom. But he wasn't a vegetarian either. Transcendent couldn't cross over to deal with starry sky level? That was just the favored beast's talent being too weak. Roar! In a dragon roar, Little White's body gradually enlarged to the same size as the golden ape. That pair of giant tails wrapped in lightning violently lashed forward. Its bones snapped, its power stacking up along a section of bones, and afterward, it was like a gunshot discharging. Looking at the oncoming giant tail, for some reason, Backer's heart violently trembled. Impossible, I'm a starry sky level powerhouse. How could I lose to a transcendent? It must be an illusion. Backer, who was originally able to dodge it, was unconvinced in his heart. Gold, defeat him head on for me. Roar. Chapter 175, Crossing over the ranks to shake the starry sky class. The bullhorn golden ape struck towards Little White with a single punch, and Xiaobai wasn't the least bit intimidated. The perfect great hardening and thunderbolt skills combined together and heavily slammed into that bullhorn golden ape's fist. Rumble. The two made contact. Instantly, a loud sound like destroying the sky and the earth was shaken out. The loudness of that sound was able to easily shatter the eardrums of ordinary people. In an instant, it was as if the only thing left between heaven and earth was this immense and incomparable sound. Ka-ching! Accompanied by a bone-cracking sound. The two jumped away from each other. Xiaobai's face was a bit ugly for a moment. Bakleton was surprised on his face. Winning! I told you that my bullhorn golden ape. How could it lose to an emperor-level creature? However, in the next instant, Backer's surprised face turned pale in a split second. A sharp pain traveled from his palm to his heart. Roar, roar, roar! The bullhorn golden ape let out a miserable cry. Its right palm, which was in contact with Little White, had shattered 3 whole fingers by now. Those bones crossed each other in the flesh and blood, and were forcefully restored back into place by the bullhorn golden ape using its muscles. Zeus's brow in the distance furrowed for a moment. He had thought that Buckle might not be a safe match, but he hadn't thought that he wouldn't even be able to defeat an emperor-level imperial beast master. This one called Lin Sheng really was a big problem in his heart. He had to be dealt with right here. And the Black Dragon King on his hip was thinking the same thing. Back then, he had been sent directly to the Imperial level and hadn't even been able to kill him. Lin Sheng must have unimaginably strong luck sheltering him behind his back. It seemed like someone from the underworld had stepped in. But as long as I kill him, this luck will come to me. For a moment, the attacks of both the Black Dragon King and that Thundercrown beast became violent. This place instantly turned into a sea of thunder, and all the surrounding mountains and trees dissipated in this lightning. Not bad, ha ha ha, is this the fighter you found? How come you can't even defeat a transcendent mortal 9th stage? Seeing Lin Sheng block that attack, the worries in Safety's heart disappeared and he attacked with all his might, only to see that temporal beast open its mouth, which seemed to contain endless stars within. That large mouth enlarged infinitely and instantly swallowed one of the Thundercrown beast's arms into it. A large amount of lightning light disappeared without a trace in an instant. Roar! The Thundercrown beast roared, and the arm that had originally disappeared grew back again. However, the size was obviously much less than before. Damn it! This guy's favored beast is too much of a restraint for my Thundercrown beast. Zeus developed the intention to retreat. Anyway, before long, the Black Dragon King would be able to advance to the Starry Sky level. By that time, with 2 Starry Sky level favored beasts, who would still be able to go against him? Zeus? Thinking that, Zeus turned around and intended to escape. However, the next moment, rumble! Wow! A violent rainstorm rained down in the high sky without any warning. Torrential rain poured down and fierce winds swept through. The violent rain was maneuvered by a hurricane, instantly covering Zeus' Thundercrown beast in it. And the Thundercrown beast's body, guided by this thunderstorm, spread out in a flash, increasing in size by more than several times from its original size. However, this was not a good thing. The enlarged size meant that the lightning on its body was harder to control, and the target to be struck was also bigger. Well done, Director, and was excited. He knew that this was the ability of Lin Sheng's favored beast. If I continue to run at this speed during thunderstorms, the lightning's easy dispersal will get faster and faster. Zeus had no choice but to slow down. However, that huge body couldn't be a better target for the time beast to attack. Wah! It was accompanied by a strange sound. The Thundercrown beast's body that had escaped was again swallowed into its mouth by the time beast along with the rainwater. Zeus stood on top of the Black Dragon King's body as he and the Thundercrown beast frantically fled amidst the rainwater. The time and space beast, on the other hand, was at the rear, constantly chasing and devouring its body. Those thunder lights that spilled out in the rainwater were too far away from the main body, making it difficult to resist this devouring ability. Do you think you can escape? Director sneered. One provocation after another. Zeus, today is the day you die here. Zeus' brows furrowed tightly underneath his rain-soaked golden hair. It's all because of that guy called Lin Sheng. If it wasn't for that guy, relying on him and Backer was enough to snatch the ship with the information in it. But he was only a transcendent 9th order beast master. What made him able to deal with the Starry Sky First Order? There were even gaps during which rain fell to stop him. Barker, you kill Lin Sheng right now. or you and I won't be able to leave." Listening to Zeus' angry roar, Backer also came back to his senses in a daze. However, his heart was still tense, relying on the resources Zeus had given him. He had forced his favored beast to break through to the starry sky level, but now, it couldn't even defeat a transcendent mortal 9th-ranked imperial beast. Backer's heart was extremely shaken, and his fighting strength plummeted layer by layer in this situation. If he had forced himself to wrestle with Lin Sheng, perhaps Little White wouldn't have been a match for the bullhorn Vajra ape, but now he had lost his battle spirit. Under Little White's violent attacks, he fell back step by step. Can we just say that it's worthy of being at the starry sky level? The shock numbed Little White's tail, and that didn't even break his defense. Lin Sheng couldn't help but sweat as he stood at the back. That bullhorn golden ape was clearly not a defensive pet beast, but its skin was thick as hell. Even the arm that was broken earlier had fully recovered. On the contrary, Little White had to fight with all his might to get to one place with the other party. And the most crucial thing is that with this bullhorn Vajra ape stalling, Zeus is about to be let off the hook. There was no Lin Sheng to follow. Zeus rushed out of the range of the rain, but at this point, the Thunder Crown beast's body had only been reduced to a third of its original size. Damn it, how dare you make me so wretched? Zeus also had a strong killing intent sprouting in his heart. Nowadays, the barker had been beaten by Lin Sheng without any will to fight. Seeing that even Zeus had run away, he couldn't afford to stay here anymore. Jumping onto the bullhorn golden ape, he turned around and scurried into the jungle in a sorry state. The confidence he had when he first arrived was very different. Really hard. Lin Sheng frowned. The difference between the transcendent mortal 9th order and the astral 1st order. The difference in physical quality alone wasn't half a star. It seems like we must quickly raise Little White to the starry sky 1st rank. It was only after reaching at least the starry sky rank that one could temporarily survive in the universe for a while. Moreover, after reaching the starry sky rank, Lin Sheng would also be able to awaken his second talent. With the help of the system's ability, he might be able to evolve a stronger talent skill. At the same time, Zeus quickly followed the Black Dragon King and fled down to the Dark Empire after escaping here. Damn, I must demand resources from the Dark King so that I can also advance to the Starry Sky 1st stage. The Black Dragon King was indignant. Chapter 176 Zeus is dead. The unknown dangers of the Blue Star. It couldn't wait to swallow Lin Sheng in its mouth right now. The Dark Empire. It covered an area that was much larger than the two present-day human countries. A large number of dark creatures survived in this place. It had a rich, shady aura, making it difficult for ordinary creatures to survive here. Zeus rode on the Black Dragon King's body and flew towards the center of the Dark Empire. It was a dilapidated ruin. It seemed to be left over from past civilizations. And the dark aura there was also the most intense. If the Dark King is willing to make a move, it'll be easy to take care of those guys. The Black Dragon King seemed to hold the Dark King in high esteem. It was the king of the entire Dark Empire. Its strength had reached the Starry Sky 1st stage long before the recovery of the Secret Realm. Nowadays, it might even have Starry Sky 3rd order, or 4th order. However, it didn't like to leave this place too much, but it was different now. Since we can't keep those technologies private, we'll tell the Dark King about it. It's definitely interested. Zeus also spoke silently. As the two flew forward, a church-like building surfaced in front of them. The Dark Dragon King didn't dare to remain in the air any longer, so he only landed and walked up the steps. There were 3 or 4 emperor-level existences residing in that church besides the Dark King. Flying directly in would be a great disrespect to the congregation. Even if the Dark Dragon King came here, he would enter on foot through the main entrance. But now this church seemed to be a bit surprisingly quiet today. Why is it so quiet? Zeus and the Black Dragon King were both puzzled, and when they reached the door of that church, they were instantly shocked by the scene, only to see that in the middle of the church, there were tangled roots of various plants all over the place. It was as if this church had been abandoned for countless years. And what was most alarming to the enemy was that only a few skeletons remained of the few Emperor-class creatures that had originally inhabited it. And the ghost form of the Emperor-level ferocious beasts had even disappeared long ago. What happened? The duo was shocked. The Dark King was the strongest existence in Blue Star. Who would dare to invade his palace? The two panicked and rushed into it. However, upon approaching the Black Dark King's holy statue, they were again shocked by the scene before them. Only a tall human woman stood in front of them. On top of her body, she was covered with a coat that looked like it was made of moonlight, protecting her body tightly. In her vegetative hand, she was holding a slender wooden branch. It was devouring a thick black fog on the ground. Crunch! Creak! You can't kill me. That black fog let out a mournful and agonizing scream. Zeus and the Black Dragon King were scared out of their wits when they heard that familiar voice. It was precisely the voice of the Dark King. Yet the countless emperors in this church and the Dark King of the 3rd and even 4th orders of the stars were all killed by a human woman? There are still such powerful existences amongst humans? No, it's more like a beast than a human. It was just a beast with a human posture. From that figure, Zeus could not feel any unique human aura. There is only a boundless coldness, as if floating in the universe for countless years and a half, and sensing the aura behind him. Swish, countless branches beside his body instantly stabbed out, piercing the scales on the Black Dragon King's body in an instant. Roar! Too late to react. The Black Dragon King presumptuously tried to struggle. In the next instant, the flesh and blood underneath the scales were diluted cleanly, leaving behind only an empty shell. Even the Dark King of the Starry Sky Third Order, or even the Fourth Order, was no match. How could a transcendent Ninth Order ferocious beast resist? Gulp! Zeus swallowed deeply. The fear in his heart magnified infinitely, causing him to only think of one way to stay alive right now. Thud! Zeus violently knelt to the ground, pressing his forehead against the palace floor. The dignity of the previous Earth powerhouse had long since vanished at this point, and all that remained was the desire for life. Elder, you must have a reason to use me if you don't kill me. Zeus hurriedly opened his mouth, knowing that he didn't die because of his identity as a human. It would be useful to keep it. The chaotic god would silently spoke. Zeus' heart was instantly happy. Yes, I'm more than familiar with this blue star. I can help you get to whatever you're looking for, and I also have a not so small amount of power amongst the humans, and I know a lot of strong people. Yes? A cool voice came out in front of Zeus' eyes. At some point, that slender silhouette had already arrived in front of him. Yes, Zeus buried his head even lower. Then why don't you tell me about all the powerful people on this blue planet? Above the starry sky level? That voice was filled with inexplicable temptation. It was as if Zeus would be tugged to open his mouth even if he didn't want to. In the blue star's dragon kingdom, there is definitely more than one starry sky-class powerhouse, and they have also obtained the technology of an alien cosmic civilization. Without waiting for Zeus to continue, get to the point. What, I didn't ask you? You don't say. That voice came out again. Zeus's forehead instantly oozed fine beads of sweat. He knew that as long as he said another wrong word next, he would end up like the Black Dragon King beside him. I know that the Dragon Kingdom's starry sky level. There's one called Safe and another called Lin Sheng. He hasn't reached the starry sky yet, but he already has starry sky level power. You must be very interested, Zeus said hurriedly. However, that figure in front of him seemed to be silent for a long time. And then, put, in a piercing sound of blood and flesh, a thin strip of wood pierced out in front of Zeus' eyes. That wooden strip instantly took root in his flesh and blood, sucking his entire body into a skeleton within seconds. Zeus failed to even utter a single scream. To his death. He did not know why he was killed. It's better to kill them than to keep them. When you find them, there's no telling how long it will take again. That chaotic god would said silently. It doesn't matter. It's just humans. Just kill them. That's good. The chaotic god would relaxed a bit in his heart. Originally, he thought that due to this experience, his master still had some kind of intimate thoughts about humans. Now it seemed that it was purely his own overthinking. A higher being shouldn't have any compassion for bugs. Soon, in but a dozen more years, this planet will be destroyed. Absorb all the nutrients on this planet before then and get out of here. The chaotic god wood was excited beyond measure. This might already be the only life for the moon god clan. As long as this went on step by step, it would once again become the master of the universe, standing at the top of all living things. Chapter 177, Little White's Evolutionary Route, Red Crystalline Body. On the outskirts of Yang City, after a small shock at Lin Sheng's strength, Director and President Rome both rushed out of here. They still had to be busy absorbing those technologies, as well as dealing with the arrival of the Three-Eyed King afterward. Although they knew that the Three-Eyed King wasn't very strong, but the other party had come with a fleet after all. If there was a bombardment of the city, it wouldn't really be able to stop it. It might cause huge casualties to the population. It would be more than worth it if that was the case. So it was necessary to study the defense facilities as well as the probing facilities in advance. At least detect all the dangers around Blue Star, or even the solar system, in order to prepare for them in advance. At this moment, in the flesh and blood spaceship high above Yang City, I've just called and asked. No one was found. Lin Sheng pressed his hand against his forehead. It always felt like his brain was a bit confused. Lin Ming had already disappeared for more than half a year. At first, Lin Sheng had thought that she had gone back into the middle of some secret realm, and that was why she had broken off contact. This was a very normal thing. Previously, Lin Sheng had also cut off contact in a secret realm for a few months. However, Lin Ming was afraid that she had long since ascended to the emperor level, but now she was still out of contact. One couldn't help but worry Lin Sheng in his heart. Don't panic. With your sister's strength it is certain that nothing will happen. Fawn opened her mouth to reassure. Lin Ming is much stronger than you. I'm not afraid of anything happening to her. I'm just afraid that she'll be trapped somewhere. Lin Sheng silently spoke. If you're really worried, then there should be a detection device on the three-eyed Star King's ship, so when the time comes, you can snatch the three-eyed Star King's ship and probe it. The fawn stared intently at Lin Sheng. What it said was also true. Lin Sheng worrying here would serve no purpose. It would be better to quickly improve his strength and then look for another opportunity to search. Summoning Little White out. Lin Sheng looked at its panel. Songyun Dragon King. Gender, female little snake, at the reader's strong request. It will only appear once. Level, Transcendent Ninth Stage. Talent, Astral Ninth Stage. Skills, Thundercloud Mastery, Proficient. Scorched Young True Eye, Perfect. Vajra Body, Proficient. Dragon Might, Proficient. Songyun Mastery, Proficient. Evolutionary Root, Eight-Winged Pale Cloud Dragon. Yin Yang Dragon King. Introduction, the king of the Songyun Dragon clan that soars in the sky. A branch of the Dragon clan's vast bloodline. In addition to the main few skills, Xiaobai had also obtained additional skills. They were all extracted from the bodies of those ferocious beasts that Lin Sheng had killed. However, the levels of those skills were all too low. They could only be used as synthesis experience for this main skill. Even the experience to be used as synthesis had high requirements. It had to be of the same phase. The eight-winged pale cloud dragon is the advanced body of the pale cloud dragon king, while the yin yang dragon king has gone to a different path. Eight-winged pale cloud dragon, divine wind bead, 10,000-year mica, thunder spirit bead, yin yang dragon king, fire god stone, lava fruit, rebirth in lava. 2 evolutionary roots. The evolution materials for the eight-winged pale cloud dragon lacks divine wind beads, thunder spirit beads, and the evolution materials for the yin-yang dragon king only lacks fire god stones. Lin Sheng deliberated carefully. Most of the materials were available in that warehouse, but none of the expensive ones were there. Lin Sheng also already had some guesses in his heart. Originally, the materials required for Little White to evolve to the equivalent level of other pet beasts were a version ahead. Nowadays, the advancement materials were even more difficult to find, to the point where they couldn't even be found on the blue star. Little dear, do you think it's better to have an eight-winged pale cloud dragon or a yin-yang dragon king? Lin Sheng patted the deer's head inquiringly. Hearing his master's words, Little deer couldn't help but roll his eyes. Although these two beings were not the most pure-blooded dragons, they were definitely considered sought after in the universe. And you're still picking and choosing here? Both are good. Then which one is better? If you really want to evolve, it's still the Inferno Dragon King. The eight-winged pale cloud dragon is only comparable or a little stronger than the Inferno Dragon King when it's on top of a planet. But the Inferno Dragon King is more aggressive. I see. Then where do I find these materials? Lin Sheng opened his mouth and asked. If you can't find them in the secret realm, you'll have to go to the universe to buy them. And that would require establishing a connection with the universe, which I'm afraid isn't a situation you want to see. Listening to Fawn's words, Lin Sheng nodded silently. This was rather a fact. But right now, Lin Sheng urgently needed to evolve to the Starry Sky level. Only when he reached the Starry Sky level could he temporarily survive in the universe for a while. Go find the three-eyed monster. There are also courier companies in the universe, and by paying a certain amount of money, you can get them to deliver things. Listening to Fawn's words, Lin Sheng came to a realization. It was this reasoning, but now that it's getting late, I'll go find that red-eyed monster first thing in the morning. Lin Sheng clapped his hands. It quickly returned to his villa. Let's take a shower first. Wow! Entering the bathroom, Lin Sheng rinsed off, and at this moment, Little White shrunk its body and slid in, non-yelling to wash together. Unable to help, unable to stop it from being too pampered, Lin Sheng could only help his favored beast wash as well. Little White's 6 pairs of feathers all became wet, drying for a long time before recovering. One person, one beast, lay on the bed and slept soundly. Little White's tail was wrapped around Lin Sheng's body, and those 3 pairs of feathered wings were like a quilt, covering Lin Sheng's body. The white feathers were really very wide, and every time he slept, Lin Sheng nearly mistook them for a quilt. It was soft, and would automatically adjust to be impervious to the wind. Master! Master! In a trance, Lin Sheng was awakened by an anxious voice. He sat up violently, and the little white on his body woke up with him. At some point, the sunlight had shone through the gap in the curtains. There's a corpse in your room. Little deer excitedly stood beside Lin Sheng's body. Lin Sheng broke out into a cold sweat in a moment of shock. There's a corpse and you're still so happy? You should quickly come with me to take a look. The deer seemed a little impatient. Lin Sheng didn't dare to delay and hurriedly put on his clothes and followed it to a hidden room. This was Lin Ming's house, and after Lin Sheng lived alone, he rarely came to this room. And after entering the room, Lin Sheng also saw the corpse that was placed by the wall. It was a blood-red lower body, in the midst of the shadows. If one didn't look closely, it was really easy to misrecognize it. What the hell is this? How did it appear in Lin Ming's room? Lin Sheng's eyes swept over it. It was a lower body composed entirely of red crystals, and it was so hard to knock on it that it would be difficult to leave traces of it even if it was cut with a knife. Could it be that Sis had left it behind? When was it? Was it recently? You don't know. This is the crystallization of pure energy. It's the finest energy in a living organism. This method of being able to extract energy crystals is only possible with the chaotic godwood. Such a piece of crystallization, if it was released, all the higher civilizations in this universe would have to pay to grab it and even start a war. Little Deer was very excited. Such a large piece of red crystallization was enough to allow it and Little Spirit to advance to the Emperor level together, or even the late Emperor stage. And there was a great possibility that it would be able to break through to the Starry Sky first rank. Chapter 178 Galactic Martial Artists Association. Purchasing advanced materials. Is it really that useful? Lin Sheng was still a bit unconvinced. Upon hearing this, Fawn immediately became anxious. Of course, any life that wants to become stronger will raise the strength of its cells at the genetic level to carry more energy. Predators with a high rank constantly snatch low-ranked predators to strengthen themselves. The cells of ordinary creatures are limited in the amount of energy they can carry, but the cells of a cultivator's body have gone through thousands of refinements, and have long since transcended the ordinary. This is the essence of the energy in the cells, and it belongs to some kind of evil art. It is also one of the reasons why the chaotic godwood is popular. Although ordinary plant-based imperial beasts were able to extract energy, they could never do it as pure as the chaotic godwood, and the ability to extract biological genes like the masters is even more perverse. It no longer belonged to the category of evil arts. So that's how it is. Then how is this essence going to be used? Lin Sheng asked, stroking his chin. It looked like it was to be taken internally. But what if it was to be applied externally? It's simple. Just eat it. The little deer seemed to know a lot. The place where it was located was a deep mountain relic, and it was feared that it was even older than the civilization that had previously inhabited Blue Star. However, what we need are advancement materials. To be able to evolve and upgrade without hindrance, only creatures of the higher order can do that. As soon as he talked about this, Fawn seemed to yearn for those beings, but at least nowadays, she had some chance herself. That would be enough. After all, the upper limit of the endless living beings in this world had been locked up since the beginning of their birth. To be able to become one of the few special ones amongst these countless, what was there that couldn't be fulfilled? Good. By the way, buy all the advancement materials you and Little Spirit need, so we can evolve together at that time. With a wave of his hand, Lin Sheng put the red crystal into the royal beast space, and then he rode across Little Spirit's body. Through the young city's teleportation array, he arrived in front of a heavily guarded villa in the center of the magic capital. Elder Lin, those people are now being held on the third floor of the second floor. The soldier outside the door hurriedly stood up straight when he saw Lin Sheng. Emperor-level powerhouses required them to give 100% seriousness to their reception. Not to mention that Lin Sheng would inevitably become a powerful person famous all over the world in the future, and might even become the strongest person in Blue Star. From the bottom of their hearts, they would treat him seriously. Lin Sheng nodded. He passed straight through the heavily guarded gate. The villa in front of him had roughly 6 5-story buildings, arranged in a 9-cell grid. The red-eyed monster was currently being held on the third floor of the second building. Lin Sheng arrived in front of that building. Mr. Lin. The door barrier then opened, and Lin Sheng arrived at the third floor of the second building. What's with all the garbage? The ground outside the door was filled with all sorts of bubbles, boxes, and drink scraps. Squeak. As Lin Sheng opened the room, a refreshing smell hit his nose. It was surprisingly not that unpleasant in this room. Three-eyed aliens are very clean and prefer a clean environment, Fawn said in the Imperial Beast space. Finally here. Are you planning to let us go? That red-skinned three-eyed monster seemed to have expected this scene. Randomly invading a planet is considered a capital offense according to galactic law. Lin Sheng stepped into the room and observed the surroundings. Is that so? Then it should also be referred to the Cosmic Martial Artist Association for conviction. The red-skinned three-eyed monster didn't seem the least bit intimidated. So what if it was a capital offense? There was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve. If there was, it was that money wasn't enough. Is that so? Is the Cosmic Martial Artist Association really that powerful? Lin Sheng inquired with feigned surprise. That red-skinned, three-eyed monster was instantly smug. So what if you're stronger than me? Isn't it still short-sighted? That's for sure. This galaxy of ours is only a piece of power in the universe. Yet even so, it has 400 billion stars plus star clusters. And even so, the Milky Way is constantly encroaching on the surrounding stars, but the number of stars with life among them is extremely small, and those that can evolve into higher planets are only about 30,000 or so. The red-skinned three-eyed monster seemed to know a lot. Oh, is that so? Lin Sheng questioned. This provoked the red-skinned three-eyed monster's desire for science again. That's for sure. Your blue star is already counted among the top 30,000 out of these 400 billion, just like our three-eyed star. But the Milky Way galaxy is still controlled by the 10 top planets: the Galactic Martial Artist Association, the Galactic Sentinel Association, the Galactic Psychic Nemesis Association, the Galactic Express Delivery Company, the Galactic Virtual Network. The countless companies and associations are the true giants, especially the Galactic Martial Artist Association among them, which is affiliated with the Cosmic Martial Artist Association. Even the strongest of the top 10 top planets have not so shallow relationships with them. Even if you are considered strong existences among the higher planets, you are not qualified to enter the endless vault region at the very center of the Milky Way. The red-skinned three-eyed monster seemed to be very proud. Then what is the endless vault region? Lin Sheng opened his mouth to inquire. That is naturally. Halfway through speaking, the red-skinned three-eyed monster suddenly realized something and violently closed its mouth. Motherfucker, I was actually set up for a conversation. Too cunning human. I came here this time, mainly because I want to buy something from Galaxy Express Delivery. Seeing that the other party wasn't opening his mouth anymore, Lin Sheng only had to change his method. What kind of stuff? You can buy it for you if you have the money. In the past few days, the red-skinned monster had already thought things through. The possibility of them, the Three Eyes planet, being enemies with the blue planet no longer existed. It would be better to strike a good relationship with the person with the strongest potential on this planet. If you want to buy materials, the delivery fee will be more expensive. And only our Three Eyes Stars network can connect to the Cosmic Virtual Network. The red-skinned monster said calmly. It's possible. Lin Sheng nodded. He came to the door and explained a few more things to the guards here. Of course you can take it away. We've already been notified in advance about your arrival. The guards here were very respectful to Lin Sheng, thinking that a few years ago, a person of this level and status would come to Yang City. I'm afraid that even the mayor would have to bow down and entertain him. Now it was a reversal of yin and yang. Strength and power are indeed companion existences. Lin Sheng brought the three-eyed monster and quickly arrived in the airship in Yang City. What items do you wish to purchase? Since our planet cultivates martial artists, we have only joined the Martial Association. The red-skinned monster tinkered with that screen for a while. It soon logged into the Martial Artist Association's mall. It was a simple feature with a pitch-black background and a very technological screen. In addition to being able to purchase items sold by the Martial Artist Association on it, one could also trade with others or sell them themselves. And the currency was uniformly silver coins. I need divine wind beads, thunder spirit beads as well as fire god stones, and Lin Sheng stated all the advancement materials he needed for his several favored beasts.